Chapter 151 What should I do if I can't hold it in? Yunyao, the sun is shining on her butt, get up. In the morning, Zhou Zheng stood at the door of Chu Yunyao's bedroom and shouted loudly. Soon, a sound came from the bedroom. Zhou Zheng, I hate it, why are you shouting? It's only 7:30 in the morning, so I'll sleep for a while. Yunyao, you are such a lazy cat. We are going to attend Mr. Yang's birthday party today. It's getting up at 7:30. Chu Yunyao retorted in a daze in the bedroom. But Mr. Yang's birthday party started at 12 noon, and it was still early. Yunyao, you forgot that we still have calligraphy and paintings to be framed in the calligraphy and painting shop. That is a gift for Mr. Yang. By the way, we have to ask someone to engrave a seal. After Zhou Zheng's reminder, Chu Yunyao remembered that the morning schedule was full. If she had to sleep a little longer, she would not have been able to make it to her birthday party at noon. Besides, you can't just step on the birthday party at 12 noon, you have to arrive a little earlier. After all, you have a good relationship with the Yang family. Oh, I almost missed something, so I blamed me for sleeping too late last night. Chu Yunyao sat up from the soft and comfortable big bed at once. Zhou Zheng, wait for me for a while, and I'll get up now. Zhou said with a smile outside the bedroom. Well, I'll wash up when I get up, and then come to the restaurant for dinner. I'll prepare breakfast. Chu Yunyao suddenly felt a little embarrassed and a little ashamed when she heard this. Last night's midnight snack was made by Zhou Zheng, and he also did the breakfast this morning. As a girl, he was lazy to a certain extent. I was really ashamed. Chu Yunyao stood up naked and began to wear clothes. She is used to sleeping naked at night. She always feels restrained in her pajamas and feels uncomfortable in her sleep. Putting on loose home clothes, Chu Yunyao walked out of the bedroom with an undressed face, opened her mouth and yawned, then came to the toilet, and then started washing up after it was convenient. There was a toothbrush on the marble table next to the wash basin, with toothpaste already squeezed on it, and a brand new white towel was neatly folded and placed next to the toothbrush. Chu Yunyao saw it and felt a little moved. When I was in the Chu family, when I woke up in the morning, there would be servants to help prepare toiletries, and even mouthwash. But she knew that those people were just using money to do things. Zhou Zheng is different. He really cares about her and has nothing to do with his status. Yunyao, have you finished washing up? It's going to be cold as early as possible. At this time, Zhou Zheng's voice came from the living room again. Chu Yunyao suddenly came to her senses and felt that the urging voice was not annoying at all, and even a little kind. Once upon a time, when she lived with her grandmother, she often couldn't get up in the morning and was urged by her grandmother. Sometimes grandma calls her a little lazy cat and Zhou Zheng calls her big lazy cat, but I don't know if it's a coincidence or a confrontation. Originally, Chu Yunyao was a little uncomfortable with his life these days after leaving the Chu family, but at this moment he suddenly felt very happy. Yunyao, have you fallen into the toilet? Why don't you talk? Zhou Zheng's voice sounded outside the bathroom again. Haha. Chu Yunyao couldn't help laughing and joked. I almost fell into the toilet, but after thinking about it, I had to let you catch it. Let's forget it. So I struggled and didn't fall down. Zhou Zheng, I'll finish washing up soon. Chu Yunyao said and started washing up. Come and have breakfast after washing up, why don't it be cold? A word was left outside, and the footsteps were gone. Chu Yunyao speeded up and quickly finished washing up. She didn't even wear light makeup. She didn't have to go out for the time being and stopped putting on makeup. She was used to facing Zhou Zheng without makeup. A high appearance means a high appearance. Even if Chu Yunyao has no makeup, she has no points in Zhou Zheng's eyes. Her facial features are so perfect, she can't accept it. There were 2 white plates on the dining table, containing today's breakfast, fried steak, fried eggs, 2 slices of bread and a glass of milk. These are naturally Zhou Zheng's masterpieces. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Zhou Zheng knew that it was Chu Yunyao who came, so he turned to look. Sure enough, a faint fragrance came, and Chu Yunyao walked in. She was still wearing the loose home clothes she wore last night. Her black hair casually tied a ball behind her head and used a wooden hairpin to pass through it, looking a bit like a classical beauty. Yunyao, have breakfast quickly. If you don't come here, it will be cold. Chu Yunyao sat next to Zhou Zheng and said embarrassedly. Zhou Zheng, I really can't get up in the morning. I let you make this breakfast again, it's really. Yunyao, it's boring to say these things. Who cooks breakfast differently? I woke up at around 5 in the morning. Anyway, I was free, so I went out for an hour to jog. Chu Yunyao was immediately surprised when she heard this. My God, you slept very late last night. Why did you get up at around 5 in the morning? Have you slept enough? Chu Yunyao said and yawned again. Zhou Zheng, you don't call me. I can't get up at 8 o'clock in the morning. You are too cruel. Zhou Zheng smiled and said. I don't know why. After we get the certificate, it will be enough to sleep for a few hours at night. We wake up early in the morning and feel full of energy, and we won't feel sleepy all day. Wow, it's true. Chu Yunyao asked jokingly. Zhou Zheng, you can't practice any martial arts secrets, right? You can charge for a few hours and stand by for a whole day, ha ha ha. Zhou Zheng's heart moved when he heard this. Chu Yunyao guessed it almost completely. He is now sleeping for a while and energetic all day long, mainly because he has practiced the master-level mental method Hidden Dragon Art. After practicing for a while at night, I fell asleep. When I woke up, I often didn't even dawn. The real model in my danshan practiced to be full. After getting up, I was energetic and seemed to have endless energy to use. Zhou Zheng, how did you do it? Teach me. Chu Yunyao asked curiously while having breakfast. She was also a joke just now, and she didn't think that Zhou Zheng had really practiced some internal skills, but was just very curious. Zhou Zheng hesitated for a moment, whether to tell Chu Yunyao about the Hidden Dragon Art, that if she practiced, she would be energetic and energetic. I just don't know if the Hidden Dragon Art is suitable for women to practice. Moreover, this is his golden finger, and even Chu Yunyao doesn't want her to know for the time being. When she really becomes a husband and wife with her in the future, she may have more experience in practicing the Hidden Dragon Art by herself. She can ask Chu Yunyao to try to practice, and of course she will never tell her that she has golden fingers. Thinking of this, Zhou Zheng smiled and said. Haha, there are no martial arts secrets. Maybe I am young and energetic and have no place to vent my feelings. When I speak human words, I just hold it in, so of course I woke up early. Zhou Zheng's words seemed to have some other meanings, and Chu Yunyao understood it in seconds, and two blush suddenly rose on her pretty white face. I was embarrassed to ask, and lowered my head and ate the rice. After a while, Chu Yunyao suddenly looked up and asked in a low voice with a red face. Zhou Zheng, what if you can't hold it in? What if you can't hold it in? How to solve it? Thanks to Meow Meow Dan from Zakinso's Island for the urge to update. Thank you guys for your gift. Chapter 152 Sitting alone in the room as a wife. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but look dark when he heard this. Goddess Chu Yunyao actually inquired about this? This is a bit inconsistent with her character. Zhou Zheng, don't get me wrong. I just asked curiously. If you are inconvenient to say it, forget it, just pretend I have never said anything. When Chu Yunyao saw that Zhou Zheng did not speak, she quickly explained. She also felt that her problem just now was a bit dirty, and she felt embarrassed, and her face was hot and she was so hot. It's like burning. Zhou Zheng felt a little funny when he saw Chu Yunyao's embarrassed look. This girl is quite curious, but she is a little innocent and innocent. What if a boy can't hold it in? Of course, if you find a way to solve it yourself, you can't go to Piao Kang or even be a strong leader. What does there be a poem say? Sitting alone in the room as a wife, I am ashamed to be a friend of mine. If I change my left hand to my right hand, I will divorce my wife and marry again. This poem is a bit profound, so I won't tell you about it. Zhou Zheng wanted to tease Chu Yunyao, so he said seriously. Well, Yunyao actually has a girlfriend besides you. Usually, I will ask her for help when I can't help it. And she always answers her requests. She is not only my girlfriend but also my wife. What? Chu Yunyao suddenly widened her eyes when she heard Zhou Zheng's words. She didn't have time to think too much, and she suddenly felt a little jealous and angry. He asked, resisting his violent emotions. Zhou Zheng, you actually have a wife? Then, what am I? We got a marriage certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said. Isn't monogamy now? You are my wife and she is my wife. This is not a conflict. Ah! Chu Yunyao widened her eyes, but she didn't expect that monogamy could explain this way. Isn't this arbitrary argument? Zhou Zheng, please stop messing around with me. Tell me who that woman is? Only one of us can be your wife. What do you think? Zhou Zheng saw Chu Yunyao's eyes a little flustered, so he could naturally guess that she still cared about her. So, I didn't plan to joke with her anymore. Yunyao, I want both of you. If I have to choose, I will definitely choose you, but I can't get rid of her. Why? Chu Yunyao asked anxiously with her big eyes blinking. Who is she? What's her name? Zhou Zheng, can you tell me? Zhou Zheng stretched out one hand and swung his 5 fingers. Since you have to know, I'll tell you, people call her the fifth girl. I have it, you have it too, he. Zhou Zheng talked and gestured again, and Chu Yunyao finally understood. It turns out to be such a lady. Just use your hands. Chu Yunyao breathed a sigh of relief and blurted out the words of tiger and wolf. Zhou Zhengwen looked at Chu Yunyao with a smile and nodded. Chu Yunyao looked at Zhou Zheng's eyes and looked embarrassed. She secretly blamed herself for being so shameless. She could say anything in front of Zhou Zheng. What would he think of him? Zhou Zheng didn't care. Everyone was adults and knew everything. It would be boring to hide it. If the two had not had a 3-year appointment, they might have already been sleeping in the same bed, and the seeds would have sprouted. Just use your hands, otherwise? I can't go outside to find a lady. Zhou Zheng said with grievance on purpose. Chu Yunyao heard Zhou Zheng's words and said like a puppy protecting food. Bah, Zhou Zheng, you must dare to find a lady or even another woman. I will break off relations with you and will never see you again. Yunyao, I'm a policeman, how could I do that? Zhou Zheng said, looking at Chu Yunyao and said with a wicked smile. So I can only ask for help from the fifth girl. I can't ask for help from you, will you help me? Help, how can I help you? Chu Yunyao lowered her head and asked in a low voice. Yunyao, how do you want to help me? Zhou Zheng smiled wickedly. Help you with your hands, ah. Chu Yunyao quickly reacted and said coquettishly. Go to yours, Zhou Zheng. I won't give it to you. Besides, I really won't. Zhou Zheng waits for us to become real couples, I can follow you whatever you want. It won't work now. Okay. Zhou Zheng curled his lips and thought to himself that we have become husband and wife. Who would use your fifth girl? Isn't that stupid? Eat. In order to cover up the embarrassment, Zhou Zheng lowered his head and began to stew rice vigorously. After dinner, Chu Yunyao cleaned up the dishes and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Zhou Zheng did not rush to wash the dishes pretentiously. The two of them have a good understanding of living together. They rely on self-consciousness to do anything. They are too polite and seem to be divorced. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning when Chu Yunyao came out of the kitchen. "Zhou Zheng, let's go and get out? Let's go to the calligraphy and painting shop first to find a better mounting master to frame the calligraphy works." "Well, okay, I'll go change my clothes." Zhou Zheng nodded. "No matter what you do, it is better to be early rather than late, so as to avoid being busy with problems. By the way..." Chu Yunyao suddenly patted her forehead. "Zhou Zheng, I haven't ironed your shirt yet. Please wait for me for a while and it will be ironed soon." "Okay, Yunyao, don't worry, it won't be a short while." "Nu." Chu Yunyao rushed to the cloakroom and plugged the iron into the electric iron. She ironed her clothes, not a rash, and with her skillfulness, she quickly ironed Zhou Zheng's shirt, which looked very stylish. Zhou Zheng was in the living room before he could move the place. Chu Yunyao came back with his ironed shirt. "Zhou Zheng, can you see if it's ironed?" Zhou Zheng took it, and only glanced at it and exclaimed, "That's great! Yunyao, the shirt you ironed is even more stylish than when you first bought it, and it's good at craftsmanship. Haha, you don't know who you learned from, and now you are learning to compliment others." Chu Yunyao said with a smile. "This is the truth. How can I say that I have learned to compliment? Yunyao's craftsmanship is really great," Zhou Zheng said seriously. Chu Yunyao smiled sweetly, and received praise from Zhou Zheng. Even if he deliberately praised him, it felt very good. "Zhou Zheng, I'm going to change my clothes and put on makeup, see you later." After Chu Yunyao said that, she ran to the bedroom like a gust of wind. "First, I sat in front of the dressing table and put on light makeup for myself. I have a beautiful appearance and a good foundation." In fact, light makeup or plain face is only suitable for Chu Yunyao. As the saying goes, the daughter of the boss, if one part increases, it will be too long, if one part decreases, it will be too short, if it is red, it will be too red, if it is pink, it will be too white, and Chu Yunyao's beauty is just right. After putting on light makeup, what kind of clothes did Chu Yunyao have to worry about wearing? 2 days ago, she asked the Chu family's housekeeper to help her deliver a batch of clothes. Everything went smoothly, but her parents did not stop her. So, she now has 3 high-end clothes in the closet, even more than 20 sets of underwear, and countless black and white silk stockings. Chapter 153 Princess, please get in the car. It's not good to have too much clothes. Chu Yunyao has difficulty choosing. She originally wanted to wear sports and casual clothes, which were comfortable and neat, but she felt so casual, pass. She took out a black evening dress from the closet, put it on, and looked at herself in the mirror. It was noble and luxurious. If she wore a gold and diamond crown on her head, those who didn't know would think she was the princess of which country. But this dress looks too grand. When Mr. Yang celebrates his birthday, he will accidentally become the most beautiful boy in the audience. It is not suitable to attend other people's birthday party, pass. Yunyao, are you okay? Zhou Zheng's voice sounded outside. He had already drunk 2 cups of tea and went to the toilet once, and was really anxious to wait. Chu Yunyao said she changed her clothes very quickly. What a good guy. It's almost an hour since she has passed. She hasn't even made her look like she has done it now, right? Okay, it's okay. Chu Yunyao said hurriedly. Under Zhou Zheng's repeated urging, Chu Yun chose a French long-sleeved floral dress. The top is long black sleeves, the round collar is wide, revealing the sexy and thin collarbone, and the bottom is black floral with white background, with clear contrast between black and white. It was early spring and it was still cold. I put on slightly thick flesh-colored one-piece socks on my 2 slender legs, and then choose a pair of long boots in the shoe cabinet. This is a good match. The butler of the Chu family was very powerful. Not only did he send Chu Yunyao's clothes, but he also sent her shoes and even some gold and silver jewelry. What she didn't know was that this was what Chu Yunyao's parents meant. Although Chu Yunyao had cut off relations with the Chu family and her actions made Chu father and mother angry, who would not feel sorry for his children? The Chu couple has been paying attention to Chu Yunyao. Of course, the main reason is that their daughter will break off relations with Zhou Zheng as soon as possible and return to the Chu family and continue to be the eldest lady. Chu Yunyao didn't know what her parents were thinking. Nine-headed cows couldn't turn back when she decided on it. Besides, Zhou Zheng is so outstanding, both of her career and relationship are in the rising period, how can she let go? Squeak! The bedroom door opened, and Chu Yunyao finally walked out. Zhou Zheng only took a look and saw that he couldn't pull out his eyes. It's so good. It's beautiful. He really didn't know what words to use to describe Chu Yunyao's beauty. That kind of beauty is highlighted by temperament. Some women have good facial features, but because they have no temperament, they easily pull down their appearance. Chu Yunyao is beautiful and elegant. The two complement each other and the blessing of high-end clothes. What a good guy, he is simply invincible. Chu Yunyao couldn't help laughing when she saw Zhou Zheng's clothes. Zhou Zheng wore it casually, with a shirt on his upper body and a dark blue executive jacket, and a straight trousers and black leather shoes on his lower body. He was handsome and had a good figure. He was pretty cool in this outfit. But Chu Yunyao felt that Zhou Zheng was wearing an executive jacket and felt like a young and handsome guy was dressed up as mature, and said with a smile, "Zhou Zheng, please take another thermos, you'll definitely be a young old cotter." Ha ha ha. Zhou Zheng also smiled. "Yunyao, I'm not as old as I can soak wolfberry in a thermos. Okay, it's getting late, it's time for us to set off." Chu Yunyao found a pair of black boots in the shoe cabinet and put them on, and put on a Burberry windbreaker outside. Taking the two calligraphy and painting works, the two went out to the garage together. "Zhou Zheng, you can drive. My boots are high heels, so it's inconvenient to drive." "Yet okay." Zhou Zheng nodded and agreed, took the car key and said, "Then I'll drive slowly. This is my first time driving a luxury car." "What kind of luxury car is this?" Chu Yunyao curled her lips. "Actually, I still have a Lamborghini supercar at home, but I think it's too high profile to drive that thing, so I chose a relatively low-key Parmela." "Zhou Zheng, with your ability, it's only a matter of minutes to drive a supercar. You've made millions in half an hour to treat Lu Jun's mother. My father's company is not as good as you." "Haha." Zhou Zheng smiled. "Yunyao, I am a policeman who can't do business. Besides, my ambition is not to make money. You should do business." "Well, I know, I mean you don't have to think that luxury cars are so great. You can have them easily, so you can drive them with confidence and boldness." Chu Yunyao said a lot, just because she was afraid that Zhou Zheng would not be confident and afraid that he would show his timidity. She hoped that he would not have to be awed of these expensive external things, and that things were used. Zhou Zheng could naturally hear what Chu Yunyao said, and smiled warmly in his heart. "Yunyao, I understand what you mean. Okay, get in the car. You used to drive, but today I will be your driver." Zhou Zheng said as he opened the co-pilot's door and shouted as he learned the jokes on the internet. "Princess, please get in the car." Ha 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 ha. Chu Yunyao was so funny that she leaned back and forth, her branches trembled, and her chest was surging, and she couldn't stand up for a while. A silver bell-like laugh echoed in the garage, causing several cars to whistle. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but look straight and feasted his eyes. Good guy. The first time I saw Chu Yunyao laughing so unscrupulously, it was also the first time I found that the plump ball of her smile could make her rise and fall. Zhou Zheng also asked with a smile. Why is the princess laughing? Why is she so bold? Stop laughing, if you smile again, you will fall. I am happy, Xiao's Huzi will drive out of the palace quickly. Chu Yunyao seemed to feel the rippling on her chest being seen by Zhou Zheng. She barely suppressed her smile and said something, and got into the passenger seat like a proud princess. No. Zhou Zheng bowed and agreed and got on the main driver, started the car and set off. When I left the garage, I saw thick fog everywhere, and the visibility on the main road was less than 20 meters. What a huge fog! Chu Yunyao looked out of the car window and said. Zhou Zheng didn't tease Chu Yunyao anymore, and nodded and said. Yunyao, the fog is too strong. I will drive slowly for safety reasons, but where do we want to install calligraphy works? Chu Yunyao thought for a while and said. Go to the antique market. There is a store called Jubazai. The boss specializes in calligraphy and painting business. His store also has a highly skilled craftsman specializing in the mounting of calligraphy and painting works. I have been to that store with my father before. Well, then let's go to the antique market. Zhou Zheng nodded, stopped talking, and drove towards the antique market with concentration. On the way, Chu Yunyao answered a call, which was called by Yang Tingting, asking where Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng. They urged them to come to the location of their birthday party when they were fine and told Chu Yunyao an address. Chu Yunyao said that there was still some small matter, and she would go after it was done, so she asked Yang Tingting to wait a moment. The two chatted for a few more times before hanging up the phone. After a while, Zhou Zheng drove to the antique market. At this time, the fog had not yet dissipated, and the two of them put their cars in the parking lot. Chu Yunyao took Zhou Zheng with the two characters, carefully distinguished the direction and turned left and right to a relatively remote corner of the antique market. Not far away, the antique facade was vaguely seen. Zhou Zheng felt a chill on his back at first glance. In the hazy fog, I saw two golden boys and jade girls standing at the door of the store. This thing was vivid, with white eyes and red faces with strange and horror. P.S. Thank you for the urge to update the talisman. I'm in love with you. Say in a low voice, please give me a gift. Chapter 154 Master's Graffiti. Today is not a weekend, and the fog is everywhere, so the visibility is very low. There are so many doors near this store, but Zhou Zheng hasn't seen anyone. In front of you, an old wooden plaque was hung on the antique store front, with 3 large characters engraved on it, Jubazai. The pair of paper-tied dolls at the door loomed in the fog. A sudden look gave people a creepy feeling, just like the scene in a Hong Kong ghost movie. Anyway, it was so thrilling. Zhou Zheng touched Chu Yunyao's arm and then whispered towards Jubazai. Yunyao, are you sure it's here? Why is there a pair of life-sized paper dolls placed at the door? Isn't this thing for dead people? Chu Yunyao naturally saw the pair of paper dolls, and was so scared that she couldn't help but take a breath, holding Zhou Zheng's arm tightly with both hands. Zhou Zheng, it's here. I have been with my father a few times before, and I can't remember it wrong. I don't know why there is a pair of paper dolls at the door, which is so scary. At this time, a gust of wind blew, and the 2 paper dolls swayed and danced with the wind, just like they were alive. Chu Yunyao was frightened and pressed tightly against Zhou Zheng. The pair of plump people naturally rubbed directly on his arm. Zhou Zheng felt soft and distracted. Good guy. Where can he withstand such a test, who is full of energy? It would be difficult for him to continue like this, and he might have to ask for help from the 5th girl at night. Fortunately, the gust of wind also blew away the thick fog, and the visibility increased a lot. Zhou Zheng saw that the store had half a door open and there was a person standing behind the counter. It's good that someone is there, Zhou Zheng breathed a long sigh of relief. The strange scene just now made him feel a little confused. Zhou Zheng turned his head and saw that Chu Yunyao had appeared again at some point. White stars. The reward is here again, but Zhou Zheng has no appetite for 1-star rewards. It's better to wait until he upgrades. Don't be afraid of Yunyao, there are people in the store, let's go in. Chu Yunyao also saw the people in the store, nodded and let go of Zhou Zheng's arm, and the two walked into the store side by side. The man behind the counter looked like he was in his 40s, with a mustache on his mouth. When he heard the footsteps, he looked up and drooled. This woman looked so beautiful, just like a fairy, and the man was handsome. These two were simply a natural couple. You two are here. Here you come. Chu Yunyao recognized the man at first glance and asked. Shopkeeper Huang, is your home decorator going to work? Manager Huang said. Do you know me? Chu Yunyao smiled and suddenly shone with glory. I have been with my dad several times before. My surname is Chu. Do you remember me? Oh. Manager Huang turned his eyes a few times and soon remembered who the beauty in front of him was. He bowed his hand and said in surprise. You are the eldest lady of the Chu family, are you? You are getting more and more beautiful. After a while, you almost didn't recognize me. I'm so respectful. Chu Yunyao waved her hand. Shopkeeper Huang, I won't come to your store with my father one day. When I arrived at the door today, I was so scared that I almost dared to come in. I thought your store was haunted. Manager Huang looked surprised, wondering where Chu Yunyao's words came from. Ah! Why do you say this? The fog is indeed heavy today, but what Miss Chu said is too exaggerated, right? Zhou Zheng said. Shopkeeper Huang, there is a pair of paper dolls at the door of your store. Isn't that burned to death? You said we suddenly saw it and didn't you panic? Oh! After hearing what Zhou Zheng said, Manager Huang suddenly realized. I'm sorry, two of you, haha, this is a misunderstanding. As he said that, he hurriedly called a guy who was cleaning in the distance. Ma-san, hurry up and move the two paper men at the door to the warehouse. I said, why aren't you going to be with someone today? There are those two guys standing guard at the door, and the timids have to walk around. Hey, I understand. A clerk in his 20s agreed and went outside to carry paper dolls. Chu Yunyao asked in confusion with her big eyes. Shopkeeper Huang, what does it mean to put a pair of paper dolls in front of your store? It's just for scaring people to play with. Manager Huang waved his hand and said apologetically. Miss Chu is really embarrassed. Listen to me in detail. Our store also takes care of Yin-Yang House paper people and other business. A boss has ordered a pair of life-sized paper dolls for his late father. He has not had time to get it after it is done. The past 2 days, our antique market was robbed, and 2 stores were stolen. So I suddenly had a whim to put this pair of paper dolls at the door to scare the thief at night. I forgot to put them away at dawn. I scared you too, I'll compensate you too, right? Manager Huang said as he bent down and bowed. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao suddenly realized. Good guy. This shopkeeper Huang used paper dolls to scare the thief, and his idea was really weird. Please sit down, please have a cup of tea first. Manager Huang invited Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao to the back of the screen. There was a set of tables and chairs for drinking tea behind the screen. When Manager Huang saw that the two of them had sat down, he sat down and started to boil water and make tea. The Chu family's wealth can be ranked among the top in Jiangbei, and Chu Yunyao said that his father spent more than 1 million in this store, so Manager Huang was quite polite to Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao waved her hand. You don't have to be polite, we are not here to drink tea. Manager Huang stopped his movements and looked up and asked. I wonder why Miss Chu came to the store? Lao Huang, can help me, be sure to be unambiguous. Chu Yunyao took out a paper box, took out the 2 calligraphy works from it, and stretched out. Shopkeeper Huang, I came to your store to frame these 2 characters. What words? Let me see. Manager Huang took out a piece of rice paper with the names of the 2 people written on it and took a casual look. Suddenly, his face changed color, his eyes twitched, and he asked excitedly. Miss Chu, where did you get the words? The above 5 words are written in a normal way and are of elementary school students, but the following 5 words are simply masterpieces. Manager Huang loves calligraphy and makes a living by reselling calligraphy and painting. Naturally, he has studied calligraphy and painting works more often, and he can see the goodness of calligraphy works at a glance. Chu Yunyao's face turned red. After all, the 5 words she wrote were called the level of elementary school students by Manager Huang, which was somewhat awkward. She naturally knew that Manager Huang had a certain level of appraisal of calligraphy and painting works, so she asked. Shopkeeper Huang, are the following 5 words written very well? Manager Huang looked at these words meticulously, and liked them very much, and said, Miss Chu, I said these 5 words are comparable to those of masters. From a national perspective, there are less than 5 masters of calligraphy and painting who can reach this level. Then how much are these 5 words worth? Zhou Zheng suddenly asked. He wanted to know how valuable the words he wrote were. Manager Huang pondered for a moment and said, These few the characters are obviously graffitied by the master, and they have not signed them. To be honest, if I were asked to collect them, it would be less than 20,000 yuan. After all, I am a businessman and not a collector of calligraphy and painting. If I meet someone who likes this character, it is not impossible to sell them for 50,000 yuan. Chu Yunyao was surprised. Can you sell for tens of thousands of yuan in just 5 words? Chapter 155 Zhou Zheng is about to be promoted to second-level superintendent. Chu Yunyao was shocked by Manager Wang's words. Good guy. 5 words can be sold for tens of thousands of yuan, which is even better than a money printing machine. She knew that Zhou Zheng's handwriting was very good, but she didn't know that she could be so powerful that she could not only sell it for money but also for a lot of money. Shopkeeper Huang, please look at this decorative character again. Chu Yunyao suddenly became interested and handed the work of the old horseman in the stable to Manager Huang. Manager Huang only took a look, and showed an expression of surprise on his face than before. After careful observation, he frowned and looked puzzled again, and muttered. Shopkeeper Huang, how about this decorative character? Manager Huang was still observing the work without raising his head, and said. This word is very weird, quite weird. Zhou Zheng also became interested and asked. Shopkeeper Huang, why do you say that, what's strange about this decorative word? Manager Huang held rice paper in both hands and placed it gently on the table, then said. The master who wrote this work has a profound skill in calligraphy and painting, and his level has surpassed the work just now. According to my understanding, no master of calligraphy and painting in the country can have such a superb level. This shows that this work is not a modern work, at least it is modern, but this piece of rice paper is obviously a modern practice of using rice paper, with average quality. It is too puzzling to write the words of modern masters on modern rice paper, and this work has not been signed, so I can't figure it out even if I want to break my head. Manager Huang said a lot of things in one breath. Anyway, he was puzzled and felt it was too incredible. Zhou Zheng nodded, and it can be seen that Manager Wang's research on calligraphy and painting is indeed of a certain level. Otherwise, how can we see that the 4 words old horses in the stable are higher than the previous one with the names of Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao? After all, the work with the names of the 2 was written for the first time after Zhou Zheng had just mastered the master's calligraphy and painting skills, and it was not done with the real twist in his body. When writing the 4 words old G is in the stable, they use true model to be at the peak level of the master level, and naturally they are much better than the primary level of the master level. Shopkeeper Huang, how much do you think the word old horse is in the stable is worth? Chu Yunyao asked. It's not that she is so greedy for money, but that she wants to know how valuable Zhou Zheng's highest level of calligraphy is? That's it. Chu Yunyao's problem stumped Manager Huang. He thought for a while and said. If we only look at the artistic level of these few characters, its level is only higher than that of modern calligraphy master Qi Gong. The works of Master Qi Gong have reached more than 200,000 yuan per square foot, so this character will naturally have to be above this price. Of course, If this letter was made by a celebrity and signed, the price will increase, but there is no seal on this work, which is a pity. Chu Yunyao was also shocked when she heard what manager Huang said. Each square foot was more than 200,000 yuan, and the word old horse in the stable could be worth at least 3.4 million yuan. Oh my god! Zhou Zheng completed these 4 words in just 3 or 2 minutes, and it was simply worthy of his name to say that he was a money printing machine. Miss Chu, who wrote these 2 characters? Can you tell me, Lao Huang? Are there such a powerful calligraphy and painting master in China now? Chu Yunyao smiled and said. The person who wrote these 2 words is far away from the sky and close to his eyes. Manager Huang said in surprise. Is it that Miss Chu, you wrote it? Chu Yunyao looked dark. Shopkeeper Huang, you really think of me? How can I write about my level as a primary school student? I am talking about this person. Chu Yunyao pointed at Zhou Zheng. His name is Zhou Zheng, and he is also my husband. His name is written by him, and the word you call the elementary school student level is written by me. What? These 2 works are masterpieces of brother Zhou, and are you 2 married? Manager Huang was even more surprised. One was that the eldest lady of the Chu family got married quietly, which was exciting news. Secondly, these 2 master-level calligraphy works were actually made by a young man in his 20s. This is incredible. Even if he practices calligraphy in his mother's womb, he would not be able to have such a high level of calligraphy at such a young age. Which of the only remaining calligraphy masters in the country is not old and have a lot of beards? Chu Yunyao didn't care whether manager Huang believed it or not, she continued. Shopkeeper Huang, is the framer in your store here? We plan to ask him to help frame these 2 characters. I'm here, Laoli is upstairs, let's follow me. Manager Huang is not a person who is blind. Seeing that Chu Yunyao was going to frame his calligraphy works, it was a business. Even though he had many questions in his heart, he could not insist on asking questions. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao followed manager Huang to the mounting room on the 2nd floor of the building, and saw a thin old man in his 60s wearing reading glasses, concentrating on mounting a calligraphy work. This calligraphy work is a banner about 10 square feet with 8 big characters written on it. The old horse is in a stable state and has 1,000 miles of ambition. It is the same as Zhou Zheng's writing, but there are 4 more characters, and its level looks good, but compared with Zhou Zheng, it is worse. Not a little bit. Oldly, has this work been framed? Is it time to start business again? Laoli pushed the reading glasses and said. Now, it's over. How big of the work will be mounted next? Manager Huang said. It's not big, it's not 2 square feet yet, it's just 2. Masterly, how long will it take for our calligraphy works to be framed? I should hurry up if I want to give it to someone later, right? Chu Yunyao placed 2 calligraphy works flat on the table next to it. Laoli glanced at it. So young? It won't take long, it will be fine soon. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly tilted his head to look at the 2 words, then went forward and studied them carefully, and looked up for a while, looking up with a surprised face. My God! Where did you come from this word? Which master wrote it? My old Li has framed calligraphy and painting works that have been framed for half of his life, and this modern calligraphy is the highest level. Okay, Laoli. Manager Huang looked like he was not surprised and joked. Look at your appearance that you have never seen the world, hurry up and work. Old Li was not angry, holding Zhou Zheng's work in both hands and said. It is my honor to be able to frame such a master-level calligraphy work, so I decided to frame these 2 characters first. Don't let me know, Laoli, you can complete the painting you just framed first. I dare not delay the matters explained by Vice President Qin of the Provincial Calligraphy and Painting Association. I guess Vice President Qin will come in a while. That's okay. Old Li nodded and said to Zhou Zhenshu Yunyao. 2. Wait for me for 10 minutes. The two nodded and said, "Masterly, you are busy first, we are not in a hurry." 10 minutes later, Lao Li finally framed Vice President Qin's handwriting, put it aside and dried it, and then began to frame Zhou Zheng's two works. At this time, Zhou Zheng's cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was Hao Aguo's phone, and quickly walked out of the mounting room to answer the phone. "Hey director, are you asking me for trouble?" A very patriotic and excited voice came from the phone. "Xiao Zhou, let me tell you good news." "Sir, what good news is?" Zhou Zheng asked in a confused look. "The superiors have approved your promotion to a second-level police superintendent, and the documents will be in the office tomorrow." "Xiao Zhou, congratulations! P.S. Thanks to the Sunko for the reward of the talisman. Thank you to all readers for your support." Chapter 156 The youngest second-level police officer in the city. Ah! Zhou Zheng was stunned when he heard Hao Aguo's words, and then he realized that he felt relieved. Finally promoted to another level. I think Chen Guang from the criminal police team made Wang Fu's case a certainty and made it an ironclad case. The superiors also determined that Wang Fu's case could not be reversed, so they fulfilled their original promise. It took Zhou Zheng less than 4 months to go from a trainee police officer to a second-level superintendent with 2 stars. It took him at least 4 years to achieve it if he had to change it. Zhou Zheng can be described as rapid progress, but Zhou Zheng is not satisfied. His goal is to be promoted to police supervisor within 3 years. The more he goes, the more difficult it is to be promoted. He must seize the time and use as much force as he can. Of course, he also has a small goal. This small goal is not to make him 100 million first, but to achieve success with Chu Yunyao within 3 years and become a real couple. It is best to plant fruits on Chu Yunyao and give birth to a fat baby for the Zhou family. "Hey Xiao Zhou, what are you doing? Have you heard what I said?" Hao Aguo saw that there was no sound on the other end of the phone, and he couldn't help but ask. After hearing Hao Aguo's voice, Zhou Zheng's consciousness returned to reality from his mind. Oh! Director, I heard. As soon as I heard such good news, I was not mentally prepared. I was stunned and a little lost. Hao Aguo on the other end of the phone waved his hand. "Xiao Zhou, I understand you very much. When I first heard this news, I was stunned for a moment. Although I knew that the news would come back sooner or later, I still couldn't help but be happy and proud of you. More than 100 police stations in the city, more than 8,000 police officers are working. The youngest second-level police superintendent is in our Kyobei police station. Not to mention you, even the director of me, has a bright face. I guess the directors of other police stations are red in their eyes. I will be hard when I go to the municipal bureau for meetings in the future, ha 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 ha." Hao Aguo couldn't help laughing out loud as he spoke. There was nothing else, it was just cheerful and proud. "Sir, this is my starting point, but it is not my end point. I will continue to work hard in the future." Zhou Zheng did not feel complacent after achieving such a little result. Indeed, he was still relatively calm. After all, the second-level superintendent is still far from his goal. "Well, Xiao Zhou, I'm very pleased that you have this idea. It's good that you are not arrogant or impatient. It's better than most of the old policemen in the institute." Hao Aguo couldn't help but praise Zhou Zheng again and sighed in his heart. "Alas, all such an excellent police officer in Kyobei are really a blessing for me, Hao Aguo. The next director of Kyobei Institute must be him. Zhou Zheng is not a thing in the pool, but if you want to climb up, you must have the experience of being a leader." Hao Aguo couldn't help but start thinking about how to make Zhou Zheng the deputy director first, and then retreat to the second line, so the position of director would bite natural. Zhou Zheng said on the phone. "Sir, you have been awarded the award. Then I plan to go to the office to work tomorrow." "Yeah, come on. I originally thought I would give you a few more days off, but the documents for your promotion tomorrow should be released. I also thought about holding a ceremony for you in the institute. Sir, don't, I think it's not necessary. Keep a low profile. Zhou Zheng hurriedly refused. The trees are beautiful in the forest and wind will destroy them. He became the youngest second-level police superintendent in the Jiangbei police force. He might be jealous of others. If he is too high profile, he will cause another wave of hatred. It is really unnecessary. How can that be? I'm low-key enough not to beat gongs and set off firecrackers. Hao Aguo was in high spirits, even more excited than Zhou Zheng. He didn't want anything else, so he just showed his thoughts. Sir, why not like this? Our internal staff can have a meal to celebrate, and the ceremony is not needed. We will eat it in the cafeteria, and I will purchase all the ingredients, cigarettes, and drinks. Zhou Zheng treated Lu Jun's mother and earned 2 million in cash alone. Naturally, he had the confidence. How much can dozens of people in the institute spend a meal? That's fine. Hao Aguo thought for a while and said, isn't it just paid the 5,000 yuan reward for the third-class merit last time? Xiaozhou, your monthly salary is not too much. I don't think you have to pay, just use this 5,000 yuan. Anyway, you also said last time that the 5,000 yuan was used for the canteen to improve the food. Zhou Zheng shook his head and said, Director, 5,000 yuan is a collective reward. One code says one code. If I have money, you don't have to save me money. Hao Aguo thought about it and found that Zhou Zheng's wife was Chu Yunyao, and every family in Jiangbei had great business and money. He really shouldn't have been worried about this. Okay, Xiaozhou, then you can arrange the meal in the canteen tomorrow at noon. I will also tell the comrades in the institute, try to eat in the canteen tomorrow at noon, and just hang up like this. Zhou Zheng hung up the phone and did not immediately return to the mounting room, but began to ponder in the corridor. Since we promised to invite all colleagues from the institute to dinner tomorrow at noon, we must make arrangements early. All the official police officers in the institute plus dozens of auxiliary police officers, how many ingredients do these dozens of people need to prepare? He was also disgusted with dark eyes. As for what hard dishes the chef in the institute would cook, he didn't know what ingredients he needed to purchase. In a dilemma, Chu Yunyao walked out of the mounting room to find Zhou Zheng. Seeing that he lowered his head and sank to the bottom, he couldn't help but ask. Zhou Zheng, what are you thinking? Zhou Zheng looked up and saw Chu Yunyao's beautiful face. He stretched his frown and said, Yunyao, tomorrow I will invite all my colleagues from the institute to have dinner in the cafeteria, and I am worried about buying ingredients. Chu Yunyao heard a strange saying. Zhou Zheng, why do you want to invite your colleagues to dinner? That's the case. Director Hao called. Zhou Zheng briefly described the incident to Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao learned that Zhou Zheng was about to be promoted to a second-level police superintendent, and she couldn't help but be happy. Thoughtful. My eyes are still very good, the man I chose is so outstanding. Smiled to Zhou Zhendao. Zhou Zheng, congratulations. The promotion to the second-level police superintendent should indeed be celebrated. It is understandable to invite colleagues to dinner. Don't worry, leave this little thing to me. Zhou Zheng asked. You? Yunyao, can you? A piece of cake. Chu Yunyao's confident words. I know many hotel managers. I just call and book the chef's ingredients and do it in minutes if you want to eat. Yujianglu is specialized in Cantonese cuisine, mainly fresh seafood, Wang Shunzai mainly sells Shanghai cuisine, Hung Yuan mainly sells Sichuan cuisine, and Quanchang Banquet mainly sells Shandong cuisine, you can choose one. Zhou Zheng thought about it. Lu cuisine, the first of the 8 major cuisines, is mainly salty and umami flavor, and everyone can accept it. Okay. Chu Yunyao nodded and took out her cell phone and called the manager of Quanchang Banquet. Manager Zhang, Chu Yunyao, tomorrow at noon, a few chefs from Qiubei police station will come to make about 50 people. What kind of hard dishes are there to cook? It needs high standards. Money is not a problem, understand? Miss Chu, understand? I'll call you first if I have a deposit. Manager Zhang said politely on the phone. Miss Chu, you are scolding me. How can I ask you for a deposit? Is your Chu family's name worth a deposit? Okay, let's talk about it when it's over. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yunyao called the largest tobacco and liquor store in the city. Mr. Lu, 10 soft china, 20 high-end drinks, will be delivered to Qiubei police station before noon tomorrow. Chu Yunyao solved all the difficulties Zhou Zheng faced in 2 minutes. He couldn't help but be stunned and sighed secretly that he had specialized in his skills and was really inferior to Chu Yunyao in this regard. Chapter 157, Giving a Big Fat Baby in 3 Years. Chu Yunyao called the hotel manager and the owner of the tobacco hotel, and she had a strong aura. 2 phone calls solved the problem that Zhou Zheng had a headache. Zhou Zheng was stunned for a moment, and he didn't expect that the matter he had no idea was solved in front of Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao hung up the phone and put her phone in the bag she carried with her. She looked up and saw Zhou Zheng staring at her without blinking. Her eyes were as hot as heat. She couldn't help but turn red and said embarrassedly, "Zhou Zheng, what are you watching me do?" Nothing, Yunyao, I want to say you're done with it now." Chu Yunyao nodded. "Yes, it's done. Zhou Zheng, you don't have to worry about anything. I've made arrangements to ensure that the meal tomorrow at noon will give you a lot of face in the unit." "Okay, then I'll bother you." Chu Yunyao helped Zhou Zheng, and he subconsciously made a polite statement. Chu Yunyao's beautiful face became gloomy and a little unhappy. "Zhou Zheng, I am your wife. Please don't be so polite to me. This makes me feel a little disgusted and I'm very unhappy." "Yunyao." Zhou Zheng suddenly took the initiative to grab Chu Yun's hand and said, "I subconsciously expressed my gratitude just now. I feel that you have helped me a lot. I will try not to be so polite in the future. You are really my good friend, and I am grateful to you from the bottom of my heart." Chu Yunyao felt a warm and generous palm grabbing her hand, and the warm feeling instantly spread to her body, warm and comfortable. Chu Yunyao narrowed her eyes and said, "Zhou Zheng, you are responsible for concentrating on making progress within the system. I work hard to start a business and do business. I will solve daily trivial matters and other problems. We have a clear division of labor, just like I will wash dishes after you cook." Zhou Zheng nodded. Chu Yunyao's positioning of the two people was very clear. One struggled within the system, and the other made money in business. "Okay Yunyao, let's work together. 3 years later, I hope we don't go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to terminate the engagement, but go to the police station's household registration department to obtain a household registration." "Ah? Get a household registration?" Chu Yunyao was a little confused. As she said that she had mentioned the registration of the household registration? What does Zhou Zheng mean? However, Chu Yunyao quickly understood that going up to the police station, the household registration department was naturally to register the newborn. The child was self-evident. The baby was the baby they gave birth to. Thinking of this, Chu Yunyao no longer had the style of a strong woman just now, and 2 blushings rose on her fair pretty face. He lowered his head and said shyly, "Zhou Zheng, who gave birth to a baby with you? Who went to the household registration department to get a household registration with you? You think it's beautiful?" "Yunyao." Seeing Chu Yunyao's shy look, Zhou Zhengzhen wanted to kiss her, but she was afraid that it would be too abrupt. She couldn't help but hold Chu Yunyao's hand tightly, and she felt like she was really happy. She wanted to spasm. He didn't know that Zhou Zheng's dantian was filled with real cow holding her hand, and was unconsciously transported to her body through Zhou Zheng's palm. This kind of true swelling is obtained by using the hidden dragon art to refine the hidden dragon art. It is extremely precious and is of great benefit to the body of ordinary people. Chu Yunyeo has hidden bad health and often suffers headaches for no reason. Her body is naturally weak. She absorbs a few traces of real ox that Zhou Zheng unconsciously emits. She feels quite comfortable. At that moment, I involuntarily changed from passive to active, and grabbed Zhou Zheng's hand with my backhand. The feeling of comfort became stronger, just like a thick quilt wrapped around my body, which was comfortable and warm. I was confused and wanted to have a sleep, but the other end couldn't help but lean on Zhou Zheng's shoulder. Zhou Zheng refused everyone and leaned his head against Chu Yunyeo's right head. This was called rubbing his ears. Zhou Zheng suddenly felt his scalp numb and he had goosebumps. "Miss Chu, brother Zhou, where have you gone? The calligraphy works you two have been framed." Just as the two of them were in love with each other, an inappropriate voice sounded, and then Manager Huang walked out of the mounting room. Chu Yunyeo was awakened suddenly, then looked up and let go of Zhou Zheng's hand. The comfortable feeling disappeared instantly. She felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart, but her body felt a little more strength than before. "Yo, I'm sorry to bother you, the calligraphy works have been framed." Manager Huang was also a little embarrassed. This young man has a great relationship. After a while, I have to find a place to be kind to each other. I am so kind to me, I am so loving and showing off my love, and I, Lao Huang, have a diabetes. Zhou Zheng is not embarrassed either. Anyway, he is not embarrassed, he is embarrassing, but someone else is embarrassed. Is that so? It's quite fast. Yunyeo, let's go and have a look. Chu Yunyeo nodded. Zhou Zheng looked up and was surprised to find that a white star on Chu Yunyeo's head turned into 2 green stars at some point. A moment of emotion in my heart, the reward was upgraded to 2 stars. But he was not in a hurry to get the reward, so don't worry. The two walked into the mounting room side by side. Both works were indeed framed. The one with the old Ji Fujian was framed with the mirror frame, and the one with the names of the two was framed with scrolls. Framing technician Laoli stared at the work Old Horse in the stable, but he was still wiggling at the work in his hand. And he didn't even want to take a look at another work next to him. An old horse is in a stable state of 1,000 miles of ambition. Pearls and jade are here, so naturally they will not be interested in stone rubble. Zhou Zheng looked at the finished product briefly and found that it was indeed very good. He nodded with satisfaction. "Yunyeo, I think I'll come to Jabazai if you have any mounted calligraphy and painting works in the future. This craft is really good. So what, let's leave when we check out." "Okay." Chu Yunyeo nodded and suddenly thought of something. "By the way, Zhou Zheng, don't you want to buy a pair of seals?" Immediately afterwards, he asked Manager Huang again. "Yellow shopkeeper, I don't know if you know the master who carved seals. You have to be good at craftsmanship. My Zhou Zheng wants to carve a seal." Manager Huang looked up and said, "Ms. Chu is just asking the right person. I really know a master who carves seals. He is very skilled and famous in the antique street." Chu Yunyeo's eyes lit up. "Who? Please recommend it." Manager Huang pointed at Master Li and said, "It's Laoli, the framer in our store. He has 2 doors to frame and engrave seals, and he also has a number 1 in Jiangbei. That's going to save trouble." Chu Yunyeo stepped forward and said to Laoli, "Master Li, do you have time? Please engrave a seal for us. The material must be better, and money is not a problem." Old Li withdrew his gaze and before he could speak, the shopkeeper Huang next to him said, "Old Li, this is the eldest lady of the Chu family in Jiangbei. You must take it seriously." "I know." Laoli said as he took out a box and opened it. It was made of a bunch of materials for engraving seals. It was of different colors and different textures. Each one was marked with a price. "Miss Chu, please pick the material for the seal." Chu Yunyao picked the most expensive material made of Tianhuang stone, and the price of the material was 180,000 yuan. Zhou Zheng felt it was too expensive, and it was really unnecessary to have more than 100,000 seals on one side. Chu Yunyao didn't think so. She thought Zhou Zheng's calligraphy works were so great, so she naturally had to be equipped with a better seal. Lao Li suddenly said, "Miss Chu, Brother Zhou, don't argue with you two. I won't accept any penny for this seal worth 180,000. P.S. Thank you to Zhang Si, who loves to eat green and red pepper fungus, for the inspiration capsules given by him. Thanks to the Miao Miao Dan from Zakinso's Island and Mid-Autumn Festival for the urge to update. Thank you to all readers for your gift." Chapter 158. You can hear the abacus beads hit by Urban. As soon as Lao Li finished speaking, Manager Huang said in surprise, "Old Li, you didn't talk nonsense, right? You are usually a dumb guy, how can you bear to be 180,000 yuan? Is this a change in temperament today? Don't regret it later." Lao Li glanced at Manager Huang and said, "Although I, Old Li, is stingy, but when is it? I am so old, and I will never regret spitting out. 180,000 is not a small amount." Zhou Zheng, Chu Yunyao, and Lao Li are not related. Lao Li said he would not want it. Zhou Zheng felt that he must have something else to do. So he asked tentatively, "Master Li, you will not receive any reward without merit. We must not give money to tens of thousands of dollars." Chu Yunyao and said, "I'm sorry," said on the side. "Yes, we have to give this money no matter what. I just hope Master Li will do a better job." "Brother Zhou, Miss Chu, I'm actually asking for you to engrave seals for free. Please don't refuse." Zhou Zheng's heart moved. Sure enough, Master Li has other plans, I guessed it right. "Master Li, please say, if we can do it, we will definitely not refuse. Actually, it's quite simple for you." Old Li paused and continued. "I just heard from Manager Huang that these two works are masterpieces of Brother Zhou. My Old Li likes Brother Zhou's calligraphy very much. I hope I can ask for a pair of characters. I am willing to give this seal worth 180,000 for free, which is also a human relationship." After hearing what Lao Li said, Zhou Zheng understood. It turned out that he was asking for a letter, so isn't it easy to deal with? He nodded and agreed, "No problem. Brother Zhou, I hope you can write me 8 words, just 5 square feet in size." Seeing that Zhou Zheng agreed without hesitation, Old Li couldn't help but show his joy and said, "I'm greedy." "Okay, you Old Li, you usually don't say anything, but I didn't expect you to be a profiteer." Manager Huang next to him pointed at Lao Li and joked deliberately. He just did the calculations. The calligraphy works written by Zhou Zheng were about 200,000 yuan per square foot, and 5 square foot was 1 million yuan. It was a huge profit to exchange a seal worth 180,000 yuan. Master Li's abacus beads are so loud. I can probably hear them even in urban. Chu Yunyao is a business material, so her mind is naturally quick. She quickly figured out Lao Li's intentions and couldn't help but speak out a little sarcastic. Lao Li blushed and said, "I used a seal on Tianhuang stone to exchange Brother Zhou's calligraphy works. It is indeed my Old Li who took advantage of me, but I love Brother Zhou Zheng's calligraphy so much. I will collect it forever and will never trade his works for money. Brother Zhou, please believe me." Lao Li was really afraid that his routine would make Zhou Zheng disgusted. He was angry and stopped writing, so he would feel uncomfortable because he really liked Zhou Zheng's calligraphy very much. Zhou Zheng saw that Lao Li was sincere in his attitude, not as if he was telling lies, but he was indeed a little in a loss when he changed the seal to another pair of words, so he nodded and said, "Master Li, I believe your words, but I have a request." "Brother Zhou, please say. You engrave a seal for each of my wife Chu Yunyao and me. The material is made of Tianhuangshi, and the weight is about 10 grams. How about it?" When Lao Li heard Zhou Zheng's words, he thought about it. The Tian Huangshi in his hand was not the best, but it was not the worst. The price per gram was between 20,000 yuan. With his own knife skills, the seals on both sides were worth 400,000 yuan, but they were written with Zhou Zheng's 5 square foot calligraphy. Compared to the product, I still make a lot of money. He immediately bowed his fists and said, Brother Zhou is open and bright, no problem, don't talk about the seals of both parties, even if I am the third party, I, Lao Li, are willing to do so. No, Master Li, we only need 2 seals, one of my wife and I. Chu Yunyao heard that Zhou Zheng had asked her for a seal, and she couldn't help but feel happy. No matter how valuable the seal is, as long as Zhou Zheng thought about her, she would feel very happy. Immediately, my love brain broke out, my IQ dropped, and I didn't have the brain to calculate whether I would lose money or make a profit when I exchanged a calligraphy work for 2 seals. Zhou Zheng accidentally discovered that the 2 green stars on Chu Yunyao's head turned into 3 blue stars. 3-star reward. Guaranteed master level reward. Zhou Zheng was about to reach out to get it when he moved his heart. He hesitated for a moment and decided not to withdraw the rewards for now to see if there is any chance to upgrade to a 4-star reward. At this time, Lao Li rang the railway while it was hot. Brother Zhou, Miss Chu, please choose the font. Should you use small seal script or official script, or carve it in an inscription or a yang? Chu Yunyao knew nothing about this, so naturally let Zhou Zheng take charge, and Zhou Zheng chose Yang's small seal script. Lao Li nodded and said that this seal must be taken seriously and it will take half a month to complete it. Zhou Zheng said there was no hurry, slow work and meticulous work. Next, it was Zhou Zheng who wrote to Lao Li. Manager Huang is actually somewhat suspicious of Master Zhou Zheng's peak calligraphy level, after all, Zhou Zheng is too young. But he looked confident, not bragging, and he immediately took out the 4 best study treasures in the store. Rice paper is a special rice paper made from ancient methods. Each piece is worth hundreds of yuan. The ink is the best Hui ink. The color of the paper is black and moist, and even the ink's tone is an antique passed down from the Ming dynasty. Lao Li personally helped Zhou Zheng grind the ink. Manager Huang lit a cage of incense with his art. After a while, the incense smell in the mounting room was mixed with the ink smell, which really felt like an ancient style. Zhou Zheng held a brush, covered with black ink, and thought about it and wrote 8 words on rice paper. Be indifferent and clear your ambitions, and be quiet and far-reaching. These 8 words are what Prime Minister Zhuge said in the Book of Gzi back then. They have been passed down for thousands of years and are well known to everyone. Zhou Zhenji was really good at doing it in one go, and he nodded in his heart. It was very comfortable to use with good brushes, ink and rice paper. After a while, the 8 big words appeared on the paper as if there was life. Even people who don't understand calligraphy will know that this calligraphy is not an ordinary person at first glance. Zhou Zheng changed his pen and wrote down the early spring of the Jiaqin year and his name at the end, just a seal was enough to stamp it. I put down my pen and finished the work after less than 2 minutes. Manager Huang and Master Li next to him were so surprised that they couldn't stop talking. They both came forward and observed carefully. After a while, Master Li said excitedly, I am really lucky to have 3 lives. It's worth it to be able to collect a calligraphy work that is beyond the level of a master. Manager Huang was so surprised that he couldn't speak. He now fully believed that Zhou Zheng's calligraphy and painting skills were not only at the level of a master, but even surpassed the master, and were only weaker than the master. Good guy. There are indeed such young calligraphy masters in the world, even transcendent masters. Today, Xiaodao pulled his butt and opened his eyes. The sparrow pecks the cow's butt, and the bird eats awesome. At this time, a sound of footsteps sounded, and then a tall figure walked in. A pair of bright eyes looked around for a few times and smiled. Oh, I thought you, Manager Huang, didn't come today. It turned out to be on the 2nd floor? Is there a big business? Manager Huang looked up, a smile suddenly appeared on his face, and said modestly, "President Qin is here. It's a bit of a small business to go to the second floor. Please sit down quickly." The visitor was Qin Bin, Vice President of the Provincial Calligraphy Association. He waved his hand and looked at Lao Li and said, "You have to leave immediately if you don't sit. Has Master Li framed my calligraphy and painting works?" Lao Li seemed to have not seen Qin Bin, and ignored him at all, and his eyes were still staring at the words written by Zhou Zheng carefully. "Hey Master Li, what are you looking at? Why don't you ignore me when you talk to you?" Qin Bin stepped forward curiously and took a look, and was immediately surprised to hear him. Chapter 159 Good Guy. The meeting gift is heavy enough. Qin Bin is the Vice President of the Calligraphy Association and is naturally familiar with calligraphy and painting. He has profound attainments in calligraphy and painting, and the master dares not say that, but he is only a short distance from the level of a master of calligraphy and painting, and he is also a leading person in the province. Seeing Lao Li being stunned at a calligraphy work, he couldn't help but look forward curiously and glanced at it, with a surprised expression on his face. After a while, Qin Bin asked loudly, "Shopkeeper Huang, Master Li, where did this calligraphy and painting work come from? Can you give it to me?" When Lao Li heard Qin Bin's words, he blocked Qin Bin like an old dog protecting food. "President Qin, I finally asked for this calligraphy. Don't even think about it. I won't let it go. I won't take action even if you fire me from the Provincial Calligraphy and Painting Association." Qin Bin's face was covered with black lines when he heard it. "Old Li, if you don't want to give up, I won't give up. As for the way you fired you, we all admire your seal carving skills. Who will carve us seals after you drive you away, right? Ha ha ha." Qin Bin jokingly eased the solemn atmosphere. "I just want to ask where you got this letter? I can't do it even if I take the love with a knife. Can I take a look at it?" "Look at it, but I can't see it, I can't pull it out," Lao Li said worriedly. "Ha ha ha, okay, you old Li, do you doubt my character so much?" Manager Huang flattered. "It's Lao Li, no matter who you are, you can't be careful about President Qin. He is not only the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, but also the leader of the Provincial Federation of Literary and Art Circles. Can the deputy department level leader still steal your things? I'm right." Lao Li thought about his origin, and Qin Bin feasted his eyes and admired Zhou Zheng's works eagerly. "Okay, okay. Such exquisite words are more exquisite than the skills of calligraphy masters. Can anyone in modern times write such powerful works? Isn't it possible? But this ink is not done, and it should be done by modern people." Qin Bin looked and talked to himself, his heart was as if it was overturning, just as modern people were surprised when they saw people from feudal society. Shaoqing turned around and looked around for a few seconds, and finally his eyes fell on Zhou Zheng. "Brother, if I guess correctly, you should have written this work." Zhou Zheng was slightly surprised. Qin Bin had such good eyesight? "How did you guess it?" he asked with a smile. "Why did Mr. Qin say this?" Qin Bin said, "The ink marks of this calligraphy work have not yet dried up. It must have been just completed. There are only 4 of you in the room. Although Manager Huang and Lao Li have also studied calligraphy a little, their level is definitely not at the level of a master. The rest are you and that beautiful lady. You have ink marks on your fingers, so I guess this calligraphy work was made by you. Although it is hard for me to believe that you, a young man, can actually be of the master level, but I still have to believe it." Zhou Zheng nodded, and Qin Bin's careful observation and explanation was reasonable and well-founded, and he also seemed to be a meticulous person. "I didn't hide it now and said modestly. Mr. Qin, you guessed it well. This calligraphy work was indeed what I just wrote. You are the president of the Provincial Calligraphy and Painting Association. Please correct me if you have any shortcomings." Chen Bin waved his hand and said ashamed. "Brother Zhou, you are too polite. Your level is many times better than me. I don't have the right to give you any advice. If you are willing to give advice to me, I, Qin, will be grateful. Old Li and Zhonggin Huang next to him looked at each other. Qin Bin, president of the Provincial Calligraphy and Painting Association, are such a proud person. It's nothing else to be so polite to Zhou Zheng. Brother Zhou's calligraphy attainments are beyond the masters. No matter how proud a person is, he can only admire Zhou Zheng's works. President Qin, you are too polite and dare not take it. You're not polite. Brother Zhou is a once-in-a-century genius. He is a master at a young age. By the way, have you joined the Municipal Calligraphy and Painting Association? Zhou Zhensin said that I have just obtained the skills of a master of calligraphy and painting. I don't know which way the door of the Municipal Calligraphy and Painting Association opens. Besides, what's the use of joining the Calligraphy and Painting Association? Shaking his head and saying, No. That's right, come to our Provincial Calligraphy and Painting Association and give you the title of director. President Qin, I am a policeman. It's not good to join the Calligraphy and Painting Association. Will it delay work? Qin Bin was shocked and then smiled. I didn't expect that Brother Zhou is still a people's policeman. It's amazing. Joining the Calligraphy and Painting Association does not conflict with your job, and it is also a plus point. You may be elected as a representative of the Provincial Renmin University. How about it? Consider it. Zhou Zhensin said that joining the Provincial Calligraphy and Painting Association has this good thing. If he is elected as a representative of the Provincial Benevolence Congress, it will also be of great benefit to his future promotion. So he happily agreed. President Qin, it's better to obey your orders than respect. Since you have such a warm invitation, if I don't agree, I'd be too ignorant of the times. Qin Bin was very happy to see Zhou Zheng agreeing. He found a genius with a keen eye and was very proud of his face when he spoke it out. The most important thing is that if you have any questions about calligraphy and painting in the future, you can ask Zhou Zheng, a master-level figure. You should know that the only remaining calligraphy and painting masters in China can be seen by ordinary people, even Qin Bin is no exception. Qin Bin continued to think that Zhou Zheng had such profound attainments in calligraphy. In the future, he would be the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association. Not to mention provincial representatives, even national representatives may be elected. Okay, Comrade Xiao Zhou welcomes you to join. We will add WeChat and send me your information and photos if you have time, and organize the certificate for you. Okay, President Qin. The two added WeChat to each other. Zhou Zheng thought about it and felt that he should do something as well. Shopkeeper Huang, can you borrow the imperial treasures? Manager Huang waved his hand and said, Brother Zhou, you can use it casually. Zhou Zheng picked up his brush and dipped it ink, and wrote down the big words by He Provincial Calligraphy and Painting Association on the rice paper. These words make the best of the many families apart, and the Yanjin Lu bones, silver hooks, and iron strokes are generally awesome plus. This was the first time Qin Bin saw Zhou Zheng writing and was extremely excited. Brother Zhou really had a profound attainment in calligraphy and could not accept it. President Qin, these words are considered a gift for me to the Provincial Calligraphy and Painting Association. Qin Bin was even more excited when he saw those words. The master-level works of the highest level shall not be less than 200,000 per square foot. The calligraphy written by Zhou Zhenggang is about 5 square feet, which is worth 1 million. Brother Zhou took millions of attacks. Good guy. This meeting gift is heavy enough. P.S. Feeling thank you for the inspiration capsule given by Ni Zhen, who likes Rami flowers. Chapter 160 Zhou Zheng makes friends with the provincial capital boss. Xiao Zhou, this gift is too expensive. Qin Bin instinctively refused, and even the name became friendly. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said sincerely, Hey President Qin, it's a pity that we asked our Provincial Calligraphy and Painting Association to accept it. Of course, if you think I'm writing badly, it's a different matter. No, I don't mean anything else. Good guy. If the decorative characters written by Zhou Zheng are poor, then what others write is like shit. Qin Bin hurriedly said. Then I will thank you on behalf of the Provincial Calligraphy and Painting Association. You are polite to President Qin. Qin Bin held up the work that Zhou Zheng had just written with both hands, carefully polished it and couldn't help but feel happy. He turned to Lao Li and said, Old Li, I'll ask you to frame this work, I'll hang it at the headquarters of the Provincial Calligraphy and Painting Association. With such a good work, the headquarters will be full of glory. In the future, who dares to say that no one in our Provincial Calligraphy and Painting Association can write a master-level work? Lao Li nodded and said, No problem. Don't worry, President Qin, I will definitely frame it as soon as possible. Zhou Zheng saw that he had nothing to do, so he was about to leave with the two framed works. President Qin, everyone, if there is nothing to do, I will leave first. Qin Bin stopped him again. Xiaozhou, wait a moment. You are also a member of the Provincial Calligraphy Association. We are our own people. If I speak casually, don't mind. Can the old horse in the stable in your hand bear the pain of giving up love? Qin Bin looked at the old horse in the stable written by himself, and then read the words written by Zhou Zheng. It's damn that people should compare with each other, and they should throw away goods, and they have the heart to die. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said, President Qin is sorry, I gave this work to someone. An elder celebrates his birthday. This is a gift for him. Qin Bin said, The work I wrote is also for someone to give it to a respected old man. Today is also his birthday. But my work is compared with yours, and I can't make any move. By the way, we can't live for the same person, right? Zhou Zheng also had a feeling in his heart. Mr. Yang used to work in the provincial capital. Did he know Qin Bin? President Qin, I'm going to celebrate my birthday for an old man named Yang. Zhou Zheng took the initiative to say. Oh, that's a coincidence. Qin Bin's face and eyes were wide open. I'm also going to celebrate my birthday. The old man is also surnamed Yang. He used to work in the provincial capital. Now he retires and enjoys his old age at home. The place where he holds a birthday party is. After hearing Qin Bin's words, Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up. President Qin, it seems like a coincidence. We celebrated the same birthday. Qin Bin was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile. Ha ha ha, is that so coincidental? Xiaozhou, this is fate. How did you meet Mr. Yang? Before Zhou Zheng could speak, Chu Yunyao interrupted. A while ago, Mr. Yang had a heart attack on the street, and then my Zhou Zheng saved him and took him to the hospital. Yet. Qin Bin extended a thumbs up to Zhou Zheng to express his appreciation. The young man in front of me is really a passionate person. A few years ago, due to the exposure of a certain judge's famous remarks, many people didn't dare to help the elderly when they saw them fall. Zhou Zheng saved Mr. Yang. Those who he had a birthday wish were all people who had a very good relationship with the Yang family. Zhou Zheng could go to show his status in the hearts of the Yang family. Ha ha ha, Xiaozhou, Mr. Yang's son is Yang Zishan. He was a college classmate with me back then and the brother who slept on my upper bunk. So we are not outsiders. Zhou Zheng smiled and said. Yes, President Qin, my lover Chu Yunyao and Deputy Mayor Yang's daughter are best friends, we are indeed not outsiders. Then you still call me President Qin? Don't be distracted, just call me Uncle Qin in the future. Zhou Zheng is not polite either. Okay, I'm better obey my duty than respecting Uncle Qin. Manager Huang and Lao Li next to each other looked at each other. Why did the two of them get so familiar after chatting for a while? Refer to his uncle and nephew? Zhou Zheng was so lucky and had a relationship with Qin Bin. You should know that Qin Bin is not only the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, but also the vice chairman of the Provincial Federation of Literary and Art Circles, and at the level of a deputy department. Although the Provincial Federation of Literary and Art Circles has fewer administrative functions, it has an important influence in society and has a wide range of management of cultural, artistic newspapers and media. Although Zhou Zheng's profession is not related to the Federation of Literary and Art Circles and Calligraphy and Painting Association, he has more knowledge of one person and more paths. Qin Bin is also a department-level boss, and his roads will become wider and wider in the future. While the two were having a cordial conversation, a noisy and domineering voice suddenly sounded downstairs. "Is the boss here? Are there anyone who is breathing?" One comes out. Clerk Ma San greeted him and said, "Hello, gentlemen, what do you need?" "Our Mr. Wang wants to buy a picture and ask your boss to come." "Our shopkeeper is upstairs, I'll call him some to wait." "What are you waiting for?" "Our general manager Wang has no kung fu to wait for others." "You don't have to ask us to go up by ourselves." "Mr. Wang, please Dr. Bai." Hey, you can't go up." Dong 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 dong. Immediately afterwards, 3 people appeared on the second floor. Manager Huang heard the messy voice and a hint of displeasure appeared on his face. "Who is it? Are you so arrogant and domineering?" "Just as I was about to get out of the costume I found out what happened in the mounting room." Just after 2 steps, 3 people suddenly broke in. Ma San, an employee in the store, hurriedly ran in and said to Manager Huang, "Mr. Huang, they insist on coming up, but I can't stop him." Manager Huang waved his hand and signaled that Ma San didn't need to say much, he knew it. Opening the door to do business and making money, shopkeeper Huang was very angry at the rude intrusion of the 3 people, but he had to say kindly, "3, what do you need? Can we go downstairs to discuss?" Suddenly, Wang Feng, Lin Hao and the other 3 were the ones who rushed upstairs. Today is Mr. Yang's birthday. Wang Feng has become the invitation because he is going to go on a blind date with Yang Tingting. In this way, he could appear naturally at Mr. Yang's birthday party, and at that time he could also let Dr. Bai see the old man's illness, so as to win the favor of the Yang family. If Yang Tingting and Wang Feng are right, the Wang family and the Yang family will be tied together, which is equivalent to double insurance, and Wang Dagong is full of confidence. Because there was something happening temporarily, Wang Dagong did not attend. When Wang Feng set off, Wang Dagong reminded him for a long time. Wang Feng said, "Dad, don't worry, no matter whether Dr. Bai can cure Mr. Yang's illness, I will use all my strength to get Yang Tingting done." Wang Dagong nodded, with Yang Tingting's aunt helping, the 2 of them should be more smooth to get to know each other. The rest depends on their son's methods and luck to pick up girls. Wang Dagong prepared many supplements for Mr. Yang as gifts, and Wang Feng felt that these gifts were too vulgar. Hong Hao suggested giving Mr. Yang awesome calligraphy and paintings. "The old man likes this thing, and it also makes you look like Mr. Wang, you have a cultural heritage." He also recommended Zhebazai, an antique street. Wang Feng felt that Hong Hao was right, and Dr. Bai also had some research on calligraphy and painting. He volunteered to help Wang Feng get rid of his eyes to avoid being cheated by the unscrupulous businessman. So the 3 of them came here. Chapter 161 Enemies are narrow in the road. Hong Hao stood in front, and said to Manager Huang with his big mouth, "Just talk here. Our Mr. Wang is precious in time and has no time to go up and downstairs and go back and forth. We are here just to buy a calligraphy and painting. What are the prices?" Now, Hong Hao has become Wang Feng's assistant and part-time driver. He can still follow Wang Feng to eat and drink spicy food when driving a luxury car. He feels that he is superior and speaks more arrogantly than usual. Manager Huang is a businessman. Although he is a little unhappy with Hong Hao's awesome look, he cannot be arrogant and is about to introduce the price. But Wang Feng saw a beautiful figure and suddenly exclaimed, Yunyao. Immediately afterwards, he saw the person he didn't want to see, Zhou Zheng. Oh shit! When he saw Zhou Zheng and Wang Feng's anger, he didn't even bother to do anything to Zhou Zheng. Last time he instigated the cousin of the Municipal Bureau's political department to be unfavorable to Zhou Zheng, but he ended up kicking the iron plate. The cousin is now stepping on a sewing machine in prison. Wang Feng was both afraid and hated Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao thought to herself when she saw Wang Feng, why did she meet him here? This person hates it very much and feels upset when he sees it. Wang Feng's eyes glanced at Chu Yunyao, and he felt that Chu Yunyao was even more beautiful than before. Once upon a time, he made up his mind not to be Chu Yunyao's dog-licking dog in the future. His goal was to be the son-in-law of Deputy Mayor Yang. As the vice-mayor, I will be a happy son-in-law and wait for the years to be full. What kind of woman do I want? However, when I saw Chu Yunyao again, he broke the defense. She was so beautiful that Wang Feng had just established a little shaken. Yunyao meets again. You are getting more and more beautiful. Are you doing well recently? Wang Feng instantly turned into a dog-licking dog and asked Chu Yunyao about his well-being. Chu Yunyao didn't even look at Wang Feng, stretched out her arms to hug Zhou Zheng's arm, and said deliberately with a charming look on her face, "Husband, let's go." In order to make Wang Feng give up and stop coveting himself, Chu Yunyao deliberately used the clamp sound. The sound was very charming, and Zhou Zheng couldn't bear it and shivered involuntarily. Good guy. Why did Yunyao become so dodgy in an instant? Is this a voice too charming? Seeing that Chu Yunyao was so close to Zhou Zheng, Wang Feng deliberately angered himself, and a burst of anger rolled out in his heart. I don't know where the surname Zhou is better? Why did Chu Yunyao fall in love with him? So angry. Zhou Zheng glanced at Wang Feng and thought to himself that this kid was still in gloom. Last time he threatened him, but this time his enemies met again. If I were not a policeman, I really wanted to beat him up. However, such a person is not worthy of taking action by himself and is too lazy to pay attention to him. Zhou Zheng turned around and looked at Chu Yunyao and said, "Well, Yunyao, let's go. The fog outside seems to be dissipated. It's getting late, so why would your good friend urge you again?" After saying that, he said to Qin Bin, "Uncle Qin, do you want to go with us?" Qin Bin waved his hand and said with a smile, "Xiaozhou, I have a car, so I won't be a light bulb for you, haha. I'll leave first and then arrive." "Okay, Master Li, Manager Huang, we will leave first, goodbye." Zhou Zheng politely greeted everyone, holding the framed calligraphy works in one hand, and was about to leave with Chu Yunyao. "Wait a minute." Suddenly, Dr. Bai, who had been silent, stopped Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng he frowned and glanced at Dr. Bai, and saw that he was wearing a tang suit, white hair and beard, and his skin on his face was smooth. He looked a little fairy-like. Zhou Zheng asked patiently, "Sir, is it okay to stop us?" Dr. Bai laughed and looked up at the roof with his hands behind his back at a 45-degree angle, saying as if he was pretending, "You don't need to know who I am. I like this calligraphy work you are holding. How much is it, should you pay?" Dr. Bai saw at a glance that the calligraphy works in Zhou Zheng's hands were not ordinary. His words were very arrogant and felt condescending, as if this calligraphy work was his, which was very offensive. Before Zhou Zheng could speak, Chu Yunyao's face turned gloomy like water. "You are so angry. We won't sell this calligraphy work, hurry up and get out of here." "Haha." Dr. Bai smiled. He, an old pervert, could not weaken his aura in front of the beauty. "Not selling? That's because the money has not been given in place. Will you sell this work obediently or not?" Turning around and lowering his voice to Wang Feng. "Mr. Wang, the calligraphy work they have in their hands is quite good. I feel that it has reached the level of a master. If I can get it and give it to Mr. Yang will definitely be very happy." Wang Feng heard the words of Dr. Bai, and his heart moved and remembered his mission. If you can win the favor of Mr. Yang, then pursuing Yang Tingting will achieve twice the result with half the effort. Besides, he was angry with Zhou Zheng and could not be even more timid in front of Chu Yunyao. Zhou Zheng is right, I'll buy this calligraphy work no matter how much it costs. Wang Feng tidied up his collar and said calmly. Originally, he had no face to show off his wealth in front of the Chu family's eldest daughter, but he had learned that Chu Yunyao had cut off relations with the Chu family and was now so poor that he was so poor. As for Zhou Zheng, he ignored it directly. How much money can a small policeman have? Therefore, Wang Feng can be said to be full of confidence in front of the two of them. Chu Yunyao glanced at Wang Feng in disgust and felt that Wang Feng was ridiculous in showing off his wealth in front of her and Zhou Zheng. 10 million. Do you buy it or not? If you don't buy it, just move out of the way. Chu Yunyao opened his mouth wide and offered an amazing price to win Wang Feng and his army. Don't you like to show off? Don't you think you are rich? If you buy it for 10 million, will you buy it? Well. Wang Feng was stunned. He didn't expect Chu Yunyao to be so cruel, and he could open his mouth 10 million. Good guy. Such a small work is not worth 10 million even if it is an antique. Humph, if you don't have money, don't show off. Zhou Zheng, let's go. When Chu Yunyao saw that Wang Feng stopped talking, she knew that he was cowardly, so she gave him a blank look in contempt, pulled Zhou Zheng and walked out. Wang Feng's face changed color when he was humiliated, but he didn't know what to say. Although his family is doing a big business, he has to pay for 10 million in cash at once. Besides, Chu Yunyao obviously deliberately set an outrageous price. Even if Wang Feng wants to show off to the end, his father Wang Dagong would not agree to him buy 10 million for 4 words. Hey, have we, Mr. Wang, asked you to leave? When Hong Hao saw his boss Wang Feng being humiliated, he felt that the time for him to show off. He stepped forward and stopped Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao again. No matter how good Zhou Zheng has a temper, he will be angry. People or ghosts want to show off. Do you think I'm so easy to talk to? Hong Hao grabbed the framed painting without knowing his own fault, and shouted as he snatched it into his arms. I want to sell such a broken character for 10 million? Are you cheating the Japanese devils? It would be a lot for you to give you 1,000 yuan. Leave the characters behind, we Mr. Wang will definitely buy them. What's wrong? I don't have money to buy and rob? If I don't let go, I'll take you as a robber. Zhou Zheng easily held the picture frame with one hand. Caught her, who are you scaring? Wang Feng was excited and shouted from the side. Hussy, don't let go, snatch that letter for me. Hong Hao didn't hear what Zhou Zheng said at all, he only heard Wang Feng's order. Take it on your horse. He flipped his wrist hard and heard a click sound, and the frame and calligraphy work broke into 2 pieces. P.S. Thank you to Gao Shaoren from Gyun Mountain for sending the talisman to update. Chapter 162 Compensation of 1 million yuan, this wave of blood loss. The newly framed master-level peak work Old G in the stable was destroyed by Hong Hao. The calligraphy and painting works were broken into 2 pieces, and the broken mouth was like canine teeth intertwined, and this character was completely ruined. Qin Bin, Huang, Shopkeeper Li, and Dr. Bai thought it was a pity when they saw this scene. Such a good work was ruined, it was simply a waste of resources. Qin Bin looked at Hong Hao coldly, and the angry eyes of the superiors were filled with a sense of oppression, which made Hong Hao fight a cold war. He stared blankly at the half-piece of rice paper in his hand, and suddenly realized that he had been in trouble. But then I thought about it and found that Wang Feng asked him to rob this work. Even if it was broken, Wang Feng would take care of it and do his own business. Thinking of this, I felt a little relieved and pretended to be calm on my face. Zhou Zheng was also a little angry. Although he could write another such work in minutes, Hong Hao and Wang Feng's behavior was really disgusting. If Zhou Zheng was not a policeman, if it weren't for the law, Zhou Zheng would have already been going to take the big bag. Even if he couldn't do it, Zhou Zheng would not let him go, pointing to the damaged work and said, "This calligraphy work is of great value, you give it to May broke it, what do you think you should do? How much money can a broken character be worth? I don't have to find it if I give you 500 yuan. Hong Hao said shamelessly. He also knew that 500 yuan was not enough to settle the matter. The mounting fee alone was more than 500 yuan. Anyway, he was just cheating. If he couldn't do it, Wang Feng would have the best guarantee. Chu Yunyao's phoenix eyes widened and she sneered. Haha, 500 yuan? You said it, what did you do? This work is worth millions, I'll tell you that you're in trouble. The criminal law stipulates that if you deliberately damage other people's property, if you have a larger amount, you will be sentenced according to law. If you destroy our calligraphy works worth millions, you will be sentenced to more than 3 years in prison. Zhou Zheng, you are a policeman and know the law more than me. Are you saying what I said right? Zhou Zheng nodded and said seriously. Article 275 of the criminal law stipulates that those who intentionally destroy other people's property are found to constitute a crime shall be sentenced to fixed term imprisonment of not more than 3 years, detention, or fine. If the amount is huge or other particularly serious circumstances, they will be sentenced to 3 to 7 years. Hong Hao, you deliberately snatched my calligraphy works, causing the work to be damaged, and the losses exceed 1 million. If you don't lose money, just wait to go to jail. Zhou Zheng made a slight output to Hong Hao. Hong Hao didn't understand the law but knew that Zhou Zheng was a policeman. He also understood that Zhou Zheng did not dare to deliberately talk nonsense with the law, and his face turned pale immediately. Didn't it just damage a calligraphy work? Good guy. There is a risk of being sentenced to jail and stepping on a sewing machine. He turned his head and walked quickly to Wang Feng, and said with a panic look on his face. Feng Xiao, young Master Feng, these couples are fighting against me together. You should say something quickly. You asked me to rob me just now. I don't want to go to jail. Wang Feng glared at Hong Hao fiercely. This kid was loyal to him but was too timid. Zhou Zheng said that this calligraphy is worth millions, so you believe it if you step on the horse? Chu Yunyao just now said that this calligraphy would be sold for 10 million yuan. Could it be that I really spent 10 million yuan to buy it? Can a broken character be worth so much money? Whoever believes is a fool. Wang Feng was angry at Hong Hao for not fighting and said calmly. Why are you panic? I'll hold you back when the sky falls. Don't bet. After saying that, he looked at Zhou Zheng again. I'm the one named Zhou, I admit that my man has damaged your calligraphy works, so I can also pay you money, but you can't cheat people, right? Just 4 words are worth millions? Is the rice paper you write made of gold, or is the ink made of gold? Are you crazy about being poor? Before Zhou Zheng could speak, Chu Yunyao's eyebrows stood up and stepped forward and walked forward. Wang Feng, if you are ignorant, don't show off your shame. Our calligraphy is a master's peak work, of course it's very valuable. Do you want to cheat and not lose money? Or can you afford to lose money with your money? Wang Feng was stimulated by Chu Yunyao's words. The former goddess said that he was ignorant, which really hit him hard. Especially Chu Yunyao said that he was short of money and could not afford to lose money, which made Wang Feng's face flushed and angry. No. Never show timidity in front of the goddess. Isn't it just 1 million, and I'm not taking it out if I grit my teeth. Okay, isn't it just 1 million, Before Wang Feng could finish his words, he was pulled by Hong Hao. Hong Hao knew that Wang Feng was Chu Yunyao's licking dog, so Wang Feng was fooled in a few words, or was it 1 million, isn't this a sand coin? Wang Feng still has the face and says that others are stupid, grass. As Wang Feng's best friend, Hong Hao naturally couldn't watch Wang Feng get cheated, so he stopped him. Wang Feng was interrupted by Hong Hao and felt very unhappy. He was like a piece of shit that was about to be pulled out and forced to shrink back. Hold the grass, why are you pulling me? Mr. Feng, don't be tempted. Calm down. Didn't you see that they cheated you together? Where is a broken character worth 1 million? If you don't ask Dr. Bai, he knows calligraphy and painting. Wang Feng was a little clear-eyed and thought about it. He thought it made sense, so he turned to look at Dr. Bai. Dr. Bai, is this letter really valuable? Dr. Bai, you know how to write and paint. Please help us take a look at it. How much is this thing worth? Hong Hao was holding half of the calligraphy work in his hand, and he handed it to Dr. Bai. Dr. Bai took it, put on reading glasses again, and observed it carefully. After a while, the calm face became excited. Young Master Wang, I took a closer look when I arrived. The couple said it well. This calligraphy is indeed a master's peak level work. Hold the grass. Wang Feng was shocked and suddenly felt something was wrong. Dr. Bai, what about the price of this calligraphy? It's hard to say, it feels no less than 1 million. Mr. Wang, it's really menglang that you have someone to steal the painting. Not only did you destroy a master-level calligraphy work, but you also have to compensate 1 million for no reason. This wave of blood loss. Hearing the words of Dr. Bai, Wang Feng almost sprayed out an old blood, his face was as gloomy as water. Hong Hao's eyes rolled a few times and said, Mr. Feng, why don't we admit it? Anyway, there is no authority at the scene. He said it is worth 1 million, so we just say it is worth 100 yuan. Anyway, we can't let this kid Zhou Zheng succeed. But, I can't afford to lose this person when I show my timidity in front of Chu Yunyao. Wang Feng hesitated. At this time, a voice sounded. This calligraphy is at the peak of the master's level, more than 1 million you will have to pay at least 2 million in compensation. A Cheng Yaojin came out halfway, and Wang Feng was upset. He stared at him and asked, Who are you? Do you know calligraphy and painting? You say that it's worth 2 million, which is worth 2 million. Qin Bin sneered. I am the president of the Provincial Calligraphy and Painting Association. Do you think I understand? Chapter 163 4-star reward appeared on Chu Yunyao's head. The president of the Provincial Calligraphy and Painting Association. Wang Feng savored it carefully. This name sounds awesome to Plas, but if you think about it carefully, it's just that. It's nothing special for a non-governmental organization to have no administrative functions. Hong Hao was Wang Feng's gun. When he saw someone coming out to help Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao speak, he naturally wanted to help Wang Feng fight back. So what can you do if you are the president of the Provincial Calligraphy Association? You can't help them open your mouth and extort us money, right? Haha. Qin Bin sneered. I think you are blind and don't know how precious the master's works are. You don't understand if you say more to you. Okay, please pay for it now. I'm going, why are you so good at pretending? You're even more awesome than me. If you ask me to pay, I'll pay you. Wang Feng couldn't help but retort. Qin Bin was not angry either, and looked at Wang Feng and said lightly. It's okay not to lose money. You will be sure to take this lawsuit. I will also appear as a witness. Don't regret it if I really go to jail. I'm damn. Wang Feng lived in Bengbu and was about to curse, what kind of awesome president of a provincial calligraphy and painting association. Before he could speak the swear words, he was pulled by Dr. Bai. Hold the grass, who pulled me again? Wang Feng stared at him and turned around. When he saw that it was Dr. Bai, his voice suddenly lowered a little. It's not Dr. Bai, why are you pulling me? So what's wrong? Dr. Bai whispered. Young master, do you know who the person in front of you is? Wang Feng said disdainfully. Isn't it just a folk president who writes and draws? Dr. Bai nodded and shook his head. Yes, he is indeed the chairman of the Provincial Calligraphy and Painting Association, but he also has another identity, vice chairman of the Provincial Federation of Literary and Art Circles, and a department-level boss. Hold the grass! Wang Feng was stunned by the words of Dr. Bai. How can the president of a non-governmental organization have other identities? Why are you still a department-level leader? Wang Feng was puzzled and secretly looked at Qin Bin, then asked Dr. Bai. Dr. Bai, have you not fooled me? Are you serious about this? Dr. Bai said with displeasure. Why should I fool you, Mr. Wang? Your Wang family is my financial backer. Can I still cooperate with others to fool you? I have friends who work in the Provincial Federation of Literary and Art Circles. I wanted to join back then. How could I not know the leaders of the Provincial Federation of Literary and Art Circles? If you don't believe it, check it online. This person is Qin Bin. I have seen him once before, but I didn't recognize him. When Hong Hao heard about Dr. Bai's words, he took out his mobile phone and searched the internet, and soon found Qin Bin's information. Qin Bin, male, 49 years old, Han nationality, Vice Chairman of the Provincial Federation of Literary and Art Circles, President of the Provincial Calligraphy and Painting Association, non-party member, representative of the National Benevolence Congress, National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Hong Hao couldn't continue reading a lot of titles. At the deputy department level, he is at the same level as Vice Mayor Yang, he is a provincial cadre, a representative of the National Renmin University, or a representative of the CPPCC. Good guy. This string of titles alone is not simple. Wang Feng was stunned. He despised him just now, but he didn't expect that this was a real boss. If the boss gets angry, the consequences will be serious. No matter how rich the Wang family is, they are still a businessman. If they cheat in the face of power, wouldn't it be a disco on the grave or an old birthday star hang himself? Wang Feng turned to look at Qin Bin again, and his face had long turned into a smile. President Qin, right? My assistant and I were blind and offended you just now. I also asked you not to remember the villain's fault. Qin Bin waved his hand. He still had urgent matters and didn't want to waste his talk with Wang Feng. No need to say anything extra, it's the same thing. You ruined the master's peak-level calligraphy works and you can't get over it without compensation of 2 million. Okay, President Qin, you are an authority in the calligraphy and painting world. Since you have spoken, I will decide to pay the money. Wang Feng gritted his teeth. Since he could not escape the heavy bleeding, it would be better to be happy. He could not only give up his face in front of Chu Yunyao, but also leave a deep impression on Qin Bin. Maybe he would be a blessing in disguise and be able to make friends with Qin Bin. Since the prince is so happy, I won't say much. After Qin Bin said that, he turned his head to Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, please report a card number and let the prince transfer the money. Zhou Zhendao. Uncle Qin, thank you. Zhou Zheng knew that Qin Bin was selling well to him, and he was not pretentious. He thanked him and said to Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, report your card number. Okay. Chu Yunyao agreed, as long as it is dealing with money and business, Zhou Zheng never interferes, and Chu Yunyao is responsible for it. After all, Zhou Zheng is a person within the system, and it is also a troublesome thing to deliberately catch him. Chu Yunyao reported Wang Feng a card number. After hearing this, Wang Feng's eyes turned a few times and said to Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, I can't remember such a long number. Why don't we add prestige and send me the card number? He is about to pay 2 million, and Wang Feng also wants to maximize his benefits. If he could add Chu Yunyao's prestige, he would feel a little better, and these 2 million were not in vain. Not good. Chu Yunyao rejected Wang Feng in one go. I already have a husband and will not add other men's prestige, especially you. I'll go. Chu Yunyao's words were like a big hammer hitting Wang Feng's chest. His heart was about to crack. He lowered his head and felt uncomfortable. Wang Feng, what are you doing? Do you want to pay for the debt? I didn't blame the account, please report the card number again. In addition to Chu Yunyeo's words, he suffered a lot of critical blows on him. The 2 million compensation also made him feel very painful. I bought 2 halves of waste paper for 2 million yuan. Who would believe me if I told you? Wang Feng felt uncomfortable in his heart, and gritted his teeth and transferred the huge sum of 2 million to Chu Yunyeo. Chu Yunyeo couldn't help but feel excited when she saw that there were another 2 million more in her account. Husband, we made another 2 million. You are so awesome. Chu Yunyeo deliberately disgusted Wang Feng and shouted happily with Zhou Zheng's arm. Yunyeo, we have to thank Uncle Qin. If he hadn't come forward, the other party might have been betrayed the debt for these 2 million. Qin Bin said with a smile. Haha, Xiao Zhou, this is also the reason why you have superb calligraphy and painting skills. If you don't draw well, I won't ask for it for 2 million yuan, not to mention 200 yuan. Oh, it's broken. Chu Yunyeo frowned, and an anxious look appeared on her pretty face. Yunyeo, what's wrong with you? Zhou Zhenqi said. Zhou Zheng, the gift given to Mr. Yang was destroyed. What should we use as Mr. Yang's gift in such a short time? Zhou Zheng couldn't help but feel a black thread when he heard Chu Yunyeo's words. This woman is sometimes very smart, sometimes she is extremely stupid. He said with a lot of laughter. Yunyeo, don't worry, if the calligraphy work given to Mr. Yang is destroyed, it will be destroyed. I will just write another one. Have you forgotten that the destroyed work was also written by me? Chu Yunyeo thought about it and suddenly her face turned red and she thought to herself. Oh, I had a short circuit just now. Will Zhou Zheng think I am a fool? At this time, Zhou Zheng was surprised to find that the reward above Chu Yunyeo's head turned into 4 orange stars. Chapter 164 The Boy of Spreading Money. Several families were happy and some were sad. Zhou Zheng, Chu Yunyeo smiled happily, Wang Feng and Hong Hao were frowning and wanted to cry without tears. 2 million is gone, which is faster than if he buys a shares at the bottom with 2 million. I was trapped when I bought stocks, but as long as I didn't sell, I would never lose. Today, these 2 million are really gone. Of course, Wang Feng did not find anything. He got a calligraphy work that was torn in half. If it was complete, it would be appropriate to give it to Mr. Yang. But how can I take this thing when I have it? I don't respect Mr. Yang too much. Mr. Feng, what should I do if I do this thing? Otherwise, if you take it home and stick it on it and hang it in the living room, it will be considered waste. At least you bought it for 2 million yuan, and you can take a look at it every day. Seeing that Wang Feng's face was not good, Hong Hao was on the side and persuaded Wang Feng while making a blind eye. Wang Feng vented his anger when he heard Hong Hao's words. Hong Hao, your uncle, do you want me to learn to lie on firewood and taste gall? I feel angry when I see this thing. Buying wiping paper for 2 million yuan is more useful than this thing. I even hang it on the living room and disgusting me. Do you hate me for not dying? It's not Mr. Feng, I don't mean that. Hong Hao waved his hands repeatedly. It's easy if you don't want to see this thing. If I burn it, we will all calm down. Hong Hao said that, he took out a disposable lighter and fired it. He really wanted to call out the calligraphy work that was torn in half. Seeing this, Dr. Bai, who was next to him, hurriedly stopped him. Stop! Stop! You don't understand how you are. Although this work is broken into 2 pieces, a skilled framer can connect them together. You lit the fire and 2 million will be completely wasted. Wang Feng heard that he blew out the flames of the lighter in one breath. Hold the grass, hussy, get out of here, go and wait a moment, give me those 2 pieces of paper. Wang Feng took the calligraphy work that was torn in half from Hong Hao's hand and asked Dr. Bai for advice. Dr. Bai, do you know where there are superb mounting craftsmen? Dr. Bai blunt his mouth at manager Huang. You should ask the shopkeeper of this store. I think this house looks like a mounting room. If you can't carry this store, there will be mounting craftsmen. Manager Huang heard the conversation between the two. Although he was quite tired of Wang Feng, how could there be any reason to go out when doing business? He asked on his own initiative. Does Mr. Wang want to repair this work? There are indeed people in my store who can do this kind of craftsmanship. Yet, Wang Feng was happy and couldn't help but politely speaking. Boss Huang, who can do it? Please introduce it to me if you are affected. Just this Masterly, a master in the mounting industry, has a skill in engraving seals. The most awesome thing is to repair damaged calligraphy and paintings. Okay, thank you Manager Huang. Wang Feng approached Lao Li and asked. Masterly, can you still repair my calligraphy works? As long as you can get it done, money is not a problem. Lao Li took 2 halves of rice paper, and his eyes showed a look of regret. Such a great masterpiece was ruined. What a beast! I said angrily. Can be repaired. That's great. Wang Feng's eyes lit up and asked. Masterly, just repair it okay, how much does it cost to speak up? The repair amount is 10% of the price you buy this work. Lao Li said without raising his head. 10% of the 2 million is 200,000, not a small amount. Wang Feng has already lost 2 million and is a little hesitant at the moment. Holding grass so expensive? Why don't you rob me if you are a man? Hong Hao interrupted and cursed. Old Li glared at Hong Hao, turned to Wang Feng and said. Your people are rude. I won't do this business anymore. Please be smart. However, I can only repair works that have been damaged so badly in the antique street. Don't interfere with Masterly, don't be as good as him if he has a bad mouth. I apologize to you for him. Wang Feng glared at Hong Hao and quickly apologized to Lao Li. Lao Li lowered his head and ignored Wang Feng. Shopkeeper Huang, please help me persuade Masterly. Wang Feng felt that Manager Huang was easy to talk to, so he asked Manager Huang for help. Manager Huang said seriously. Old Li's restoration paintings can be said to be awesome. Many rich people are extremely polite to him. Your people are rude and I will not take on your job. But I am a gentleman. Let me do this. I will make a decision for him. If you add another 100,000 yuan of mental loss, this matter will be over. Add 100,000 mental loss fee? That's 300,000. Wang Feng felt pain again, but he spent 2 million, and he still cared about the 300,000? Okay. He gritted his teeth and was about to nod his head to agree. Hong Hao next to him hurriedly shouted. Mr. Feng, don't agree to them. I suspect these 2 old pussy. Before he finished speaking, Wang Feng covered his mouth. Wang Feng said with a ferocious face. Hussy, you're so stubborn that you're talking? What if you spend another 100,000 yuan, you'll pay for it. After saying that, he quickly said to Lao Li. Masterly will give me a card number and I will transfer the money to you. Wang Feng was afraid that the night would be long and the dream would be too long, so he quickly transferred 300,000 to Lao Li. After receiving the payment, Lao Li nodded, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and said to Manager Huang in a low voice. Happy cooperation, you will transfer the transaction to you in a while. Manager Huang secretly gestured to Lao Li with an OK gesture, tacitly. In fact, it was done with the repair of damaged calligraphy works within 10,000 yuan. Old Li deliberately spoke up, and with the cooperation of Manager Huang, he collected a total of 300,000 Wang Feng. The 2 of them had no psychological burden. If they like to show off, who wouldn't cheat him if they don't? Wang Feng also thought about repairing the damaged works and giving them to Mr. Yang as a birthday gift, and asked. Masterly, I've given you the money. Can I fix it within an hour? A repair in 1 hour? Are you kidding? Such a complicated repair work will take at least half a month. Old Li curled his lips and continued. You leave a contact information and I will contact you after it is repaired. Wang Feng looked dark. I'll go. I spent more than 2 million yuan, but Mr. Yang's gift was still not done. Why did I come here? I've sent money to Zhou Zhang, Chu Yunyao, and Master Li. Am I a boy with money from money? Wang Feng complained for a long time before he recovered. No matter what, I still have to buy the gifts given to Mr. Yang. I can only choose a calligraphy work in the shopkeeper Wang's store to make up the numbers. Manager Huang asked Wang Feng to go to the first floor to choose while sharpening the knife. Wang Feng wanted to say hello to Chu Yunyao before going downstairs, but at first sight she was chatting with the boss from the provincial capital with Zhou Zheng's arm intimately, and immediately suffered a critical blow and went downstairs in shame. Here, Zhou Zheng and Qin Bin were chatting, but his eyes looked at Chu Yunyao's head from time to time, thinking in his mind whether the 4-star reward should be accepted now. Chapter 165 This little Zhou can be a human being. The 4 orange stars on Chu Yunyao's head were like a small hand, holding Zhou Zheng's heart hard. 4-star rewards, guaranteed master-level skills or items, this is only the second time it appears, and it can be said to be extremely precious. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but get it in his pocket several times, but he still endured the throbbing in his heart and did not take action. I wonder if the 4-star reward can be upgraded to the 5-star reward? What is the upper limit of system rewards? What rewards are more advanced than Grandmaster level rewards? Zhou Zheng didn't know at all, but it didn't affect his own verification and exploration. He simply didn't get the rewards for the first time. Chu Yunyao looked at the watch on her wrist. It was already 10:30 in the morning, and immediately said, "It's getting late in Zhou Zheng, so why not borrow the pen, ink, paper and inkstone from Manager Huang and rewrite a pair of words as a gift from Mr. Yang?" Zhou Zheng nodded and sued Qin Bin. "Uncle Qin is sorry, I will write a picture first, and we will talk to you when we arrive at Mr. Yang's house." "Well, Xiao Zhou, please do yours first. I happened to watch it from the side. It is a pleasure to watch the master write. Maybe I can understand something from it." Zhou Zheng turned his head and looked at Manager Huang. At this time, Manager Huang had sent Wang Feng and others away and had just returned to the second floor. "Shopkeeper Huang, borrow the Mabao again." "Oh, look at what you said, you'll be very kind, just use it." Manager Huang smiled. He had just cooperated with Laoli to make some money, and Wang Feng spent another 100,000 yuan to buy a piece. Mr. Huang earned another 50,000 yuan for calligraphy works, which was also entrusted to Zhou Zhenfu. Zhou Zheng didn't say much anymore, picked up the brush to dip the ink, but he didn't know that the ink in the inkstone had dried up. Seeing this, Qin Bin picked up the cup and added some water and grinded it for Zhou Zheng himself. Manager Huang and Laoli were secretly shocked. The department-level cadres personally took care of Zhou Zheng's writing, and there was no one else to treat him. "Xiao Zhou, the ink is ground, you can write it." "Thank you, Uncle Qin." Zhou Zheng thanked him, sucked the ink with a brush, aimed at the snow-white rice paper, and was about to finish the pen, but suddenly hesitated again, and the pen looked up at Qin Bin. "Uncle Qin, what do you think I'm good at writing?" Everyone was speechless. Qin Bin is also a black line. "Good guy. I took off my pants and told me what you haven't figured out yet what to write?" "Uncle Qin is sorry, you have a higher level of education than me, please think of a word for me." Seeing Zhou Zheng humbly asking for advice, Qin Bin felt satisfied and nodded. "Xiao Zhou, wait for a moment, I'll think about it." He is the vice-chairman of the Federation of Literary and Art Circles, and his knowledge is natural and profound. He has a slight change of mind and then he has an answer in his heart. "Xiao Zhou, why not just write crane cups to increase your life, and you will be happy to celebrate your 70s when you see wine." It just so happened that Mr. Yang's 70-year-old birthday was on his 70s. It's rare to write this poem to him. This poem comes from the Book of Songs. Xiaoa, which means the calculation of the wine sent by a crane to add to the old birthday star. The wine is filled with wine at the dinner table, and the old birthday star is blessed to never grow old in spring and autumn. Zhou Zhensen said that Qin Bin is worthy of being the vice-chairman of the Provincial Federation of Literary and Art Circles and is knowledgeable. He doesn't know what this poem means without any culture. Okay, Uncle Qin, then I will write this sentence from the Book of Songs. Qin Bin was also moved when he heard Zhou Zheng's words. He deliberately showed off his knowledge and deliberately picked an unusual poem. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zheng pointed out the source when he came up, which surprised him. He didn't know that after Zhou Zheng obtained the skills of a master of calligraphy and painting, his cultural knowledge also improved a lot, and he had something to do. Moreover, just now he deliberately said that he had not thought about what words to write. He asked Qin Bin to think about it, and then accepted Qin Bin's suggestion, so that he could also feel involved and give him enough face. Who told Qin Bin to speak for Zhou Zheng just now and earned Wang Feng 2 million. Zhou Zheng held the pen and began to write in his dantian. He naturally used the real twist. But when he saw his pen move, he finished it in one go. The font was flying, and the power of the phoenix was passing through the back of the paper, as if he had lived. Qin Bin next to him stared at Zhou Zheng's writing without blinking, for fear that he would miss out on his blinking. Far from a distance, it looks like a magnificent waterfall, and when you look down from a close distance, it looks like a fish playing with a lotus pond. It is very similar to the movement and stillness of the fish. This is awesome. After a while, Qin Bin exclaimed. Uncle Qin, I laughed. Zhou Zheng paused and said. These dozen words were thought of by Uncle Qin for me, which is equivalent to this work that we two worked together. It is better to mention our names at the end and just treat them as a gift we gave to Mr. Yang together. How about it? Zhou Zheng was stunned by Qin Bin's words. After a while, he reacted and said excitedly. Xiaozhou, are you saying that this work is written with my name? Yes, Uncle Qin, that's what I mean. Qin Bin felt excited after hearing this. Write his name on the master's peak calligraphy works? Although he was suspected of making a show, his strong vanity made him nod. He was grateful and close to Zhou Zheng in his heart. This little Zhou can be a human being. Qin Bin said with a shameless face. That's good. Zhou Zheng pointed to the calligraphy work he had just written. Uncle Qin, please sign and nominate first. Xiaozhou, you write the word you first. Uncle Qin, you are an elder, come first. The two argued for a while, and in the end, Qin Bin couldn't persuade Zhou Zheng, so he took the lead in writing his own name and stamped it with a seal. Zhou Zheng then wrote his own name behind Qin Bin's name, and he would not stamp it without a seal for the time being. This master's peak level work has been completed, but it is almost impossible to frame it. It is not enough to frame it now, so I can only give it to Mr. Yang like this first. Zhou Zhendao. Uncle Qin, let's leave this painting to you for safekeeping. When we meet at the Yang family, we will give it to Mr. Yang together. Okay, no problem. Qin Bin nodded and said. Xiaozhou, it's getting late and we see our Yang family. Okay Uncle Qin, I have something small to say to Master Li, why don't you leave first? Okay, then Xiaozhou, I'll leave first. Qin Bin waved his hand, put away the calligraphy works written by Zhou Zhenggang, and went downstairs and left. Zhou Zheng watched Qin Bin leave and then said to Lao Li. Master Li, I haven't paid your mounting fee yet, how much does it cost? Lao Li said unhappily. What is the mounting fee? Brother Zhou, you are scolding me. I have taken such a big advantage to you, how can I still charge the mounting fee? As long as you come to me to frame it in the future, I will be free. Master Li, why are you embarrassed? Old Li waved his hand and deliberately pretended to be impatient. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. You guys are working first, I'm going to work too. Zhou Zheng smiled without being pretentious, and took Chu Yunyao's hand and walked out of Zhebazai. The reward above Chu Yunyao's head is still 4 stars, and there is no change. Zhou Zheng was slightly disappointed and couldn't help but reach out to the point of emptiness, and received a 4-star reward. Chapter 166 Legs Longer Than Life. Ding! Open the 4-star reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving the God of Food, God of Grandmaster Cooking, reward. A pleasant voice sounded in his mind. Zhou Zheng received a 4-star reward, also a Grandmaster reward, but he was not happy. Please, my brother in the system, am I a policeman? Can you give me some skills that policemen use? For example, crime radar. Within a certain range, there is no way to hide who is a criminal. For example, 100% snatch the blade with bare hands. In the future, when arresting criminals holding weapons, they will no longer be afraid of being injured by a knife. For example, stalking 1,000 miles. As long as you know the name of the criminal, the target will be within 1,000 miles, you can immediately get his position. No matter how cunning the criminal is, he will not be able to escape. These perverted skills were also seen by Zhou Zheng in his novels before. In fact, he had imagined that the system could equip him with it. At that time, catching criminals would be lenient. Isn't it as easy to make contributions as drinking water? But things went against my wishes. It would be fine if the system rewarded him with acupuncture skills, calligraphy, and painting skills. After all, the former can save people and the latter can make money. But what does it mean to give him a 4-star reward to a god of cookery? Did he ask him to open a hotel and be a chef? Zhou Zheng complained a few words in his heart. Suddenly, a fragment of information filled my brain like a flood that broke through the dam. Ding! All 8 major cuisines are mastered to the level of the master. Ding! Master! The skills of all the master's meals are mastered to the level of the master. Ding! Master all Japanese cuisine to the master's level. Ding! Korean cuisine. The host has mastered 100 ways to make kimchi. Ding! The host has mastered the secret recipe for master-level diet therapy. Ding! The host surpasses the chef level of Michelin 3-star restaurant. Ding! The host's sense of smell has increased by 1,000 times. Ding! Zhou Zheng's mind was filled with ding-ding-ding sound, absorbing countless pieces of information, becoming one of the world's top culinary masters. Of course, all this is done in a few seconds. After absorbing so much information at once, Zhou Zheng's brain was swelling and his face turned yellow. At this time, the two had already arrived at the parking lot, opened the car door and entered Paramela. Chu Yunyao sat in the passenger seat and saw Zhou Zheng's face very bad, so she couldn't help but worry. She asked with an anxious look on her face. Zhou Zheng, what's wrong with you? I feel uncomfortable. A cool jade hand was placed on Zhou Zheng's forehead, as if he wanted to try whether he had a fever. Zhou Zheng felt that his forehead was cool and smooth, and he felt a little comfortable, but he thought in his heart why Yunyao's hands were so cold? Is it related to her frequent headaches? Zhou Zheng, what are you talking about? Where are you feeling uncomfortable? When Chu Yunyao saw that Zhou Zheng did not answer, she couldn't help but feel even more anxious. Well. Zhou Zheng came back to his senses and comforted him. Yunyao, I'm fine. Maybe I've written a few words just now, and I'm a little dizzy after spending energy. I'll just take a break. Chu Yunyao was still worried. Zhou Zheng, are you really okay? Don't lie to me. Why don't I accompany you to the hospital for a look? Chu Yunyao cared about him. Zhou Zheng was both sweet and relieved, and a smile appeared on his face, deliberately pretended to be relaxed. Yunyao, I'm really okay. I know acupuncture and medicine. I know my body myself, it's really okay. Chu Yunyao thought about it, so it was true that Zhou Zheng's acupuncture technique was excellent, and his medical skills were not a big deal. Since he said it was okay, it was really okay. But I still feel worried. Okay, take a break, don't take it on your shoulder. Yeah, I understand. Zhou Zheng leaned on the seat of the main driver, closed his eyes, waiting for the sequelae of the information to be absorbed, and according to experience, he would basically return to normal within 1 minute. Chu Yunyao opened her beautiful eyes and stared at Zhou Zheng without blinking. Zhou Zheng closed his eyes. Naturally he didn't know that Chu Yunyao was watching him close, and it was the first time Chu Yunyao was observing Zhou Zheng so closely. But when he saw him, his face was like a jade-like man, his facial features were three-dimensional and delicate, his nose was tall, and his lips were full, and he had a kind of elegant temperament, which was inseparable from Zunlong, who was of the peak appearance. Although Chu Yunyao lived with Zhou Zheng with a marriage certificate, she had never looked at him so unscrupulously. This time she looked at him clearly and felt a little moved. It turned out that Zhou Zheng was so handsome and so elegant. The most important thing is that he was so attractive and he was not tired of watching it no matter how he looked. Her heart was inexplicably jumping faster and faster, just like a little deer in her arms. At the same time, two blushings rose on her fair face without realizing it. What's even more exaggerated is that her two beautiful legs were subconsciously clamped together, as if they were trying to clamp something. What's wrong with me? Chu Yunyao's breathing was rapid, her face turned red, and her legs were closed and her spasm was slightly convulsed. She felt that Zhou Zheng was not sick and she seemed to be sick. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng opened his eyes and faced Chu Yunyao's eyes. The two eyes collided, as if sparks were bursting. Both of them shook at the same time, and their skin fell all over the floor. Zhou Zheng felt that his whole body was so numb that he felt like he was electrocuted, so good. Yunyao, what are you watching me do? In order to cover up the embarrassment, Zhou Zheng pretended to be nothing. You were uncomfortable just now. People care about you, so they have been paying attention to you. Isn't this afraid something will happen to you, Chu? Yunyao lowered her head and said softly. Thank you, Yunyao, I'm fine. Zhou Zheng, you are polite to me again. Chu Yunyao said coquettishly and said. It's getting late, let's go. By the way, let's change the seats, you take the co-pilot, I'll drive. Zhou Zheng was moved and said. Yunyao, I'm fine, I'll drive. It's not convenient for you to drive in high heels. I have flat shoes in my car, just change my shoes. With Chu Yunyao's insistence, Zhou Zheng had to get off the car and change his seat with her. Chu Yunyao took out a pair of dark blue New Baron sneakers from the trunk and took the main driver to change the shoes. First, stretch out your long legs and want to take off your boots. The main driving position was not spacious, and Chu Yunyao took a lot of effort to take off the boots on her left foot, but she couldn't take off her right foot. What does it taste? Zhou Zheng's nostrils immediately filled with a special stimulation smell. He frowned and looked at Chu Yunyao who was taking off his shoes and boots, thinking in his heart. My master's cooking skills have improved my sense of smell by 1,000 times, and I am about to catch up with the dog's sense of smell, so I will be very sensitive. This skill is not useless. If you are a criminal policeman, it will be of great benefit to solving the case. However, it is still turned off for seconds, otherwise it will be too sensitive. Zhou Zheng secretly turned off his sensitive sense of smell. As soon as he looked up, he saw Chu Yunyao blinking his big eyes at him. Can Zhou Zheng help me take off my boots? Zhou Zheng naturally would not refuse and nodded. Willing to serve the princess. Haha, I'm not polite. Chu Yunyao smiled and stretched her long legs towards Zhou Zheng. The black tight waist boots tightly wrapped around her ankles and calves, and the curve was so graceful that she looked more sexy and slender. Zhou Zheng was throbbing and thought to himself that the goddess is worthy of being a goddess, and I don't know how she has such a figure. Yunyao's legs were almost longer than his. Her long legs naturally rested on Zhou Zheng's legs, and Zhou Zheng was stunned for a moment. Chapter 167 Is it okay to drive while driving? Zhou Zheng, why are you standing there? Chu Yunyao couldn't help feeling embarrassed when she saw Zhou Zhenzi staring at her legs blankly. What, I think your boots look pretty good, and they match the clothes you are wearing today. Of course, it's mainly because you have a good figure, so I took a few more glances. Zhou Zheng said as if he was normal on his face. Yet, Chu Yunyao smiled on her face. She was very happy that Zhou Zheng praised her for her good clothes and figure. I have carefully selected these boots. I like them very much. They look good but have a disadvantage, that is, they are not very breathable. I have suffered from the pain in order to beautify my feet. Zhou Zheng nodded. Leather shoes and boots can indeed show their temperament, but they are very tiring to wear, and it is not as comfortable as wearing sports shoes. Zhou Zheng, don't be standing there, please help me take off my boots. Oh well. Zhou Zheng grabbed the boots with both hands, and did not pull them hard with brute force. Instead, he gently swayed the boots back and forth with both hands, slowly revealing Chu Yunyao's lotus root-like calf. She was wearing flesh-colored stockings, which looked even more sexy. The boots were finally taken off, and Chu Yunyao's feet also revealed their true face. The 5 toes were full of vitality like mushrooms after the rain, hiding in stockings motionlessly. At this time, the thick fog had receded, the sky was clear, the sun was hanging in the sky, and the gentle sunlight shone through the car window on Chu Yunyao's beautiful feet, with a faint layer of sweat, as if it was dotted with countless crystals, flashing under the sunlight. Zhou Zheng looked at the erotic scene in front of him and smelled a smell in his nostrils, which was composed of leather mixed with a strange smell, which was very popular. Yunyao, you'll still wear sneakers in the future. Look, you're sweating. Zhou Zheng stared at her and said. Zhou Zheng looked at his feet all over, and Chu Yunyao felt a little shy and was about to retract her long legs. Zhou Zheng grabbed it. Don't move first. As he said that, he pulled 2 tissues and wiped him with some fine sweat. Chu Yunyao felt a numbness and itchiness in the soles of her feet, and her whole body became numb and itchy. She didn't care about being shy and couldn't help laughing out loud, and her beautiful legs struggled desperately. Oh ha ha ha! Zhou Zheng! Zhou Zheng don't, ha ha ha, don't touch me, ha ha ha, itchy. Zhou Zheng helped Chu Yunyao dry the sweat, but was kicked by her. Fortunately, he blocked the life gate with his hands in time, so he did not lose his sexual blessings in advance. It's so dangerous. Zhou Zheng was also sweating coldly. Yunyao, are you a horse or a donkey? Will you still be discouraged? Chu Yunyao finally withdrew her beautiful legs, curled up on her seat, and said in fear. Who asked you to scratch the soles of my feet? It's so itchy. But I'm helping you with sweat, silly girl. But it's really itchy, Zhou Zheng, I can't stand it and I will kick you. All right. Zhou Zheng nodded, thinking that it seemed that her feet could not move randomly, otherwise there would be a risk of being kicked. Zhou Zheng, let me know first when you wipe it for me next time to let me be mentally prepared. Zhou Zheng was amused and crying. Yunyao, is there another time? I'm enough for one time. You know that your kick almost knocked me up. Was it ruined? Ah? No. Chu Yunyao was shocked and looked nervous. Where did I kick you, Zhou Zheng? Did you kick you badly? Does it still hurt? Where do you think you kicked me? Good guy, your lifelong happiness almost ruined you. If you don't, you have to compensate me. Zhou Zheng said deliberately with a serious face. Chu Yunyao didn't react for a while, and thought she had really kicked Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, how do you want me to compensate you? If it still hurts, I will help you rub it. Zhou Zheng smiled with a smirk when he heard Chu Yunyao's words. Okay, Yunyao is what you said, you can't regret it. I think it will definitely not hurt if you rub it. Chu Yunyao suddenly flashed with her simple big eyes and asked foolishly. Well, where? I'll help you rub it. Zhou Zheng pointed to his thigh. It's here, I feel like you've kicked me in the air, it hurts so much. Here. Chu Yunyao felt a little embarrassed, after all, it was too close to the minefield and it exploded if she accidentally did. However, after hesitating for a while, he reached out to help him. He felt a little embarrassed, so Chu Yunyeo simply closed her eyes. Yunyeo is not here, just do it on top and inside, right? Is it here? Chu Yunyeo felt something was wrong. When she opened her eyes, she suddenly turned red with a big face. Her jade hand was like a mouse that saw a cat, and she shrank back swoosh. Oh Zhou Zheng, you are so evil. I didn't expect that you, a person with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would fool people. Zhou Zhengzhen said. Yunyeo, we're even. Actually, you just kicked me, but fortunately I blocked it. Otherwise, you would have kicked it out of your way. Besides, we are adults and husband and wife. You and him will meet sooner or later. When you achieve the right result in the future, you will have to communicate in depth. What's so shy? Hate. Who wants to meet him? Who wants to have an in-depth exchange with you? Chu Yunyeo no longer looked like a strong woman, and shyly stretched out her pink fist and gently hit Zhou Zheng's shoulder. Oh! Zhou Zheng deliberately rubbed his shoulders exaggeratedly, and said in pain. Yunyeo, are you going to beat me to death? Are you murdering your husband? You are so cruel. Chu Yunyeo didn't use any effort to beat him just now, so he naturally knew that he was pretending to be like this and teasing him. Only magic can defeat magic. She also followed suit and picked up a bottle of drink in the storage box and said, Dallin, it's time to take medicine. Zhou Zheng was so dark that he couldn't laugh or cry. This girl was too cruel. Ha ha ha. Seeing Zhou Zheng's cripple expression, Chu Yunyeo couldn't help laughing loudly and finally won the game back. You live in the east of Qiantang, and I am in the north of Linen. When you go, you dressed in brown-red, and your little slave's waist is yellow. At this time, Chu Yunyeo's cell phone rang, and she took out her phone from her bag and looked at the screen. Oh no, Tingting's call is probably going to urge us again. Chu Yunyeo answered the phone and indeed, Yang Tingting complained a lot on the phone and asked Chu Yunyeo why you two haven't come yet. Chu Yunyeo explained, and then calmed Yang Tingting's anger, but Yang Tingting said that if she couldn't see Chu Yunyeo within half an hour, she would never end up with her. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yunyeo said in a hurry while putting on her sneakers. Zhou Zheng, Tingting urges again, we have to set off quickly. After saying that, he kicked the car and gave him a kick of oil. Parmela roared and rushed out of the parking lot. Zhou Zheng sat bored in the passenger seat and looked around, and soon looked at Chu Yunyeo's long legs. Wearing beautiful legs and flesh-colored stockings, it has a unique flavor in sports shoes. Is it okay to touch it? Zhou Zheng felt a throbbing in his heart, and he wanted to ask Chu Yunyeo. Is it okay to drive while driving? P.S. Thank you. Xuemaniang's novel Transfer Station 196-630-7603. The Inspiration Capsules Given. Chapter 168 I'm going to take off. Zhou Zheng looked at Chu Yunyeo's long legs wearing flesh-skinned shredded legs, as if he wanted to touch her, but he was afraid that it would affect her driving. Of course, the most important thing was that she lacked courage. He held his chin with his hand, and a strange smell penetrated into his nostrils. Then he remembered that this hand was used to wipe Chu Yunyeo's feet. How can I describe the taste? I won't tell you. This smell was like aphrodisiac, which made Zhou Zheng feel inexplicably thrilled. During the period when he got a marriage certificate with Chu Yunyeo, he and she were respectful to each other, and their most intimate actions were just holding hands and hugging their shoulders. Living under the same roof as the goddess, even Lu Xiaowei can't control her desires over time. Zhou Zheng is also a man and has normal physiological needs. Chu Yunyeo has a beautiful appearance and is very beautiful. He cannot be moved. If it weren't for the busy work in the institute that took up a large part of his energy, he would have to frequently call 5 girls to help. He has been suppressing the desire in his heart, and enduring it is very hard and painful. Even so, Zhou Zheng never thought of crossing the thunder pool half a step. The two have a gentleman agreement that if they think it is appropriate within 3 years, they will become real couples. If they don't work, they will part ways. There must be no excessive behavior between them, and it is even more impossible to go to bed. As the two went from strangers to acquaintance, and then to familiarity, their relationship quickly heated up. Just now, Zhou Zheng helped Chu Yunyao take off her boots and even grabbed her feet. Chu Yunyao didn't say anything, and even had the intention to joke with her. What kind of signal is this? Is Yunyao's psychological defense, is the line loose? Can you get more and more yourself? Zhou Zheng had a lot of random thoughts in his mind, and the inexplicable throbbing in his heart became even more powerful. I really want to. He shook his head and cursed himself in his heart. What's wrong with him today? Why is it like a big wolf dog in heat? When he turned his head, he suddenly found that there were 2 green stars hanging above Chu Yunyao's head at some point. Zhou Zheng was stunned for a moment, and the distracting thoughts in his heart were immediately wiped out. 2-star reward. Good guy. Today, it can be said that the character has exploded and gained a lot. I just received a 4-star reward, and another 2-star reward appeared. Although the 4-star reward I just received is a bit useless, no matter how useless it is a Grandmaster reward, right? Zhou Zheng looked at this 2-star reward and was hesitant to wait for the reward to be upgraded before gaining it. A few seconds later, Zhou Zheng shook his head and denied his thoughts. The 4-star reward just now was that I finally upgraded from 1 star to 4 stars, but the skills I developed were not ideal. Forget it, let it go. Zhou Zheng reached out and lit up Chu Yunyao's head, and a familiar voice sounded in his mind. Ding, turn on the 2-star reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining super driving, advanced, skills. Immediately afterwards, a stream of information about driving flocked to his mind. Zhou Zheng felt his head swelling and pain, and immediately returned to normal. He instantly learned to drive all civilian vehicles, such as cars, tractors, trucks, motorcycles, and even if he was driving an F1 car, he had the level of today's top F1 racers. Of course, he could also drive small civilian passenger aircraft and helicopters to fly from the sky. Zhou Zheng had digested the super driving skills and leaned on the seat and thought to himself that this skill is not a waste and is of great help to his profession. Able to drive various vehicles skillfully, and can also show off your skills when pursuing criminals in the future. Of course, super driving can also be upgraded. Currently, it is only advanced. You can gain experience by driving various vehicles and upgrade to master level and even grandmaster level. Masters can be proficient in flying military vehicles and aircraft, such as tanks, helicopters, fighter jets and even bombers. You can drive a spaceship when you reach the grandmaster level. Looking at the blue sky in front of him, Zhou Zheng really yearned for driving a certain number in Shenzhou to the sky himself. Of course, this idea was a bit unrealistic. At this moment, Chu Yunyao stepped on the brakes suddenly. Zhou Zheng was not prepared. The strong inertia made him rush forward involuntarily. Fortunately, he was wearing a seat belt and did not slip out of the seat. Chu Yunyao slapped the steering wheel heavily and said depressedly, "Why is the traffic going slower and slower? It's even faster than a turtle speed. When will you get to the Yang family if you continue at this speed? It seems that you will be late." Zhou Zhengwen's heart moved. He happened to have just obtained super driving. Why not verify whether this skill is powerful now? Thinking of this, Zhou Zhendao, "Yunyao, this speed will definitely make you miss the problem. Why don't I drive?" "You." Chu Yunyao turned her head and looked at Zhou Zheng and said, "Zhou Zheng, can you be healthy? It's okay. But the road conditions are really bad. If I don't drive quickly, you can't drive quickly. Try it, maybe I drive faster than you? I just saw a gap in front of you but you didn't dare to recharge the accelerator. Yunyao, you are too conservative in driving. Zhou Zheng, safety is the first priority. Besides, the gap is so small, if you squeeze in, you will likely crash the car." "Okay. You must first pay attention to safety when driving. Yunyeo, you did the right thing. There is a red light at the intersection in front. We will change the locations after parking. Zhou Zheng praised Chu Yunyeo, but insisted on driving in the driver's seat. Chu Yunyeo had no choice but to get off the bus and exchange positions with Zhou Zheng while waiting for the red light. Zhou Zheng sat on the main driver, held the steering wheel with both hands, and turned on the super driving mode in his mind. Ding, the host has entered super driving mode. The current car is Porsche Panamera. The engine power, maximum speed, the current road travel difficulty level C. Please choose mode one step closer. Please select A for asphalt mode. The host will save 90% of the time to reach the destination. Traffic rules may be violated on the road, collisions may occur, and even casualties may occur. But don't worry, the body of the car driven by the host will be reinforced, and no one in the car will be injured. Please choose B in general racing mode, which will save 40% of the time to arrive at the destination, and will not violate traffic rules and will not cause collisions. Zhou Zheng chose B without thinking too much. The asphalt model is too similar to the evil city, and he dare not use the operations in the game in reality. At this time, the red light is counting down, and there are still 10 seconds left to turn into the green light. Zhou Zheng fastened his seatbelt and said to Chu Yunyeo, who was in the co-pilot next to him, "Yunyeo, sit down and help me, I'm going to take off, begin." Chapter 169. How can I insert it in such a narrow place? Haha. Chu Yunyeo showed her teeth lightly, and a smile appeared on her pretty face. Take off? Zhou Zheng, you really make you think you're flying a plane. Before he finished speaking, the red light turned into a green light. Zhou Zheng started with a catapult. Panamera raised the front of the car as if it was flying. Later, he rushed forward suddenly. Ah! The powerful back-pushing feeling made Chu Yunyeo feel dizzy. She screamed, and her heart kept beating. Zhou Zheng rushed left and right in the traffic flow, as if he had carefully calculated by the computer. As soon as there was a gap in front, he would quickly insert it. He would always stick to the car next to him without any scratches, which was very successful. Other cars were moving forward at a speed, while Zhou Zheng accelerated in the traffic flow, and nothing seemed to be able to stop Panamera's pace. Chu Yunyeo watched Zhou Zheng keep turning on the steering wheel, and cars next to her were overwhelmed. Her body was swaying left and right, feeling stimulating and a little uncomfortable. Zhou Zheng, drive slowly, this road is limited to 80. Zhou Zheng said while driving attentively. Yunyeo, don't worry, I'm controlling the speed of the car, and it has never exceeded 80. Chu Yunyeo didn't believe it. Can you run so fast at 80? It feels like the speed is over 100. Zhou Zheng, then why do I think the speed is so fast? Maybe the cars around you are running too slowly, you will feel that our cars are running fast. Chu Yunyeo still didn't believe it, and tilted his head and glanced at the speedometer with difficulty. Sure enough, the pointer on the speedometer pointed at 80. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng changed direction and the speedometer landed sharply, and then he suddenly rose to 80 miles. Oh my god! How did Zhou Zheng control the speed? It's incredible to control the speed so accurately. Chu Yunyeo looked surprised. Gradually, there were fewer cars around, and the road conditions were much better. There was an arch bridge that was several dozen meters long. Zhou Zheng drove onto the bridge and suddenly found a triangle warning frame. Is there an accident before? Just as this thought flashed through Zhou Zheng's mind, Panamera drove to the highest point of the arch bridge. Zhou Zheng then discovered that a garbage truck and a small truck collided on the downhill. The bridge was covered with car bumper fragments and domestic garbage all over the ground. I'll go. The three-legged warning frame was placed too close, and the highest point of the arch bridge blocked Zhou Zheng's view, so it was too late to brake. The drivers of several cars next to them were already panicked and subconsciously braked suddenly, but it was too late. Bang 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 bang! Several more cars collided in a row, and the scene was in a mess. Zhou Zheng knew that he couldn't stop the car, and of course he had never thought about brakes. Super driving had calculated a safe route to pass. He stepped on the accelerator deeply, and Parmela roared and rushed towards the crashing cars. Seeing this, Chu Yunyao's face changed drastically. Brake! Brake, Zhou Zheng! Actually, she also knew that it was too late to brake, but brakes were an instinctive reaction to prevent danger. You can't do nothing, right? Zhou Zheng's speed did not decrease. He pressed the steering wheel a few times and passed through the gaps between several accident cars. It's like romance that waves your hand and does not take away a cloud, it's like a free and easy way to hide your merits and fame. Chu Yunyao had already covered her eyes with her hands. She knew she was going to crash the car. She was so scared that she was as if an ostrich was hiding in the sand dune, trembling. A few seconds later, she was still safe and sound. She couldn't help but let go of her hands tremblingly, opened her eyes and looked out. In front of you, you have arrived on the outer ring road, and there are not many vehicles on the road. Parmela was driven by Zhou Zheng, and she felt a sense of speed and passion. Hey Zhou Zheng, didn't we collide with those accident cars? Chu Yunyao asked in surprise. Haha, what do you think of Yunyao? Zhou Zheng smiled and said. If we crashed, how could we still drive on the outer ring now? I'm talking about it. But Zhou Zheng, I clearly saw that I was going to bump into each other just now. How did you get it? Zhou Zheng reminded. Yunyao, haven't you seen any gaps next to those cars? Chu Yunyao thought about it carefully. It seemed that when she closed her eyes, she saw a gap next to the accident car, but it was too narrow. How did Zhou Zheng drive over? Zhou Zheng, the gap is too narrow, how did you insert it? Zhou Zheng said with a deep face. It's nothing. Once you rely on your courage and the gap is small, you can't be timid, so you drive the car and insert it hard. Second, you rely on your skillful skills, but you are skilled. I am an experienced driver, so I can naturally insert it successfully at one time. Oh! Chu Yunyao nodded, feeling that what Zhou Zheng said seemed to make sense, but he also felt something was wrong. What was wrong? She couldn't tell for a while. Zhou Zheng glanced at the navigation. Yunyao, we will arrive in about 2 minutes, and it has only been 6 minutes since we set off. Chu Yunyao was shocked. She remembered the navigation prompt that it took half an hour to reach the destination, but Zhou Zheng arrived in just 8 minutes. While surprised, Chu Yunyao had to admit that Zhou Zheng was really an old driver when driving. The address given to them was a village near the border that had not been renovated. They lived in a family with a unique courtyard. The old house of Yang Tingting's family is in this village. Mr. Yang was unwilling to celebrate his birthday in the hotel, and the unit building he lived in could not accommodate a few people. The old house has a courtyard and the place is also large, so I simply set the location of the birthday party here. Yang Zilan specially invited the most famous Sichuan chef in Hung Yuan Hotel, and she also spent a lot of money to invite a singing troupe. There are not many such teams nowadays. Yang Zilan used some resources to invite them. Anyway, it was just as lively as possible. Most of Mr. Yang's friends are old men in their 70s who love to listen to operas and ensure that they are satisfied. At 10:50 in the morning, the Sichuan cuisine chef of Hung Yuan Hotel directed the side dish to pack the ingredients, and it would be the time for him to show his skills in a while. The meeting team also prepared to tune the audio microphone, and 2 actors started practicing their throats in a babbling manner. Mr. Yang was wearing a red tang suit and stood in the yard to greet the old friends who were coming one after another. Yang Zilan received a message from a friend. Young Master Wang is right outside the gate when he arrives. Do you take your baby niece to the door? You can also give the 2 people a chance to meet. Yang Zilan replied simply and called Yang Tingting. Yang Tingting was wearing a pink dress with blue edges, wide cuffs and narrow waist, which further demonstrated her graceful figure with a protruding front and a raised back. My sister-in-law, I'm busy, why are you calling me? Ting Ting, accompany me to the door to pick up an important guest. Yang Tingting thought to herself that Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao were almost here, and they wouldn't be the ones who were greeting her, right? P.S. Thanks to the inspiration capsules given by Bomberry that loves to eat vegetarian fried cabbage. Please give me a 5-star review, please. Chapter 170 The boss Wang Xiao flew away. My sister-in-law, who will come soon? Could it be that your best friend is coming? Yang Tingting asked while lowering her head to tidy up the lace edges of her cuffs. Yang Zilan shook his head. It's not my best friend, Tingting will know in a while. Yang Tingting rolled her eyes. Oh, my sister-in-law, you still keep it secret from me? It's like a mysterious thing. The two walked to the gate of the yard, and Yang Zilan raised his eyes to look at the distance of the road. After a while, a black Bentley appeared. The Jiangbei license plate has a 38 number, and the luxury car and awesome license plate make the visitor look a bit powerful. SKR. The black Bentley rushed to Yang Zilan and Yang Tingting quickly, and braked suddenly like a handsome look, but ignored that the ground had not hardened, making the dust and smoke. Ahem! Yang Tingting coughed twice after being choked, and slapped the dust in the air in front of her with her hands, looking disgusted. Yang Zilan also frowned when he covered his mouth and nose with his hands. Is this the object that his good friend introduced to Ting Ting? Not only is it rude, but it is so rash. At this time, the driver door of the black Bentley car opened. Hong Hao jumped out of the car, looked at Yang Zilan and Yang Tingting without any comment, walked straight to the back, opened the rear door, and blocked the car door frame with one hand. Wang Feng got off the Bentley, wearing a cool black wool coat, sunglasses on his face, and a big back and a smooth head. When the flies fall, they have to split the flies, looking squeaky. This is also the idea that Hong Hao came up with. This kid has read too many novels about the domineering president recently. He advised Wang Feng that he had to show off when picking up girls, he had to have aura, and he had to be domineering. Only girls like the domineering president in the novel will fall in love with you brainlessly. Wang Feng stretched his arms upwards, and the moment the wool coat covered on his shoulders shook off, Hong Hao caught it, then stretched out his arms and moved his fingers, and a cigar was just right between his fingers. After this process, Wang Feng felt like a successful boss, and a star who was very popular, with a strong aura. The only regret is that he had too few followers and no fans. Yang Zilan was shocked by Wang Feng's sexy actions, and thought to himself that this was the boyfriend introduced to me by a friend? Is this too good to pretend? Those who don't know thought it was Boss Su's imitation show. At this moment, I gave Wang Feng a failed first impression. Yang Tingting covered her mouth heartily and smiled with her heartless smile. Yang Zilan asked softly in confusion. Ting Ting, why are you laughing at? Ha ha ha. Yang Tingting couldn't hold back any more and laughed twice. My sister-in-law, is this the guest you are holding me to welcome? Why is it like acting in a sketch? Oh my god, I laughed to death. Yang Zilan was so dark that she thought that Yang Tingting smiled too boldly, and she had no ladies at all. However, the young master in front of her was also over-pretending. Before Wang Feng could finish pretending, he was interrupted by Yang Tingting's laughter, so he was almost the same. He came to Yang Zilan and was still a little nervous. Hello, Aunt Yang, hello, my name is Wang Feng. Then, Aunt Lu and you are good friends. Today, Mr. Yang's birthday, I don't have anything to give me. I specially bought a calligraphy work. I don't know if Mr. Yang likes it. After Wang Feng said that, he waved his hand to Hong Hao, and Hong quickly took out a bag of things from the trunk of the car. Wang Feng said, in addition to the calligraphy works given to the old man, there are also some brand cosmetics for Aunt Yang and Yang Tingting. Yang Zilan had an average and even a bit bad first impression of Wang Feng, but when he heard that Wang Feng also brought gifts to her and Yang Tingting, he couldn't help but nodded secretly, thinking that Wang Feng had no advantage at all, but the gift was not lost. No matter what, Ting Ting has to contact him for the sake of his friend. What if the two of them have a good look? But even if you give Wang Feng the opportunity to meet Ting Ting, Yang Zilan doesn't have the leisure to do so. Xiao Wang, thank you for your gift. Ting Ting, come here to introduce you to a new friend. Yang Ting Ting walked up and stood openly in front of Wang Feng. Xiao Wang, this is my Ting Ting. Ting Ting is Wang Feng. You all know each other young people. As Chu Yunyao's best friend, Wang Feng had met her before, but she was just a little bit like that. Chu Yunyao was not afraid of her at all, so he would not introduce Yang Ting Ting to him. This was also the first time Wang Feng looked at Yang Ting Ting at such a close distance, and he couldn't help but take off his sunglasses. Yang Ting Ting was wearing a pink lace dress with blue edges. She was 1.78 meters tall and looked a little plump. Her figure was bulging and her back was tilted. If she dressed up as blonde and blue, those who didn't know would think that country's princess was. Wang Feng was delighted. Although Yang Tingting's facial features were not as delicate as Chu Yunyao, she had first-class figure and was even better than Chu Yunyao's close observation. The most important thing was that her father was the deputy mayor, which was a bonus point that Chu Yunyao did not have, which further strengthened Wang Feng's determination to get her. Hello Yang Ting Ting, my name is Wang Feng. You can call me Mr. Feng or Brother Feng. Today is our first meeting, but I seem to have seen you somewhere before. Wang Feng looked up at the starry sky at a 45 degrees, thinking that he was very handsome and cool, and he was full of domineering presidential taste. Yang Ting Ting felt disgusted and said lightly, "We did meet before. When you pursued my good friend Chu Yunyao, you were her dog licking. At that time, it was like a dog skin plaster that made Yunyao's erotic." Well. Wang Feng looked very embarrassed. This was his dark history, but Yang Ting Ting said it without any hesitation. Wang Feng explained that he was afraid that Yang Zilan would misunderstand. Then what Yang Ting Ting, that's the past. Chu Yunyao has nothing to do with me. I've given up on her long ago. Why are you telling me this? Do you want to pick me up? Yang Ting Ting blinked her big eyes and said the words tiger and wolf. Wang Feng's heart moved. Is Yang Ting Ting so direct and bold? Did she mean it to me? After thinking about it, her confidence increased greatly. Suddenly, she remembered the secret of picking up girls by Hong Hao. When she saw the target, she would kiss her hard. When she kissed her brain was deficient in oxygen, she would love you to death like a brain-dead person. There was no wall around, and Wang Feng was brave enough to reach out his hands to grab Yang Tingting's shoulder. Yes, I just want to fuck you, I want to kiss you and even. As he said that, Wang Feng tilted his head and stretched his mouth towards Yang Tingting. Before I could succeed, I felt a piercing pain below, and I seemed to hear the sound of a flying bird. In an instant, Wang Feng covered his crotch and rolled his eyes and fainted. Before losing consciousness, he cursed in his heart. Hong Hao, you taught me wrong. The grass and muddy horses cheated me again. Chapter 171 The Yang family does not welcome the Wang family. Pooh! Wang Feng rolled his eyes and fell to the ground without moving. He really responded to the saying, the young man fell asleep when he was in good health. Seeing Wang Feng lying on the ground motionless, Yang Tingting felt a little panicked, just wanted to punish him, a disciple, and wouldn't he beat him to death, right? I deserve it if I beat him to death. Who made him flirt with me? Yang Tingting looked flustered and aggrieved on her face. First, cry and shout at Xiao Yang Zilan. Yang Zilan was just lowering his head and replying to a message to his friend Lu Jing, saying that Wang Feng, the son of the Wang family, had already met my Yunyao, and because of time, he would not arrange any encounters. He asked them to talk, and if they could, they would fall down if they could not date. As the financial director of the company run by Wang Feng's family, Lu Jing naturally wanted to join forces with Wang Feng and Lu Tingting, and said a lot of good things about Wang Feng. Yang Zilan refused to comment. She had eyes and brains, and she knew what Wang Feng was like. Suddenly hearing the crying sound, looking up and seeing Wang Feng lying on the ground, Yang Tingting's crying pear blossoms and rain couldn't help but frown and asked, "Ting Ting, what's wrong with you? What's going on? My sister-in-law, what kind of friend are you introducing to me? You're just a big hooligan." After saying a few words, he wanted to grab my shoulder and kiss me forcibly. Yang Tingting cried and felt pity for the rain. She admired herself a little. She should have applied for radio and television when she was admitted to the university. Hong Hao could see clearly from the side that when Wang Feng was about to force kiss Yang Tingting, he was kicked by Yang Tingting's slim legs. Good guy. Hong Hao even felt a cold under his crotch, and he felt like the egg was cracked. How painful this hurts. Otherwise, Wang Feng would not have fainted without saying a word. Small peaks, few peaks. Hong Hao stepped forward and squatted on the ground and shook Wang Feng. But Wang Feng rolled his eyes and his face turned pale and motionless. You are too ruthless. At least you can kick our Feng Shao out. Can you afford to pay this responsibility? The Wang family will make you unable to bear it. Hong Hao couldn't help but blame Yang Tingting in an anxious manner. Woo 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 woo. Yang Tingting covered her face with her hands and cried even more fiercely, both true and false. Wang Feng wanted to kiss her just now, so she was really scared. Yang Zilan himself has no children and wants to treat Yang Tingting as her daughter, and she loves her the most. Seeing that she was wronged, she felt naturally uncomfortable, and even regretted introducing her to arrange for Yang Tingting and Wang Feng to meet. Hong Hao's words were very ugly. Yang Zilan stopped in Bengbu, and her eyes shot hard on Hong Hao's face like lightning. What? The young master of the Wang family acts like a gangster and molesting Ting Ting. My Ting Ting can't resist yet? So what if Ting Ting beats Wang Feng? She is a self-defense counter-attack. Your Wang family is still thinking about revenge? Want our Yang family can't afford to take care of it? Okay, then please ask Wang Dagong to come over. When Hong Hao saw that Yang Zilan was really good, his aura suddenly became weak. And thinking that the Yang family is an official, isn't it easy to punish the Wang family? He, an outsider, has established such a big enemy for the Wang family, can he still have good results in the future? Suddenly, he burst into cold sweat, his attitude changed, and he said in a soft voice. Ms. Yang, calm down. I didn't mean that. I said the wrong thing just now in a hurry. I'm sorry, I was wrong and please forgive me. Although Hong Hao is better off than to succeed, he is indeed loyal to Wang Feng. After apologizing to Yang Zilan, she didn't care whether she accepted it or not. She picked up Wang Feng and took 2 steps to stuff him into the back row, and wanted to take him to the hospital. Turning around and seeing Dr. Bai, he slapped his head. How could he forget Dr. Bai? Dr. Bai, come and see Mr. Feng. Dr. Bai is the kind of person who is worse than having more things than having less things, and he will not turn around if he doesn't push it. He had seen Wang Feng fallen to the ground after being injured, but he just didn't want to take action. He was hired by Wang Dagong to treat Mr. Yang, not by Wang Feng as a healthcare doctor. But Wang Feng was injured, and Hong Hao shouted that he could not stand by and watch. He took Wang Feng's pulse, took off his pants and looked at his lower body. What a guy! It was swollen like a roast chicken. Dr. Bai took out a silver needle and gave Wang Feng a few injections, and the work was soon finished. Hong Hao, please drive Mr. Xiao Wang to the hospital. I have a few needles on his lower body to clear the meridians. It will not be ruined, but I have to go to the hospital for treatment. Hong Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Bai, you are so terrible to help Mr. Feng recover? At least you have to wake him up. Dr. Bai rolled his eyes. You are stupid. Isn't it even more painful to wake up? I can only cure him like this. Hurry up and send him to the hospital. Hong Hao had no choice but to drive Wang Feng to the hospital. Mr. Yang was not allowed to attend the birthday party. Of course, even if he was not injured, Yang Zilan would not allow him to attend. The financial owner was injured and refused to attend the birthday party, so Dr. Bai naturally would not attend, so he took a taxi back to the hotel. Yang Zilan called his friend Lu Jing, briefly retold the situation, scolded Lu Jing, and said that the Yang family would never welcome the people from the Wang family, and then hung up the phone. Lu Jing was frightened and wanted to say good things to Yang Zilan to explain, but found that Yang Zilan had blocked her. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and informed Wang Dagong of this situation. Wang Dagong was also confused, and then he was furious. His son Wang Feng was really unable to support him. He called Wang Feng in a hurry, but Hong Hao answered it. He told Wang Dagong that your son Wang Feng was almost deposed and was now sent to the number 1 hospital of the city. Wang Dagong was so anxious that he rubbed his hands. This time he really lost his wife and his army. His son was seriously injured and offended the Yang family. How can he survive in Jiangbei in the future? At this time, Dr. Bai called. Mr. Wang, can you still treat Mr. Yang's illness? Wang Dagong thought to himself that I can't even get in the Yang family's door, so how can I curry favor with Mr. Yang? No need for now. Thank you for your hard work in Dr. Wang, you can go back to the provincial capital first. Then Mr. Wang will just settle the final payment? You gave the deposit 100,000 yuan, and the final payment will be 900,000 yuan. Dr. Wang, what are you kidding? Why did I pay you the final payment if I didn't do anything? Just have a deposit of 100,000 yuan secretly. Wang Dagong sneered and hung up the phone. Dr. Bai was furious. I was unable to treat Mr. Yang. That was the reason for your Wang family. I promised to pay 1 million yuan. Is it okay to rely on the debt now? But thinking about it, I only gave Wang Feng acupuncture twice, and I didn't lose money after earning 100,000 yuan, but Wang Dagong's attitude made him very dissatisfied. Grass. Dr. Bai cursed and wanted to take revenge on Wang Dagong, but he had no handle. Suddenly, I thought of the 2 beauties who were drinking that day. Dr. Bai had an idea and called the 2 beauties to the hotel for free, and then hanged them on Wang Dagong's account. Well, this plan is very good. Thinking of this, Dr. Bai called 2 beauties respectively, but only one had time, and one was just one. After a while, a girl wearing black stockings and high heels posed for a pose, knocked on the door of Dr. Bai's room. P.S. Thank you for the inspiration capsules given by Wang. Thank you for your support. Chapter 172 Yunyao, are you pregnant? Dr. Bai heard the knock on the door and knew that the beauty had come to the door. He opened the door impatiently and pulled the girl into the room. I was about to check out before 12 o'clock noon. I looked at the wall clock on the wall. At this time, there was not much time to check out. Dr. Bai said to hurry up. He didn't talk about literature with a girl like he did last time, but went straight to the topic and took off the girl's clothes when he came up. Suddenly, I saw the girl's expression depressed, and there was a slap on her face with heavy makeup, and I couldn't help but ask. Hey Xylee, what's wrong with your face? Who hits you? A guest called me just now. Xylee touched her cheek and said aggrievedly. Why did he hit you? Because I scolded him, it was very ugly. Dr. Bai had a question in his mind, that is why Xylee wanted it swear to the other party? Time is tight, Dr. Bai's hands keep stopping, and while taking off Xylee's clothes, he asks. Why do you want to scold others? We didn't tell the price well, so he stripped my clothes and put me on. He didn't want to pay for it afterwards. At this time, Dr. Bai had peeled Xylee naked. Looking at the original picture in front of him, Dr. Bai had no time to communicate with Xylee anymore and turned his back on his horse. 2 minutes later, he gasped and lost, leaned against the head of the bed and started gossiping again. Xylee, even if the other party wants to have sex for free, you can't scold people casually, right? By the way, why are you scolding someone's guests? Xylee said, I scolded you are next door. Dr. Bai nodded. Xylee was indeed scolding him very badly. No wonder she was beaten. If I were me, I would also want to beat her. Oh, it's wrong for you to do this. As for the scolding of others so badly, Dr. Bai said lightly. But that man just wanted to have sex for free, he told me that he had AIDS, he... What? Before Xylee finished speaking, Dr. Bai jumped up and cursed fiercely like a cat with his tail stepped on. You're spicy next door. Black cars arrive from time to time at the door of the Yang family's old house. Most of the people who get off the car are elderly people in their 60s and 70s. These people are all relatives and friends of Mr. Yang, and they were former leaders in various departments and positions. Yang Zilan and Yang Tingting simply stopped going back and welcomed these elders at the door. Tingting, do you want to go back and rest? I'll just welcome the guests here. My sister-in-law, I was indeed frightened just now, but now I'm fine, I'll be with you. Yang Tingting had long stopped crying, after all, she had exaggerated acts just now. As soon as Wang Feng appeared, Yang Tingting guessed what was going on. She also understood her sister-in-law's painstaking efforts, but she didn't like this and didn't like Wang Feng. She kept thinking about how to get rid of Wang Feng and even let him stop pestering her once and for all. Wang Feng is also very powerful. He actually pretends to be domineering and learns the plot in the novel. How can Yang Tingting, who has learned the skills of women's self-defense, spoil her? Slipping the vagina almost ruined Wang Feng, and the world finally became pure. Yang Zilan naturally would not blame Yang Tingting. Her niece was wronged and she was too late to blame herself. As for Yang Tingting who injured Wang Feng and was hospitalized, Yang Zilan didn't take it seriously. Wang Feng had made mistakes first, and he deserved it. If Wang Dagong really wanted to be serious, the two families would be thwarted. Tingting, this time it's a sister-in-law. I shouldn't have introduced you to any friends without authorization. Who knows that this person is so bad? My sister-in-law, I know you are doing it for my own good, but I really don't want to find a boyfriend now. Yang Zilan nodded and said. Tingting, you are the only one in the Yang family. Don't learn the ignorance of marriage from me. However, my sister-in-law promises that she will no longer urge you to get married and will not rashly introduce you to her partner. Also, I will give you the house in Hanlin Yuan now. If you are not busy, please transfer the property with me. Yang Zilan felt sorry for Yang Tingting, so she gave her Hanlin Yuan house as compensation. Yang Tingting felt a little moved when she heard Yang Zilan's words. When Hanlin Yuan's house was transferred to her, she would be Yun Yao and Zhou Zheng's landlord in the future. She got the cheap and said. My sister-in-law, how embarrassed you are. Didn't you say that you would give me the house when I got married? Yang Zilan looked into the distance and said. I don't want you to get married soon, so I'm saving my grandfather from talking, but I'm also thinking about it now, so let it go. You little sister-in-law, you are so nice, thank you. Yang Tingting hugged Yang Zilan with her arms and said coquettishly. Yang Zilan felt the two soft balls pressing against her chest, and she couldn't breathe for a moment, thinking that Tingting was too informative. Okay, I'm almost out of breath. Tingting is about to let go of me, someone is coming. Yang Zilan said while struggling. Yang Tingting let go of Yang Zilan, turned around and saw a tall middle-aged man looking at Yang Zilan with a smile, holding a long paper tube in his hand. Yang Tingting's heart moved. Isn't this classmate Qin Bin of her father? It seemed that she was my sister-in-law's suitor back then. So many years have passed, and now she still looks so affectionate when she looks at her sister-in-law. Zi Lan, we're meeting again. Qin Bin said gently with a smile. Qin Bin? Didn't expect you to come. Yang Zilan was a little surprised. Why aren't you welcome? Zishan and I are classmates who can talk about everything. The brothers sleeping on the upper and lower bunks. How can I not come for Mr. Yang's birthday? Welcome, of course. Hello, Uncle Qin. Yang Tingting said obediently from the side. Tingting is getting more and more beautiful as she grows. How come she has a boyfriend? Qin Bin asked Yang Tingting with a smile. Yang Tingting looked dark. Are the elders all idle now? When we meet, we ask if we have a partner. It's so annoying. Yang Tingting didn't know how to answer for a moment, and said no, just because she was afraid that Qin Bin would say I would introduce one to you. At this time, a roar of the engine came, and everyone was attracted by the huge sound and turned to look. I saw a white Paramela coming from a distance like lightning, and it was approaching in a blink of an eye. Paramela braked suddenly and stopped quickly. There was not much dust in Yang Qi, and he didn't know how does the driver do it. Yang Tingting looked happy and took the opportunity to not respond to Qin Bin's question. Yun Yao and Zhou Zheng are here. She spoke as she stepped forward, planning to help her best friend Chu Yunyao open the car door. Unexpectedly, before he arrived, the passenger's door suddenly opened. Chu Yunyao hurriedly got out of the car and took 2 steps, holding a big tree and began to retching. Yang Tingting was stunned for a moment, then she seemed to understand something, with a look of surprise on her face. She stepped forward and asked while patting Chu Yunyao on the back. Yunyao, are you pregnant? How long have you been with Zhou Zheng? Is the child his? Chapter 173 Zhou Zheng's background is unimaginable. Chu Yunyao retching for a few times, then she felt a little more comfortable. She looked up at Yang Tingting with an idiot-looking look. Tingting, are you sick? You are just pregnant. Who said that you must have had dry retardation? Am I sick? Cycling sick. Yang Tingting was a little confused when she heard Chu Yunyao's words. She seemed to be pretty good, but she didn't believe it. Yunyao, when did you start to get motion sickness when you started to have sex? Why don't I know? Yang Tingting said as she took out a tissue and handed it to Chu Yunyao. It's today, can't it? Vomit. Chu Yunyao retching twice, then snatched the tissue from Yang Tingting's hand and wiped her mouth. It turned out that Zhou Zheng got off the outer ring road and entered the countryside. The road surface in the countryside was that kind of cement road surface, and the bumpy road conditions were very bad. The only advantage is that there are no people or cars on the road. Zhou Zheng was intrigued. After all, he had just mastered super driving and did not let go on the road just now. He wanted to experience the feeling of a WRC rally. So the super driving mode was switched to wild racing. Good guy. Under Zhou Zheng's control, Paramela exerted his power to the extreme, and drove the speedometer to the extreme to 318 km per hour. The car was driven by Zhou Zheng like a walking hormone, which made people's adrenaline soar, and it was always exciting. Zhou Zheng's hands were itchy for a moment, which made Chu Yunyao in the co-pilot. She felt like a small boat in the vast sea waves, her body swaying violently up and down, left and right, and truly felt what it means to the car flies in front and the soul chases in back. In fact, Zhou Zheng only had a minute of addiction and switched to the normal racing mode. Even so, Chu Yunyao was not feeling well. She felt dizzy and nauseous, so she had the scene just now. At this time, Zhou Zheng got out of the car with a tissue in his hand and jogged to Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, how are you? Sorry, I didn't control myself just now, the car drove too fast. Seeing Zhou Zheng's apology, Chu Yunyao couldn't bear to blame him. Men are always children, and no matter how calm the character is, they may do bizarre things. Chu Yunyao couldn't bear to blame Zhou Zheng, but it did not mean that others would let him go. Yang Tingting said dissatisfiedly. Zhou Zheng, Yao Yao never had motion sickness. How fast do you drive? She was so sick that she was so motion sickness. What should I do if there is a danger? Zhou Zheng carefully used a tissue to wipe Chu Yunyao's mouth and said without looking back. I won't be an example, I will definitely pay attention in the future. Yang Tingting curled her lips. What, do you want to have a next time? I thought Yunyao had a dry retard just now, so I was shocked. Chu Yunyao's face suddenly rose 2 blushings and she pushed Yang Tingting. Oh Tingting, why are you talking nonsense in front of Zhou Zheng? Tell me the truth, you won't have a baby sooner or later. Zhou Zheng joked. Yang Tingting, I'll lend you a good word. Yunyao and I will work hard. How about you accepting you as your godmother when you give birth to a baby? Yang Tingting even accepted it seriously when she heard it, but she felt a little envious and a little lost deep in her heart. She quickly adjusted her emotions and said, really, it's good to be true. That's all. Yunyao, you and Zhou Zheng work harder and make more noise at night. Hey, by the way, do you want boys or girls? I read a marketing account and said that giving birth to a boy and a girl is related to the posture you did when you were doing that. If you want girls to use it. Zhou Zheng looked dark, and he dared to say anything about Yang Tingting. Chu Yunyao was shy and couldn't bear to be shy, so she stretched out her jade hand to cover Yang Tingting's mouth. Oh Tingting, you are so annoying. Can you stop talking? You are not ashamed. Yang Tingting mumbled indifferently. Everyone is adult, what's the point of being embarrassed about? The 3 of them were chatting lively, and Qin Bin walked up and said with a smile. Is Xiao Zhou here? Zhou Zheng looked up and saw Qin Bin and said seriously. Uncle Qin, I'm here, you've arrived early. I just arrived, are you fast enough? If Zhou Zheng's car speed is not fast, can he make Yun Yao vomit? Yang Tingting, who was standing beside her, said the word tiger and wolf. Chu Yunyao became more and more awkward as she heard it. She gave her a blank look and said, Tingting, you're just right. Really, listen to my advice and talk less in the future. Sorry, Yunyao, I never listen to advice. Yang Zilan knew that the 2 had a good relationship and often quarreled with each other to show off their verbal skills. She shook her head and did not persuade them. She glanced at Zhou Zheng and said strangely. Zhou Zheng, do you know Qin Bin? Before Zhou Zheng could speak, Qin Bin said aside. Zai Lan, Xiao Zhou and I have just met. We met at Zhubeizi on the antique street. We also collaborated on a book together. The works of the French are used as gifts to the old man. Can Zhou Zheng write calligraphy? Isn't he a grassroots policeman in the police station? Yang Zilan was surprised. Zai Lan, don't underestimate people. Zhou Zheng's calligraphy level has reached the peak of a master. He is much better than me. His calligraphy is worth millions. With Qin Bin's endorsement, Yang Zilan has to believe it even if he doesn't believe it. After all, Qin Bin has certain achievements in calligraphy and painting, and will not fool Yang Zilan. Yang Zilan said that Zhou Zheng is really a talent, his profession is a policeman, and he has also won the first-class merit. He could make medicinal wine and the old man said he could drink it. Today I know that his calligraphy level has reached the peak of a master. Good guy. Qin Bin, the president of the Provincial Calligraphy and Painting Association, has not reached the master level. From this point of view, Zhou Zheng is not only a talent, he is simply a monster. Is he not able to do anything? Moreover, Zhou Zheng is also lucky. He can meet Qin Bin, a provincial department-level cadre, and it can be seen that Qin Bin loves Zhou Zheng very much. If Zhou Zheng really has something to do in the future, Qin Bin will never stand idly by. Trying around in the system, connections are a particularly important resource. Suddenly, Yang Zilan thought of the photo of Zhou Zheng being held in his arms when he was a child. Who is the person sitting in the C position and holding Zhou Zheng in the photo? But the person standing next to him is now in a high position, a figure that is in heaven. Zhou Zheng's background is unimaginable, and even his old father dared not speculate. From this point of view, it was not that Qin Bin and Zhou Zheng met that Zhou Zheng were not lucky, but that Qin Bin was lucky and smoke came out of the ancestral grave. When Chu Yunyao, the eldest daughter of the Chu family, married Zhou Zheng, she could not say that the smoke was coming from the ancestral grave, but she had to be caught and exploded. Ting Ting said that Chu's father and mother did not agree with the marriage, and even obstructed him. If it weren't for Chu Yunyao's persistence, the two would have missed it. Yang Zilan couldn't help but feel contempt for Chu's father and mother. If your Chu family had not given birth to a good daughter, wouldn't have regretted her intestines be blushed in the future? My sister-in-law, what are you thinking? Let's invite Uncle Qin and the others into the door. Yang Tingting's words brought Yang Zilan's thoughts to reality. Oh, let's go, please come in Xiaozhou, please come in. She subconsciously became closer to Zhou Zheng, and even became much more polite. Yang Tingting ran fast and was the first to enter the yard. The yard is very large, with flowers and trees planted inside, and there are several large round tables placed on a hardened open space. Except for Mr. Yang's old friends who came today, there were only a few close relatives at home, and there were no outsiders. Grandpa, Uncle Qin is here. Mr. Yang was sitting on the chair and chatting with the old guys. He owed Yang Tingting and didn't get up even after hearing Yang Tingting's words. Xiao Qin is here. Old man, I'm here. Qin Bin wanted to say something. Suddenly Mr. Yang stood up, took a few steps out, grabbed Zhou Zheng's hand and said, Xiaozhou, why are you here? Chapter 174 Mr. Yang has a good intention. Xiaozhou, why are you here? When Mr. Yang saw Zhou Zheng, he smiled and took the initiative to stand up to greet him. He grabbed Zhou Zheng's hand and stopped letting go. His intimate look was like Zhou Zheng was his grandson. Zhou Zheng said apologetically, I'm really sorry, I'm so sorry. Some things were delaying my time when I came. I'll punish myself 3 times later. Mr. Yang waved his hand and said tolerantly, Xiaozhou, you can come here. What's the point of not punishing wine? We won't promote that. Then what, Zai Lan Ting Ting, please greet Xiao Qin. Come on, Xiaozhou will sit next to me when he has dinner. Now I'll take you to meet my old guys. Mr. Yang's attitude towards Zhou Zheng surprised his relatives and friends around him. Why is Lao Yang so concerned about a young man? Hey Laoli, who is this young man? Are you a relative of Lao Yang? I don't know, I've never seen it before. What's wrong with this guy Lao Yang today? This is the first time I have seen him pay so easygoing and important to young people. Couldn't this young man have a big background, right? It is also possible that this young man is Lao Yang's illegitimate son. SHH, don't talk nonsense. It's impossible for the two to be decades apart. You have to have a degree of kidding, right? Qin Bin stood aside and saw that Zhou Zheng's treatment was very different from his own treatment, and couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Although he is a junior of Mr. Yang, he is at least a department-level cadre from the provincial capital. It doesn't matter if Mr. Yang doesn't get up to greet him. It can be said that he didn't treat Qin Bin as an outsider, but his enthusiasm for Zhou Zheng has somewhat made Qin Bin a little bit different. Did he pay so much attention to Zhou Zheng because Zhou Zheng saved Mr. Yang's life? He didn't know that there were many reasons why Mr. Yang was so concerned about Zhou Zheng, such as saving his life, and the use of medicinal wine to solve alcohol addiction and strengthen his body. Mr. Yang admired him very well. Of course, there is another big reason because Zhou Zheng's background is unfathomable and he doesn't know when it will soar into the sky. Mr. Yang knew this well. Although he did not deliberately flatter him, he had different attitudes towards him and others. Dear friends, come on, let me introduce it to you. Mr. Yang pulled Zhou Zheng to a round table with old friends sitting and introduced Zhou Zheng to everyone. This young co-worker, his name is Zhou Zheng. He is currently working in the Kyobei police station and has made first-class merits. He once saved my life. Some old guy may know that I had a heart attack while I was on a walk a while ago and almost saw Max. It was Xiaozhou who hanged my life and sent me to the hospital. He also arranged medicinal wine to relieve alcohol addiction and strengthen his body. Xiao Zhou can be said to be my noble person. After Mr. Yang's explanation, everyone suddenly realized it and gave thumbs up. Some people praised Zhou Zheng for his good quality and courage to help others, while others praised Zhou Zheng for his excellent talent at a young age. Everyone had a surprisingly unanimous opinion. Comrade Xiao Zhou was really amazing and had a bright future. Mr. Yang then introduced his friends to Zhou Zheng one by one. This was once the leader of a certain department, and this was once a soldier from a certain city. Although these people have retired, most of their children and subordinates at that time also hold important positions. If these old men speak, they will still have a lot of weight. One more friend, one more path. Even if you get to know these old comrades, Zhou Zheng's path will be wider. Mr. Yang also has good intentions. Qin Bin sat at a table next to him, watching Zhou Zheng chatting and laughing with several old comrades under the help of Mr. Yang, and couldn't help but feel envious. He naturally knew the energy and political resources of these old men, but unfortunately no one led him. After Mr. Yang introduced Zhou Zheng, he did not forget to help Chu Yunyao sell medicinal wine. He immediately asked Zhou Zheng to bring out a box of medicinal wine under the table. After Zhou Zheng did as he did, he opened the box, took out a white porcelain bottle and unscrewed the lid. The aroma of wine mixed with the smell of medicine came to his nose. What a big smell of wine! Just smelling this smell, you will know it is a good wine, mixed with the aroma of medicine. Oh my God, it must be delicious! The old comrades here smelled the fragrance, and the expressions on their faces changed, and some even swallowed a few mouthfuls. These old comrades were able to drink alcohol when they were young, but they didn't dare to indulge themselves because of work. They could drink well when they retired, and they couldn't drink any more due to physical reasons. Some were even forced to quit drinking. Suddenly I smelled the strong aroma of wine, and my alcohol addiction was attracted, but I knew I couldn't drink it and I dared not drink it. After drinking, I might enter the ICU. The greedy old comrades don't want it. Old Yang, what do you mean? I know that we don't dare to drink and deliberately make good wine to greed for us. It's Lao Yang, you are not authentic. Mr. Yang was attacked by his old friends, but he smiled calmly. Dear friends, Old Yang, are you greedy for you with some wine? Since I took it out, I will let you drink it. I know you definitely don't dare to drink, you can't stand it. If you drink happily, you should send it to the crematorium. But this wine is the medicinal wine I told you 2 days ago that Xiao Zhou made. You can drink it even if you have a heart disease. As soon as Mr. Yang finished speaking, the old comrades suddenly became excited, and their faces were full of eagerness to try. Then what, Xiao Zhou, hurry up and pour us some, taste it. Is this box just this one? Each bottle has such a small capacity, how can this be enough? Zhou Zheng smiled and said, Dear men, although medicinal wine has the effect of strengthening the body, we should not drink too much. Those suffering from heart disease can drink up to 1 or 2 taels a day, and those who do not have heart disease can drink up to 3 taels a day. There was a small wine glass on the table. He was pouring the wine while talking. Soon the wine was poured, and the scheming old comrade picked it up and drank it all. Good wine. The aroma of wine is mixed with the aroma of medicine, which is very distinctive. After drinking, I suddenly felt energetic. My sickly body was a little energetic. Am I an illusion? It shouldn't be an illusion. Anyway, I took my blood pressure before going out today. It was high. My head was dizzy and a little painful. I just drank a glass of medicinal wine, but my head didn't hurt, and my mind was awake. This is really effective. All the old comrades have drunk wine, but they all feel differently but have the same perception, that is, this medicinal wine is not only delicious, but also has invincible effects. Old Yang, are there any other medicinal wine? Get 10 pieces for me first. I want 20 pieces. Give me 100 pieces, I'll store them first and drink them slowly. Old Lu, why do you want so much? Buy the goods? Do you want to sell them? You can't say that my son-in-law is in the tobacco and alcohol business. He opens dozens of stores and sells medicinal wine, which is not impossible. Chapter 175 There is a trace of worship. Mr. Yang gave Lao Lu a blank look. Old Lu, what good things do you want? You still want to have 100 pieces? Do you think this medicinal wine is tap water? It's not easy to make this thing. It requires soaking precious Chinese herbal medicines in wine for 70 to 49 days. The secret recipe is also inherited from the ancestors. I heard that it has a history of 100 years. I only have these boxes in my hand. Mr. Yang became more and more excited as he spoke, and used exaggerated rhetoric methods to exaggerate. Anyway, the old guys here have witnessed the effect of medicinal wine, so he can add icing on the cake and blow it. Zhou Zheng looked dark and thought to himself that old Master Yang really dared to say that he had drunk in 3 days, but he said it was like the elixir of the Supreme Lord, and it really sounded much taller. Many of the old comrades sitting were anxious when they heard that Mr. Yang had only a few medicinal wine. Old Yang, based on our relationship, you have to give me a box of things to do. Old Yang, I will use the moutai given to me by my son-in-law to change the medicinal wine with you, and change it in 2 boxes. Is a box okay? Old Lu, your abacus beads are so good. Mutai can be bought with money. Lao Yang's medicinal wine cannot be bought with money. You can say it if you have money. Is it okay to change 3 to 1? No. 5 to change 5 to 1. Seeing that the old guys were moved and had a particularly enthusiastic attitude towards medicinal wine, Mr. Yang said, I won't give you a bottle of Chinese medicine wine, and I'm still stocking it up. But don't worry, I'll call you the person who sells medicinal wine and talk to you. Yes. Everyone suddenly realized. This medicinal wine is made by Xiaozhou. Let's buy it with Xiaozhou. Isn't this old guy Lao Yang going far away? Xiaozhou, how much does this medicinal wine cost? I want 10 pieces. Before Zhou Zheng could speak, Mr. Yang waved his hand and said, Xiaozhou is a policeman, how can he do business? His wife is doing the business of medicinal wine. I'll call her. After Mr. Yang finished speaking, he waved to Chu Yunyao in the distance. Chu girl, come here. Chu Yunyao heard Mr. Yang's voice and walked over with a smile. Old man, I have to wish you happiness on your birthday today as long as the East China Sea and as long as the South Mountain. Mr. Yang smiled and said. Look at Chu Jiaya, who is worthy of being a businessman, is sweet and able to speak with her little mouth. My man, I just think you are praising me. Chu Yunyao greeted the old comrades present again. Hello, all the old men. The old comrades waved their hands and gestured for nothing, thinking that this girl is so beautiful, and being a couple with Xiaozhou is also a perfect match. My girl from Chu family, the old guys, are very interested in your medicinal wine. Everyone wants to keep it for a while and drink it slowly. Otherwise, you can leave a contact information for each other and say the price of buying more and buying less. You can communicate with each other. Oh, no problem, thank you Mr. Yang. Chu Yunyao knew that Mr. Yang would introduce his business by himself, so she was naturally very grateful. These old men may not be able to consume much medicinal wine for a while, but their children and people around them will also become potential customers of medicinal wine. You should know that their children and people around them are not ordinary people, and their consumption potential is huge. If the first batch of medicinal wine is sold successfully and the funds are recovered, the future business will be easier. Chu Yunyao has started to register trademarks, company registration, and even started to study factory construction. The old comrades happily exchanged contact information with Chu Yunyao, and some even added her WeChat and sent a message to order medicinal wine. There are also some people who are anxious. If you want to call your son on the spot, you ask him to go and drink. Chu Yunyao smiled and said, "Dear Mister, don't be impatient. I have a batch of medicinal wine in my hand. Although it is not a lot, it can definitely be supplied to you, and first of all." Mr. Yang said. Since Yunyao said this, everyone has a share. Old guys, don't worry, come down and talk to Yunyao. All the old comrades felt relieved. "Yunyao, you can sit at this table too." Mr. Yang spoke. Originally, Chu Yunyao wanted to sit on a table with a woman and a child. Old Master Yang asked him to sit on this table for the first time. By the way, Yang Zilan didn't even have the chance to sit on this table. This is also the love for the house and the mistress, which gave Zhou Zheng enough face. Chu Yunyao naturally knew that she had benefited from Zhou Zheng's favor, and even Mr. Yang introduced her clients to her was Zhou Zheng's reason. The man he chose was really excellent. Chu Yunyao looked at Zhou Zheng with relief, even with a hint of admiration. Zhou Zheng saw a white star slowly appearing on Chu Yunyao's head. Won a star reward. He felt a little excited. During this period, he was lucky and rewarded frequently. He had already received a 4-star reward and a 2-star reward. Zhou Zheng has no appetite for the 1-star reward for the time being, so he should get it after he is fattened. "Zhou Zheng, these old men have a good recognition of our medicinal wine. When the birthday party of Mr. Yang ends, I want to strike while the iron is hot and finalize the order with them first." Chu Yunyao whispered. Zhou Zheng nodded. "Yunyao, don't ask me if you are in business, but our medicinal wine is priced at 4,000 yuan per kilogram. I'm afraid that these old men will think the price is high and they can't afford it." Chu Yunyao shook her head and denied Zhou Zheng's concern. "Zhou Zheng, you look down on these old men too much. Most of them retire at the department level, and their pensions are not low. Most of them are successful in their careers, middle class or above. Isn't it a piece of cake to consume our medicinal wine? You don't have to worry at all. Take Mr. Yang as an example. His daughter Yang Zilan spent 50,000 or 60,000 yuan to buy medicinal wine for her father and didn't frown. You don't think that people with houses in Hanlin Garden can't afford a bar worth thousands of yuan per pound?" After hearing this, Zhou Zheng nodded. "Okay, maybe I'm overthinking." After saying that, he suddenly saw Qin Bin sitting in the distance. I don't know what happened, but he actually sat at the same table with the woman and the child. Naturally, he had no topics with these people. Yang Zilan couldn't always accompany him when he greeted the guests. Qin Bin bowed his head bored and fiddled with his cell phone. Although he really wanted to go to Mr. Yang's table, he didn't make such arrangements, and he was embarrassed to take the initiative. After all, how many of those old comrades are there? He was the top leader of a certain department back then, and Qin Bin was a small clerk at that time. Zhou Jensen said that Qin Bin hit it off at the Zhubazai on the antique street and helped him recover the damage of his calligraphy works. Now he is sitting at a table with women and children. It is really inappropriate. My mind turned around and said, "Old Master Yang, this time I celebrate your birthday. Uncle Qin Bin and I worked together to complete a calligraphy work to give it to you as a birthday gift. Xiaozhou, do you still know calligraphy?" Mr. Yang was stunned for a moment. He also loved calligraphy. Of course, his level was not good. "Where is the word? Uncle Qin is holding it." Zhou Zheng stood up and waved to Qin Bin. "Uncle Qin, come here." Chapter 176. The old comrade has become Zhou Zheng's fan. Qin Qinbin was bored and looked down at his phone. He was a little irritated. The women and children on this table were too fussy. This time he came to Jiangbei City from the provincial capital to celebrate Mr. Yang's birthday and had the idea of connecting with Yang Zishan. But things went against my wishes and I didn't see Yang Zishan. After asking Yang Zilan, I learned that Yang Zishan had important things to go on a business trip to the capital. Qin Bin thought that the Zishan brothers were really up to their jobs, and they didn't even have time to handle their father's birthday. Seeing Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao chatting at the old comrade's table, I couldn't help but feel envious. I wanted to get up to say goodbye, but I felt it was inappropriate. When I was wandering, I suddenly heard Zhou Zheng's voice seemingly calling me. Qin Bin stood up and looked at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zhendao. Uncle Qin comes here and hold that calligraphy work. Oh. I immediately understood that Zhou Zheng was creating opportunities for himself. I came to Mr. Yang's birthday party from thousands of miles away and failed to meet Yang Zishan to reminisce about the past. If I don't know a few old leaders, I will suffer a lot. Qin Bin quickly got up and came to the old comrade's table with the paper tube. Oh, isn't this Xiao Qin? I heard that you later joined the Provincial Federation of Literary and Art Circles, and you are still second-hand men? You have developed well. An old comrade recognized Qin Bin. Qin Bin glanced at the old comrade and was suddenly a little nervous. This was the Secretary-General of the Provincial Party Committee and a deputy ministerial-level boss before retirement. At that time, Qin Bin was still working as a clerk in the provincial government. Secretary-General Wang is so serious, and the Yan is so serious. Mr. Wang waved his hand and said, "What are the Secretary-General or the Secretary-General? That was the past. Just call me Lao Wang now. You can work hard to get the right to correct me." Yes, I will definitely work diligently at work." Qin Bin looked excited, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Mr. Wang. "By the way, I heard Xiao Zhou say that you have worked together to write a piece of characters. Take it out and take a look. You are the president of the Provincial Calligraphy and Painting Association. I know the strength. The brush calligraphy is famous in the province." Old Wang praised it. "It's a mistake." Qin Bin was still inspired and grateful to be able to receive praise from Mr. Wang. However, when Qin Bin thought that this calligraphy work was written by Zhou Zheng, he just thought of a poem for him, and Qin Bin was a little ashamed. Opening the casing made of craft paper, Qin Bin took out a piece of rice paper. "Xiao Zhou, come, take this one," Qin Bin said as he handed one end of the rice paper to Zhou Zheng, while he stepped back and stretched out the rolled rice paper with his hands. In a short while, an exquisite master's peak-level calligraphy work was presented to everyone. All the old comrades opened their eyes wide. Everyone is a cultural person. Many people just practice writing when they retire without any trouble. They are very familiar with calligraphy. When I saw this calligraphy work in front of me, I was naturally surprised. Calligraphy at the peak of the master level is not common. This calligraphy is even higher than the master level, it is simply a fine product. Xiao Qin's gift is heavy enough, Lao Yang can be considered a gift this time. Everyone was talking, envious of Mr. Yang for winning a master's calligraphy work of the highest level, and loved it very much. An old comrade who was obsessed with calligraphy dipped his fingers in tea and copied them on the table. Mr. Yang took a closer look at the calligraphy works and said in confusion, "Oh Xiao Qin, I have seen the words you wrote before. Now this work can be said to be at the peak of a master. What is more powerful than what you wrote before is not a little bit. When did your words improve so quickly?" Qin Bin once gave Yang Zishan a few calligraphy works, one of which is still hanging in the living room at home. Mr. Yang has also seen the words he wrote. Although they are good, they have not reached the level of a master, let alone the peak of a master. Well, the embarrassing moment has come, and Qin Bin doesn't know what to say. After all, except for what to write and sign his name, the rest of this letter has nothing to do with him. However, Qin Bin could not lie in front of so many old comrades and leaders. After thinking for a few seconds, he made a decision, that is, to tell the truth. Old Master Yang is really good at seeing. This piece of calligraphy was not written by me, but by Xiao Zhou. I just gave him such a creative idea. It can be said that I thought of these 2 lines of poetry for him. Then Xiao Zhou said very righteously that this work was completed by us, so I asked me to write a name on the signature. To be honest, Qin Bin also gave up his promise, not afraid of leaving a bad impression on these old comrades. He has been in the system for half his life, and who is not a human spirit? It is a stupid decision to fool them, and it is better to be honest. The old leaders turned their attention to Zhou Zhang again and discussed the works written by Qin Bin on Zhou Zhang. I don't care about writing my name on it. Who doesn't have vanity? What they are now surprised was that Zhou Zhang was able to write master's peak calligraphy works at such a young age. Is this really written by Xiao Zhou? It's amazing. This is the first time I have seen a master's peak level calligraphy, and the words are indeed extraordinary. Xiao Zhou, can you write a few words for me on the spot? I have framed them and hang them at home to copy them every day. Write one for me. Old Yang, go and get your pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, hurry up. The old comrades suddenly became Zhou Zhang's fans. Mr. Yang laughed and scolded. You old guys, you are being self-indulgent, and Xiao Zhou did not promise to write to you. If you really want to ask for calligraphy, you need Xiao Zhou's contact information and contact me in private. Today is my birthday, not a calligraphy competition. After hearing what Mr. Yang said, the old comrades stopped, but they all took the initiative to add Zhou Zhang's contact information, and some even invited him to visit the provincial capital after his birthday party. Thank you for your kindness. When I have time, I will come to disturb you one by one, and I will write a picture for each of you. Zhou Zhang's words won the recognition and applause of the old comrades. Qin Bin was envious of him, and Zhou Zhangcheng was the hottest guy among his old comrades, and he was rushing to invite him to visit him. What a good guy, how can ordinary people have such an honor? But who can make people have talent and ability? Xiao Qin, put away the calligraphy works first. I will ask someone to frame them another day. I see something wrong with those hometowns, so don't snatch them away. Mr. Yang said with a smile. Okay, Mr. Yang. Qin Bin agreed and carefully rolled up the calligraphy works and put them in the sleeve, and handed them over to Mr. Yang. Old Master Yang, I'm sorry I mentioned my name to Zhou Zhang's work. Qin Bin whispered with a red face. Mr. Yang laughed, not saying blame him. Xiao Qin, you have a number one in the calligraphy and painting world, but Xiao Zhou is unknown. Isn't it more precious to have your nomination on his works? Okay, don't think too much. Mr. Yang patted his shoulder and shouted to Yang Zilan in the distance. Zai Lan, it's time to have a meal. Chapter 177 Upgrading the Grand Master Acupuncture Technique is almost. The old comrades watched Mr. Yang put away the master's peak-level calligraphy work, and suddenly felt bored. As Mr. Yang said that it was time to eat, everyone seemed to have no appetite, and the topic was still on calligraphy. What, Xiao Zhou, did you really write that calligraphy? Old Huang, aren't you talking nonsense? Xiao Qin says that it was written by Xiao Zhou, but it's fake. I just think it's incredible that Xiao Zhou has such profound calligraphy skills so young. Currently, there are only 5 calligraphy masters in China, who are older than me. Maybe Xiao Zhou is very talented and we are just ignorant. This medicinal wine is made from the ancestral formula. I think there are experts among Xiao Zhou's elders. At this time, 2 waiters from Hung Yuan Hotel brought a few plates of cold dishes to the table. Everyone, turn around slowly, it's time to serve. Mr. Yang's birthday party was a family dinner, and except for his old friends, there were several close relatives. Yang Zilan hired the chef of the hotel, 2 side dishes and 2 waiters, and there were only 2 tables of people, so these people could take care of them. Chu Yunyao took out the medicinal wine and poured small wine glasses for the old comrades sitting one by one. The fragrance of medicine and wine instantly filled the fragrance. The attention of the old comrades was immediately attracted by the fragrance. They no longer talked about calligraphy works, but picked up the wine glass, smelled it and drank it all, and then showed a comfortable expression on their faces. The wine is good, the food is good, Lao Yang puts your mind into your birthday party. If you drink this medicinal wine, will you be rejuvenated if you drink it every day? Ha ha ha. Chu Yunyao said aside. Dear men, I dare not say that drinking medicinal wine will bring back my old age, but it is true that prolonging life is good for the body. This medicinal wine is made of 30 years of wild ginseng and many precious Chinese medicinal materials. I will soon launch a more high-end medicinal wine made of 100-year-old wild ginseng. Mr. Yang said humorously from the side. Oh, I have a good relationship. The medicinal wine made from wild ginseng for 30 years is already very effective. What's the difference between 100 years? I can't bear to drink it and then rejuvenate it. All the old comrades also said. I have to store a batch of ginseng for 30 years or 100 years. Me too. Little girl, you can't be more favorable than the other. Everyone who is sitting here must have a share. Even Qin Bin couldn't help but hold Zhou Zheng's arm after drinking a small glass of medicinal wine and said, Xiao Zhou's medicinal wine is so good, you have to leave a few boxes of me. Chu Yunyao said with a smile. You guys, no problem, both are there, all. At this time, Mr. Yang discovered a problem. After a few cold dishes were served, the hot dishes were not delayed. The women and children next to him had already eaten all the dishes. What's going on? Why don't you hurry up? Mr. Yang got up and wanted to find Yang Zilan. Yang Zishan was not at home. This birthday party was Yang Zilan started to arrange it. But they found that Yang Zilan and Yang Tingting were not in the yard. Zhou Zheng was meticulous and naturally found clues. He stood up and said to Mr. Yang, Mister, please sit down and I'll go and see if there is something wrong with the kitchen. Xiao Zhou, how can you let you go if you are a guest? Do you sit or I go? Hey Mr. Yang, don't be polite. These old men still need you to accompany you. Zhou Zheng said as he walked towards the kitchen. The stove for home use is too slow, and the chef of the hotel brings a stove for cooking. Yang Zilan arranged a temporary kitchen in a small yard next to the courtyard. Zhou Zheng walked into the small yard and saw pots, pans, workbenches, stoves, etc. inside, and the tidy ingredients were placed in an orderly manner. But everyone was not busy cooking, but was in a mess. Yang Zilan and Yang Tingting were also there, one making a phone call on his back, and the other stomped his feet in a hurry. Yang Tingting, what's wrong? Zhou Zheng stepped forward and asked. Zhou Zheng. When Yang Tingting saw Zhou Zheng, her eyes lit up, as if she had a support. Zhou Zheng, you are here just right. Chef Fan, who is cooking, suddenly fainted and lying on the ground. Don't you know medical skills? Come and help. Yang Tingting shook her hand as she said. Today's birthday party was in trouble. At the critical moment, the chef fainted and had to mess up if he was not a good deal. This is not the worst thing. If the chef has a few things, it will be even more troublesome. Fortunately, Zhou Zheng came over and Yang Tingting's mind was just open. Zhou Zheng was better off with medical skills than to let him come and have a look. Anyway, it would take time for the ambulance to arrive. Zhou Zheng nodded, he must not stand idly by the matter of saving lives and helping the wounded. At this time, the waiter and the side dish were surrounding the chef lying on the ground, shouting his name anxiously. Zhou Zhendao. You let it go and give the patient some fresh air, and it will be even worse for your illness to surround him. Who are you? Why do you say to us if you are not a doctor? A young side dish said. Before Zhou Zheng could speak, Yang Tingting said angrily. Why are you talking so much nonsense? You dare to question this about my people? Stay with me. The side dish suddenly stopped, and he didn't dare to act rashly in the face of the beautiful financial backer. Hulala! These people all retreated aside, revealing Chef Fan lying on the ground. Zhou Zhensen said, when did Yang Tingting become your person? Just nonsense. I looked to the ground and saw that this guy is fat enough, and he is estimated to be more than 200 kilograms. At this time, Chef Fan's face turned yellow, her eyes closed and her sweat beads of soybeans were flowing constantly. Zhou Zheng squatted down and grabbed his Kungwan Kinkankai, took his pulse, and then understood the cause. Zhou Zheng, how is he? Is it important? Can you cure him? Yang Tingting couldn't help asking after seeing Zhou Zhenghao. The situation is not very good, but it is not very bad either. Don't worry, Yang Tingting, I can wake him up. Zhou Zheng said as he took out the ancient needle capsule he carried with him, and then opened it and took out the commonly used 6-inch gold needle. He took off Chef Fan's top and showed a slap in his heart. After disinfecting the golden needle, Zhou Zheng didn't even look at it. He ran the real operation and found that Chef Fan's chest was covered with black hair, his fingers and wrists trembled, and a few yellow and red blood flowed out along the golden needle, sticking to the black hair. After 2 more needles, he released half a bowl of yellow and red blood. Before he could clean it up, Chef Fan opened his eyes. Ding Master Level Acupuncture has obtained 25 upgrade experiences, and 155 points away from experiences. You can upgrade to Grand Master Level Acupuncture. Zhou Zheng was happy, and he was still half as experienced as upgrading to the Master's Level Acupuncture. He lowered his head and asked, "How do you feel, Chef Fan?" "Just, my heart was getting colder just now, and now I feel so comfortable, much more comfortable," Chef Fan said weakly with his round big face. "Look, Chef Fan is awake. Oh my god, this young man is a miracle doctor." After a few injections, he really saved the Chef Fan. "Hold the grass, awesome." Yang Zilan also called the hospital. The chef he invited fainted and he was scared. If something happened to his father's birthday party, it would be small to lose money, mainly because he was afraid of being unlucky. She called the emergency number anxiously, and then went to the hospital leader to discuss whether she could send an experienced doctor to come with the ambulance. It's okay to spend as much money. At this time, Yang Tingting pulled the corner of her clothes from the side. "My sister-in-law, Chef Fan is awake." "Ah? Is that true?" Yang Zilan held the phone and kept making a phone call, but an incredible expression appeared on her face. After all, he just saw that the chef was in a very unhappy state. "It's Zhou Zheng." Zhou Zheng woke him up. Yang Tingting's chest was undulating and she said excitedly. Chapter 178 Grandmaster Cooking shocked the audience. "Ms. Yang, our hospital can send an experienced deputy chief physician to the hospital, but the cost is..." "Hey Ms. Yang, are you listening?" There were noisy sounds coming from the phone's earpiece. Yang Zilan frowned and hung up the phone, lifted it up head asked. "Ting Ting, what did you say just now?" Zhou Zheng woke Chef Fan up. "Yes, my sister-in-law." Zhou Zheng only pricked the acupuncture 3 needles and woke Chef Fan up. Yang Tingting said happily. Yang Zilan patted his head and suddenly remembered that it was Zhou Zheng who rescued Lu Yan with acupuncture after he jumped off the building. "I forgot about this matter in a hurry. With the acupuncture master here, why are you called a doctor?" Yang Zilan saw the fat figure of Chef Fan from afar, with the help of Zhou Zheng, sitting up from the ground with difficulty. The person should be fine. She breathed a sigh of relief and walked forward. The chef's fat body leaned against the metal workbench, gasping heavily. He thanked him when he learned that Zhou Zheng couldn't wake him up. "Brother, thank you. Thank you for saving my life." Zhou Zheng waved his hand. "You're welcome, brother, it's a simple task. To be honest, it's time for you to lose weight. In addition, you usually have a light diet. Look, your blood has too high oil content. Most of the bowls of blood released are oily. Do you often feel dizzy and breathless?" The chef nodded and said. "You guy, you're right. I'm really dizzy and always feel like my body is sub-healthy. We also know that it's caused by obesity and the oil I eat. But I didn't say anything about my hobbies, just eat meat and drink alcohol in big mouthfuls, and I can't control it." At this time, Yang Zilan came over and nodded to Zhou Zheng first to thank him. "Xiao Zhou, thank you for waking up Chef Fan. If something really happens, I will be blind." Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Miss Yang, don't be polite, you should. You still call me Miss Yang. Yang Zilan showed an angry expression on his face, looking like he was about to get angry, but the corner of his mouth was raised, and it seemed that he was about to laugh out loud. His expression was a bit charming and even captivating. Zhou Zheng's heart moved and he quickly looked to the side, but he happened to see a surging wave in the lace. His eyes moved upwards, which was Yang Tingting's face. Zhou Zhensen said, "Why don't I close my eyes? Both of these aunts and nieces are like fairies. They have a very mature temperament. The niece has an invincible figure that is bulging in front of them. Who can stop them when they are always swaying in front of them? Tingting and Yunyao are good friends. They both call me a sister-in-law. If you call me a sister-in-law in the future, do you have any objection?" Yang Zilan said with a smile but a little domineering. No objection. Zhou Zheng didn't want to quit with him on this issue. Besides, what Yang Zilan said was the truth, so it was not wrong to call her sister-in-law. When Yang Zilan saw Zhou Zheng agreeing, she felt a little moved. She knew that Zhou Zheng had an amazing background and that it would be a blessing to be involved with him. But she remembered the old man's words again, treat Zhou Zheng as an ordinary person and an ordinary friend, and do not deliberately get involved in Zhou Zheng's cause and effect. He nodded and stopped looking at Zhou Zheng, and asked Chef Fan. How do you feel, Chef Fan? The ambulance will arrive soon. You go to the hospital for examination and I will pay for the fees. Thank you, Miss Yang, I appreciate your kindness. Chef Fan first expressed his gratitude to Yang Zilan, and then shook his head. This time Mr. Yang celebrates his birthday, you invited me to be the chef because you looked at me. How could I give up halfway? But your body? Yang Zilan-san said worriedly. My health is okay, I can hold on. Besides, if I stop, where will you go to find a chef for a while? Wouldn't Mr. Yang's birthday party be ruined? Yang Zilan thought about it and thought that this was indeed the case. The old man's birthday party was the first time he handled it. If he failed, he would be shameless to see others. I hope Chef Fan can persevere, but I am still worried and asked again. Chief Chef Fan, can you? Don't force me. Chef Fan nodded and told the two side dishes around him. You two help me up. No, you can't get up, let alone cook. Zhou Zheng stopped him and said. Although I have given you acupuncture, so that you will not be in danger of your life, you need to be hospitalized and rested. Never exercise vigorously anymore. Cooking food is definitely not possible. Brother Zhou, I know you are doing it for my own good, but I think I'm really fine. Besides, who will cook if I don't cook? If the old man's birthday party is smashed, I will be shameless in the chef circle. Chief Chef Fan said as he stood up with the help of two side dishes, but his brain was dizzy, so he quickly held the workbench and fell down. When Yang Zilan saw this situation, he felt a little cold. How could he cook when Chef Fan couldn't stand firmly? I'll cook for you, and I'll ensure that the old man's birthday party will not be ruined. Zhou Zheng shouted loudly. You? Have you learned to cook? You can cook. Chef Fan looked disbelief. Yang Zilan also said. Zhou Zheng, don't joke. If you don't, I will call a chef again. It may waste time, but there is nothing I can do. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. You will know if I'm kidding me in a while. Zhou Zheng glanced at the neatly arranged ingredients with his eyes and said. If I guess correctly, the hot dishes you are going to make today include, gongbeo chicken, boiled cabbage, squirrel mandarin fish, yangzhou lion head, longjing shrimp, dongpo pork, wensi tofu, and xiang yang eel paste. Good guys are all dishes for state banquets. You, Master Chef, said I guessed right. Chef Fan was shocked all of a sudden. Although the dish today had been finalized, two dishes were temporarily changed, and even there was no time to notify Yang Zilan. This shows that Zhou Zheng could guess what dish he cooked after just looking at the ingredients. Isn't this too awesome? Could it be that he really has some tricks in cooking? Zhou Zheng, that's right. This is indeed the hot dish I'm going to cook today. Yang Zilan and Yang Tingting were also surprised. Okay, Chef Fan, I'll first have the simplest Kung Pao chicken ding. See if I can do it. Zhou Zheng mastered the master's cooking skills. In a bad way, Chef Fan's cooking skills were like a primary school student in front of him. Zhou Zheng started cooking oil with a pot and started cooking. After a while, his operation was as fierce as a tiger. Everyone was stunned. His movements were like an exaggerated shot on TV, which was amazing. The layman watched the fun and the expert looked at the tricks. Chef Fan was shocked. It turned out that this dish could be made like this. It turned out that there were these tricks. He took out his mobile phone and started recording the details. He felt that he was lucky enough to observe Zhou Zheng's cooking. Soon, a dish of Kung Pao chicken with a full range of color, fragrance, and flavor was released. Everyone was intoxicated because the taste was so fragrant. After Zhou Zheng put the dishes on the plate, he calmly said, "Chief Chef Fan, what do you think of the dishes I cook?" Chef Fan said with admiration, "Brother Zhou, I really underestimate you. My master is a Sichuan cuisine master. The dish of Gong Bao chicken has won the national gold medal, but I think you are much better than him." Chapter 179 This man is too strong. Is he inseparable? Zhou Zhenji said Kung Bao chicken ding astonished everyone present. Chef Fan was particularly shocked. If he hadn't been in poor health, he would probably have jumped up on the spot. You should know that he is the third-generation successor of a Sichuan cuisine master and has won the true teachings of his master. His master won the national award for the dish of Gong Bao chicken. This dish has become a dish for state banquets, so he is naturally good at this dish. But today I saw Zhou Zheng as a Kung Pao Ji Ding, and I felt that not only me, but even when the master came, I felt that he was not as good as he was. If he hadn't had a master's inheritance, he would have wanted to be Zhou Zheng as his master. He had benefited a lot from watching Zhou Zheng's operation process just now. Brother Zhou, I'm convinced. At least I will practice this dish for another 10 years. No, I will not be your opponent for another 20 years. Chief Chef Fan said sincerely. Yang Yangtingting couldn't help but secretly picked up a bite of the dish with chopsticks and put it in her mouth. It was so delicious that she wanted to cry. She chewed a few bites, wishing she could even swallow her tongue. What should she do if she couldn't help but want to eat it? But thinking that eating too much will not be enough for the table. After all, Zhou Zheng only cooked 2 dishes, so he had to endure the desire in his heart and said in surprise. Zhou Zheng, I know that you cook deliciously and didn't expect it to be so delicious. Last time I was a guest at your house, did you deliberately hide your skills? Yang Tingting drank too much when she gave Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao a warm room last time. I only remember that Zhou Zheng cooked delicious food, but the taste was far worse than this time. Zhou Zheng smiled and thought to himself that at that time I was just a regular meal, but now I am at the master level. To be honest, even the fried insoles are delicious. Of course, he will not reveal that he has any worries to everyone. Zhou Zheng laughed and joked. Oh, it seems that I can't hide it anymore. I really reserved my cooking that day. In fact, I was afraid that you would eat well and come to my house for free all day. Yang Tingting pretended to be angry and said. Oh, Zhou Zheng, you admitted it, it's really sinister to use your heart. I don't care about it tomorrow, I will go to your house for a meal. I'll tell you that you are mentally prepared. At this time, Qin Bin hurriedly walked into the courtyard. Zai Lan, you are here, let me have a meal. Yang Zilan said. Old Qin, why are you here when you are not waiting for the food on the table? Serve the food? God knows where the food is served. Everyone was so hungry that they were clamoring. Old Master Yang was anxious and said he wanted to ask you what was going on. I didn't comfort the old master, and I'm here to find you. What's going on with Zilan? Hey Xiaozhou, why are you doing with a fried spoon? Yang Zilan was immediately anxious when he heard Qi Bin's words and said to Zhou Zhang. Zhou Zhang, come and cook, please. The Kung Bao chicken ding just now shows that Zhou Zhang is good at cooking, and even if he doesn't serve, Mr. Yang must ask Yang Zilan. Yang Zilan no longer hesitated, let Zhou Zhang Shang go. Okay. Zhou Zhang just fired up a Kung Bao chicken ding. How could he feel so good? He got addicted. He immediately nodded and agreed when he heard Yang Zilan's words and quickly entered the role. Kung Pao chicken is served on the plate. The heat of Dongpo's pork is not enough, stew it for me, stew it for me, stew it for me. The squirrel mandarin fish has a bad knife skills to my grandma's house, and there are some spare fish, right? Then I'll get it again, and I'll do it myself later. The next dish, the rosy eel paste. Zhou Zhang said as he kept preparing to make rosy eel paste in his hands. Qin Bin next to him was stunned. Isn't it Xiaozhou, when did you become a chef again? Qin Bin couldn't understand that a policeman who had made first-class merits by a policeman was also a master of calligraphy, and then he was also the chef at Mr. Yang's birthday party. This. Regarding Zhou Zhang's identity, Qin Bin felt a little confused and a little incredible. Of course, if he had known it, Zhou Zhang is also a very acupuncture master, and he will be even more confused. Zai Lan, what's going on? Qin Bin looked at Yang Zilan in confusion. The chef I invited to cook fainted and couldn't cook normally, and then Zhou Zhang served. Ah! Qin Bin was stunned for a moment and said, Zai Lan, if you want to say that Zhou Zhang is good at writing calligraphy, can he do it if he cooks? Are you messing around? Uncle Qin, you can't take on porcelain work without a diamond. You will know if I can do it later. Zhou Zhang said, then checked the ingredients. The eel had passed through water and took out the internal organs and bones. It looked very clean. Zhou Zhang nodded and said, the fresh eel I bought in the morning is of good quality. The two side dishes admire Zhou Zhang even more. The eel has been removed from bones and shredded. Just a few glances can tell that the eel was bought this morning. Awesome! Zhou Zhang next started making rosy eel paste. He activated his super smell. All the smell could not escape the smell of his nose. He could smell it if the heat and seasonings were appropriate. Turn on the heat, add lard and melt it, pour in the onion, ginger and garlic, stir fry until fragrant, pour in the eel and stir fry. Then pour in cooking wine, soy sauce and water, start seasoning, add appropriate amount of sugar, more pepper powder, an appropriate amount of salt. Thicken and vinegar before leaving the pot, put minced garlic after serving, then add sesame oil to the pot and heat it, pour it on the minced garlic, and it's all done. The strong fragrance filled the air, and everyone present couldn't help but drool. Yang Zilan traveled south and north and lived abroad for a while. It can be said that he has learned a lot. It is the first time he has seen such delicious food. I really want to take a bite. The delicious food was like a little hand holding her nerves hard, and the saliva secretion in her mouth accelerated. She was embarrassed to swallow her saliva secretly, and her index finger couldn't help but move it a few times. She has confirmed that her father's birthday party will not only not be messed up, but will also shine. Zhou Zhang's craftsmanship will amaze everyone. This man is too strong, so he doesn't know what he can do. All kinds of skills are so skilled that it is like being immersed in many years, even more professional than professionals. How can Zhou Zhang be proficient in everything? Is he having a cheat? How many secrets does he have? Yang Zilan was both curious and grateful to Zhou Zhang. My sister-in-law, do you want to serve the food? Yang Tingting asked, wiping the saliva from the corner of her mouth. Yang Zilan came to his senses only then. Let's go now, you two waiters will serve the food quickly. Qin Bin also woke up from surprise and said, there are only 2 dishes in total. I don't have to bother the waiter. I'll just take them there. As he said that, he didn't care whether Yang Zilan agreed or not, and picked up the dishes and left alone. The food is here, the oily eel paste. Qin Bin put the hot dishes on the table. The old comrades had already smelled the fragrance and said nothing. They picked up the chopsticks and ate it. Tisk tisk, it's delicious. You had 1 chopstick and 2 chopsticks, and the dish was stolen in an instant. Mr. Yang kept nodding. The chef Zilan is looking for is really good. Mr. Wang looked at the hollow plate and reluctantly put down his chopsticks and said, I ate this rosy eel paste at a state banquet more than 10 years ago, and the taste is still fresh in my memory. Take this taste again today. I think the chef Lao Yang invited is much more powerful than the master of state banquets. Jiangbei City hides dragons and creeps in a hurry. I will meet this master in a while. Today is the beginning of spring, and spring will be held at 16 hours 26 minutes and 53 seconds. Spring is here, and it is here again. Chapter 180, Single. You can't understand this feeling. Hearing Mr. Wang's words, Mr. Yang nodded sincerely. He could have such delicious food at the birthday party, so he could also be ashamed in front of the old guy. This dish is really good. It's the first time I've had such a delicious rosy eel paste since I was so old. I don't know which restaurant Zilan hired a chef. As the saying goes, it's a good job to be rewarded. I'll ask Zilan to give him a red envelope when he checks out. Qin Bin explained. Dear men, I think you have misunderstood. This is not a dish cooked by the chef hired by Zilan, but made by Zhou Zheng. What? Did Zhou Zheng make this dish? The old comrades were shocked again. Even if you beat him to death, you would never have thought that Zhou Zheng actually became the chef of his birthday party. What did you say? Why did he cook? While everyone was surprised, they were puzzled. Mr. Yang said strangely. Xiao Qin, are you not kidding? This Kong Bao chicken dice and this rock oil eel paste are all made by Zhou Zheng. Qin Bin nodded with a confident look on his face. Old Yang, this is what I have seen with my own eyes, and I dare not lie. Why did Xiao Zhou go to cook? Where is the chef Zilan hired? After asking, Mr. Yang couldn't help but bow his head to pick up the food. He found that the plate was empty, so he had to put down his chopsticks in depression. I thought to myself that these old guys were quick enough and didn't talk about their demeanor at all. Qin Kinbin swallowed, but he didn't eat a single bite and couldn't stand it. These old comrades don't have enough food, so he naturally feels embarrassed to move his chopsticks. Facing Mr. Yang's question, he replied. Old man, the chef Zilan invited fainted, and somehow Xiao Zhou went on. Unexpectedly, his cooking skills were better than that of the chef at the state banquet. The old comrades showed admiration and praise on their faces. It can only be said that excellent people are excellent in any industry, and excellent people are unexpected. At this time, another waiter came to serve the food. A squirrel mandarin fish, a squirrel Chinese cabbage. Squirrel mandarin fish is made of carp bone removal, carved patterns on the fish meat with exquisite flour knife skills, marinated, wrapped in powder and fried in oil pan, poured with sweet and sour sauce, which looks like a squirrel, and is tender, sour and delicious on the outside. Boiled cabbage is made of broth hung from chicken and duck ribs, and is made of cabbage carved with knife-like knives. These two dishes are also dishes for state banquets, so they are naturally extraordinary. It is really not easy to prepare them well. It especially tests the chef's professional skills. Ordinary chefs do not have decades of experience as chefs, so they really don't want to touch these two dishes. Zhou Zheng has a master-level cooking skill. He can get it no matter how difficult the dishes are, and the production speed is particularly fast. Before the old comrades could speak, they stretched out their chopsticks, picked up one by one and put them into their mouths, showing a satisfied expression on their faces, and then they went to pick them up again, and they quickly swept away. Chu Yunyao was actually drooling because of her greed, but she was embarrassed to compete with these old comrades for food, and was also surprised. She knew Zhou Zheng's cooking skills, which was indeed good, but it was only common, and there was a gap between the level of a restaurant chef, let alone a chef in the state banquet. All these dishes are made by Zhou Zhang? I have to take a look. Thinking of this, he sued Mr. Yang and walked away on excuses. Mr. Yang thought Chu Yunyao and the old men were restrained, so he did not try to keep them. Chu Yunyao twisted her swaying figure and came to the temporary kitchen in the small yard. As soon as she stepped into the door frame, she was so smothered by the smell that she almost fought. At this time, another dongpo pork was out of the pot. Zhou Hui waved the wok and the fried spoon and was putting it on the plate. The dark red trembling dongpo pork was so trembling. Zhou Zhang pulled the spoon freely, put the last little sauce into the spoon and poured it on the meat. Perfect. It smells so fragrant. Wow, Zhou Zhang, it turns out you really made the dish. Chu Yunyao shouted in surprise. Yunyao, why are you here? Zhou Zhang narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao also looked at Zhou Zhang. Just now, a dish of gongbeo chicken and a dish of fragrant eel paste surprised Mr. Yang and other old comrades. Uncle Qin said that you made the dishes, and I was a little unbelievable, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect it was you who made it. Zhou Zhang, why is your cooking skills so much? Zhou Zhang was stunned for a moment, scratched the back of his head and found an excuse to perfunctorily. Yunyao, I don't know much. I am proficient in cooking, so I might have a big idea all at once. I definitely can't tell Chu Yunyao if I have a cheat, at least I can't say it now. He changed the topic. By the way, this dongpo pork is ready. It's best to eat while it's hot. You'd better go back to your seat and wait for the food. Speaking of eating, Chu Yunyao spread her hands and said helplessly. The old comrade praised the dishes you cooked and couldn't eat enough. I was embarrassed to compete with them. I didn't get any bites of those dishes just now. Zhou Zhang heard this and took out a pair of chopsticks without saying a word, picked up a piece of dongpo pork and said. Yunyao, don't go, you can try dongpo pork first. This is not good for Zhou Zhang. Mr. Yang and the others have not eaten it yet, and it is wrong for me to eat one piece. Zhou Zhang shook his head and said. It's okay. This piece of meat is originally extra, so eat it quickly. But Zhou Zhang. Chu Yunyao was still thinking of refusing, and Zhou Zhang blew the dongpo pork, and it felt that it was no longer hot. He gave the piece of meat into her mouth very domineeringly. Woo 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 woo. Chu Yunyao wanted to say something but couldn't say it, her mouth was full of flesh. The dongpo pork melts in his mouth, and he feels a strong sense of satisfaction in his heart, and he wants to cry because he is delicious. Zhou Zhang fed Chu Yunyao meat, and everyone looked at it silently, some envious, some jealous, and some blessings. Playing. I don't know who took the lead in cheering and applauding. Zhou Zhang was also embarrassed to wave his hand and said. Then what, don't stand there, serve the food. There are you two, are the side dishes for the next dish ready? Oh. Okay. The side dish and the waiter started to work quickly. Zhou Zhang, my sister-in-law and I have been standing here for a long time, but we haven't seen you let us have some food. Why can Yunyao eat dongpo pork as soon as she comes? This treatment is so different, right? And you also show your love in public, completely ignoring others' ability to bear it. Do you still have a public morality? Yang Tingting said dissatisfiedly, pouting from the side. Yang Tingting will tell you that I left the piece of dongpo pork for myself to taste the taste. Since Yunyao comes, I will definitely give it to her. She is my wife, so I naturally have to think about her and think about her. Oh, sorry, you may not be able to experience this kind of relationship if you are single. Yang Tingting felt uncomfortable, and Zhou Zhang's last words were a little heartbroken, which made her, the single dog, suffer an unparalleled critical blow. Yang Tingting said to Chu Yunyao with her teeth and claws. Yunyao, you don't care about your husband. Is there anyone who says that? Don't you know that my sister-in-law and I are both singles? Yang Zilan's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Okay, you stinky ting ting, why are you pulling me? Chapter 181. The first time I am full of desire for power. Chu Yunyao swallowed Dongpo's pork reluctantly, and then stuck out her pink tongue and licked the corner of her mouth mischievously, then said, Ting ting, Joe just said it was not wrong, but it was said in front of you, it really didn't sound nice to you. I told him to pay attention next time, and there is also. You are indeed a big boss, 1 year older than me, and it's time to consider your lifelong affairs. Mr. Yang once said that I asked me to persuade you. Stop and stop. Yang Tingting protested with a dark face. Yunyao, my elders urge me to fall in love and get married, so why are you so? Is marriage really that good? Chu Yunyao said. I dare not say it, I'm afraid of misleading you. When you get married, you can only experience it by crossing the river. However, after getting married, there will be someone who cares about you and someone you care about in the world, which is not bad. Yang Tingting disagreed and thought to herself that you found a good husband like Zhou Zheng. Will you be so happy if you find someone who is not satisfied? In front of her sister-in-law, she didn't want to talk about this issue in depth with Chu Yunyao. Okay Yunyao, I don't want to tell you this anymore. I just know that I'm so hungry. Can you let your Zhou Zheng cook a dish for me? Without waiting for Chu Yunyao to answer, Zhou Zhendao. Yang Tingting is fine. I see that Chef Fan has prepared a lot of ingredients. Whatever you have, is it? After I finish my work, I will consider how many dishes I cook and give us a table. Okay, okay. That's about the same. Yang Tingting narrowed her eyes and raised her hands to agree. Chu Yunyao naturally had no objection. Yang Zilan didn't say anything, actually wanted to taste Zhou Zheng's skills in her heart. Zhou Zheng's operation was as fierce as a tiger, and after images appeared in the wok with his arm swinging. He quickly finished the remaining dishes, and then he gave everyone a small meal. After looking at the remaining ingredients, I quickly arranged a few dishes. This time I used all my skills and put my master's cooking skills to the extreme. I cooked 4 dishes in about 10 minutes. Although they were very simple dishes, they didn't look simple at all. Yang Tingting poured a few glasses of juice and waited for Zhou Zheng to sit down with chopsticks. She couldn't wait to have a secret taste of each dish. It was so delicious that she almost swallowed her tongue. After Zhou Zheng sat down, Yang Zilan took the lead in picking up a glass of juice and said, Zhou Zheng, if it weren't for you today, my father's birthday party would have been ruined. I'll toast you with a drink instead of wine. Thank you. After saying that, he looked at the place where Chef Fan fainted with lingering fear. Of course, Chef Fan has almost arrived at the hospital now. After everyone's persuasion, Chef Fan didn't wait for the ambulance to come and take a taxi to the hospital. Yang Xiao, you, sister-in-law, you are polite. Zhou Zheng also picked up the cup and clinked it with Yang Zilan, pressing the cup modestly and greeted everyone after drinking it. Come on, don't be polite, how about my skills? Is there a great improvement over the past? Yang Tingting was the first to give her a thumbs up and was very proud of her appreciation. Zhou Zheng said it all. Although you hate it sometimes, you really have no choice but to cook. It is at the ceiling level and it is more than enough to be a chef at a state banquet. Yang Zilan was also surprised after taking a bite. It smelled very fragrant just by smelling it, and it tasted so delicious that it wanted to cry. Only Chu Yunyao didn't say anything, kept bowing her head and eating it. It was her own who could eat it so delicious. Oh, Yunyao, you don't know how to do food secretly without being virtuous. Yang Tingting discovered that Chu Yunyao was eating with relish and began to bow her head to show off her rice. There were 4 dishes, and Zhou Zheng was eaten up by 3 beauties before he had a few bites. These 3 were still unsatisfied. Zhou Zheng, if my family has a family dinner in the future, I have to ask you to come and help. You can pay as much as you want. I have My sister-in-law has money, don't be polite. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said. What's the money? Yang Tingting, you and Yunhao are good friends. If you really need any help, I'll tell Yunhao. I'm not sure you can't refuse. That's good. Yang Tingting's eyes lit up, and she said with excitement on her face that could not be concealed. Zhou Zheng, thank you first. Did Yunhao hear what your husband said? Then I'm not polite in the future. Chu Yunhao gave him a blank look and said with a smile. Ting Ting, when have you ever been polite to me? But if you really want Zhou Zheng to help, you have to get my consent, otherwise I won't tell him. Oh, Yunhao, what do you mean? Don't worry, if my family really needs Zhou Zheng's help, I will contact you first. By the way, I don't have Zhou Zheng's contact information. I don't believe it. Do you believe it or not? Zhou Zheng saw a plastic best friend start to quarrel with each other again, and couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly and interrupt. By the way, Yang Tingting thought, why didn't I see your father Deputy Mayor Yang on his birthday? When Yang Tingting heard Zhou Zheng's words, she pouted and said. Old Yang is busy and said that there is a very important thing to go to the capital. I will leave all my grandfather's birthday party to me and my sister-in-law. Zhou Zheng nodded. It turned out that Deputy Mayor Yang was on a business trip to Beijing. It didn't seem like a trivial matter, otherwise he would definitely avoid conflicts with his father's birthday. That's a coincidence. I'm thinking of taking this opportunity today to have a good chat with Deputy Mayor Yang. What do you want to talk to my dad? I can notify you when he comes back. Yang Tingting didn't know what happened, so she wanted to help Zhou Zheng do something and be willing to act as a bridge between Zhou Zheng and Deputy Mayor Yang. Zhou Zheng waved his hand, as if he didn't want to reveal anything to Yang Tingting, and said. It's nothing, let's talk about it when Deputy Mayor Yang comes back. Zhou Zheng, do you want to talk to my elder brother about Lu Yan's affairs? Yang Zilan, who was silent on the side, suddenly spoke. Zhou Zheng's heart moved. Yang Zilan was so smart that he guessed what he was thinking. Now, we don't deny it. Yes, my sister-in-law, everyone knows what Lu Yan is doing. I think if it's over, Li Meng and his son and the school don't have to bear any responsibilities, that would be too much. This is an injustice to Lu Yan and a contempt for the law. Zhou Zheng was a little excited as he spoke. He missed me. That pitiful and sensible little girl is still lying in the hospital. Although I used acupuncture to save her, when will the shadow in the child's heart disappear? The initiator is at ease with the verdict. The victim not only endures physical pain but also has to bear high medical expenses, which is unacceptable to all people with conscience. Yang Zilan said. Xiaozhou, don't be excited, my father has discussed this with my elder brother specifically. Mrs. Li has a deep background, and my elder brother can only ask the Li family to give Lu Yan financial compensation. I think Mrs. Li will not do this, otherwise it would be too unreasonable. Then thank you Deputy Mayor Yang. Zhou Zheng felt a little comforted when he heard that the Li family was able to compensate Lu Yan financially, but he still felt very uncomfortable. Who is Mrs. Li's background? Even Deputy Mayor Yang is powerless? Zhou Zheng suddenly felt full of desire for power for the first time. If I had great power, I would definitely seek justice for Lu Yan, and I would never let Mrs. Li and her son get away with it. At this time, a woman suddenly ran in. She was Mr. Yang's niece. When she entered the door, she shouted to Yang Zilan in a panic. Zai Lan is not doing well, and my uncle suddenly fainted. P.S. Thanks to user Shuemaniang's novel transfer station 196-630-7603. Send someone to urge him to update the talisman. Chapter 182 Save Mr. Yang again. What? Yang Zilan quickly stood up when he heard the woman's words, with a nervous look on his face. Ziokan, how could my father faint when he was fine? I don't know either. My uncle was very energetic when drinking and chatting with his old friends. He suddenly fainted and lay on the ground. Don't ask more, hurry up and take a look. Yang Zilan and Xiaoqan ran out of the small yard quickly, and Yang Tingting realized it. Broken. Grandpa fainted, maybe he had a heart attack. Her head buzzed, and she was extremely nervous. My sister-in-law, wait for me. Yang Tingting shouted and ran out quickly. In the small yard, Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao were all next time, and they looked at each other. Zhou Zheng, Mr. Yang suddenly fainted, this is not a good sign. Let's go and have a look. Yeah, Yunyao, let's go faster. Zhou Zheng stood up and grabbed Chu Yunyao's hand and walked outside. Chu Yunyao felt that Zhou Zheng's big hands were warm and felt very comfortable, and her face turned red. The two of them quickly arrived at the courtyard and saw Mr. Yang lying on the ground motionless. Everyone stopped eating. They surrounded Mr. Yang on the inside and 3 layers of the outside. Several old comrades were in the innermost part, constantly calling Mr. Yang. Old Yang, how are you? Wake up! Old Yang, why did you fall down after we had just had a drink? Don't scare me. Yang Tingting and Yang Zilan squatted on the ground, looking at old Yang's face with grievances, obviously feeling unhappy. Dad, wake up quickly, wake up! Yang Zilan shouted softly, but old Master Yang did not respond. Mr. Wang blamed himself. It's all my fault. Why are you fighting with Lao Yang? Everyone is an old man in his twilight years, not young people, alas. Yang Zilan looked up and asked. Old Wang, how much wine did my father drink? Although we had a great time drinking 1 cup after another, we knew we couldn't drink too much. Lao Yang should be at most 3 or 3 taels. 3 Yang. Yang Zilan felt sad. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao have reminded that although heart disease patients can drink medicinal wine, they cannot exceed 1 or 2 taels a day. My father drank too much after 3 taels, so it must be a heart disease. Ting Ting, call the ambulance, hurry up. Although Yang Zilan was in chaos, he still remembered calling an ambulance as soon as possible. Yang Tingting shouted with her cell phone. My sister-in-law, I've called the first aid number. Qin Bin blamed himself. Zai Lan, I'm sorry, I didn't watch the old man. I advised him to drink less, but I couldn't help it. Yang Zilan also knew that once his father started drinking, few people could persuade him except himself and Yang Tingting. He shook his head and said, Qin Bin is not your fault. After saying that, he lowered his head and paid attention to Mr. Yang's situation with an anxious look on his face. Zai Lan, help your father up. It's so cold that it's lying on the ground. An old comrade suggested. Yang Zilan was confused and nodded. Qin Bin, help me help my father up. Okay. Seeing that Yang Zilan wanted to seek help from himself, Qin Bin immediately agreed and reached out to cooperate with Yang Zilan to help old Yang up. Don't move, don't help Mr. Yang get up. If Mr. Yang has a heart attack, the lying position is just right now, which can ensure blood supply to the brain and other organs. Zhou Zheng hurriedly stopped their behavior. Good guy. Don't know any common sense, maybe there's my heart is in chaos. Yeah. The two of them listened to Zhou Zheng very much, and at the same time let go. Yang Tingting's heart moved. Zhou Zheng had a very high attainment in acupuncture. He had thought of asking him to treat his grandfather's hidden heart disease. Maybe this time his grandfather was sick. Zhou Zheng. Just as Yang Tingting was about to ask Zhou Zheng to take action, an ambulance sirens came from far and near. Soon a doctor wearing a white coat and a medical box crossbody arrived, leading 2 nurses. Yang Zilan said that the ambulance came so fast that it arrived almost instantly. Doctor, my father fainted, come and have a look. The doctor stepped forward and said angrily. What are you doing at home? We were going to arrive after calling an ambulance, and we called again. We just left for a while and the console told us to go back. Only then did Yang Zilan realize that this was the ambulance called for Chef Fan. No wonder it came so quickly. Yang Zilan said, "Doctor, I'll apologize to you later. Can you see if my father can be okay?" The doctor stepped forward, squatted on the ground and opened Mr. Yang's eyelids and looked, put on a stethoscope and listened to his heartbeat. Shaking his head and said, "I'm not very optimistic, I have to go to the hospital as soon as possible." Turning his head and telling two nurses, "You two carry the old man in the ambulance." "Okay." The two nurses put down the stretcher in their hands and wanted to carry Mr. Yang. "You can't touch Mr. Yang!" Zhou Zheng roared and stopped him. "Do you understand medicine? The old man has a heart disease, so you still have to touch him. Aren't you afraid of secondary harm? Who are you? Will he let him die if he doesn't move?" The doctor looked at Zhou Zheng with dissatisfaction and said to the nurse, "Don't stand there and do it quickly." Zhou Zheng stepped forward and gently pushed the nurse, and the two nurses staggered back a few steps. The doctor quit. "No, what does it mean? Is this a way to save me? Where is the master's family? He doesn't let the patient move. Do you believe him or me? I tell you, we are not responsible if something happens to the old man." Some old comrades also said, "Xiaozhou, don't delay it. Let the doctor take Lao Yang to the hospital." Yang Tingting stood up and said, "I believe in Zhou Zheng. My sister-in-law, let Zhou Zheng treat his grandfather. You have seen his acupuncture." Yang Zilan hesitated and nodded. Zhou Zheng has been closely following Mr. Yang's face and found that his condition seemed to be worse than last time. He bent down and took his pulse. He realized that he had 2 blood vessels in his heart, and it was not easy to find. Yang Tingting asked, "What's going on with my grandfather Zhou Zheng? The blood vessels were blocked, so I should have been diagnosed with the last time I was hospitalized, right? The 2 blood vessels in the heart are blocked and not easy to detect. They are hidden diseases." Yang Tingting's heart moved, and what Zhou Zheng said was exactly the same as what the doctor said after the last examination. "Can it be cured?" Zhou Zheng nodded and said bluntly, "No problem, you can get it right. Today, there is a lot more calm in the body." Yang Zilan had no objection. After all, Zhou Zheng rescued Lu Yan from the god of death, and prayed in his heart that Zhou Zheng must be cured of the disease. Zhou Zheng stopped talking, took out the needle capsule and picked out the 6-inch golden needle. The doctor was startled. "Damn, the 6-inch golden needle? Is it true or false?" Zhou Zheng disinfected the golden needle, took off Mr. Yang's top, carefully avoided various nerve blood vessels and stabbed it into his chest. His fingers and wrists vibrated and trembled at the same time, and pulled it out after a few minutes. After pulling out the golden needle again, old Master Yang slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 183 I really hope you are my grandson-in-law. Ding Master level acupuncture has been upgraded 40 points, and you need 115 points of experience to upgrade the master level acupuncture. Seeing that Mr. Yang slowly opened his eyes, a systemic voice came from his mind. He was still 115 points away from the experience to upgrade to the master level acupuncture technique. He killed 2 birds with 1 stone, and Zhou Zheng couldn't help but feel happy. "Dad, are you awake? Grandpa, how do you feel?" Yang Zilan and Yang Tingting couldn't help but cry with joy when they saw Zhou Zheng having a few injections to rescue Mr. Yang. "Damn, I can use 6-inch golden needles to save heart disease patients in seconds. Good guy, this is a master of acupuncture." The emergency doctor was quite knowledgeable. He was shocked when he witnessed the entire process of Zhou Zhensing's acupuncture. "This is the miracle doctor. Well, Mr. Zhou, I'm really sorry just now. I don't know Mount Tai. If I have time, can I discuss acupuncture with you?" The first aid doctor said sincerely. He was shocked by Zhou Zheng's acupuncture, and his attitude was naturally completely different from what he had just done. "Xiao Zhou, I didn't expect you to have this trick. Oh, Lao Su had a heart attack and walked in front of me. I would have been there at that time if Xiao Zhou were there. Xiao Zhou, my heart has always been bad. I was hospitalized several times. The doctors in the hospital have not cured the symptoms. Can you see if you can help me completely cure it?" Before Zhou Zheng could speak, he was surrounded by several old comrades talking. "Zhou Zhendao, dear masters, if we have anything to do, I will talk about it later. I have to look at Mr. Yang again." Yang Tingting asked. "Zhou Zheng, can you help my grandfather up? The ground is so cold." Zhou Zheng nodded. "Yes, but I'd better carry Mr. Yang into the house and let him lie on the bed." "Okay." At this time, everyone knew that Zhou Zheng had excellent medical skills, so he naturally believed his words very well. The caregiver happened to have a stretcher in his hand, and Yang Tingting asked to use it. The two nurses were pretty good. After agreeing, they helped to carry Mr. Yang onto a stretcher and then transported it to the house. He lifted Mr. Yang from the stretcher and placed it on the bed. Yang Tingting gave them a red envelope of 500 yuan alone. The two of them thanked him in a state of great pleasure. Although Mr. Yang had woken up just now, his head was unclear and he couldn't speak. After being carried to the bedroom, I returned to normal and said strangely, "Hey? What's wrong with me just now? Aren't you drinking? Why did you carry me to the bed? Grandpa, you have drunk too much, which has caused a hidden disease in your heart and fainted. If Zhou Zheng hadn't saved you, the consequences would be unimaginable." Yang Tingting said angrily. "Old Yang, I won't dare to drink with you anymore if I ask you. If I don't have it, I will admit defeat and don't pay attention to my health at all." "That's right, if it weren't for Xiao Zhou, you wouldn't be able to bear it and see Max. Xiao Zhou saved you again. Good guy, what good thing did you do in your previous life?" the old comrades said verbally. Only then did Mr. Yang remember that he was really happy to be with the old guy on his birthday today, and he had no daughter or granddaughter to take care of him. He couldn't help but drink a few more drinks. Unexpectedly, he became unconscious after a heart spill. Mr. Yang felt ashamed and relieved, and said a little embarrassed to Zhou Zhengru, "Xiao Zhou is really troubled by you, save my life." Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said, "Old man, you're just talking about this. But even though the medicinal wine is good, don't drink it, otherwise the good medicine will turn into poison." Mr. Yang made a serious promise. Yes, don't worry, from now on, I will never drink more, at most 1 or 2 taels a day. Even if Tingting and Zilan supervise me, I will never secretly increase the amount." Yang Tingting curled her lips. The old man often promised to drink in moderation, but when no one reminded him, he would let himself go. Today is a living example. "Grandpa, based on my relationship with Yunyao, this medicinal wine needs as much as possible, but your body is yours. My sister-in-law and I can't stare at you all day long, and I won't advise you any more. Whether you can control it depends on yourself." "Ting, don't worry," Xiao Zhou spoke. "Even if I don't listen to you, I will listen to him," Mr. Yang said confidently. Yang Tingting looked dark and said to herself, Grandpa, who is your granddaughter? Zhou Zheng's words are better than mine, right?" Although Mr. Yang looked safe, Yang Zilan was still a little worried. "Zhou Zheng, has my father's hidden disease really been cured? Do you need to send it to the hospital for rehabilitation?" Zhou Zheng thought for a while and said. Mr. Yang's blocked bloodline was cleared with golden needles, and it was no longer a big deal. "It's okay to send it to the hospital, and it's okay to recuperate at home. It depends on your choice." Yang Zilan insisted on sending his father to the hospital for recovery, but Mr. Yang said that he would not go to the hospital and said that going to the hospital was like going to jail. Even if he was not sick, he would have to get sick. Yang Tingting supported her grandfather's opinion, and Yang Zilan had to obey the majority, but she was still a little worried. Yang Tingting knew what her sister was worried about, so she told Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, I would like to ask you one more thing. Can you come to my house once a day to help my grandfather take the pulse and judge how he recovered? She felt a little embarrassed. Zhou Zheng was not Mr. Yang's healthcare doctor. He also had a career, so this kind of requirement was a bit difficult. Can. Zhou Zheng agreed without thinking. It took only a few minutes to help Mr. Yang check his health. Thank you, Zhou Zheng, I don't know how to thank you anymore. Yang Tingting said seriously. Zhou Zheng waved his hand with a smile on his face. Yang Tingting, you don't want to be like this, I will feel that you are very strange. Chu Yunyao also smiled from the side. Yes, Tingting is not your style, I'm going to get goosebumps. Stinky Yao Yao, can't I be more ladylike and more serious? Yang Tingting said to Chu Yunyao with her teeth and claws. Haha, that's it, that's what it tastes like. Chu Yunyao smiled at the corner of her mouth. Mr. Yang held Zhou Zheng's hand, and he felt extremely grateful. Zhou Zheng saved him twice in a row. What a kind of kindness! How to repay it? After looking at Chu Yunyao, she looked at Yang Tingting again. Old Master Yang sighed and said, Xiao Zhou, if you hadn't been married to the Chu girl, I would have introduced Tingting to you. I really hope you are my grandson-in-law. As soon as Mr. Yang finished speaking, the bedroom suddenly became quiet. Yang Tingting's face was flushed with shame. Grandpa, what are you talking nonsense? Zhou Zheng was shocked. Good guy. This is said in public, and it can be seen that Mr. Yang is definitely not a false statement. To be honest, if it weren't for Chu Yunyao, Yang Tingting might be a good choice. But Chu Yunyao is now his wife, so she must not covet any other woman. Broken. Yunyao, don't misunderstand the taste of eating. Zhou Zheng looked at Chu Yunyao attentively, and saw her looking at Zhou Zheng, with beautiful eyes that seemed to be smiling. P.S. Say it weekly, ask for gifts and 5-star praise. Chapter 184 Can I hug you Yunyao? Zhou Zheng saw that Chu Yunyao's eyes were complicated, and then he did not dare to look directly at the other party. He withdrew his gaze and said seriously, Old man, I appreciate your kindness. There is no if in this world, and Chu Yunyao is my wife, I don't want to cause her misunderstanding. Zhou Zheng's meaning is very clear, that is, to tell Mr. Yang that it is impossible for Yang Tingting to get along with him, and he should not mention this matter in the future. He does not want to be misunderstood by Chu Yunyao. Mr. Yang was also inspired and did not pass through his brain. After Zhou Zheng said this, he felt that what he said just now was a bit inappropriate, so he hurriedly said, Xiao Zhou, what I said just now is a bit rude, I have no brains, don't mind. There is also the girl from the Chu family. Grandpa didn't keep the door in his mouth just now, so don't misunderstand it. Mr. Yang said such words. Even though Chu Yunyao was concerned, he couldn't say anything. He hurriedly said, What did you say just now, old man? I didn't hear it at all. Mr. Yang nodded, thinking that the Chu family is worthy of being a businessman, and this girl is versatile. If Yang Tingting and Chu Yunyao date Zhou Zheng at the same time on the same starting line, the heartless Yang Tingting will have a high chance of losing. The bedroom became cold for a while and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Qin Bin looked left and right and mustered up the courage to break the awkward atmosphere. Then what, I think it's better to let Mr. Yang rest. Let's go out first and don't disturb him. There are also Mr. Yang's friends in the bedroom, and he meant to chase people out by saying this. But the old comrades had no objection. Lao Yang almost met Max when he had a heart attack, so he should indeed rest. Okay, Lao Yang, take good care of your health and we will have a party next day. Old Yang, let's withdraw first. After saying that, several old comrades waved their hands to old Yang and prepared to leave. "Dear friends, today's hospitality is not good. You can't give it to you like this, so you can take care of it. Let's have a good time when we meet up next day." "Oh, Lao Yang, you just recovered and still want to drink it? Is it good to have a better memory? Don't remember to eat or beat it." Mr. Wang smiled kindly. "Haha." Mr. Yang smiled twice in a sly manner. "What are you thinking about, Lao Wang? I didn't say I had to drink. Can't we get together to have tea? Drink tea?" Wang Lao Wen heard the black face and curled his lips. "Old Yang, are you guys intentionally? Are you still kidding? I think Xiaozhou is really a great skill and has made your personality cheerful. Okay, let's go first. Zilan helps me deliver the guests." "No, don't be polite, Lao Yang, our decades of relationship." Mr. Wang didn't stop after saying that, and walked out of the bedroom first. The other old comrades also greeted Mr. Yang and left the house one after another. Zhou Zheng reminded Mr. Yang a few more words and walked out with Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao suddenly stretched out her arms and hugged Zhou Zheng's waist, covering the tender flesh around his waist with a jade hand. Zhou Zheng was a little surprised. "In my impression, this is the first time Chu Yunyao has taken the initiative to make intimate actions with him. Did the sun rise from the west? Or did Yunyao see that she was so outstanding and was moved by her talent, so she couldn't help but have physical intimate contact with herself?" Yunyao. Chu Yunyao couldn't fix Zhou Zheng anymore. He tilted his head and looked at her pretty face full of collagen. Chu Yunyao also looked at him, with a gorgeous smile on her face, and asked softly, "Zhou Zheng, Mr. Yang just told you that if we were not a couple, he would want to marry Yang Tingting to you. What was your real thought at that time?" Zhou Zheng's heart moved. This was a free question. He wanted to answer but he couldn't. After thinking about it, he said, "I was extremely resistant at that time. How could Yang Tingting and I beg? Besides, you and I are husband and wife, it is even more impossible for Yang Tingting and I to beg." "Real? That must be true, otherwise I wouldn't say more offensive things to Mr. Yang." Chu Yunyao let go of the tender flesh on Zhou Zheng's waist and said, "Okay, I believe you, Zhou Zheng. Yunyao, if you don't believe me, I will die unjustly. I am even more unjust than Doi." Zhou Zheng said with a sad face on purpose. Chu Yunyao said embarrassedly, "I didn't say I didn't believe you, but I just felt something in my heart, so I wanted to ask you." "Okay, now I'm completely relieved." Zhou Zheng felt a move when he saw the reward above Chu Yunyao's head changing from 1 star to 2 stars. Upgraded. "Then Yunyao, can I hug you?" Zhou Zheng wanted to strike while the iron was hot, and wanted to interact intimately with Chu Yunyao to upgrade the rewards again. "Hug me." Chu Yunyao felt shy in her heart. This was the first time Zhou Zheng offered to hug her. How dare he? Hasn't Zhou Zheng always looked like a straight man? "Yunyao, you have also said that intimate actions such as holding hands and hugging before getting the certificate are okay. Don't be shy, Zhou." Zheng saw that Chu Yunyao's pretty white face flushed, and he thought she was shy and embarrassed. "I'm not shy, I didn't say I can't." Chu Yunyao lowered her head and said the sound was almost unheard. Fortunately, Zhou Zheng's physical fitness was beyond ordinary people, so he still heard it clearly and was about to reach out. Several old comrades suddenly appeared beside Zhou Zheng. Hey Xiaozhou, aren't you busy now? Xiaozhou, we have something to ask for." Zhou Zheng's arms that had just stretched out quickly retracted. "Good guy. These old comrades used to do intelligence, right? Why did it appear silently?" Zhou Zhendao. "No, the old men have not left yet." Mr. Wang stood in front of Zhou Zheng and said, "This is not waiting for the car to pick it up. Of course, we are also waiting for you to ask for something. Mr. Wang, don't be polite. If you have anything, just say it. I will definitely not refuse what I can do. Old Wang looked happy and glanced at the old friend beside him and said, I just said that Xiao Zhou is a bright person. Zhou Wa, that's the case. I just saw that you had a wonderful way to save Lao Yang's life. We old guys also started to think about it. At this age, no one is good at it. There are more or less patients with chronic diseases on them, so I want you to help with treatment. Look at this. Zhou Zheng nodded and understood. Isn't it just acupuncture to treat a doctor? Arrange it. In the past, when there was no hidden dragon art, it was a painstaking effort to perform acupuncture, and often it was not as strong as possible. Now there are no concerns in this regard. Moreover, treating these old comrades can not only gain experience in upgrading acupuncture, but also make good friends. Old Wang, no problem, let's start now. After hearing what Zhou Zheng said, the old comrades were quite happy. Mr. Wang. Xiao Zhou, show me first. When I was the county magistrate, I caught a flood. As the leader of the county, I set an example in the flood for half a night. Later, when I got old, my lungs felt extremely uncomfortable. I often coughed, cough 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 cough. After hearing the cause of the disease introduced by Mr. Wang, Zhou Zheng helped him take his pulse. It doesn't matter, Mr. Wang, your chronic disease is easy to cure. Zhou Zheng said as he took out the golden needle to disinfect it, and stabbed it into the acupoints through the clothes. After a few injections, Mr. Wang was surprised to find that his lungs were relaxed and he didn't want to cough anymore. The lung disease that had been bothering him for more than 10 years seemed to have been cured. Xiao Zhou, I won't say anything anymore, it's amazing. Several old comrades around were also surprised. One of them said, Xiao Zhou, have you cured Lao Wang's old illness for many years? His son is a master in the province. I can give him any conditions if I have. Chapter 185 The husband I chose is indeed excellent. Mr. Wang took a few deep breaths, felt the condition of his lungs, and was immediately ecstatic. The old disease that had tortured him for many years was easily cured by Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, it would be great if I had known you a few years earlier. Mr. Wang couldn't help but hold Zhou Zheng's hand. He has seen countless doctors in lung diseases, visited many large hospitals, and even consulted with foreign experts. The doctors' conclusions are the same. Mr. Wang's lungs were irreversible and it was impossible to recover. This disease will be the same as him for the rest of his life. He can only rely on taking medicine to relieve the painful symptoms. Mr. Wang has actually given up the complete cure for lung disease. Today, he also asked Zhou Zheng to acupuncture a few times with the mentality of being a dead horse. Unexpectedly, he was cured by Zhou Zheng's several injections. Mr. Wang has been in the officialdom for many years and has long developed the joy and anger that cannot be reflected, but today he has broken his defense. Xiao Zhou, if you cure my lung disease, you can't be punished. Please make any requests. Please try to satisfy me as much as possible. Tell me. Mr. Wang said excitedly and sincerely. An old comrade whispered to remind Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, Mr. Wang's son is now a master in the province. I can be bolder. Zhou Zheng was shocked by the old comrade's reminder. After thinking about it, the big boss in the province seemed to be his surname Wang. Unexpectedly, Mr. Wang had such an excellent son, a rankin official. Old Wang didn't care about his ears, so he naturally heard what the old guy reminded Zhou Zheng, and immediately added. Xiao Zhou, what I mean is that you can help you solve some things without violating organizational discipline. If you ask me to help you get promoted and make money, this is really impossible. Zhou Zheng felt aroused, and he remembered Lu Yan lying on the hospital bed. Mrs. Li and Li Meng have a deep background. After forcing Lu Yan to jump off the building, they have nothing to do. Deputy Mayor Yang can't control it. At most, he beats the side drum to make financial compensation. Zhou Zheng, as a policeman, does not rub the sand in his eyes, but because of his low position and light power, he cannot be brought to justice. Now he is involved with his father who is good at the province. How powerful is the person behind Mrs. Li, how powerful is he than the one in the province? Zhou Zheng's heart was full of twists and turns, and hesitated for a while, and wanted to tell Mr. Wang about this, hoping that his son could make the decision for Lu Yan. However, Zhou Zheng still didn't say it, and in the end he denied his thoughts. He had just met Mr. Wang. Even if he cured his old illness, he could not make any requirements unscrupulously. It looked like he was doing a transaction, and this was not Zhou Zheng's style. Moreover, this incident did not happen to him, and it was still not until Mr. Wang was willing to help. It can be seen that even if he is willing to help, he will help Zhou Zheng build a bridge to notify his son to deal with it. The top leader of the savings industry is very busy, and will he be disgusted by asking Mr. Yang to walk through the back door? Anyway, Zhou Zheng still felt a little abrupt, so he finally opened his mouth and didn't speak. Xiao Zhou, tell Lao Wang quickly. If you haven't thought about it, why don't you help me see a doctor first and think about it later? An old comrade urged him. Old Wang, I have no requirements to make. After Zhou Zheng finished speaking, he stopped talking about this question and asked the old comrade next to him. Mister, where are you feeling uncomfortable? When Wang heard this, he took a deep breath. Actually, he was also a little uneasy just now. When he recovered from the lung disease, he was happy to ask Zhou Zheng. What if Zhou Zheng made a request that made him feel embarrassed, would he help or not? If it were someone else, and knew that Wang's son was the top leader, he would not have to make any more requirements. Let's talk about whether it was okay. However, Zhou Zheng did not mention any requests, which was beyond Mr. Wang's expectations and gave him a new understanding of Zhou Zheng. All of these old comrades have old diseases, but no one except Mr. Wang is very serious. After all, senior officials have retired and their medical conditions are up. Zhou Zheng quickly helped them use acupuncture to cure the disease, and their worries were wiped out. These old comrades were naturally very happy, and they also followed suit and asked Zhou Zheng what he wanted. Zhou Zheng still waved his hand and said no. Xiao Zhou, how can that work? That's right, we're embarrassed to want nothing. All the old comrades were talking. Actually, the old men are well maintained. There are no serious illnesses. I am just a simple task, and I don't need any compensation. Zhou Zheng said modestly. Hey, that's it. Although the old diseases on us old things are not fatal, they have tortured us for so many years, and we are so annoyed. Xiao Zhou, you relieve our pain for us, this is a great help. Xiao Zhou, it's okay if you can't remember it now. If you think about it in the future, you can contact us at any time. Although we are old, we are still a little bit energetic. Yes, Xiao Zhou, I must notify us if I have the chance to come to the provincial capital in the future. Okay. Zhou Zheng no longer refuses. My men, when I have the opportunity to go to the provincial capital, I must visit you, and I will also help you check your health. That's good. That's all. And there are girls from the Chu family, don't forget the medicinal wine you gave us. Don't worry, old men. Chu Yunyao smiled and nodded in agreement. At this time, a coaster with a provincial capital license plate arrived and was here to pick them up. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao brought the old comrades into the car and everyone waved goodbye. In the car, an old comrade suddenly asked Mr. Wang. Old Wang heard that your grandson-in-law is about to give birth. She has a bad physical condition and Zhou Zheng has excellent acupuncture skills. Why not ask him to protect him at that time and take double insurance? Mr. Wang narrowed his eyes and said. I do have this idea, but I'm embarrassed to keep asking for rewards from Xiao Zhou. Let's talk about it then. After Coaster left, Chu Yunyao stroked a strand of hair floating on her face and asked. Zhou Zheng, why do you refuse to treat these old men when you treat them? Do you want to give back to you? Do you want the old men to owe you favors? Chu Yunyao believed that Zhou Zhang deliberately did not mention conditions just to make all these old comrades owe him a favor, and that such favors could not be bought even if they were paid for money. Ah! Zhou Zhang was stunned for a moment and explained. Yunyao, since I can cure their old illness, I will naturally do my best to cure them. I didn't think so much about it. Even if they are not retired high-ranking officials, they are just ordinary people, and I will not stand idly by once I meet them. Zhou Zhang's words touched Chu Yunyao very much. She was born in a businessman's family. She heard about how to maximize profits since she was a child. Although she was kind-hearted, she couldn't help but get involved in this kind of thought. Suddenly, Chu Yunyao felt that Zhou Zhang was so enlightened that he never put interests first. It is precisely because of this that he made good friends and saved Mr. Yang and had a close relationship with the Yang family. These old men in the provincial capital also highly praised him, which was all blessings of no desires and no desires. The husband I chose is indeed excellent. Chu Yunyao squinted her eyes and looked at Zhou Zhang, not forgetting to praise herself in her mind. Zhou Zhang asked. Yunyao, we should retreat too. Where are you going? I want to ship the goods to these old comrades. I want to make the medicinal wine of centennial ginseng as soon as possible, and I also want to register a company and register a trademark. After saying that, Chu Yunyao asked back. Zhou Zhang, where are you going? I want to go to the hospital to see Xiao Yan. I'll go too, go, let's go together. Chapter 186 Killing. In an independent ward of Jiangbei Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Lu Yan lies on the hospital bed, her eyes closed and she falls asleep drowsy, her thin little face is still pale. Although Zhou Zhang used acupuncture to force her to prolong her life, she was out of danger of life, but because she was too seriously injured, she was also seriously injured after she got her life back. The doctor said that Lu Yan would never be able to return to her state before she jumped off the building. Although her legs had comminuted fractures, she had surgery, but even after recovery, she could not do vigorous exercise like a normal person. This was still a good situation. If she could not recover well, she could not even stand for a long time. Wang Yeheng sat next to Lu Yan, looking at the miserable child Zi. Tears couldn't stop flowing down her eyes, and she couldn't count how many times she burst into tears. Lu Jianjun had an unkempt face, his eyes were red, and a few silver threads were added to his temples. He seemed to have grown up several years at once. He held a bowl of brewed white elephant instant noodles with his hands and handed them to Wang Yeheng. Yeheng, you didn't eat in the morning. You'll have some food in the afternoon. In the morning, the colleagues of Qiubei Institute were divided into several waves, led by Hao Aguo and Wu Tian, and visited Lu Yan in the hospital in turn, and also guided Lu Jianjun and his wife. Everyone spontaneously raised 10,000 yuan and bought a lot of food and food. Hao Aguo knew that Lu Jianjun's family was not rich, and Lu Yan had this incident again, which made the already poor family even worse. He was afraid that in order to raise the operation fee for Lu Yan, Lu Jianjun was wronged, so he bought a bunch of convenience food and sent it to the ward. Wang Yeheng wiped her tears and said, Jianjun, you can eat it, I can't eat it. You have to eat it if you can't eat it. Lu Jianjun said toughly, and immediately felt it was inappropriate, and his tone slowed down. Yeheng, you haven't eaten much since Xiao Yan happened. Look at your thin face, you look like you are losing. People are iron and rice, and it's not a matter of Xiao Yan's recovery. If you don't eat, then how can you do it? I have a job. Although the director gave me a long vacation, I can't stay in the hospital all day and don't go to work. You have to do the care of Xiao Yan in the future. What should I do if you fall down? What should Xiao Yan do? Lu Jianjun said with great thoughts and said dry mouth, and then he forked out instant noodles from the noodle bucket and handed them gently to Wang Yeheng's mouth. Wang Yeheng seemed to have listened to Lu Jianjun's words. She had no appetite at all, and she mechanically opened her mouth and swallowed the noodles into her mouth. She chewed a few sips of the flavor and chewed the wax. She swallowed it whole, and tears couldn't stop flowing out. Wang Yeheng couldn't eat it after taking a few bites. In order to avoid wasting, Lu Jianjun finished the remaining noodles. I wiped my mouth with my hand and picked up a hospitalization list on the table. This was yesterday's expense. It cost several thousand in just one day. Although medical insurance can be reimbursed part of the hospitalization in the future, I have to pay for it myself. I don't know how much it will cost when Xiao Yan recovers completely. Zhou Zheng made a sum of money in Lu Yan's hospitalization account very righteously. She didn't have to worry about her medical expenses for the time being, but this money could not be made in vain by Zhou Zheng, and she had to pay it back. I heard from a family member of a similar condition that his family has been cured for hundreds of thousands of yuan, and it is a bottomless pit to recover completely. Lu Jianjun lost a lot of hair, and his wish to buy a house in the city will never come true in his life. Jianjun, do you think Li Jinfeng will compensate our family? Wang Yeheng felt panic when she saw the hospitalization list. The money spent during the hospitalization period was like flowing water. Good guy. Who can bear it in ordinary families? The other party was too powerful, so powerful that she felt desperate. Wang Yeheng no longer wanted to seek justice. She just thought that the other party would have a little conscience and would bear the medical expenses for Lu Yan in hospital. Speaking of Li Jinfeng and his son, Lu Jianjun was furious and his hair stood up. I wish I could kill these gangs of damn people. Jianjun, don't be impulsive, and don't do stupid things. You can't live by killing them. What should I do with Xiao Yan? Wang Yeheng cried. Lu Jianjun was naturally angry. He knew that he was powerless and could only be furious. Perhaps the other party could compensate some money, which was the final outcome, but no amount of money would never heal the pain of the entire family. Oh! Lu Jianjun sighed, squatted on the ground in depressed voice. The director told me that he would communicate with the superiors and try to get a little justice for us. Moreover, Mr. Yang also knew about this. He was very angry and thought he would also mention it to Deputy Mayor Yang. As for whether it can be effective, no one knows. After all, Li Jinfeng's background is unfathomable. As he was talking, a knock on the door sounded outside the door. Fearing to wake up Lu Yan who was sleeping soundly, Lu Jianjun quickly stood up and went to open the door. Opening the door, outside the door stood a man in his 40s. He was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a big back, and a long strip of face was flushed. Who are you? Lu Jianjun asked in confusion without seeing anyone who has ever seen him. Hello, is it Mr. Lu Jianjun and Mr. Lu? Yes, I am, who are you? Lu Jianjun did not invite the person into the ward, but instead gave Wang Yeheng a wink and walked outside the ward to close the door. Sorry, we'll talk outside when the child is sleeping. The visitor waved his hand to explain to him. Mr. Lu, let me introduce myself. My surname is Ho. You can call me Lawyer Ho. I am also a friend of Ms. Li Jinfeng, and she asked me to come. Hearing that it was someone sent by Li Jinfeng, Lu Jianjun's attitude took a sharp turn for the worse and his tone was also cold. What are you doing? Lawyer Ho shrugged indifferently about Lu Jianjun's attitude. Mr. Lu, I can understand your mood, but it has nothing to do with Ms. Li and his son. Ms. Li compensates your family with 20,000 yuan in accordance with humanitarian principles. I came for this. There is a disclaimer here. You signed it and promised that it has nothing to do with Ms. Li and her son. Just let it go. These 20,000 yuan are yours. Lu Jianjun was so angry that he trembled all over and pointed at Lawyer Ho and said, You are so shameless. You just want to buy a life of 20,000 yuan? Do you have to kill someone even if you kill someone? Haha, Mr. Lu, don't be excited. I have said that your child's jumping off the building has nothing to do with Ms. Li and her son. The 20,000 yuan is just humanitarian aid. Lawyer Ho took out 2 stacks of $100 bills from his arms and took out another agreement. Mr. Lu, you also know Ms. Li's background and strength. I advise you not to toast and not to eat and punish the wine. You must keep this matter in mind, be careful that your work is not guaranteed, and you will not make any noise, sign it. Roll. Lu Jianjun couldn't help but shout. Mr. Lu, it's very difficult for me to do this. In short, no matter whether you accept it or not, this word must be signed, otherwise no one can explain it. Lawyer Ho was like a gangster who was accomplishing the tiger, forcing Lu Jianjun to sign. Lu Jianjun was no longer living in Bengbu. He grabbed the disclaimer and tore it to pieces and threw it on Lawyer Ho's face. I'll go fuck you, get out of here. Chapter 187. It's quite tiring to beat someone. Lu Jianjun tore the agreement and threw it on Lawyer Ho's face. His big back was also affected, and several strands of hair drooped like a whale. Lawyer Ho's long face also changed color, and he was immediately furious. He didn't want to admit defeat when his hair was timid. By the way, his name is Ho Vitao, who was originally a slut in society, because he was somewhat culturally and liked to show off. From time to time, his friends called him Lawyer Ho. This is just a nickname for him and not a real lawyer. This guy later got involved with Li Jinfeng and was usually very arrogant. At this time, Ho Vitao did not pretend to be civilized or demeanor, and shouted loudly with his original face. You are shameless when you step on the horse and don't eat toasts? I will always have to peel you. What's wrong? Do you want to assault the police? Lu Jianjun was holding his breath. As long as Ho Vitao dared to take action, he would be arrested and charged with provoking trouble. I'll go. Ho Vitao then remembered that Lu Jianjun was not Bai-Ding either, he was a policeman. I am not Li Jinfeng's son. If I really fight with Lu Jianjun, I have to get into oranges. I won't be as good as you today as Lu Jianjun, so you can do it yourself. Ho Vitao did not complete the task and did not dare to attack Lu Jianjun. He turned around and left in depression, thinking about how to hand over Li Jinfeng. I took the elevator to the first floor and suddenly I accidentally bumped into someone on my shoulder. You are blind. Ho Vitao was upset and wanted to lose his temper. The anger suddenly came up and pointed at the other party and started scolding. Zhou Zheng frowned. You obviously hit me and started scolding me. Why is this person not of quality at all? Chu Yunyao stopped doing it and immediately replied. Hey, put it cleanly in your mouth. It's obviously you who hit my husband first, and you still have to turn the tables. Ho Vitao was about to continue cursing, but when he looked closely, he found that the woman in front of him was a peerless beauty. Good guy. This is so beautiful. His face suddenly turned into a digital look, and his eyes turned into digital, staring at Chu Yunyao for a while. He also deliberately exposed the keys of the Mercedes-Benz car around his waist and said lustfully. Beautiful girl, how about making friends? Let's go to the nightclub together to play together at night, I'll pay the bill. Are you sick? Chu Yunyao almost vomited with disgust, and she really didn't want to talk to him. Turning to Zhou Zhendao. Zhou Zheng, let's go, this person is so disgusting. Zhou Zheng nodded. He came to the hospital to see Lu Yan and didn't want to cause trouble. What can he do to people with no quality? You can't beat him up, right? As soon as Chu Yunyao turned around, a gust of fragrant wind came into Lawyer Ho's nostrils. Lawyer Ho's heart was filled with courage, and he could not know where he got it. He could not help but reach out to touch her. The moment he was about to succeed, a big hand grabbed his wrist. Ho Vitao suddenly felt that his wrist was pinched by red hot chopsticks, and there was a piercing pain. Zhou Zheng squinted his eyes, looking calm on the surface, but in fact he was extremely angry. You still want to be a hooligan? Zhou Zheng couldn't help but raise his slap and was about to slap Ho Vitao. Zhou Zheng, don't! Chu Yunyao stopped Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng's identity is a policeman. If he just beats the other party like this, it will be a problem for him to call the police or report Zhou Zheng. However, Chu Yunyao had no scruples. Baba baba. He slapped Ho Vitao with lightning speed. These few strokes were heavy enough. Ho Vitao was dizzy and bleeding from his mouth and nose, his face suddenly became swollen, and his long face turned into a date pit face. You dare to hit me, I have to kill you. Ho Vitao said as he struggled to take action. Zhou Zheng tried hard on his hand, and his wrist bone made a click sound. I'll go. Oh my god, it hurts. I'm convinced, let go, I'm convinced. Ho Vitao was sobbed by Zhou Zheng that he was completely timid. Zhou Zheng then let go of his hand. He took out his cell phone and called the police. Hey Yoyaling? Someone on the first floor of the inpatient department of the Chinese medicine hospital is acting like a hooligan. Ho Vitao Jian, I can't believe my eyes and ears. Good guy. If you hit me, you will call the police. Is there any other way to do this? However, he was indeed a hooligan first, and he felt that he was also inappropriate. He looked down at Zhou Zheng's wrist, and at this time, a few blue-purple fingerprints had been added, and Ho Vitao suddenly became nervous. This kid has practiced it. Fortunately, I didn't fight with him, otherwise I would have suffered even more. 36 strategies are the best, I'll escape, I'll escape. Zhou Zheng blocked his way. Do you want to run? No way. Soon, 2 police officers from the jurisdiction arrived. Who called the police? I reported it. Nowadays, Zhou Zheng is an idol in the hearts of grassroots police officers. Few people in the Jiangbei police circle do not know him. These 2 policemen, one is the old and the other is the young, and are also fans of Zhou Zheng. Oh, isn't this Officer Zhou Zheng? What did you think you were beating Yao Yaling? You can just catch him when you encounter a criminal suspect. Zhou Zhendao. I'm on vacation today and I have something to do, so I'm going to bother you guys. No trouble, no trouble. The 2 policemen waved their hands and said. What did this kid do? Playing a hooligan. Zhou Zheng said as he pointed to the camera on the ceiling and said. Please go to the surveillance room to find out the surveillance video. I will go to the police to take a record, or do you guys tell me a record now? Officer Zhou is very good to say. Let's take this kid in the office first, you can do your business first. The 2 policemen are also smart. They know that Zhou Zheng is definitely not a thing in the pool and will definitely make a fortune in the future. If you have the chance to cram, you must hug him. What's your name? Ho Vitao. Officer, please listen to my explanation. I was not a hooligan. I was wronged. This is a misunderstanding, really. Look at them beat me. Ho Vitao was a little panicked when he learned that Zhou Zheng was a policeman and quickly explained. The 2 policemen naturally refused to listen to him. All the suspects we arrested said that they were wronged, but many people were not wronged when they sat on the iron chair in the interrogation room. Seeing that the 2 police officers seemed to be unacceptable at all, Ho Vitao thought of asking for help from Li Jinfeng. Can I make a phone call, officer? No. I'll handcuff you first. The 2 policemen took out their handcuffs, handcuffed them to the wrist of Lawyer Ho, and bit their last teeth. Lawyer Ho's wrist was already hurt by Zhou Zheng, and it hurt even more now. He grinned as if he was crying. You can't do this. It's a little looser, it hurts. The 2 policemen ignored him and said hello to Zhou Zheng and escorted him to the surveillance room to collect surveillance videos. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao then took the elevator to the floor of the ward where Lu Yan was. Zhou Zheng smiled and said, Yunyao, I didn't expect you to really dare to take action. Chu Yunyao was lowering her head and wiping her fingers carefully with a wet wipe. It really dirty my hand if I don't suck such a hooligan. I can't help but not suck him. I suddenly realized that it was quite tiring to hit someone. Zhou Zheng, do you think I'm violent? Zhou Zheng shook his head and said. How could this be? This kind of scum is not dealt with. Yunhao has time to come and I will teach you the skills of melee defense, which can not only prevent perverts but also strengthen your body. Okay. Chu Yunhao nodded obediently. When the two of them arrived at the door of the ward, they saw Lu Jianjun squatting against the wall, staring at the opposite wall blankly in a daze. Chapter 188 Never Let You Go. Master, why are you squatting here? Brother Jianjun, what are you doing? Zhou and Chu Yunhao saw Lu Jianjun squatting against the wall, and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment and then asked quickly. Lu Jianjun looked up and saw Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunhao, and quickly covered up his emotions and stood up with a smile. Oh, it's nothing. I'll come out to breathe when I'm too bored in the ward. How could Zhou Zheng not tell Lu Jianjun's appearance when he distinguished his face and color? What's wrong with master? Don't hide it from me. Xiao Zhou, it's nothing, I'm just breathing out. Master, is Xiao Yan's medical expenses for hospitalization not enough? Don't worry, I have money here, I can afford it for how long Xiao Yan lives. Speaking of hospitalization fees, Lu Jianjun's heart was still in a state of decline. Xiao Zhou, you pay Xiao Yan's early hospitalization fee. I always spend your money and I feel sorry for you. Zhou Zheng pretended to be angry and said. Master, look at what you said. Do you treat me as an outsider? But Xiao Zhou, your money belongs to you, and Yunyao's business was at the beginning, I always feel. Zhou Zheng knew that Lu Jianjun was very proud and interrupted. Master, let's do this. Even if Yunyao and I lend this money to you, when will you get it? Is that okay? Okay, okay. We really can't pay it back in one half, you have to let me go for a while. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and deliberately pretended to be impatient. I know, okay, master, let's stop talking about this. At this time, Chu Yunyao found pieces of paper on the ground, and even found Lu Yan's name on it. Brother Jianjun, what are these fragments for? Why is Lu Yan's name on it? Oh! Lu Jianjun sighed, and seeing that he could not hide it, he intermittently told the story of Ho Vitao's coercion, luring, and killing people just now. This guy named Ho is so inappropriate. My surname is Ho. Chu Yunyao's eyes lit up, and she suddenly remembered the flow of the squirting just now. The gangster's surname is Ho, could he be the same person? Brother Jianjun, is this guy named Ho Vitao? Lu Jianjun shook his head. I don't know what his name is. Then what does this guy look like? Is he a knife-striped face, a big back, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his face? Lu Jianjun said strangely. Yes, the marquis of the surname really has this virtue. How come you have seen Yunyao? Chu Yunyao said angrily. Brother Jianjun, when we came, we met a guy named Ho. I slapped him a few big mouths. This guy is now taken to the police by the police. What? What's wrong with Yunyao? Lu Jianjun asked in confusion. Master, this man surnamed Ho wants to be a hooligan to Yunyao. I wanted to beat him up, but Yunyao was afraid of affecting my work, so she did it herself. Zhou Zheng briefly retold it with Lu Jianjun. Lu Jianjun clapped his hands when he heard this. Good fight. This guy was so arrogant just now that he was so arrogant. I want to beat him up. Brother Jianjun, I'm venting my anger for you, don't take it to your heart. Lu Jianjun shook his head, stared at his red eyes, and said with his muscles trembling on his face. The man surnamed Ho is just Li Jinfeng's tyrant. Even if he beat him to death, it would be difficult to relieve my hatred. Li Jinfeng killed someone and killed me. He was so disgusting to me, and even threatened me with my work. If it weren't for Yeheng and Xiao Yan, I might have died with Li Jinfeng and his son. Zhou Zheng patted Lu Jianjun's trembling shoulder and comforted him. Master, don't say stupid things, and don't do stupid things. You are the pillar of the family. Sister-in-law and Xiao Yan need you. Zhou Zheng felt bad either. He originally thought that Li Jinfeng and his son would compensate Li Jianjun with a large amount of money, which would allow Xiao Yan to be treated smoothly and discharged from the hospital. Unexpectedly, after Li Jinfeng made this, she wanted to send Li Jianjun for 20,000 yuan, and even threatened him with work to force him to sign the agreement. How arrogant and bold is this? Zhou Zheng didn't believe that there was no justice in this world. He wanted to seek justice for Lu Jianjun and his family. Li Jinfeng and his son will not be arrogant for long, and they and the people behind him will definitely be punished as they deserve. Zhou Zheng's tone was strong and powerful. He secretly swears in his heart, Li Jinfeng, I will never let you go. Lu Jianjun thought Zhou Zheng was relaxing his heart, so he nodded and said, Xiao Zhou, I'm very pleased that you have this kind of heart. Okay, don't say this anymore. You can go into the house and see Xiao Yan. Well, I bought a lot of delicious food for Xiao Yan, she will definitely like it. Chu Yunyao pointed to the backpack she was carrying. When Lu Jianjun saw that Chu Yunyao brought a lot of things to Lu Yan, he was embarrassed to say, Yunyao, don't bring food to her in the future, Xiao Yan is almost spoiled by you. Haha, of course girls are used to spoil them. Brother Jianjun, I have said a long time ago that I will include all the snacks for Xiao Yan in the future. Lu Jianjun was very moved, deliberately pretending to be helpless, shook his head and opened the door of the ward. Xiao Zhou, Yunyao, you guys come in. Wang Yeheng asked when she heard the news. Jianjun, who is here? Xiao Zhou and Yunyao are here. What, is Xiao Yan awake? Wake up, wake up. Wang Yeheng stood up to meet him as she spoke. Xiao Zhou, are you here, Yunyao? Sister-in-law, let's take a look at Xiao Yan. The two of them were talking together. Are Uncle Zhou Zheng and Sister Yunyao coming? A weak voice rang on the hospital bed. To Xiao Yan, Uncle Zhou Zheng and Sister Yunyao are here to see you. Chu Yunyao said with a smile. Zhou Zheng said with a dark face, why do you feel like you are a bad person again? Xiao Yan was excited to sit up, with a look of pain on her face. Her legs were comminuted and broken, and it hurt so much that it didn't move, let alone wanted to move. Xiao Yan, don't move. Chu Yunyao hurried forward and grabbed her little hand. Sister Yunyao, you are still as beautiful as before. Lu Yan seemed to be feeling much better when she saw the beautiful Chu Yunyao, and her legs didn't hurt so much. Chu Yunyao smiled like a flower, trying to show her the sunny side. Xiao Yan, you should take good care of your injuries. You will be more beautiful than your sister in the future. Look at what this is. Here is a big snack gift package. Wow, so many delicious foods, sister is so good, Xiao Yan is so happy. Everyone felt relieved when they saw that Xiao Yan was in good spirits and was not depressed. Everyone surrounded Xiao Yan like stars in the moon, which gave her a great sense of security. Time flies very quickly, and the police station still needs to deal with it. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao are about to say goodbye. Chu Yunyao reminded Xiao Yan to cooperate with the treatment obediently and to see her again in a few days. The two of them happily agreed. Lu Jianjun and Wang Yeheng sent Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao outside the ward. Wang Yeheng said embarrassedly, Yunyao may not be able to go to work normally for a while, so you don't have to pay me your salary. Chu Yunyao said, my sister-in-law's salary is not a cent. I have to use your place as a warehouse to ship the goods. What? The medicinal wine was sold. Chu Yunyao said happily. Supply is in short supply. That's great. Wang Yeheng was also really happy. After everyone waved goodbye, Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao walked out of the inpatient building and came to the hospital courtyard. Zhou Zheng took out his cell phone and called Chen Guang, the captain of the first team of the criminal police. Chapter 189 Xiao Zhou, you really don't listen to advice. Zhou Zheng waved his hand to Chu Yunyao, and said while sticking his phone in his ear. Yunyao, I'll call first. Chu Yunyao nodded and said. Zhou Zheng, you fight, I'll wait for you next to you. Zhou Zhenzi naturally saw that Chu Yunyao wanted to avoid it, and couldn't help but look dark. Yunyao, you don't need to avoid it. I have almost no secrets in front of you. As he was talking, the phone was connected. Hello, who? A familiar voice came from the phone's earpiece. Hello Captain Chen, I am Xiao Zhou from Qiubei Police Station, Zhou Zheng. Oh Xiao Zhou, you see, I'm not your phone number yet. Now I finally know that I'll deposit it immediately after I finish calling. Xiao Zhou, is there any trouble calling me? Chen Guang, the captain of the criminal police team, said with a smile on the phone. Captain Chen is polite, but it's actually nothing. The case between Wang Fu and Huang Shifen a few days ago was handled by your Team Chen team. It is extremely efficient and will be closed soon. I have to express my gratitude to you, Team Chen and the brothers of the team. Zhou Zheng's words were not aimless. Whether the case of Wang Fu and Huang Shifen's intentional injury directly affects whether he can be promoted to a second-level police superintendent. Chen Guang quickly decided on the case, and Zhou Zheng's promotion order was also released, which gave him a reassurance. It was also appropriate for him to express his gratitude to Chen Guang. Chen Guang felt a little embarrassed when he heard Zhou Zheng's words. Although he also knew that the characterization of this case meant promotion to Zhou Zheng, this case was purely given by Qiao Bei. Xiao Zhou, I am ashamed of what you said. I should express my gratitude. The person was caught by Qiao Bei. Lao Hao and you are both willing to hand over the case to our team. This is to feed us. Xiao Zhou, we should express our gratitude. Let's see when will you and Lao Hao have time? Let's sit together and rest for a while. Zhou Zheng said on the phone. It's easy to say. Captain Chen, I have something to communicate with you or I have something to ask for. Chen Guang's heart moved, as if he had a premonition immediately. Xiao Zhou, don't be polite. If you have something to do, just say it. But if it is about Lu Jianjun's children, I'm afraid I can't do anything. Zhou Zheng and Chen Guang deserve to be working in the criminal police team. His mind is fast and sensitive, and he can quickly guess what he wants to say. Captain Chen, don't rush to refuse. I'll ask you a question. If you can answer, just answer it if you can't. After Zhou Zheng finished speaking, Chen Guang on the other end of the phone was silent and said, Okay, Xiao Zhou, ask, I will try my best to answer you if I know, and I won't talk nonsense if I don't know. Zhou Zheng nodded and asked. Captain Chen, who ordered the revocation of the investigation into this case, or even refused to file a case? Xiao Zhou, you really dare to ask? Actually, if I don't say that you should have heard of it, of course, this is just that there is a hidden truth behind the scenes, but you just don't know. Zhou Zheng also heard Hao Aguo say that it was the decision of the captain of the criminal police detachment of the municipal bureau. From this point of view, it was the order given by Captain Niu. But Captain Niu and Li Jinfeng seem to be related, so why is this? Maybe it was the superior who put pressure on him, and there must be something behind this. Is it the hidden truth that Chen Guang mentioned? Captain Chen, what is the secret behind this? Can you tell me one or two? Chen Guang hesitated on the phone for a while and said. Xiao Zhou, I know a little. I couldn't tell you. If I don't say anything to you, Lao Hao would probably come to ask me, who would owe you the favor of Qiubei Institute? Chen Guang hesitated for a moment and decided to tell all the knowledge. I received a report that day and rushed to the school to control the suspect and retrieved the surveillance video. I returned to the team and was about to proceed step by step, sorting out surveillance videos and interrogating the suspects, but I soon received a call from the detachment leader and asked me to release him. Of course I don't want to do it. Why did I release the person if the evidence is conclusive? The captain scolded me and said that the province sent a special task force for this case and transferred the case to the task force. Xiao Zhou, this is very abnormal. The special case team was established too quickly? The person came down without ordering? Even if the case was transferred to the special case team, it would not be released at that time, right? The special case team asked the people to release them before they took over, and they were exempted from filing a case. I was shocked at that time, and I could only say, the background is too strong. So, I don't want to tell you that I actually want you to stay away from this case. Really, we can't even move if the water is too deep. As Chen Guang spoke, he gave Zhou Zheng a thoughtful preaching, meaning that he should not get involved in this matter. Zhou Zheng was naturally unmoved. He had already expected Li Jinfeng to have a deep background. Of course, what Chen Guang said was beyond his understanding. He did not expect that Li Jinfeng's background was so powerful. Zhou Zhendao. Thank you Team Chen for your kindness, and thank you for telling me so much. Chen Guang said slowly on the phone. Xiao Zhou, don't be polite to me. In short, let this matter be over. Zhou Zheng said without comment. I still have it, Team Chen asking for a while, are there any videos and physical evidence you have collected? Can it be? Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chen Guang. Xiao Zhou, you really don't listen to your advice. Besides, the evidence cannot be in the hands of our team. The so-called task force has taken away the evidence in our hands long ago. Zhou Zheng felt sad. Okay. Then Team Chen is dead. Zhou Zheng hung up the phone and looked at the red sunset in the sky in the evening and couldn't help but sigh. Chu Yunyao was always next to him and heard most of the conversation between Zhou Zheng and Chen Guang. Bingxiu was so smart that she even guessed Zhou Zheng's thoughts. Zhou Zheng, do you want to make videos and other things from Chen Guang, a criminal police team, and then take the evidence to go to the provincial capital to find Mr. Wang for help? His son saves a lot and seeks justice for Xiao Yan through this method. Zhou Zheng shook his head and said. Yunyao, you guessed half of it. I never thought about asking Mr. Wang for help. I wanted to post the video evidence online to use public opinion to force them. Ah! Chu Yunyao was shocked. Zhou Zheng, if you do this, you will be implicated if you don't do it well. If you really want to do this, then I will do it. Zhou Zheng looked at Chu Yunyao with gentle eyes and said regretfully. Thank you, Yunyao. Unfortunately, the evidence is no longer in Chen Guang's hands, and it has even been destroyed. Chu Yunyao asked. Where are the videos in the school? Zhou Zheng shook his head. It goes without saying that the video recordings in the school have been deleted long ago, unless we can find top hackers to restore the video, but it is difficult. Zhou Zheng felt that there was basically no hope when he got the evidence, so he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. When I saw Chu Yunyao again, I seemed unhappy and said. Yunyao, don't think about this problem first. I will find a way out in the future. Anyway, this matter can't be forgotten. It's getting late, so let's go to the Xingken police station to finish the transcript. Time flies so fast. It's New Year's Eve. I wish you a good wish for readers in advance. Chapter 190 Zhou Zheng doesn't believe it if he doesn't have a background ghost. Because he had a conflict with Ho Vitao in the hospital, Zhou Zheng called the police and the kid was arrested in the new city police station. It was getting late, so Zhou Zheng should go to the police station to deal with this matter. The two drove to the Xingken police station, parked the car and walked into the station. Zhou Zheng pulled Chu Yunyao to the duty room and wanted to consult the two police officers who were handling the case. Zhou Zheng was not familiar with them and had no contact information. Officer Zhou? Are you Officer Zhou from Kyo Bay Station? Oh my god! The young policeman on duty suddenly recognized Zhou Zheng, and couldn't help but be excited and happy. First-class meritorious officials, new stars in the police industry, and the youngest second-level police superintendent. Zhou Zheng gathers many titles, so he naturally has many fans in the police industry in Jiangbei City. The young police officer on duty is one of them. The idol is here, it's unreasonable to have a photo together. Zhou Zheng smiled and satisfied the wish of the young policeman. Who is this? The young policeman took a cell phone and took a selfie with Zhou Zheng, then pointed at Chu Yunyao and asked. This is my wife Chu Yunyao. The police officer envied. Sister-in-law is so beautiful. When talking about Chu Yunyao in front of outsiders, Zhou Zheng felt a little proud and even his vanity was satisfied. After all, Chu Yunyao is so beautiful and has temperament. No one does not praise or envy. Did Brother Zhou come to our new city police do anything? The police officer on duty asked again. Zhou Zhensen said that he almost forgot the serious matter. So we told the police that we came to Xingken police for something to record. The police officer on duty was surprised. He briefly asked about the whole story, then called again and put down his cell phone and said. This case was answered by Police Officer Li Ming and Auxiliary Police Officer Zhang Luan. Brother Zhou, come with me to the mediation room for a rest, and they will come in a while. Okay, then I'll bother you. Zhou Zheng was very polite to the police officer. A few months ago, he was like this little policeman, a newcomer who knew nothing, and naturally he was a little close to the little policeman. Brother Zhou, don't be polite. Please come with me. The police officer took them to the mediation room, poured 2 glasses of water enthusiastically before going back to duty. After a while, footsteps sounded in the corridor. The door opened, and a middle-aged police officer and a young auxiliary policeman walked in. It was Police Officer Li Ming and Auxiliary Police Officer Zhang Luan. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao stood up politely. Oh, Officer Zhou Zheng is here? Sit and sit. Li Ming has been working for more than 10 years and has mastered the worldly styles very well. He is extremely polite to Zhou Zheng, the future police star. Police Li, please don't be polite. I wasted my time just now. Thank you for your comfort. Then what? Look at the case of Ho Vitao's molestation, you should ask, and I will cooperate well. Li Ming's heart moved. Officer Zhou was indeed awesome. He said politely, but he made Ho Vitao casually. It seemed that he had a deep disgust for the surname Ho. No wonder, from the surveillance video, Ho Vitao did act obscenely, but he didn't succeed. Everyone wants to beat him up. But, after all, Ho Vitao was attempted to molest and was slapped by Chu Yunyao several times. This kid still understands the law and keeps calling himself a victim and wants to complain. Of course what he said was not unreasonable. Li Ming just wanted to calm down the situation. If Zhou Zheng was satisfied, he would just settle it privately. Officer Zhou, I'll ask Mesh outing you Xiao Zhou. Xiao Zhou, I watched the surveillance video. Ho Vitao is indeed suspected of molestation, but it was an attempt, which was not enough for the crime of molestation. Instead, his wife slapped him a few times. It was also a troublesome thing to pursue him. I think it would be a public opinion. I will help you mediate and settle the private matter. What do you think? Zhou Zheng thought about it and agreed with Li Ming's opinion, but did not immediately answer Li Ming. He looked at Chu Yunyao, he wanted to know what Chu Yunyao was thinking. Chu Yunyao was disgusted with a bad person like Ho Vitao, and she didn't want to get into trouble with him endlessly, so she nodded in agreement. Zhou Zhendao. Good Officer Li, my wife and I both agree to mediation. Well, Xiao Zhou and you two are wise. The one named Ho doesn't have this awareness. We've been persuading him for a long time and he still doesn't want to. What are your requirements for Ho Vitao, Officer Zhou Zheng? The person surnamed Ho must apologize to my wife, so forget about anything else. Zhou Zheng cut off the railway. Okay, I understand. Officer Zhou Zheng, wait for us to take Ho Vitao, let's go Luan. Li Ming called the auxiliary policeman Zhang Luan out of the mediation room and brought Ho Vitao back in a short while. The boy was a little embarrassed, still wearing handcuffs on his wrist, the oily head on his head was deformed, and his face had a lot of swelling. Ho Vitao, sit down. Li Ming is not so polite. Ho Vitao sat on the chair, looked at Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao, and snorted, not convinced. Ho Vitao, you intend to molest others. Do you know that this is a crime? Your situation is not serious. After our police worked hard with the other party agreed not to hold you accountable, but you must apologize in person. Do you have anything else to say? If you don't sign this reconciliation letter. Ho Vitao's eyes rolled a few times. Officer Li, are you too biased? They even slapped me a few times. Is this just over? Impossible. Li Ming said. Don't you know why they beat you? It's because you're wrong first, and they're also defending themselves. Ho Vitao was very polite. Police officer, please stop fooling me. I understand the law, and she can't be without responsibility if she hit me. Li Ming glared at him. You mean you don't want to reconcile? Then we will detain you for 5 days and less than 10 days on the crime of indecent assault. Ho Vitao was not afraid at all, leaning against the seat, saying with confidence. It doesn't matter. If Sister Feng can't see me today, she will definitely look for me and will catch me out in the past half day. Zhou Zheng naturally guessed that the Fengjia that Ho Vitao mentioned was Li Jinfeng, and he suddenly felt an uncontrollable anger. Ho Vitao, if you have the chance, you can tell Li Jinfeng a message. She cannot cover the sky with her hands in Jiangbei. I will send her in sooner or later. Ho Vitao said disdainfully. Who are you? You speak so loudly and said, I, Sister Feng, how powerful is I? Don't you want to be a mess? Before Zhou Zheng could speak, auxiliary policeman Zhang Luan said. If you are the Marquis, please be kind and don't look at who will talk to you anymore. The one who talks to you is the first-class merit winner, the youngest second-level police superintendent in Jiangbei. Police officer? He is Zhou Zheng. Ho Vitao was shocked. He had heard of this policeman, who was so outstanding that he seemed to have a cheat, which made people feel like he was under the grassroots to guilt. Otherwise, if he could get first-class merit after working for a few months? I don't believe the ghost without a deep background. I heard that he and the father of the little girl who jumped off the building were colleagues. If he was not good for Fengjia, it would be enough for Fengjia to drink a pot. This is valuable information. If it doesn't work, I have to go out and report to Fengjia. Thinking of this, Ho Vitao immediately stopped and his attitude became much better if he spoke in a rude manner. Police officer, I just ate lard and was shocked. I was wrong about this matter. I agree to reconciliation and I am willing to apologize to this lady. He lowered his head and apologized to Chu Yunyao and signed the settlement letter quickly, not to pursue the beating. After the incident, Ho Vitao was released from the police station. He took a car on the side of the road and hurried to Li Jinfeng's villa. Chapter 191 He is not an ordinary policeman. Jinzuanwan community is located in the south of Jiangbei City. The community is not too big. It is full of villas, and it is a relatively high-end community. In the evening, cars came and went in the community, including BMW Mini, Land Rover Aurora, Porsche Macan, and Mistress cars. Most of the people who drive are young women with long legs and beautiful legs, and those internet celebrity faces seem to be cloned. The community security guards can see strange young girls staying here almost every day. Of course, many girls leave sadly. After all, rich people are very tired of aesthetics and always get tired of playing. Villa number 17 is Li Jinfeng's house. It was too late at this time. Li Jinfeng was sitting on the sofa wearing pink suspenders and graphite grey yoga pants. Just after doing a set of yoga movements, Li Jinfeng was sweating and tired. She sat on the sofa and watched TV for a while, took a shower and went to bed. Ding dong! At this time the doorbell rang. Meng, go and see who is ringing the doorbell on the surveillance monitor. The nanny had just resigned, and Li Jinfeng was lying on the sofa and didn't want to move, so she assigned her son Li Meng to check the surveillance camera. I won't go, I still have to play games. Li Meng held his cell phone and said without raising his head. After Lu Yan jumped off the building, Li Jinfeng took a leave of absence for him. Li Meng was so happy that he stayed at home and played with his mobile phone every day. Li Jinfeng shook her head. Her son was spoiled by him, but if she hadn't had this son, she would not have such a stable position and would have been kicked away by the one who kept him. At the age of 30, she is already old and ugly, so how can she compare to the little girl? The mother is the most important thing, and now the salary is rising. Not only do you have a house and a car, but you have a pocket money of 100,000 yuan a month. The most important thing is that you can also be arrogant and domineering. Anyway, the one above can also be worthy of him if you have any problems. The mistress in Jinzuanwan community has someone to leave sadly every day, and he is not lacking one, Li Jinfeng. Her son is her wealth code, so Li Jinfeng is naturally obedient to her son. She shook her head and stood up to the CCTV and looked at the surveillance screen. Ho Vitao. Li Jinfeng turned on the call device and asked. Ho Vitao, why are you here so late? Sister Feng, please open the door quickly. I have something important to report to you. Ho Vitao is Li Jinfeng's tyrant. This person is average but a little loyal. Moreover, Li Jinfeng also wants to know if the task of asking him to sign a disclaimer agreement in the afternoon has been completed. Li Jinfeng pressed the button, and the door of the villa opened automatically, and Ho Vitao walked in quickly. Before entering the living room, he changed a pair of slippers in the shoe cabinet, and it seemed that he had come a lot. Sister Feng, Sister Feng. Ho Vitao walked into the living room and looked flattering at Li Jinfeng. Li Meng seemed to be displeased with Ho Vitao, so he glanced at him and curled his lips and went back to his house. Li Jinfeng was also happy that she had a son in front of her and had something to say. Old Ho, please sit down. Li Jinfeng said with a slump, and her chest was filled with waves. Ho Vitao took a secret glance, couldn't help swallowing, and sat on the sofa opposite Li Jinfeng with his legs clamped. How did you do what you asked you to do in the afternoon? Why don't you give me a reward? Li Jinfeng asked dissatisfiedly. Oh Sister Feng, everything goes wrong. Lu Jianjun took over the 20,000 yuan, but tore the agreement. This kid is unauthorized. Ho Vitao himself slapped the 20,000 yuan and poured the dirty water on Lu Jianjun. Humph, I think this Lu Jianjun wants to cheat people. He likes to sign or not. If he wants to sign for the 20,000 yuan, he will be treated as feeding the dog. Li Jinfeng doesn't care about the truth. Ho Vitao looked dark, but thinking about how much he was scolded for 20,000 yuan, this wave would be worth it. Old Ho, why have you been there for so long? Why don't you call me after the matter is done? Li Jinfeng asked, looking down at her exquisite manicure. Don't mention Sister Feng, I was arrested by the police before I left the hospital. I just came out. What's going on? Li Jinfeng then raised her head. Lu Jianjun tore the agreement and even drove me away. When he went downstairs, he met a man and a woman. Ho Vitao told the story of his arrest. Of course, he changed many details without authorization, including many ingredients that add fuel to the fire. Sister Feng, I didn't get in vain when I entered the orange this time. I learned a news that is very important to you. If I say it, I will definitely surprise you. Tell me the point. Li Jinfeng interrupted Ho Vitao's chattering in dissatisfaction. Oh, yes, yes. Sister Feng, the guy named Zhou who sent me to the police station is also a policeman, and he is also a colleague of Lu Jianjun. The boy asked me to tell you that he would not let you go and he would definitely send you to prison. Li Jinfeng was stunned when she heard Ho Vitao's words, and then she laughed. Ha ha ha, why can a grassroots policeman be so sarcastic? He sent me in? Are you dreaming? Not to mention him, even the Jiangbei criminal police team can't do anything to me. Ho Vitao said seriously. Jess Feng said this, but this person has to be careful. He is not an ordinary policeman. He heard that he has made a first-class merit in just over 4 months of joining the company and is still the youngest second-level police superintendent in Jiangbei. If there is no big boss behind him, can his progress be so fast? Li Jinfeng also took a breath. She thought she was an ordinary policeman, but after hearing what Ho Vitao said, the other party was definitely not easy. If the other party has a background, she will not feel good about Lu Yan jumping off the building. Although the person above the jumped off the building helped him to settle the situation, Li Jinfeng was also scolded, and the person above asked her and Li Meng to calm down. Old Ho, do you know Zhou Zheng's true background? Ho Vitao shook his head. I won't make it, but I can inquire. Okay, then hurry up. Ho Vitao nodded, and his mind turned around and thought of Hong Hao. Birds of a feather flock together. The two of them have known each other for many years. Ho Vitao knew Hong Hao had been a private detective and was well informed and said he had asked for information, so he called his phone number. The two chatted for a long time before hanging up the phone. Ho Vitao said in surprise. Jess Feng, this Zhou Jing has a background. It is said that his wife is Chu Yunyao, who is the daughter of the Chu family, a wealthy man in Jiangbei. Moreover, he has a close relationship with Deputy Mayor Yang. The provincial department-level cadres are polite to him. Li Jinfeng's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that she had encountered a tough guy. Although the person above me has a high position in the province, if he really needs a background to fight with him, if the person above me can't hold on, he will be miserable. Li Jinfeng thought about it and became more and more scared. Once I felt it was a little tricky, so I stood up and walked back and forth in the living room. After a while, she said to Ho Vitao. Old Ho, tomorrow I will take my son to the provincial capital to hide, live for a while. You pay close attention to the person surnamed Zhou and notify me in time if there is any situation. It's the Chinese New Year. I wish readers a great year of the dragon and congratulations on making a fortune. Chapter 192 The First Pot of Gold in Entrepreneurship. At 11 o'clock in the evening, a white Paramela drove into the underground garage of Hanlin Yuan Community. Chu Yunyao sat on the passenger seat, beating her round thighs with her jade hands, muttering and complaining. Oh, I'm so tired. I didn't expect it to be so tired to pack medicinal wine for the old men in the provincial capital to send express delivery. Oh, it's not easy to start a business. Haha Yunyao, do you know you're tired now? You're still very energetic when working, so you won't be able to rest. Zhou Zheng carefully parked the car in the yellow line of the parking space, while teasing Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao smiled without rushing in the face of Zhou Zheng's teasing. Zhou Zheng, I was not only not tired but also very excited when I was working. I packed dozens or hundreds of packages in a row and was still a little unsatisfied. Do you know why? Before Zhou Zheng could answer, Chu Yunyao couldn't wait to say. Because I looked at the packed medicinal wine, it was like looking at piles of banknotes. I felt so beautiful, let the package come more violently. It's no wonder why Chu Yunyao is so happy. Speaking of the consumption capacity of the old men in the provincial capital is impressive. In the early stage, the 200 kilograms of medicinal wine were left with a small portion of the remaining 100 kilograms, and they were still clamoring that there was not enough share. The old men were also happy. Before they received the medicinal wine, they had to transfer their accounts. Chu Yunyao got more than 6 million in a blink of an eye. Good guy. Even though Chu Yunyao had controlled billions of wealth in the family back then, she almost jumped up happily when facing millions. At that time, hundreds of billions of dollars were in her hands, and that was also the money earned by her parents and had nothing to do with her. And these 6 million were the first pot of gold she really made. The good start has begun, and the future entrepreneurial journey will be easier. Zhou Zheng, we have paid more than 6 million yuan this time, and it feels really good to make money. Chu Yunyao tilted her head and looked at Zhou Zheng with a smile on her face. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but point a black line at her and pointed at her with his hands. I didn't expect that the eldest lady of the Chu family in Jiangbei was a wealthy lover. I was so happy that I couldn't find Bei after 6 million. What's wrong with the money-loving fan? Zhou Zheng, don't you know that I am poor now, short and thin and long? Before that, I was nervous and didn't know if the road to selling medicinal wine could go smoothly. Not to mention 6 million, I was so happy that I could even sell 600,000. Fortunately, the first step was successful, so of course I would be happy. Chu Yunyao talked a lot, and her past confusion and uneasiness and anxiety about the future were wiped out at this moment. Hi! She breathed a long sigh of relief, and a look of fatigue appeared on her happy face. The two of them came out of the Xingken police station and called the courier to Lu Jianjun's house to pack the medicinal wine and send it away. From about 6 o'clock to about 10 o'clock, I didn't have time to eat dinner. Chu Yunyao made money and secreted adrenaline crazily, so she couldn't feel tired. After the end, she naturally felt very tired. You're tired, Yunyao, let's go upstairs, take a shower and have a breakfast. Chu Yunyao nodded. She was sore all over her body now, as if she had been drained of all her strength. She was so tired. No wonder the young lady who was usually pampered and had done such rough work. On the other hand, Zhou Zheng had no fatigue on his face. You should know that he had done a lot of energy to help the old men see a doctor in the afternoon. He was not lazy to pack the medicine wine at night. He did much more than Chu Yunyao. Zhou Zheng, why aren't you tired? Can't you be so strong? Chu Yunyao said strangely. Zhou Jingshi did not feel tired, but was still energetic. On the one hand, his physique is more than twice as strong as ordinary people, and his endurance is naturally amazing. On the one hand, he would practice the hidden dragon art with his fingertips whenever he had time. The real slut in his danchan was naturally full of energy. Haha, maybe my health is good. Zhou Zheng asked casually and perfunctorily. Yunyao, can you walk? Do you want me to support you? No. Use. Zhou Zheng looked dark. Are you using it or not? Why can't I understand? Zhou Zheng, please help me walk. My thighs are sore and difficult to walk. Chu Yunyao's half-true and half-false Tao. Okay, then I'll get off the bus first. Zhou Zheng quickly got out of the main driver's position, came outside the passenger seat, opened the car door and stretched out his arm. Yunyao, get out of the car, slow down and hold my arm. Chu Yunyao nodded, reached out and grabbed Zhou Zheng's arm, stepped away from the long legs wearing pork shreds, and got off the car with difficulty. Oh, Zhou Zheng, my thigh seems to be strained. Chu Yunyao slowly got off the car and said in pain, not knowing whether it was true or pretending. Yunyao, then I'll hug you. Zhou Zheng was sent to the devil. Chu Yunyao was no longer pretentious and replied with her eyes closed. Nashu, the long eyelashes trembled slightly and were very moving. Zhou Zheng stretched out his hands to give Chu Yunyao a princess hug. Chu Yunyao felt her body as if she was flying in the clouds and was hugged by Zhou Zheng horizontally. A unique hormonal smell of men spread to their nostrils, and Chu Yunyao couldn't help but tighten her legs. Zhou Zheng felt warm and full of warmth, and his heart was also moved. Not good. There was a reaction. Will Chu Yunyao think I am a hooligan? Zhou Zheng was a little embarrassed. After all, he accidentally had an intimate contact with the tense 2D when he hugged Chu Yunyao. He raised Chu Yunyao upwards with force, ran to the elevator entrance in one breath, and took the elevator to the door. Enter the password to open the door, turn on the light and gently place Chu Yunyao on the sofa. Yunyao is home. Do you want to take a shower first? Zhou Zheng bowed his body and said. The main reason is that the sword is too conspicuous, so I have to pose in this position. Chu Yunyao didn't dare to look at Zhou Zheng and nodded shyly. Just now, Zhou Zheng hugged her and ran all the way. He felt something on his hips. He understood it instantly in an instant. He was embarrassed to point it out, but he was extremely embarrassed. She stood up and walked slowly towards the bathroom, as if she was so tired of her thigh that she couldn't walk. Yunyao, you actually shook me a little in order to take 2 steps less. Zhou Zheng thought stubbornly. He reacted and did not harm me at all. Zhou Zheng is a straight man, should I be happy or? I really cried to death. Chu Yunyao was amused and crying. Both of them dared not look directly at each other. At this time, Zhou Zheng felt hungry and took the initiative to break the awkward and ambiguous atmosphere. Yunyao, are you hungry? I want to make some late-night snacks. Chu Yunyao had no appetite at first, but when she heard that Zhou was about to cook a midnight snack, she suddenly remembered the dishes that Mr. Yang had made last week at the birthday party, and her saliva suddenly came out. Zhou Zheng, I'm hungry too. I don't cook too much if it's too late. At most, I'll have 4 dishes. If I can't eat them, I'll go take a shower first. Zhou Zheng was so amused and laughed. Good guy. His cooking skills have grown, and his appetite has grown. Chapter 193 Grandpa Zhou Zheng's far-reaching vision. Wow! The sound of running water came from the bathroom, and it was Chu Yunyao who started taking a shower. Through the frosted glass on the window, you can vaguely see a beautiful shadow, with the contour protruding in front and back. The neck is slender, the lower abdomen is flat, and the beautiful legs are slender. Guji! Zhou Zheng couldn't help swallowing and didn't know if he was hungry or what was wrong. I thought Yunyao has a very good figure, even her shadow looks so beautiful. She is simply perfect, no wonder there are many dog licking. Grandpa was also far-sighted and had booked this marriage for himself very early. Maybe the old man didn't finally get together with his first love Chu Yunyao's grandmother, and he felt regretful, so he made such a marriage contract in order to fight for one breath. I missed you, but I will let my grandson marry your granddaughter. Maybe this can make up for the old man's regret for Grandma Chu Yunyao? Zhou Zheng looked at the charming shadow and made up his mind, then went to the kitchen to make a late-night snack. I opened the refrigerator and looked at the ingredients, and quickly arranged a few dishes. Actually, Zhou Zheng wanted to make some late-night snack cushion, and some belly. Since Chu Yunyao was not good enough to eat 4 dishes, she had to give her a sense of ritual. Cornadoos with crumbs, stir-fried waste flowers, chestnut cabbage, sweet and sour tenderloin, 2 meat and 2 vegetables, 4 dishes. Zhou Zheng, who masters the master's cooking skills, said that these 4 dishes are easy to pick up, and it is not difficult at all. The stove at home is slow, and it is not as easy as the stove in the restaurant kitchen, but it has no effect on him at all. After saying that, Zhou Zheng rolled up his sleeves and began to clean up the ingredients, cut into shreds and cut into pieces, marinate the meat and side dishes, blanched it in water, and it was like flowing water. The operation was as fierce as a tiger, and soon the finished dish was served. In the bathroom, Chu Yunyao rinsed her flawless body with a shower. The water droplets were like crystal clear pearls, dancing in her charming collarbone. A slight heat comes out, as if it can take away the fatigue of the body. Chu Yunyao closed her eyes and leaned against the wall to enjoy the massage of water droplets. It seemed that her flesh and blood were stretching out, and she felt comfortable to sleep. I don't know how long it took, Zhou Zheng's voice came from outside. Yunyao, have you finished washing? The food is ready. Don't you take a shower? Good guy has been doing this for an hour, be careful to wash your bald skin. Chu Yunyao woke up and fell asleep in a daze against the wall. Looking at the hazy fog in the bathroom, as if he was in the heavenly palace, he quickly responded. Zhou Zheng, I'll finish washing and come out right away. She turned off the shower, straightened her body but felt dizzy, but she didn't care. This is caused by the lack of air in the bathroom, and the lack of oxygen is long-term. He walked out of the bathroom with the wall, pulled off a white bath towel from the bathroom and wrapped it around him. Looking at himself in the mirror, he found that his face was a little pale. "Are you tired? Why are my bones getting weaker and weaker?" Chu Yunyao shook her head and felt even weaker. He dragged his body to the living room, and a cool air came, and Chu Yunyao felt a little more comfortable. "Yunyao, are you out? I'm hungry, I won't wait for you." Zhou Zheng's voice came from the restaurant again. "Here you come, here you come." Chu Yunyao slowly walked into the restaurant. She didn't change her clothes, although she was exposed. He felt his collarbone and slender calves, but he was not ashamed. After all, Zhou Zheng had seen him. A burst of rich fragrance wafted in the restaurant to cheer her up. "It smells so good." Although he was physically and mentally exhausted, Chu Yunyao still couldn't help but move her index finger. "Yunyao, sit down and have a midnight snack, the food will be cold if you don't come out." Chu Yunyao saw 4 dishes with colors, fragrance, and flavor on the dining table, each of which was complete. It seems that Zhou Zheng has been waiting for him and did not eat first on his own, so he couldn't help but feel a little moved. "Zhou Zheng, you should eat first when you are hungry, you don't have to wait for me to eat together. Also, I just said that when I was frying 4 dishes, just kidding, you really fried 4 dishes? Thank you so much. Zhou Zhendao. Yunyao, these 4 dishes are very simple and not hard for me. Since you spoke, how could I not arrange them? Zhou Zheng, you are so nice. You eat food too." Chu Yunyao said a more intimate thing for the first time, picked up the chopsticks and picked up the dishes, but put them into Zhou Zheng's plate. Zhou Zheng smiled at her and picked up food for her. The two of them lowered their heads to show off their food. The food was naturally delicious, but Chu Yunyao ate a little and stopped eating it, not because she was tired of eating it, but because she was really inspiring. "Zhou Zheng, I'm a little tired. You can put the dishes and chopsticks first after eating, and I'll wash them tomorrow. Yunyao, if you are tired, go to bed. I will wash it after eating." Chu Yunyao stood up without commenting, staggeringly. Zhou Zheng suddenly found that Chu Yunyao's face was pale and had a few yellowish traces of color, and he felt a little sudden. "Yunyao, are you sick? I don't know that I feel weak all over. Maybe I'm completely tired when packing the express delivery today. I should be able to recover after a night of rest." Chu Yunyao still believes that it was because she was too much labor tonight, which made her very tired and uncomfortable. However, when she looked up at Zhou Zheng, she suddenly found that Zhou Zheng had a heavy shadow. When she looked at the bowls and chopsticks on the dining table, there were also a heavy shadow. Broken. Chu Yunyao suddenly felt a creepy feeling, and she realized that her old habit had been dealt with again. The eyes will soon be accompanied by severe headaches when seeing things. This pain will be unbearable and you can even wish you could slap your head. The pain was like a devil left in her memory, and it would make her shudder when she thought about it. Moreover, this headache is only a few days away from the last headache. "Zhou Zheng, I saw that something is getting a heavy impact, and I will have a severe headache soon." Chu Yunyao looked at Zhou Zheng with weak eyes like a helpless little girl. Because Zhou Zheng is her life-saving straw, after all, Zhou Zheng used acupuncture to help her stop the headache last time. "Don't be afraid, Yunyao, I will always be by your side. Let's help you back to the house first." Zhou Zheng looked at Chu Yunyao's yellow face and fearful expression, and thought to himself that he was not optimistic. This time it seems that it is not a simple headache, or the disease contained in her body is more severe than before. Chu Yunyao nodded and let Zhou Zheng hug her waist and help her into the bedroom. Chu Yunyao was lying on the big bed in the bedroom. She closed her eyes, her slender eyelashes trembled violently, and her body trembled slightly, which was caused by fear. Zhou Zheng looked at her slender calves and her arms that looked like lotus roots, and had no distractions in his heart. He reached out and grabbed Chu Yunyao's Kungwan Kinkankai, took the pulse and frowned. Suddenly, Chu Yunyao's face showed a look of pain. "Zhou Zheng, the headache is coming, my headache is about to crack. Chapter 194 Why is it not over? Chu Yunyeo's headache symptoms came as scheduled. That kind of pain usually makes her look scary. Now she is suffering unbearable pain for ordinary people. Zhou Zheng, it hurts so much. This time it seems to hurt even more than before. Ah! Chu Yunyeo couldn't help but scream in pain. Yunyeo, bear it, I'll help you with acupuncture and relieve pain. Zhou Zheng said, holding the golden needle that had been taken out and disinfected, and wanted to give Chu Yunyeo acupuncture. But Chu Yunyeo held her head in pain, her two slender legs together, and her body rolled around, just like Sun Wukong who was chanted with a tight spell. Zhou Zheng held the golden needle in his hand and wanted to stab it into the A-cup ointment accurately. Chu Yunyeo was so painful that he couldn't cooperate, so he couldn't do it for a while. Yunyeo, stop moving, can I bear it? I can't find the acupoints with my golden needle like this. Zhou Zheng gestured with the golden needle a few times, but still didn't do it. Although his acupuncture technique is at the master level, he cannot apply acupuncture when others are struggling violently. Zhou Zheng, I want to hold it back, but I really can't, my head seems to be about to crack. Chu Yunyeo said intermittently while struggling, as if struggle could reduce pain. Zhou Zheng was in a little trouble. Chu Yunyeo's body was moving. Zhou Zheng didn't dare to use the needle to be pierced for the wrong A-cup ointment, but if he didn't use the needle, he couldn't help Chu Yunyeo's pain. This became a vicious cycle. Zhou Zheng was also very anxious, but there was no good idea for a while. He couldn't beat her out. As Chu Yunyeo struggled and rolled around, the bath towel wrapped around her body slowly showed signs of loosening, and the deep hook is revealed, and the beautiful legs are visible at a glance. The scenery is beautiful and the scenery is delicious, but Zhou Zheng has no feeling of appreciation at all. Zhou Zheng, please help me apply an injection. I'm going to hurt so much. Crystal beads of sweat flowed on Chu Yunyeo's face, and she was so painful that she couldn't bear it. I miss Yunyeo too, but I dare not get started when you move. Zhou Zheng, I don't want to move, but I can't control myself. Zhou Zheng was anxious to see Chu Yunyeo suffer from life. He couldn't just watch it, and gritted his teeth and said, Yunyeo, treat it very much in extraordinary times, I hope you don't mind. After saying that, he jumped up and rode on Chu Yunyeo. Zhou Zheng clamped her legs and pressed her left arm. Chu Yunyeo couldn't move at all, but that posture was a bit ambiguous. He held his breath and focused his mind while Chu Yunyeo was unable to move, and quickly found the A-cup ointment and inserted it in. After instant results, Chu Yunyeo felt that her headache symptoms had been much milder. Although it was still painful, at least it was within a tolerable range. Zhou Zheng was delighted, and then he applied the needle continuously, and Chu Yunyeo's face finally relaxed. Hi! She exhaled a long breath. The headache was stopped by Zhou Zheng's acupuncture again, and the symptoms were already minimal. It feels so happy that it doesn't hurt. Chu Yunyeo almost shed tears of happiness. How is Yunyeo? Have you stopped the pain? Zhou Zheng asked after taking back the golden needle. Yeah, thank you Zhou Zheng, for it doesn't hurt much anymore, it basically stopped. Chu Yunyeo looked at Zhou Zheng with beautiful eyes, wondering why his face was so close to me. Immediately afterwards, my lower abdomen felt warm, as if something was hurting me. Suddenly, I thought that Zhou Zheng was on him, and two blush appeared on his pale face. Zhou Zheng, can you get off me first? What are you pretending to be so uncomfortable? Nothing. Zhou Zheng was a black line, and he thought that the second D could not withstand the beatings of society and almost died of the society. He quickly got off Chu Yunyeo and smiled awkwardly. Yunyeo, if you don't have any headaches, then take a break early, good night. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Wait for a while Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyeo called Zhou Zheng behind. You just said that you would teach me the self-defense technique of the king of melee, which can not only guard against perverts but also strengthen your body. I feel that my body is very weak, so why don't you teach me now? Zhou Zheng shook his head and said. It's too late now? And your headache has just stopped. Learning the self-defense technique of the king of melee or waiting for you to be energetic in another day, right? It's okay Zhou Zheng, you can tell me the theory of self-defense. I will learn a lot when I really want to learn it. Come on, Zhou Zheng comes on the bed. Chu Yunyao's learning of melee self-defense is fake, and her real intention is that she is unwilling to let Zhou Zheng leave. After all, no matter who it is, she likes to have someone to accompany her when she is uncomfortable. Okay. Zhou Zheng could naturally also perceive Chu Yunyao's intentions, and it was better to obey his orders than to be respectful. He was not polite either, so he turned over and leaned against the head of the bed, and Chu Yunyao also came over. The two of them leaned against the head of the bed very close together, straightening their legs, which really made them feel like a couple. Flashes of unique fragrance from Chu Yunyao's body spread into Zhou Zheng's nostrils. In the quiet space, the fragrance seemed like an ecstasy medicine, which made Zhou Zheng's heart tremble. He wanted to stretch out his arms around her thin shoulders, but he was afraid of being a little abrupt. Then what Yunyao, let me tell you what you need to pay attention to when practicing self-defense. Zhou Zheng said with no words. Well, Zhou Zheng, please tell me. Chu Yunyao replied. Zhou Zheng began to say absent-mindedly, saying this all the time, from the things you pay attention to the methods of practice, and he didn't know whether Chu Yunyao understood him. I don't know how long it took, but Chu Yunyao closed her eyes and leaned on Zhou Zheng's shoulder as if she was asleep. Zhou Zheng tilted his head and looked at it softly and asked. Yunyao, are you asleep? Chu Yunyao did not respond, but seemed to be asleep. Zhou Zheng didn't move and let her lean on him. After a long time, Chu Yunyao woke up. This child is sleeping too heavily. Zhou Zheng got up and picked her up and put it on the flat bed. His hands touched her arms and slender legs like lotus roots, and his heart couldn't help but feel a rippling. Chu Yunyao's beautiful face and delicate body with a bath towel are so tempting. Zhou Zheng is also a man, so naturally he has the most primitive desires. I seemed to be unable to control myself. He quickly shook his head and warned himself to be clear-eyed and not to go wrong. Even if Chu Yunyao thinks that animals are worse than animals, they cannot be animals. She, sooner or later, is her own, why bother to hurry up? Zhou Zheng was stunned for a moment, picked up a thin quilt and covered Chu Yunyao with his body and then pulled out his legs and left. Chu Yunyao opened her eyes slightly and looked at his back, with a hint of sorrow in her eyes. Suddenly she frowned and her head began to hurt severely again. Oh! Zhou Zheng turned around and asked quickly. Yunyao, are you? Zhou Zheng, my head starts to hurt again. Zhou Zheng scratched his head for a while, why is it over? Chapter 195 Chu Yunyao has 3 days left to live. Chu Yunyao was also very strange. Her headache has been with her for more than 10 years. Although she has not found out what caused it, she has also figured out the pattern of the headache. Poor rest and lack of sleep and fatigue may cause headaches, but they are not 100%. Also, every headache will be separated by a period of time, the longest interval is about 8 months, and the shortest interval is also 1 month. In other words, as long as Chu Yunyao has had a headache once, she will not cause it again within at least 1 month. However, this rule was broken. After all, this headache was only more than an hour away from the last headache. The last headache was only a few days away from the last headache. What does this mean? This shows that the interval between the onset of Chu Yunyao's headache is getting shorter and shorter. Zhou Zheng frowned, feeling a little unhappy. His acupuncture technique is only at the master level, and his diagnostic technique is also at the master level, but he cannot find out the root of Chu Yunyao's disease. Perhaps when acupuncture reaches the master level, you can find out the root of Yunyao's disease, but you are still a little more than 100 experience away from the master level, and you can't upgrade even if you are anxious. Zhou Zheng, hurry up, give me an injection. I can't stand the pain. Chu Yunyao's breath was weak and she said intermittently. At this time, her face was pale and yellow, and there was no blood at all. As the saying goes, she was lifeless. The sound of begging is like an addict being addicted to it, and it is strongly necessary to take drugs to relieve psychological and physical pain. No matter what happened, Zhou Zheng decided to help Chu Yunyao relieve his pain first. One hand held Chu Yunyao who was rolling on the bed that was so painful, and the other hand held the golden needle and began to pierce the A-cup ointment. After one injection, Chu Yunyao still screamed in pain. Acupuncture is not working. Zhou Zheng was stunned for a moment, applied the needle again, but found that she closed her eyes and did not move. Ah! Zhou Zheng was shocked and thought. Yunyao Yunyao. Seeing Chu Yunyao's full chest slightly undulating, Zhou Zheng breathed a sigh of relief, probably because he was stunned. Zhou Zheng held her head and shouted her name, feeling nervous. This was the first time he was afraid and helpless after obtaining the system, and he didn't feel this way even when facing death. Calm down. Be sure to be calm. Zhou Zheng kept reminding himself to force himself to calm down and reached out to hold Chu Yunyao's Kungwan ruler. She wanted to help her count her pulse again, and as for why she didn't wake up Chu Yunyao first, Zhou Zheng also considered it. She fainted and must have had a severe headache, so the human body automatically turned on the protection mode. Zhou Zheng can wake Chu Yunyao up with one injection, but not only did Chu Yunyao endures a severe headache when she wakes up, she will also struggle in pain, which will hinder Zhou Zheng from helping her with treatment, so she will not wake her up for the time being. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhou Zheng tried hard to get rid of the distractions and anxiety in his heart. Chu Yunyao's cold wrists also calmed Zhou Zheng's mind a little. After taking the marijuana, Zhou Zheng's face changed color, and the hand holding her wrist trembled involuntarily. Two words appeared in my mind. Dead pulse. How is that possible? Zhou Zheng widened his eyes, feeling extremely complicated. Chu Yunyao is only in her 20s. She is doing well to help her take her pulse a while ago. How could she suddenly have a dead pulse? Zhou Zheng was unwilling to say it again, but the conclusion did not change, and it was still a dead pulse. She had no more than 3 days of life after making an appointment. Zhou Zheng was confused. He will die within 3 days. Unless he upgrades to the master-level acupuncture technique, maybe Chu Yunyao still has a glimmer of hope. However, it is simply unrealistic to upgrade to master-level acupuncture in 3 days. What to do? Yunyao, don't have anything wrong. I will definitely prolong your life and save you. Zhou Zheng looked at Chu Yunyao's faintly dead face, feeling very uncomfortable, but he would never give up on her. At this time, although Chu Yunyao was in a coma, her lifeless face was uneasy, just like having a nightmare, sometimes frowning and sometimes trembling with her muscles, and blue veins seemed to be revealed on her forehead, and sweat kept flowing like rain. Zhou Zheng found a clean towel to help Chu Yunyao wipe her sweat, and at the same time, he was anxious to think of a solution. But what good idea can be found? Ah, it hurts so much, it hurts. Chu Yunyao suddenly opened her eyes and she was awakened by the severe pain. Yunyao, how do you feel? Zhou Zheng, I feel like I not only have a headache, my whole body is hurting. Chu Yunyao said weakly. Her body no longer struggled because she was too weak and had no strength at all. The muscles that twitched from her body and the blood that bleeded through the corners of her mouth indicate that she was suffering severe pain. Don't be afraid, Yunyao, I'll give you a few more needles. Zhou Zheng stabbed her A-cup ointment with a golden needle again, but Chu Yunyao's pain did not relieve at all. Zhou Zheng knew that this was the result, but he felt cold when he was mentally prepared. Yunyao, I can't help you relieve the pain, why don't I send you to the hospital? Zhou Zheng had no choice but to come up with this bad idea. As soon as he said that, he felt that it was useless to say that the hospital could cure Chu Yunyao's disease, and she would not delay her until now. Yunyao, I'm so useless. Zhou Zheng reads when Chu Yunyao looked in pain, she couldn't hold back any more, and her eyes almost burst into tears. This was the first time he was so disobedient in front of Chu Yunyao, and the tears that rose in his eyes moved Chu Yunyao. She didn't know where the strength and will came from, and a smile appeared on her face and said, Zhou Zheng, am I going to die? Nonsense, what are you talking nonsense? Yunyao, you won't die even if I die. Chu Yunyao said with difficulty. Your medical skills are so superb. If you can't even relieve your headaches for me, then I think it's helpless. Moreover, I feel I can't stand it this time. Yunyao. Zhou Zheng didn't know what to say. Zhou Zheng helped me massage my scalp, just like when I was a child, my grandmother helped me relieve the pain when I was a child. Zhou Zheng nodded suddenly and felt a sense of separation from life and death. The atmosphere inside was a bit solemn and sad. His fingers passed by her hair, and he couldn't help but use it to twist it. Chu Yunyao suddenly felt like she was as numb as if she was electrocuted, and her headache and pain all over her body were relieved a little. Zhou seems to be very effective. She reminded. Yet, Zhou Zheng was excited and began to concentrate on helping Chu Yunyao massage his scalp. As long as Chu Yunyao can relieve her pain, it doesn't matter if she helps her massage her feet. Half an hour later, the body was exhausted, so Zhou Zheng naturally didn't have to use brute force to massage his scalp. Chu Yunyao suddenly started trembling in pain again. Zhou Zheng was not worried but happy, and it seemed that he had found a treatment solution. Chapter 196 The Nemesis of Headache. Although Chu Yunyao's head began to hurt severely again, Zhou Zheng was delighted. He seemed to have found a way to deal with Chu Yunyao's headache. That is the real pain of the body. Although I still don't know what the cause of headaches is. Although I don't know if it can be cured. But as long as Chu Yunyao's pain could be relieved, Zhou Zheng would be content. True climbing the rose through the hidden dragon art to absorb and refine the spiritual energy contained in the world and then store it in the danshan. After Zhou Zheng mastered the master-level acupuncture, helping people with acupuncture is really exhausting, and he often fails to achieve his strength. Since the practice of the hidden dragon art that has real acupuncture in the danshan, you can use real acupuncture. Not only can you have enough energy, but you can also achieve twice the result with half the effort, and the effect will be better. In terms of true calligraphy and calligraphy, the master's level of calligraphy and painting can reach the peak of the master. When Zhou Zheng massaged Chu Yunyao's scalp, he immediately felt much more comfortable when using real pan, so he didn't need real pan. Therefore, Zhou Zheng recognized the nemesis of the real headache. Now Zhou Zheng's hidden dragon art is still on the first level, and he has broken through to the second level with 20% of his experience. He can even feel that there seems to be a particularly narrow space in his danshan, and now it is empty. Of course, if the hidden dragon art is upgraded to level 2, the storage of the true no Muzanzili can extend the use of the true na Muzan Huan. Zhou Zheng pinched his fingertips with one hand and used the hidden dragon art to absorb and refine the spiritual energy between heaven and earth into real. The glutinous rice dumplings and Wu Zheng helped Chu Yunyao massage his scalp with the other hand. He controlled the ox, otherwise it would be too fast, and it would be really beaten toad. Chu Yunyao immediately felt much more relaxed again, and she felt confused. Bingxiu was smart and soon she thought that Zhou Zheng had found another way to relieve her pain, and this method should be very laborious, and Zhou Zheng could not last for a long time. Chu Yunyao told Zhou Zhengting what she thought and asked him if she guessed correctly. Zhou Zhendao. Yunyao, you are very smart. Acupuncture can no longer relieve the pain, but I have found a way to relieve your pain. It is indeed quite laborious and I can't hold on for long. Chu Yunyao continued to use her brain. I guess it must be related to scalp massage, but it's not all. Zhou Zheng asked in reverse. Why did Yunye say that? Because you helped me massage my head, I feel like your fingers will discharge. Zhou Zheng, don't you know Qigong, right? Zhou Zhensen said, Yunye, you are really smart, and you can guess it almost exactly. Although the invisible dragon art is not considered Qigong, it has a bit of a connection with Qigong. Nodded immediately and said, Yunye, you guessed it's almost done, but don't bother with it. It's better to close your eyes and rest. All right. Chu Yunye had just escaped from the painful hell and cherished this hard-earned normal moment. She closed her eyes and wanted to sleep, but her heart ignited a desire, hoping that she would recover as before after a sleep and would no longer have a headache. After more than 40 minutes like this, Zhou Zheng was so tired that he was sweating profusely and his body was shaking. After all, the real pings absorbed by refining is much slower than using it, and now there is less spiritual energy in the air now. He can only keep pinching his fingertips and crazily urging the hidden dragon technique to absorb and refine spiritual energy. However, the level of the first level hidden dragon art is still too low, and the result of forced damages to one's body. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng's eyes went dark, and he immediately stopped using the real one. If something happened to him, Chu Yunye would explain, so he couldn't help it. Take action. Chu Yunye naturally felt it all at once, because her head and whole body began to feel severe pain again. Oh! She opened her eyes in pain. The pain reached the bone marrow, and she still couldn't bear it, and couldn't help looking at Zhou Zheng with some dissatisfaction. But Chu Yunye was shocked when he saw Zhou Zheng's eye sockets were deep and his eyes were black, as if he hadn't slept for several days and nights. Zhou Zheng, what's wrong with you? Why are you so tired? I understand. Are you going to use Qigong to help me relieve my pain? Zhou Zheng, you, don't massage my scalp. Although Chu Yunye was in extreme pain, she refused to let Zhou Zheng massage her scalp. Zhou Zheng's true stupidity in his danshan was gone. He was powerless now and could only watch Chu Yunye struggling helplessly. Suddenly, he had an idea in his mind. It is better to teach people how to fish than to teach people how to fish. Since it is really a nemesis of Yunye's headache, it is better to teach her the hidden dragon art. Although this is a taboo thing, there is no other way to do it now, even if it is only passed on to her the first level of introductory mentality. As long as she can absorb and refine the few spiritual energy in the world into real life, maybe her headache will be cured, and the dead pulse will even turn into a living pulse. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhendao. Yunye, listen to me. I have an ancestral Qigong called the Hidden Dragon Art. I just used this Qigong to fight your headaches. I will teach you how to practice it. Chu Yunye snorted and agreed. The severe headache made her speechless. Then I said you should do as you do. First, lie flat on the bed and sink the qi in your body into the danshan, which means sinking the qi into the danshan. Then, the formula is, have you remembered? Zhou Zheng taught Chu Yunye all the mantras, key points, and cultivation methods of the first level of the hidden dragon art. I thought that the smart Chu Yunye, who was smart, could learn it, but he was still too optimistic. Chu Yunye endured the huge pain and could not sink his qi into the danshan. The danshan could not open the space and could not absorb the spiritual energy in the air. It is no wonder that people's physiques are not suitable for practicing the mind method nowadays. In addition, the spiritual energy in the world is exhausted, making it even more difficult to practice. Zhou Zheng's system directly instilled in his mind, starting at the first level, otherwise he would be able to learn from scratch and get started in a short time. Zhou Zheng, I'm so stupid, I can't learn it at all. I won't learn anymore, my head hurts so much, and my whole body hurts. Chu Yunye's voice became hoarse, and the bath towel around her body was almost blown through sweat. At this time, Zhou Zheng had absorbed and refined a lot of spiritual energy, and he had a different way of finding a way in the flash of lightning. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and put his palm on Chu Yunyao's dantian, urging the real Chu Yunyao to transmit it. Since she can't learn the hidden dragon art for the time being, she will forcibly lose the refined real glutinous to her. Sure enough, this method worked. Chu Yunyao felt that her dantian was so hot that it seemed as if there was a ball of energy. This ball of energy continuously released tiny energy to the surrounding meridians, and even transmitted to all parts of the body. Chu Yunyao's body no longer hurts, her head no longer hurts, and her limbs are so comfortable that she feels endlessly, from the unbearable pain to the comfort of her whole body. It took only a few seconds to make her feel strong and happy. The strong sense of happiness made her moan. Ah! A ecstatic voice came from her mouth. I was so ashamed that I actually reached the tide point. Chu Yunyao's pale face suddenly turned bloody, and she didn't even dare to look at Zhou Zheng. Chapter 197 secretly kissed Chu Yunyao. Along with an ecstasy cry from Chu Yunyao, her body also twitched slightly. I'll go. Zhou Zheng was shocked and thought something had happened to Chu Yunyao, so his palm quickly left her lower abdomen. However, seeing her face turning from white and yellow to flushing, it didn't seem like something was wrong. Yunyao, how are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Chu Yunyao's body was still spasming from time to time. When she heard Zhou Zheng's words, she felt a burst of shame in her heart. In fact, he reached the point in front of him, he was so embarrassed. Zhou Zheng didn't know if he really didn't understand or pretended not to understand, so he kept chasing her and asked. How did she answer this? Chu Yunyao was embarrassed and couldn't raise her head. Suddenly, she felt an indescribable sense of ease all over her body. The pain that tortured her disappeared. Zhou Zheng, my head doesn't hurt anymore, and my whole body doesn't hurt anymore, she said in surprise. Real. When Zhou Zheng heard Chu Yunyao's words, he didn't bother to ask her why she screamed and spasms violently. A surprise expression appeared on his face. Yunyao, what else do you feel? I feel my lower abdomen is warm and comfortable, as if there is a ball of energy, and this ball of energy is still sending subtle energy into my whole body. Zhou Zheng nodded. It seemed that the ball of energy was the real twist that he had entered into her body. The real body repaired the disease that the body restrained her headache, so her head and whole body no longer hurt. Although this kind of input is exhausted, it is considered successful to stop Chu Yunyao's headache. Zhou Zheng, have you cured my headache? Will it still hurt in the future? Zhou Zhensin said that Yunyao would still have a headache after she was exhausted, and it is still unknown whether it could be completely cured. He reached out and grabbed Chu Yunyao's Kungwan ruler and said, Yunyao, I can't draw a conclusion for the time being. Let's help you count your pulse first. He just gave Chu Yunyao a death meridian, which made him feel unsure, just because he was afraid that Chu Yunyao's head would not hurt anymore was just an appearance. Zhou Zheng was nervous and held his breath and focused, helping Chu Yunyao take his veins. After a while, a relaxed expression appeared on his face. Although Chu Yunyao is still a dead pulse, her pulse is much stronger and stronger. She is not in danger of life for the time being, and her pulse can last at least 10 days. Zhou Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. Although Chu Yunyao's situation was still not optimistic, Zhou Zheng temporarily found a way to deal with it, which is to use real judgments in her dantian. After delivering a real glutinous toad once, it will take about 10 days to get a real glutinous to her again within 10 days. It will be like this, and at least in a short time, it will ensure that Chu Yunyao is safe and sound. During this period, Zhou Zhengui worked hard to upgrade his acupuncture and strive to become a master as soon as possible. He would also urge Chu Yunyao to learn the hidden dragon art. If he learned the hidden dragon art, Chu Yunyao could refine what he really hoped to use, and he would not be in danger of life. Zhou Zheng lowered his head and was speechless, thinking a lot in his mind. Zhou Zheng, what are you thinking? Is my illness not optimistic? Will I die? Chu Yunyeo had suffered from a headache just now, and she felt extremely painful. Seeing Zhou Zheng lowering his head and silent, she also had an ominous premonition in her heart. Zhou Zheng raised his head and barely showed a smile on his face. Chu Yunyeo must not tell her that she still has more than 10 days of life. Yunyeo, what are you talking nonsense? I will cure you after I said it. Although I have not removed the root cause of the disease for you now, I have a way to deal with it. The Qigong I teach you is the nemesis of headaches. If you practice it well, you will not suffer from the pain again. Chu Yunyeo's eyes lit up, but she sighed again. But Zhou Zheng, the Qigong you taught me is too difficult to learn. I can't even understand the mental method, let alone practice it. Oh, I'm so stupid. Zhou Zheng held her hand and said. It doesn't matter, learn slowly, there will always be a day when you learn it. Just now, I pressed your dantian to perform exercises. At least this period of time stopped your headache. Next, before you learn Qigong, I need to give you exercises once a week, so Yunyeo, you can't go too far away from me. Chu Yunyeo smiled and said. Zhou Zheng will be equivalent to my gas station from now on? I will definitely not be too far away from you. I will tie you up with you in the future. Even if I have something to do, I will call you to go together. But... Chu Yunyeo's expression suddenly fell down. Zhou Zheng, you won't think I'm a burden, you're just working hard but not in good health. Yunyeo. Zhou Zheng looked at her dissatisfiedly and said anxiously. Yunyeo, please stop talking stupidly, okay? You are my wife. We have a marriage certificate and are a legal couple recognized by the state. How could I dislike you? Puchi. Chu Yunyeo was amused by Zhou Zheng's words. Yunyeo, why are you laughing at? Nothing. Chu Yunyeo looked at Zhou Zheng affectionately and suddenly said. Thank you, Zhou Zheng. I haven't been so moved for a long time, really. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said. Yunyeo, you don't need to be moved. Although we are not a real couple, this is what I should do if a couple is grateful for 100 days. Okay, you have to rest early, and I'm going to go to bed. After Zhou Zheng said that, he stood up and was about to leave. Chu Yunyeo was stunned and thought to himself that Zhou Zheng was moved by me today. If he made some excessive demands, he would not be able to satisfy him. He actually wanted to go back to the house? This is like Sun Wukong locked the 7 fairies behind him and actually went to steal peaches. He is really a straight man. Wait for Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng turned around and said. What's wrong with Yunyeo? Something else is wrong. Suddenly my pupils dilated because I saw 2 green stars appearing on Chu Yunyeo's head. 2-star reward. Zhou Zheng felt aroused in his heart and endured the urge to gain. Zhou Zheng, can you wait until I fall asleep before leaving? Chu Yunyeo asked weakly. Okay, no problem. Zhou Zheng nodded and turned around and sat by the bed. Yunyeo, go to bed. I'm right by your side and you can call me anytime if you have any situation. Chu Yunyeo wanted to say something, but opened her mouth but didn't make a sound. She covered herself with a quilt, closed her eyes and felt relieved when she lay next to Zhou Zheng, and fell asleep after a while. The bedroom was quiet, and I could hear Chu Yunyeo's even breathing sounds. Zhou Zheng couldn't help looking at Chu Yunyeo, and saw her sleeping soundly with her slightly thick and sexy little mouth pouting. I felt a throbbing in my heart. What kind of taste is it? He bent down, his lips imprinted on Chu Yunyeo's little mouth, and he was about to leave. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng felt an electric shock, and his scalp became numb and he had goosebumps. It turns out that this is the feeling of kissing Chu Yunyeo. Just as Zhou Zheng's heart was pounding, Chu Yunyeo suddenly stuck out her tongue and licked her lips, then turned over and fell asleep. Chapter 198 Heart. The state collapsed. Jiangbei City Detention Center. Lin Hao walked around the closed door irritably. He looked at the watch on his wrist from time to time, his expression anxious and nervous. Since her mother Huang Shifen was arrested, Lin Hao has been unable to stay in the hospital. It took a long time since I saw my mother Huang Shifen. As a mother's boy, he is really not used to this kind of life without anyone's concern. He did not listen to the doctor's dissuasion and was forced to be discharged from the hospital before his injury was completely cured. The first thing I did after being discharged from the hospital was to find a way to visit Huang Shifen in the detention center. However, Huang Shifen's case is about to begin, and no one is allowed to visit except for lawyers. Lin Hao had money in his hands, so he hired a lawyer at a high price without hesitation. First, he needed a lawyer to defend the American and Huang Shifen, and second, he wanted to know his mother's current situation. When Lin Hao thought of his mother being held in a detention center and suffering, he felt the urge to cry. No matter what Lin Hao's character is, this kid is also a filial son. The lawyers hired at high prices were also very good, and they quickly handled the visit to Huang Shifen. Early in the morning, Lin Hao drove his car to the detention center with Lawyer Lu. Lawyer Lu has accepted many criminal cases, and there are many criminal suspects who come to the detention center to visit, and they are familiar with most of the police working here. After presenting the materials and documents, I went in quickly. Lin Hao couldn't get in and could only wait anxiously outside. I don't know how long it took, but the door to the detention center opened and Lawyer Lu came out. Lin Hao's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to step forward and grabbed Lawyer Liu's arm and asked anxiously, "Lawyer Liu, how is my mother doing? Is she okay? What has she told you?" Lawyer Liu's arm was so painful that he shook Lin Hao's hand without hesitation. Don't be excited. This is not a place to talk. Let's go to the car to talk. Okay, please, Lawyer Liu. Lawyer Liu walked towards the Audi car slowly, while Lin Hao stepped forward and opened the car door first and asked Lawyer Liu to get in. Although Lin Hao is the employer of Lawyer Liu, she respects her extremely. After all, whether her mother Huang Shifen can come out depends on her connections and whether she is careful in defending her. Lawyer Liu sat in the back row of the Audi car, while Lin Hao sat next to him, closing the door to isolate the noise from the outside, and the car was silent. Lawyer Liu. As soon as Lin Hao spoke, Lawyer Liu waved his hand to signal him not to speak. Kobayashi, I know you are worried about your mother's life, and you are even more worried about whether your mother will be sentenced. Don't talk first, I'll talk to you slowly. Lin Hao nodded obediently. Lawyer Liu thought for a while and said, I went to the detention center this time and successfully met your mother Huang Shifen. To be honest, she is in a very average state now and may not be very adaptable to the life in the detention center. In addition, she has been worried about you, and maybe it will be fine after a while. Lin Hao felt silent in his heart. His mother was worried about him, so why didn't he worry about her? He couldn't help asking. Lawyer Liu, is my mother so full and warm? Does she need some supplies? She didn't say this, and kept asking me if you were good when we met. Kobayashi, if you are interested, you can prepare some daily necessities, eat, use, etc. I'll ask someone to send it to you. After all, the conditions in the detention center are limited, and it can only meet the most basic living conditions. Yeah, thank you, Lawyer Liu, you continued. Lawyer Liu cleared his throat and continued. Let me tell you about this case about Ms. Huang. You have read the file of this case. The first defendant is a man named Wang Fu. He was suspected of driving a car to kill your father. What? After hearing what Lawyer Liu said, Lin Haoru was struck by lightning and was stunned for several seconds. After reacting, he looked disbelief. My father did die in a car accident? Was he murdered? Lawyer Liu nodded. This guy named Wang Fu personally admitted that he murdered your father. The police have also collected a lot of evidence and are about to be prosecuted. It should be almost done. Mad. Although Lin Hao had a weaker relationship with his father, he was murdered in a car accident. He was also particularly angry when he suddenly realized this. His chest was undulating violently, followed by a piercing pain in his chest. Lin Hao quickly took out a quick-acting heart-saving pill and swallowed a few pills and pressed them under his tongue. Lawyer Lu was confused. Good guy Lin Hao still has heart disease? Have you taken the quick-acting heart-saving pill at a young age? Worried. Kobayashi, are you okay? Do you want me to take you to the hospital? Lin Hao took a few breaths and said. It's okay, I'm an old problem, I'll just take a heart-saving pill in my mouth for a while. Okay, then Kobayashi, don't be excited, otherwise I won't tell you any more. If something really happens, I can't take this responsibility. I understand Lawyer Lu, don't worry, if you really have something to do, you won't be held responsible. Lin Hao took a break and then felt more comfortable in his heart. Suddenly, a question surged into his heart. Lawyer Lu, Wang Fu murdered my father. What does this have to do with my mother? She is also a victim, okay. Lawyer Lu waved his hand and said. The situation is not what you want, that's it. According to the police investigation, your mother is related to this case? Ah? How do you go home? Is there anything else about my mother here? Lin Hao suddenly had an ominous premonition. Could it be that his father's dead mother could not escape? But he really didn't dare to think about that. Lawyer Lu said. Xylin, there are two reasons why your mother Huang Shifen was arrested. One is to instruct Wang Fu to murder the next neighbor, and the other is... What? Lin Hao was shocked again. How is this possible when my mother actually found someone to murder Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng? Even if Chu Yunyao doesn't want to kill her, her mother will never ask anyone to kill them, right? Lawyer Lu, are you making a mistake? Lawyer Lu waved his hand. No. This is what your mother admits personally. He has indeed instructed Wang Fu to be detrimental to a couple next door to your house. The second is that your father's death is not only related to Wang Fu, but your mother is also. Forget it, I won't say it for now. Kobayashi, I see that you are in a bad mood, so I'd better not tell you for now. Lawyer Lu saw Lin Hao's chest fluctuations again, fearing that he would not be able to stand the stimulation. Lawyer Lu, I'm fine. Tell me what's going on? Hurry. In fact, Lin Hao had already guessed it, but he couldn't believe his guess. Okay, don't you take a few more heart-saving pills? I'll eat, Lawyer Lu, please tell me. Seeing Lin Hao holding a few more heart-saving pills, Lawyer Lu said. Wang Fu murdered your father, your mother was an accomplice, or an accomplice. She not only cuckolded your father but also betrayed your father's whereabouts, which gave Wang Fu an opportunity to take advantage of. No. Lawyer Liu's words were like a bolt from the blue. Lin Hao collapsed on the seat. Chapter 199 Kill them. No. Lawyer Lin, what you said is fake. Are you teasing me, are you? After a while, Lin Hao, who was lying on the seat, shouted hysterically. Although he knew that Lawyer Lu could not lie to him, he could not accept that his mother Huang Shifen and Wang Fu conspired to kill his father. Calm down. These are not fabricated out of thin air. There is evidence. I think you should cheer up and face reality bravely. Lin Hao did not respond to Lawyer Lu, and the sudden blow made him who was already helpless. Woo 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 woo. He could only use crying to vent the complicated feelings in his heart. Lawyer Lu didn't advise him, and crying for a while might relieve the pressure in Lin Hao's heart. Lin Hao didn't know that he had cried for a long time, but his throat was hoarse and his tears were dry before he stopped crying. After this blow, he seemed to be much more mature than before. He knew that crying and escaping could not solve the problem, and he had to face the bleak life. Lawyer Lu, I'm sorry for losing my composure. Lin Hao wiped his tears and said apologetically. Lawyer Lu waved his hand. Kobayashi, as a veteran, I tell you that you have to look forward to everything. You are still young and have your own life. Well, thank you. I got to know Lawyer Lu. Next, please help my mother sue and try to reduce the punishment for her. Lin Hao knew that his mother Huang Shifen would not be acquitted. Although she conspired with others to kill her father, she was wholeheartedly devoted to herself, and in this world she was the only one who was unconditional good to her, so Lin Hao did not hate her now, and just hoped that she could be less punished through the defense of a lawyer. Lawyer Lu said, "Don't worry, Xylin, this is my responsibility and obligation. No matter how serious your mother is, she is just an accomplice, and the murder of the neighbor next door is just an instructor." Wang Fu did not take any action. "I will try my best to help her escape." "Then thank you, Lawyer Lu. I will transfer you 100,000 yuan first, and you can use it." Lin Hao transferred it to Lawyer Lu without saying a word. Lawyer Lu was not pretentious and refused. He was busy dealing with this case, which was what he deserved. Seeing that Lin Hao was still in a bad mood, Lawyer Lu enthusiastically drove Lin Hao to the underground garage of Hanlin Community. After a few words of comfort, Lawyer Lu walked out of the garage and took a taxi back to the law firm to continue to learn about the case. Lin Hao sat in the co-pilot in the car and couldn't calm down for a long time. When his mother Huang Shifen went in, he felt that it was like the sky falling. Now he knew that his father's death was caused by his mother's conspiracy with others, which shocked him greatly. When Lawyer Lu explained to him clearly, he felt that there was nothing more sorrow than death. Why did it become like this? Why? Lin Hao asked himself over and over again. How wonderful it was to live with my mother Huang Shifen after returning to China. Since Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao moved next door, I and my mother have been in trouble. It's all the blame for Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. It was them that caused my family to be destroyed. My father died and my mother went in. I also let me know that my father's death was related to my mother. The mama's boy Lin Hao did not look for the reasons from himself and his mother Huang Shifen, but blamed Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao for all the crimes. He thought so paranoid when he was hospitalized in the hospital, and now he is more determined. They deserve to die, I'm going to kill them. Lin Hao became more angry the more he thought about it, and shouted viciously with his red eyes. He opened the storage box in front of the co-pilot of the car and flipped out a half-foot-long knife from it. This is him driving Huang Shifen to a foreign trip with him. I bought it during the tour, although it was a handicraft, but it was extremely sharp and placed on the car to protect myself and use it to enhance your courage. Looking at the cold blade, Lin Hao's heart kept beating, but he felt extremely excited. After thinking about it, I turned out an advertisement page from the storage box to wrap the knife, and then got off the car and took the elevator to my own floor. After leaving the elevator corridor, it was quiet. Looking at the door next door, Lin Hao squeezed the knife handle that was holding the knife hard, and finally rang the doorbell. After a while, footsteps sounded inside, and then a gap was opened to the security door. Through the gap, Lin Hao saw Chu Yunyao's fascinating face. His heart was a little soft. Isn't it a pity to kill her like this? Lin Hao's heart was entangled. Lin Hao, what are you doing? Finally, tell you once, I have a husband, please don't harass me again in the future. Chu Yunyao's cold words rang in Lin Hao's ears, and the last trace of pity and conscience were wiped out. He suddenly pushed open the security door and walked in. Chu Yunyao took a few steps back and was a little panicked, but a disgusting expression appeared on her face. Who asked you to come in? Get out for me quickly. Lin Hao looked at Chu Yunyao unscrupulously and saw that she was wearing a black suspender on her upper body, not wearing a cover, and the mountains were faintly visible. She was wearing a pair of denim low-waisted shorts, revealing her slender waist and a small and cute belly button. The pair of slender and beautiful legs that are longer than life under the shorts are so white that it makes people excited. Chu Yunyao is so beautiful that she can only describe it as a beautiful person. Lin Hao couldn't pull it out when he saw it. It would be a waste of talent for a beauty to kill her like this. Heat air spurted out from his nostrils, and he rushed forward like a boar in heat. The pair of salty pig hands attacked Chu Yunyeo's chest. Chu Yunyeo panicked and yelled while dodging. Zhou Zheng, if you have a gangster, come and help me. Lin Hao was shocked. Broken. I was attracted by Chu Yunyeo's beauty just now and forgot about the guy Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng is a policeman, and he is definitely not his opponent. If he gets him, he will stop. He quickly reached out to cover Chu Yunyeo's mouth, and raised the knife with his right hand and said viciously, "Don't shout, I'll kill you again." Oh! Chu Yunyeo bit Lin Hao's hand, causing Lin Hao to be so excited that he waved his hand and stabbed Chu Yunyeo in the chest, and the red blood flowed out. Chu Yunyeo fell to the ground immediately, and saw that she was unable to survive. Ah! I killed someone, did I kill Chu Yunyeo? Lin Hao was both scared and excited. At this time, a sound of footsteps sounded and Zhou Zheng walked out. Seeing Chu Yunyeo lying on the ground covered in blood, her eyes turned red, and she pinched Lin Hao's neck with both hands and shouted fiercely, "You kill Yunyeo, I want to kill you." Lin Hao had difficulty breathing, his eyes were bulging out, and he felt that he couldn't breathe, and he was immediately scared. "Don't kill me, don't kill me!" He shouted to beg for mercy, but his eyes became blurry, and he felt like he was going to die. "Ah!" Lin Hao shouted, and suddenly found that he was still in the car. Killing Chu Yunyeo just now was just a scene of his fantasy. Hu 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 hu. He gasped heavily and felt like he had a life after a disaster. At this time, through the car window, he saw a man and a woman holding hands not far away, which was Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyeo. Parmela roared and drove away. Lin Hao hesitated for a moment, and started the Audi car and followed. Chapter 200, I won't break through the last line of defense last night, right? 1 hour ago. Zhou Zheng opened his hazy eyes. A long and beautiful white legs were placed on his legs. When he looked up, he saw Chu Yunyeo sleeping soundly with her slightly thick lips. Zhou Zheng remembered that after stopping her headache in Chu Yunyeo's room last night, she stayed with her until she fell asleep. Later, she couldn't help but kiss her lips, and then I didn't remember it later. I'll go, we both broke through the last line of defense last night, right? Zhou Zheng felt a little moved, but he thought about it but had no impression at all. I looked down and saw that I was dressed neatly, especially when I was hungry I didn't look satisfied after drinking and eating. Maybe he used up all the headache he had treated Chu Yunyeo last night and was so tired that he fell asleep unconsciously. So nothing happened to us, and I thought we had an in-depth exchange with Yunyao. Zhou Zheng murmured to himself, a little disappointed but a little thankful. The warm sunlight penetrated through the curtains, and the light became softer through the filtering of the curtains, like a pair of gentle hands, stroking Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyeo's bodies. Zhou Zheng smelled Chu Yunyeo's body fragrance and felt the sun's massage very comfortable. He yawned and wanted to sleep comfortably. But I always feel like I am thinking about something, but I can't remember it for a while. I looked at the wall clock on the wall and found that it was 9:05 in the morning. At other times, I had already been working for an hour. Thinking of going to work, Zhou Zheng sat up all of a sudden. It's bad. My holiday has ended early. I'm going to work today, and today is also my day to be promoted to a second-level police superintendent. You can forget this, you're too nervous, Bar. There are still no calls to me in the office. Director Hao is still thinking about holding a ceremony for himself. It is impossible for him not to look for me if he doesn't go to work on time, right? Thinking of this, Zhou Zheng took out his phone and looked around, but found that the power was off. This time it's miserable. Zhou Zheng shook his hand and got up and got out of bed. If you can't do it, hurry up and go to Kyobei Station. Zhou Zheng, where are you going? Zhou Zheng had just taken 2 steps when Chu Yunyeo's voice came from behind. He turned around and saw Chu Yunyeo sitting up from the bed, 3,000 black hairs floating down like a waterfall. Although he was sleepy, his face was rosy and looked very energetic. Yunyeo, are you awake? I just woke up and suddenly remembered that I had to go to work today and was about to rush to Kyobe Station. Yet, Chu Yunyeo knew that Zhou Zheng's biological clock would wake him up at around 6 o'clock every morning. Oversleeping today only means that Zhou Zheng was too tired to relieve pain last night and actually missed the time to work. Thinking of this, I felt a little guilty and said, "Zhou Zheng, I made you late, I'll take you to work." Zhou Zheng waved his hand. "No need, Yunyeo. By the way, how do you feel now? Does your head still hurt? Last night you had a headache, and I was almost helpless. Fortunately, I finally stopped your headache." Chu Yunyeo said. "Zhou Zheng, not only does my head not hurts all over my body, but I also feel that my body is particularly strong and my physique is better than before." Zhou Zheng knew that this was the real man who was sent to her last night. However, when the real colorful dyke he sent to Chu Yunyeo was exhausted, he would have to help him re-enter the real color. Only Chu Yunyeo has learned the first level of Hidden Dragon art. She can refine and absorb the real one herself. Thinking of the fat life sent to Yunyeo for more than 10 days, Zhou Zheng felt sad and worried again. However, he was not going to tell Chu Yunyeo the truth, was not afraid of her being worried when she found out. "Yunyeo, your head doesn't hurt now because I am sending it into your danshan. I want to seize the time to try to learn the Qigong I taught you as soon as possible. Of course, you don't have to worry. I will help you with the real twist before you learn it." Chu Yunyeo was moved by Zhou Zheng's words. She nodded and said, "Thank you, Zhou Zheng. I will work hard to learn Qigong." Zhou Zheng waved his hand pretending to be angry. "Yunyeo, you are here again. We are husband and wife. I would be very unhappy if you are so polite to me. Okay, I've hurt for a long time last night, so you can rest at home. I have to go to work at Kyobe Institute." Zhou Zheng, wait a moment. "Let me send you there." Chu Yunyeo insisted on sending Zhou Zheng to work. She felt that Zhou Zheng had paid too much for her, and she could only help Zhou Zheng do some trivial things. "If I do nothing, I feel even more disgusted. Yunyeo, you rest at home, be good," Zhou Zheng said softly. "Zhou Zheng, I can't stay at home and there are still many things waiting for me to do, such as registering a company, renting an office building, soaking medicinal wine, etc. Anyway, I have to go out. Yunyeo, why don't you take a break and wait until Xiao Yan is discharged from the hospital, Sister Yaheng has time, and ask her to help you, otherwise it will be too tiring to be alone." Zhou Zheng actually wanted to help Chu Yunyeo, but as a public official, he couldn't do business, and he didn't have that much time. Chu Yunyeo shook her head. "Business has just gotten on track, how can I stop? Sister Yaheng doesn't know when I have time. During this period, I have to support this stall myself. Don't worry, as long as my head doesn't hurt, I can do it." "Okay." Seeing that Chu Yunyeo was confident in his words, Zhou Zheng knew that he could not persuade him. Chu Yunyeo is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. "Yunyeo, I won't advise you any more, but don't force yourself if you do what you can." "Yeah, I understand." Chu Yunyeo nodded and continued. "Zhou Zheng, let's clean up and set off." "Okay." Zhou Zheng took the lead in walking out of the bedroom, charged his phone first, and then went to the bathroom to wash up briefly. In order to save time, Chu Yunyeo did not put on makeup, so she casually wore casual clothes. The two of them quickly went out to the underground garage to pick up the car. Zhou Zheng took Chu Yunyeo's hand with courage, but Chu Yunyeo did not refuse and smiled happily at him. Zhou Zheng felt that Chu Yunyeo, who was facing the sky, was more beautiful than wearing makeup. Sure enough, some people had their own beauty function. After getting on the bus, Zhou Zheng found 3 orange stars appearing above Chu Yunyao's head. 3-star reward. I felt excited, but I didn't get it for the time being. Suddenly I thought of something, and I opened my phone and saw more than a dozen missed calls, all of which were from director Hao Aguo. Zhou Zheng naturally knew what these calls mean, and the director would be anxious to death if he couldn't find him. While starting the car, he called director Hao Aguo. Par Mela roared and rushed out of the underground garage. A black Audi car followed closely. Lin Hao in the driver's seat saw Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao's intimate look and wanted to run into it from behind and die with them. Chapter 201. You spitted me out last time you drove. Zhou Zheng drove Parame out of the community, and the director Hao Aguo's phone number was also called. Oh Xiaozhou, where are you? I called you more than a dozen times and turned off my phone. I was so anxious that I thought you were missing. The phone was turned on and Hao Aguo's urgent voice came from the speakers. Zhou Zheng said embarrassedly. Director is really sorry for making you anxious. I went to bed this morning. I don't know when my phone will automatically turn off when it will run out of power, so. Xiaozhou, are you doing something? Your heart is too big, right? Do you remember what day it is? Hao Aguo was a little puzzled. Although Zhou Zheng had only been working for a few months, he had never been late and left early once, and he often went to work in the institute in advance. Why was he late today? Zhou Zheng told the truth while driving. Director, I know today is the day I will be promoted to a second-level police superintendent. I'm fine, I just got up late, but I'm rushing to the station now and I can arrive in more than 10 minutes. Okay. Just contact you, save me from worrying. Hao Aguo breathed a sigh of relief. Generally, police promotion will be held at the municipal bureau. Of course, it is not a ceremony for one person, but a group of promoted police officers. People from the provincial department of political department need to come down, the main leaders of the municipal bureau need to participate, and even the families of the police who have been promoted to participate, so let's experience this glorious moment together. This time, Zhou Zheng's order to advance was quite sudden, and he was the only one who promoted this group, and everything was simple. The municipal bureau did not prepare any ceremony for him, but the provincial department suddenly sent a deputy director to Jiangbei to award Zhou Zheng a letter of appointment and police rank. This caught Jiangbei Municipal Bureau off guard and was not prepared for anything. Fortunately, Hao Aguo attached great importance to it and set up the canteen of Kyobei Institute early, and he planned to hold a ceremony in the institute. The leaders of the Municipal Bureau decided to invite Deputy Director Xie to Kyobei Institute to give Zhou Zheng's title, and Deputy Director Xie agreed. Hao Aguo knew that the Deputy Director was coming to Kyobei Institute, so he was even happier. He came to the institute early to arrange work, but the protagonist Zhou Zheng could not be found. The main leaders of the Municipal Bureau originally wanted to go to the highway lead to greet Deputy Director Xie, but were declined and could only come to Kyobei Station early to wait. When they heard that Zhou Zheng was missing, they immediately felt that this matter was going to be ruined. Deputy Director Xie has always been known for his severity. Before he arrived in Zhou Zheng, wouldn't everyone be criticized? Fortunately, Zhou Zheng called and was rushing towards Kyobei Station. A group of leaders of the Municipal Bureau and Hao Aguo fell to the ground. Xiaozhou, you're slow on the road. Don't slow down. Deputy Director Xie, who awarded your title, arrived at Kyobei Institute for about 10 minutes. You have to rush to Kyobei Institute before he arrives. Are there any difficulties? No difficulties. Zhou Zheng said without hesitation. This made Hao Aguo anxious for a long time, so Zhou Zheng naturally wanted to give him a reassurance. Okay. But you must also pay attention to safety. Do you understand? I understand the director, I'll die first. Zhou Zheng hung up the phone and secretly turned on super driving. Of course, I chose the general racing mode. No matter how fast the speed limit is, I can't go anywhere. However, if you turn on the super driving mode, you can easily shuttle through the traffic flow, and you can arrive at Kyobei Station at least 5 minutes in advance. The time should be calculated as director's yet. Did I delay your business? Chu Yunyeo said guiltily after hearing what Zhou Zheng called. Zhou Zheng said softly. Yunyeo, don't think too much. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, it won't delay any trouble, right? Okay, sit down, I'm going to speed up a little. Chu Yunyeo's face changed color when she heard this, and she quickly grabbed the handrail of the roof. Last time Zhou Zheng was too fierce in racing, Chu Yunyeo was still scared. Zhou Zheng smiled and said, Yunyeo, don't be nervous, just speeding up slightly is not racing. Chu Yunyeo patted her chest and said, Zhou Zheng, you scared me. Last time you drove me, you spit out. Yang Tingting's dead girl misunderstood that I was pregnant. Haha. Zhou Zheng smiled. Yunyeo, I will drive more steadily when you take my car, so you will never let you feel sick and vomit. If you vomit in the future, it means you will be pregnant with me. Hate. You have it. Chu Yunyeo gave him a coquettish look. Although he talked and laughed with Chu Yunyeo, Zhou Zheng still focused most of his energy on driving. Suddenly he found a clue, and a black Audi behind him seemed to be following them all the time. Parmela speeds up, Audi also speeds up, Parmela drives slower, Audi also drives slower. Yunyeo, do you know the black Audi behind? It seems that it has been following us. Zhou Zheng believed that the Audi owner was Chu Yunyeo's dog-licking dog, and when he saw Chu Yunyeo's car, he was stuck like a dog-skin plaster. Chu Yunyeo saw the Audi car behind through the rearview mirror and shook her head. She didn't have a friend who drove the black Audi A6. However, the license plate looks familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere. In a flash, I remembered that this was Lin Hao's Audi car next door. He also drove this car to send him and Yang Tingting away. Zhou Zheng's car seems to be Lin Hao's car next door to our house. Lin Hao. Zhou Zheng hesitated for a moment, and he was about to forget who Lin Hao was. Is it the modern good neighbor Lin Hao who lost to our family hundreds of thousands? Is this kid discharged from the hospital? Suddenly, Zhou Zheng had a bad premonition. I sent his mother Huang Shifen in, and this kid kept following him. Will we come to take revenge on me? Ah! Chu Yunyeo was shocked when she heard Zhou Zheng's words. Lin Hao vomited blood because of losing money, which shows that he is a narrow-minded person. He lost his mother temporarily because of Zhou Zheng. He might have to take revenge on Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, why don't I call the police and let the police deal with him? Chu Yunyeo was sick and committed suicide. Zhou Zheng shook his head. Yunyeo, I am a policeman, and I can deal with him. But we don't have conclusive evidence to prove that he is not good for us, so I have to hurry to get rid of him. Zhou Zheng increased his speed again and quickly threw away Lin Hao, but an extended red light stopped him again, and the Audi car followed from a distance. Lin Hao was struggling all the way. He really wanted to drive and crash into Parmela, Zhou Zheng, and Chu Yunyeo to die together, because he was still paranoid and thought that it was all caused by them when he was so miserable now. However, Lin Hao doesn't have that much courage. His mother, Huang Shifen, shouldn't be sentenced to death. He still has the day to reunite with Huang Shifen, and he is reluctant to die. So I was hesitating all the way. Parmela turned into a wide alley, and Lin Hao subconsciously followed the direction and suddenly saw a group of policemen in police uniforms in the distance. Damn! Lin Hao was shocked, as if a mouse was very guilty when he saw the cat. He instinctively beat Fang and kidnapped him out. Squeak! But I didn't want to almost collide with a car that was about to turn into the alley, so I quickly braked. Opposite is an old Audi with a license plate Northern 000005, which is the car of Deputy Director Xie of the Provincial Department. Chapter 202, Military Merits Chapter is half of Zhou Zheng and half of Chu Yunyeo. Zhou Zheng drove Parmela to the entrance of Kyobei Station. Yunyeo, I'm here, you drive slowly. Yet. I know Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyeo looked up and saw many policemen in police uniforms standing at the door of Kyobe Station, and couldn't help but ask. Why are you all coming out? Could it be that you are welcomed? Zhou Zheng felt that what Chu Yunyeo said made sense. Director Hao Aguo also said that he wanted to hold a ceremony for him. Of course, he didn't know that the leaders of the municipal bureau had arrived long ago. Waving his hand and saying modestly, "Maybe it. Director Hao is too enthusiastic. I'm embarrassed to have such a big fight." Haha. Chu Yunyeo smiled like a flower and said coquettishly, "Don't be so bad, get out of the car quickly and don't let your colleagues wait for a long time." "Okay. Get off." Zhou Zheng nodded, opened the car door and walked out of the main driver. Chu Yunyeo also came out of the co-pilot and prepared to drive in the main driver's seat. Hao Aguo saw Zhou Zheng at first sight, which was happier than seeing his leader. Xiaozhou, you are here." "Sir, I'm here." Zhou Zheng smiled and waved his hand to say hello to his colleagues, but was stunned. Because several white-clothed bosses walked out of the institute, the head of the city bureau director Ma Ziajun. "Master Ma." Zhou Zheng was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect the city bureau leaders to come and say, "Hello, please feel free to all leaders." Ma Ziajun patted his shoulder and said, "Xiaozhou, you almost gave us a surprise." "It's good to come if you come." Zhou Zheng said embarrassedly. "Something has been delayed, thank you for your hard work, leaders and colleagues. We are all our own people, so there is no need to be so big, you are so polite." The police officers looked at each other, thinking that Zhou Zheng seemed to have some misunderstandings. Hao Aguo whispered, "Xiaozhou, have you misunderstood? Deputy Director Xie from the provincial department will come to award you a title later. We welcome him." Zhou Zheng suddenly looked dark. Well, he was thinking too much, a little embarrassed. Hao Aguo continued, "Xiaozhou, go and change the police uniform first and then welcome Deputy Director Xie with us." "Okay, Director." Zhou Zheng nodded and walked into the police station to change his clothes. Hao Aguo naturally saw Chu Yunyeo in the distance and waved to her. "My brother and sister, don't leave if you're fine. It would be even more perfect if you're witnessing Zhou Zheng's promotion ceremony. What do you think about the horse bureau? As Zhou Zheng's wife, Chu Yunyeo has the right to witness the glorious moment of Zhou Zheng's promotion." Ma Ziajun nodded. "Of course. As a police sister-in-law, half of the military merits are Zhou Zheng and half of the family." Chu Yunyeo was delighted. "Dear leaders, then I'd better obey my orders than respect." Parking the car aside, Chu Yunyeo walked over with graceful steps. The police officers, both men and women, were stunned by the beauty of Chu Yunyeo without makeup. Zhou Zheng's wife is more beautiful without makeup. Seeing that Zhou Zheng is young, he is both a beautiful wife and promoted, where can he make sense? As a mother-in-law, Lin Hao's mother Huang Shufen helps him make the decision on everything in his daily life. Whether it is studying abroad or giving up a high salary from abroad to return to China, it is all Huang Shufen's idea. So he never had his own opinion, and his mother was his backbone. After Huang Shufen was arrested, he felt that the sky had fallen. On the one hand, he was at a loss without his backbone, and on the other hand, he was worried that his mother would be sentenced, so he would be even more at a loss. Lin Hao paranoidly blamed Zhou Zhen Chu Yunyeo for all the blame, even fantasizing about killing them with your own hands. He drove the car to follow Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyeo, and all kinds of negative emotions poured into his heart. He really wanted to drive and crash into them and die with them, but he kept hesitating. If Huang Shufen told him that he would bump into him, he would increase the accelerator without hesitation, but if Huang Shufen was not there, he would start to be indecisive and have an idea for a while. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyeo turned into an alley. He was unwilling to follow him, but he didn't expect a group of policemen standing in the distance, with the Kyobe police station near in front of him. Out of being a thief, Lin Hao turned the direction hard and turned it out again. He felt regretful again. Why did he not make up his mind along the way? I still watched Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao leave with him, and he hated him so much. However, because Lin Hao changed his mind and changed lanes temporarily, his car was too fast and almost collided with an old black Audi sedan that was turning over. Lin Hao suddenly braked and was startled. He was already complaining about himself, and now he became even more angry. Mad! How do you drive opposite? Will you die if you drive slowly? He opened the door and got out of the car and came to the driver of the old Audi opposite, and knocked on the car glass angrily. Dong 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 dong. Wow! The car window with the black car membrane slowly fell down, and a man in his 30s tilted his head to look at Lin Hao, curling his lips as if he was disdainful of him. Lin Hao thought to himself, "How awesome are you?" He said furiously. "Hey, how did you drive? Do you know how to drive? I almost hit my car." The man smiled and said, "Can I drive a car? I have been driving for my leader for 5 or 6 years. Can anyone who can't drive use me? My buddy is almost the same. Get out of here and hurry up. Hold the grass, you really dare to brag? You're driving for your leader? I'll see you driving a hearse in Babaoshan." Lin Hao said viciously. He felt much more happy when he could argue with others. "What are you talking about? If you believe it or not, you will catch you in the orange." The man who was driving frowned and said. At this time, a sound sounded in the back row. "Xiao Wang, why don't you leave? You've arrived at Kyo Bay Station." The man driving turned around and said softly. "Thank you, Kyo Bay Institute is right in front of you. There is no guy who is blind and insists that I almost hit his car and stop him from leaving. Xiao Wang, if it's your fault, then I'll apologize to you as soon as possible." The man driving said aggrievedly. "Thank you, how can you do it? You are not sure about my Xiao Wang's driving skills. It's this kid who almost hit our car, and he is making trouble." "Yeah." Deputy Director Xie frowned. "Good guy. All the unreasonable troubles came to the director of the police department? This is really rare." He rushed to Kyo Bay Station and had a mission, so he couldn't waste time. "Xiao Wang, hurry up and deal with it. Lao Ma and the others are probably waiting for me at the door of the police station. I don't want to make people criticize him for being too arrogant." "Oh." The driver Xiao Wang agreed, too lazy to say anything to Lin Hao, so he turned the steering wheel and wanted to bypass the Audi car. Hey, don't leave, did I let you go?" Lin Hao thought the other party had admitted defeat and chased forward as if he was trying to die. Suddenly, the rear car window landed, revealing a white-clothed man wearing a police cap, with an olive branch and 3 cross-star flowers on his shoulders shining brightly. The boss in white leaned on the seat without expression, just like Li Dakang, but his eyes shot sharp eyes. Lin Hao couldn't help but have a cold war, and when he looked at his outfit, he was shocked. The first-level police supervisor, the legendary white-clothed boss, is at least a major leader of the provincial department. Good guy. Is he venting anger and hitting the gun? You can't afford to offend you. Lin Hao shrank his neck and said in a trembling voice. Leader, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. After saying that, he ran back to the Audi car and quickly made way. The driver Xiao Wang is a petty person. He looked at Lin Hao's license plate and kept it silently in his heart. This license plate number was placed on the traffic police's blacklist. Chapter 203 Promoted to second-level police superintendent. At 10:30 in the morning, more than a dozen policemen in police uniforms gathered at the door of Kyo Bay Police Station, and there were 2 white-clothed bosses in front of them. They were neatly lined up in 2 rows waiting for the arrival of Deputy Director Xie of the Provincial Department. Deputy Director Xie originally arrived at Kyo Bay Police Station at about the same time as Zhou Zheng. Due to Lin Hao's reasons, it took a few minutes to delay, and Lin Hao could have indirectly helped Xiao Zhou. When Zhou Zheng changed his clothes and came to the door to join the welcome team, Deputy Director Xie's car arrived. The black Audi door was opened, and the white-clad boss Deputy Director Xie got off from the rear row. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but look yearning in his eyes when he saw his outfit, especially the olive branch and cross-star flowers on his shoulders. It's not that Zhou Zheng is an official fan, but that this is his goal. He naturally yearns for it, which also gives him great motivation. Not only Zhou Zheng envied Deputy Director Xie's white shirt, but no other police officer was not envious of him, even Hao Aguo was no exception. It's a pity that it's too difficult to be promoted to a white-clothed boss. Hao Aguo has long since no hope, and the other police officers have little hope. Not to mention that the people here are not only the city bureau leaders. Zhou Zheng has the most hope to become a white-clad boss. Director Xie. Hao Ma Ziajun quickly stepped forward, held Deputy Director Xie's hand with both hands, and smiled. Rongdao. Welcome to Qiubei Police Station to guide the work. Welcome to Qiubei Police Station to guide the work. The police officers shouted in unison. Deputy Director Xie showed a few smiles on his serious face. Old Ma, why are you doing such a big battle? Ma Ziajun waved his hand and said. Hey, thank you, this is not what I asked for. Director Hao said, when you heard that you were coming, you spontaneously asked to come to greet you at the door, and we must also obey the opinions of our comrades. You old horse, when did you become so talkative? Ma Ziajun had a cordial conversation with Deputy Director Xie, and the police officers also listened with their ears, but Zhou Zheng stared at Deputy Director Xie's ejaculation behind the police officers with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, someone touched his hand from behind. Zhou Zheng's heart moved, and it was clear that it was a woman's hand. Who is so bold? He turned around and couldn't help but widen his eyes. I saw Chu Yunyao looking at him with a smile. He even joked. Comrade Xiaozhou, everyone is welcoming the director, why are you distracted? Zhou Zheng didn't answer her and asked in surprise. Hey Yunyao, why haven't you left yet? Chu Yunyao also held her hands behind her back and said with her proud chest. I originally wanted to leave, but Director Hao called me and said that as your wife, I could attend your promotion ceremony, so I stayed. Zhou Zheng scratched the back of his head and said with a deliberately face. Oh, I don't know if there is a ceremony yet. After all, I'm the only one who is promoted. It's just right for you to stay and witness your husband's glory moment. Chu Yunyao covered her mouth and smiled. Haha, Zhou Zheng, you're so stinky again. Brother Zheng, stop whispering to my sister-in-law, Director Ma is calling you. A police officer in front turned around and reminded Zhou Zhendao. Zhou Zheng looked up and saw Hao Aguo waving to him, nodded and quickly parted the crowd and walked forward. Xiaozhou, this is Director Xie from our provincial department. This time I came to our Qiubei Institute to give you a promotion appointment letter. Ma Ziajun introduced to Zhou Zheng. Hello, Director Xie. After Zhou Zheng saluted, he held his hands with Deputy Director Xie. Deputy Director Xie nodded, shook his wrists actively, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Xiaozhou, I have heard of you more than once in the provincial department. Last night, my old man said that you are not only professional and have excellent medical skills, but also have great medical skills. He has always been obsessed with your wife making medicinal wine. Do work hard, go further and strive to work in the provincial and department as soon as possible. Zhou Zheng was a little confused when he heard Deputy Director Xie's words. How is promoted to the provincial department? Defendant Director Xie is too optimistic about me, right? However, after hearing this, among the old comrades invited by Mr. Yang yesterday, Deputy Director Xie's father was very close to him. Mr. Yang had a wide connection. The police officers, the city bureau leaders, especially Ma Ziajun, looked at Deputy Director Xie and Zhou Zheng, and couldn't help but look envious. He knew that Deputy Director Xie was serious and kept his face all day long, and he thought he wouldn't laugh. Isn't he happy to smile when facing Zhou Zheng? These two people are not relatives, right? Just as everyone was thinking about it, Zhou Zheng called Chu Yunyao to meet Deputy Director Xie again. Director Xie is my wife Chu Yunyao. Deputy Director Xie was shocked when he first saw Chu Yunyao. When I saw him, I loved him in the city, and when I saw him, I loved him in the country again. I was indeed a good match with Xiao Zhou. Smiling. Ms. Chu, the old man is obsessed with the medicinal wine you made. Chu Yunyao said. Director Xie, don't worry, I have shipped the medicinal wine. Deputy Director Xie nodded. Yesterday, the old man went to Jiangbei. After returning, he was full of energy. He said that he had the effect of drinking medicinal wine, so he became concerned. However, this occasion is not the time to talk about private matters, and I greet everyone. Don't stand at the door, please go in. I came with a mission this time, so I have to quickly award Comrade Xiao Zhou an appointment letter. He held Zhou Zheng's hand and said, Xiao Zhou, let's go. Hao Aguo quickly led the way and led everyone into the canteen. The cafeteria is relatively spacious, and it can be performed in a ceremony or something. The lanterns and decorations inside are neat and clean, just like the New Year. There is a large sign with white characters on the blue background hanging on the front, with the solemn police badge on the top, and the middle says Ritual Ceremony for Promoting the Rank of the People's Police. Deputy Director Xie nodded with satisfaction. Qiubei Institute was still decent. He first read out the notice that Zhou Zheng was promoted to a second-level superintendent. Then he took out the rank of the second-level superintendent and personally helped Zhou Zheng change it, and Chu Yunyao, as a family member, also participated. Seeing Zhou Zheng's epaulette changing from 1 star to 2 stars, she was also proud of Zhou Zheng. Deputy Director Xie handed Zhou Zheng a big red order. Comrade Zhou Zheng, after research and decision by superior leaders, I decided to promote you to a second-level police superintendent. I hope you will not be arrogant or impatient and continue to work hard in the future. Zhou Zheng saluted and took the appointment with both hands. I must keep my mission in mind and live up to my trust. I will turn this heavy honor into a driving force for progress. In the days to come, I will continue to move forward with full and high fighting spirit and strive to achieve greater results. Crazy! Deputy Director Xie took the lead in applauding, and Hao Aguo and a group of police officers also applauded. Chu Yunyao's little hands are about to be red. Her man is so outstanding, so she naturally has to applaud him. Cheer. Since then, Zhou Zheng has been promoted to a second-level police superintendent. This is not the end but the starting point. After all, the police superintendent is his goal. Zhou Zheng saluted everyone, accidentally collided with Chu Yunyao's eyes, and the sound of electric current seemed to be remembered in the space. Zhou Zheng's pupils suddenly dilated, and he found that the 3 blue stars on Chu Yunyao's head turned into 4 orange stars. 4-star rewards emerged. Chapter 204 Director Xie talks with Zhou Zheng alone. 4-star reward. Zhou Zheng felt a little moved. Today is a double happiness. Not only was I promoted to the second-level superintendent, but the reward was also upgraded to 4 stars, at least a master-level skill or item. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but want to gain something, but heard Hao Aguo say. This time Comrade Zhou Zheng's promotion ceremony ended successfully. Xiao Zhou would treat us to dinner at noon, but not in the hotel outside but our canteen. The police officers were happy but also felt boring. After all, the food in the cafeteria was well behaved and they had long been tired of it. The chef had limited skills and could not make any tricks. Seeing the policeman's expression, Hao Aguo continued. Xiao Zhou's wife invited the chef from Yuejianglu Hotel. Let's wait for a big meal. The police officers cheered and cheered. Okay. Xiao Zhou is so bright. Yujiang Tower has a huge consumption. We have so many people. How much does it cost to hire a chef and buy ingredients? You don't have to worry about this. Xiao Zhou's wife is Chu Yunyao. Is the Chu family's daughter still short of money? Hao Aguo looked at Deputy Director Xie and the leaders of the Municipal Bureau again. Then what, Director Xie, Director Ma, let's have a meal together in the canteen of Kyo Bay at noon. Director Xie didn't know that this was humble, but Ma Ziajun knew about Yue Jianglu. The standard of this meal was not low. Moreover, this is also a good opportunity for him to get closer to Deputy Director Xie. He also turned around and said to Deputy Director Xie, "Thank you, it's already noon. Why don't we come early and come here? Coincidentally, we'll have some food in Kyo Bay at noon." Deputy Director Xie waved his hand. "I don't think Lao Ma is necessary. After my mission is completed, I have to return to the provincial department quickly." Ma Ziajun gave Hao Aguo a wink, and Hao Aguo understood and stepped forward and said, "Thank you, no trouble, you are ready. How can you come back without eating?" This is also the only thing that Jiangbei Municipal Bureau and Grassroots Police do. Deputy Director Xie did not give any face-to-face Ma Ziajun and Hao Aguo's enthusiastic attempt. "Okay, you don't need to persuade me anymore. It's not that I don't give you face. It's really that there is still something in the provincial department. I will talk to Xiao Zhou and his wife for a few words before leaving." Seeing that Deputy Director Xie's tone was confident, Ma Ziajun and Hao Aguo knew that they could not persuade him, so they had to give up. "I was also a little depressed. What a great opportunity! I almost had a meal with Deputy Director Xie of the provincial department. What a pity! Comrade Xiao Zhou and Ms. Chu, come and talk to my car." After saying that, Deputy Director Xie said to Ma Ziajun, "Old Ma, you don't have to send me off. I'll talk to Xiao Zhou and the others and then go back to the provincial department. You can do whatever you should do." Well, the two were confused for a while, and I don't know why Deputy Director Xie favored Zhou Zheng so much. Are these two really relatives? This place did its best to keep Deputy Director Xie, but he didn't agree, but he only wanted to chat with Zhou Zheng and his wife alone. I don't believe it if they say they have nothing to do with it. No wonder the provincial department suddenly changed its mind. Deputy Director Xie came to Jiangbei to grant Zhou Zheng a promotion appointment letter. Maybe he had known each other for a long time and had a close relationship. Ma Ziajun made up his mind and gained a new understanding of Zhou Zheng. Everyone sent Deputy Director Xie out of Kyo Bay Police Station. "Xiao Zhou and Ms. Chu, get in the car and we'll talk in the car." Deputy Director Xie actually helped Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao open the car door himself. Zhou Zheng hurriedly said, "Director Xie, please clear me first." The driver Xiao Wang knew that the boss had something to talk to these two people, so he walked out of the cab very consciously and closed the car door and kept it away. Everyone was embarrassed to watch, and Hao Aguo ordered the police officers under his command. "It's okay, let's break up, let's go back to your posts to work. Wait for a big meal at noon, don't go home for dinner." "Okay, Director." The police officers returned to the office happily and went to work on hand. Only Ma Ziajun and several leaders of the Municipal Bureau were left at the entrance of the Kyobei Institute, as well as Hao Aguo. "Old Hao." Ma Ziajun turned his head and said seriously in front of Hao Aguo, "Comrade Xiao Zhou is a good comrade and a positive example. I think the city's police station, should be said that the young policemen in Jiangbei City should learn from him. As for Xiao Zhou's direct leader, you must lead him well and strive to develop towards the top 10 outstanding police officers in the country. If you have any difficulties, you can directly report them to me." Hao Aguo was immediately excited when he heard Ma Ziajun's words. The top 10 outstanding police officers in the country are basically the highest honor in the police profession. How difficult is it to select 10 most outstanding police officers from such a huge police force? How good should the policeman who won this honor be? Whether it is business ability or resume qualification, it must be perfect. Able. Zhou Zheng was selected as one of the top 10 outstanding policemen in the country. What a guy! That wouldn't the whole province cause a sensation? The provincial departments and bureaus are also proud of their face, right? Speaking of which, no one in Baihe province has been elected as one of the top 10 outstanding police officers for 10 years. Hao Aguo was a little worried when he thought about this. Master Ma, Zhou Zheng is too young. Although he is very good, he is almost a monster, but both his resume and qualifications are too shallow. There are still many police elites in the province, and it is not Zhou Zheng's turn to go for the selection. I even feel that he is not qualified to register for competition. Ma Ziajun smiled and refused to comment on Hao Aguo's words. Old Hao, don't be too one-sided when looking at the problem. Whether Xiao Zhou is qualified to be selected or not does not matter whether he can be selected or not. What matters is your and my attitude. You are Xiao Zhou's leader, I am your leader. It's so easy for our Jiangbei to have such a good seedling. Who can support him if we don't support him? When you write a recommendation letter, I will report to the provincial department and name the Xiao Weekly Report. Is it their business to apply whether the provincial department should adopt our opinions or not, or the same sentence? What is important is our attitude. Hao Aguo heard Ma Ziajun's words and tried hard to digest them, and seemed to have understood something. I thought it was no wonder that Director Ma Ziajun was just a director, and his enlightenment was different. It is said that the world is not about fighting, killing, but about human nature, and there is a reason for this wherever it is placed. Hao Aguo Dao. I understand the Horse Bureau. Just understand. Ma Ziajungzhen said that Hao Aguo was not stupid yet, so he nodded and continued. By the way, the 3-year National Youth Police Elite Competition will be held in 3 months, which is a plus for selecting the top 10 police officers in the country. The selection competition is about to begin, and Zhou Zheng must participate and get a good ranking. Next, please learn about the content of this elite competition, so that Zhou Zheng can prepare for training and training. If you have any difficulties, just come to me and I will give you the green light. Hao Aguo said in surprise. Yes. Ma Bureau. Ma Ziajun changed his tone. Old Hao said this. If you don't feel that you don't have that great ability to lead Zhou Zheng well, please speak as soon as possible. If not, I will transfer Xiao Zhou to the criminal police team or the special police anti-drug team. These teams are quite training people. Hao Aguo almost shouted in a hurry. Don't, Director Ma, I promise to complete the task. Chapter 205, What do you call me? Thanks Director. Call Uncle Xiet. In the old Audi car of Deputy Director Xiet, Chu Yunyao was sitting in the passenger seat, and Zhou Zheng and Deputy Director Xie sat side by side in the back row. This was the first time Zhou Zheng had a close contact with the provincial department leaders. Not only was he not nervous, he stared at the 3 cross-star flowers on Deputy Director Xie's epaulette, and his saliva almost flowed out. People who set goals have an almost crazy desire for goals. I don't know when Deputy Director Xie's handsome white uniform can be worn on him. Maybe it's just a matter of time, and it won't be too long. Zhou Zheng secretly set a goal to achieve it within 3 years, even if it is a 3rd-level police supervisor. If others knew that a 2nd-level police superintendent with 2 stars was coveting a 1st-level police superintendent with olive branches and 3 cross stars, they would definitely be shocked or even laughed out loud. This is a task that ordinary people think is impossible to complete, but Zhou Zheng is confident. Deputy Director Xie felt Zhou Zheng's hot gaze, and for some reason, he felt a little panicked when he had been in a high position for a long time. He saw from Zhou Zheng's eyes a desire for success and an absolute confidence. This little Zhou has a strong aura. His aura was actually suppressed by him. As expected, as the old man said to him last night, Zhou Zheng was young and had an unfathomable Taoism. Ahem. Deputy Director Xie coughed twice, breaking the tranquility in the carriage. Xiao Zhou, isn't it a surprise to call you and Ms. Chu in the car to talk? Zhou Zhenxi was a little surprised. After all, it was his first time meeting with Deputy Director Xie. He declined the invitation from Director Ma and Director Hao, but he asked himself and Chu Yunyao to talk to him in the car. He didn't know what he was selling. But one thing is certain, Deputy Director Xie has absolutely no malice, otherwise he would not have invited them to get on the bus in front of Director Ma and all his colleagues in Kyobei Institute. Zhou Zheng nodded and said, Director Xie, we are actually a little surprised and don't know what instructions you have. Xiao Zhou, there are no outsiders in the carriage, so you don't have to hug you and talk. I'm not a director now, you can regard me as your elder. Zhou Zheng looked suspicious, and Chu Yunyao also turned his head and looked back at the co-pilot. The two looked at each other in wonder why Deputy Director Xie wanted to be so polite. Deputy Director Xie saw that the two were confused and smiled. It seems you two still don't understand. I'll open the skylight and say something bright. My father and Mr. Yang are good friends. He also attended the birthday party of Mr. Yang yesterday, and It turned out that Deputy Director Xie's father came to Jiangbei with the old friends yesterday to attend Mr. Yang's birthday party. After tasting the medicinal wine, he ordered 10 boxes. The most important thing was that Zhou Zheng used acupuncture to help him cure the old cold legs that had been bothering him for many years. It was getting late when I returned to the provincial capital. Deputy Director Xie happened to have a meal home, so the old man talked about the story. The old man said to Deputy Director Xie excitedly, you have experts in the grassroots police team. This Xiao Zhou not only has won first-class merits, but has also made achievements in other industries. Acupuncture is a master's level, calligraphy is also a master's level, and there is also the medicinal wine made by his wife. You can drink a sip of it for 100 times more energetic. The speaker is unintentional. The listener is intentional. Deputy Director Xie muttered in his heart that he would go to Jiangbei tomorrow to award a police officer from a police station a letter of appointment for promotion to a second-level police superintendent. This outstanding policeman has also won the first-class merit, and he is also called Zhou Zheng. Could it be alone? Deputy Director Xie used his mobile phone to find out the information photos for the old man to identify them. He was really alone. Mr. Xie was cured by Zhou Zheng with acupuncture. He kept saying good words to Zhou Zheng in front of his son, and even showed the momentum of his parents. Let me tell you that Xiao Zhou is a talent, and your provincial department should transfer him to the provincial work, otherwise it would be a dereliction of duty in the work of you provincial department leaders. Deputy Director Xie was amused and cried, and didn't know if Zhou Zheng was really as outstanding as the old man said. Otherwise, the old man who never talked to others would never talk to Zhou Zheng today for the first time. Although I am the deputy director, there are many outstanding police officers in the province, so I can't all transfer them to the provincial department, right? He did not dare to disobey the old man, so he could only speak casually and say that he would talk to him after seeing Zhou Zheng. The old man also knew that it was unrealistic to let his son use his privileges to transfer Zhou Zheng from the grassroots level to the provincial department. He just made a verbal spree. However, he instructed Deputy Director Xie to take care of him if he has the kindness of his system. And when he saw Zhou Zheng, he must ask his wife for a few bottles of medicinal wine to come back. He didn't know if Chu Yunyao had shipped the goods, so he couldn't wait. Deputy Director Xie is a filial son and is concerned about this matter. Coincidentally, I met Zhou Zheng's wife Chu Yunyao today. I couldn't buy a medicinal bar directly in public, so I took them to the car. First, I would like to thank Zhou Zheng for his treatment, and second, I would like to buy a few bottles of medicinal wine for my father. Of course, Deputy Director Xie's actions made many people, including Ma Ziajun, misunderstood. They thought Zhou Zheng had something to do with Deputy Director Xie, and the relationship was not ordinary. After Deputy Director Xie finished speaking, Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao also understood. Xiao Zhou, I would like to express my gratitude to you on behalf of my father. His cold legs were the root cause of the disease left in his work that year. It has been troubled for more than 30 years and has not been cured. The old man also suffered. This is also my heart disease. Now that you have cured my father, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Seeing the true words of Deputy Director Xie, Zhou Zheng hurriedly said. Director Xie is so serious. The old man has worked hard for the country and the people for half his life, and it is also worthwhile to make a small effort. Deputy Director Xie was moved when he heard this. A simple task. Good guy. He was so downplayed by the old man's stubborn disease after he was cured. He said now. Xiao Zhou, I have a heartless request. Director Xie, please say. Then I'm not pretentious. My cervical spine has been bad. I have been suffering almost every day for more than 10 years. Can you treat it well? What I mean is to treat the symptoms and the root cause. Zhou Zheng said without even thinking about it. No problem. You only need to apply the injection twice, 10 days apart, the first time to treat the symptoms and the second time to treat the root cause. Xiao Zhou, can you now? Before Deputy Director Xie could finish his sentence, he saw Zhou Zheng take out a 6-inch long golden needle. Director Xie, take the collar of your clothes down a little, and I will apply the needle immediately. Okay, okay. Zhou Zhenjian's body really helped Deputy Director Xie give 2 injections. Okay, I'll get rid of the disease by acupuncture again in another 10 days. The treatment is over so soon. Deputy Director Xie hesitated for a moment and stretched out his arms. Not only did he feel uncomfortable in the cervical spine, but his shoulders were also relaxed. Deputy Director Xie was so surprised that he couldn't stop talking. His father did not exaggerate. This little Zhou is amazing. Chu Yunyao added icing on the cake. Director Xie, there are 2 bottles of medicinal wine in my car. You can take it away and drink it for the old man first. The express delivery will be here in the next 2 days. Okay, okay. How much will I transfer it to you? Deputy Director Xie was so beautiful that he couldn't stop talking, his cervical spine was not uncomfortable, and he got the medicinal wine for the old man. It made people feel refreshed than taking bribes. Thank you. Before Zhou Zheng finished speaking, he was interrupted by Deputy Director Xie. He pretended to be angry. Xiao Zhou, why are you calling me Director Xie? Call me Uncle Xie. Chapter 206 National Elite Police Selection Competition. Deputy Director Xie's attitude towards Zhou Zheng suddenly became very good, and even asked Zhou Zheng to call him uncle in kind. It was not just because Zhou Zheng helped him treat cervical spondylosis, that Chu Yunyao gave him 2 bottles of medicinal wine. But because it is rare to have a talent like Zhou Zheng, he is a fellow officer of Deputy Director Xie, but he has peerless medical skills. Who dares to say that he has no illness or disaster? Besides, Deputy Director Xie's father is old and often it is difficult to feel uncomfortable here and there. A closer relationship with Zhou Zheng is equivalent to being escorted by the miracle medical insurance, and there is an extra guarantee, which may help you at critical moments. Of course, the first-level police supervisor took the initiative to rush to the second-level police supervisor, and there was no one except Zhou Zheng. This shows that excellent people can always be favored and respected by others. Seeing that Deputy Director Xie was so intimate with Zhou Zheng, Chu Yunyao naturally understood the importance of Deputy Director Xie. After all, it is not normal for the two to be close or not. It is not normal for a boss who is 7th level higher than Zhou Zheng to show goodwill to him frequently. It can only be said that Zhou Zheng is so outstanding. Deputy Director Xie thinks he will use him in the future. To put it bluntly, this society talks about strength and its own value. Only valuable people are qualified to be used. My eyes are really good. Chu Yunyao once again affirmed her vision. At the beginning, my parents strongly opposed my marriage with Zhou Zheng, and even thought of using the problem of being promoted to police chief for 3 years to force Zhou Zheng to retreat. Did they expect that Zhou Zheng had improved 2 levels in just a few days, and even Deputy Director Xie of the provincial department owed Zhou Zheng the favor and treated him as his nephew? Zhou Zheng's promotion to police chief may not be a dream. They will definitely be shocked when they know it, right? Chu Yunyao couldn't help but curl up his lips, showing a knowing smile, and even thought that Zhou Zheng was promoted to police chief and took him back to Chu's house. When his parents saw Zhou Zheng, they were stunned. Here, Zhou Zheng has changed his words. Facing a provincial department boss who is much higher than his level, it is better to obey his orders than to be respectful. By the way, how many people want to curry favor with Deputy Director Xie has no way to go. Thank you, uncle, then I want to say that those 2 bottles of medicinal wine were given to you, so there is no need to withdraw money. How can that work? Deputy Director Xie glared at the eyes, and the aura of the superior suddenly became stronger. The money must be given. Your medicinal wine is costly, and it is not caused by the strong wind. Zhou Zheng was not timid at all when facing Deputy Director Xie's aura. Uncle Xie, I've called you uncle. It's also worth giving you 2 bottles of medicinal wine as a meeting gift. He said to Chu Yunyao again. Yunyao, do you think so? Chu Yunyao said with a smile. Zhou Zheng is right. Uncle Xie, you and my Zhou Zheng hit it off at first sight. They are elders. How can you make money when you respect elders? Besides, your old man bought 10 boxes of medicinal wine? I have already made money. Chu Yunyao talked for a long time, but Deputy Director Xie was very supervised and insisted on giving money. No, I am a person with principles. Xiao Zhou also helped me and my old man cure the disease with acupuncture. I felt a little sad. I had to pay for these 2 bottles of medicinal wine. Chu Yunyao is worthy of being a businessman and knows how to adapt. She blinked with beautiful eyes. Uncle Xie wouldn't do this. If Zhou Zheng and I go to the province in the future, you will be able to give us a meal and give up the friendship between the landlords. How much money is hurting your relationship, what do you think? Ha ha ha. Deputy Director Xie laughed happily. Xiao Chu is worthy of being very smart in business. I think what you said is very good, so just do it like this. You must notify me when you come to the provincial capital in the future, otherwise I will be unhappy. Seeing that Deputy Director Xie was in a good mood, Chu Yunyao also became unrestrained. That's a must. Uncle Xie will kill you hard at that time. That's right. Deputy Director Xie nodded and said to Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, have you heard what you said just now? Xiao Chu is still good at doing things. Your wife is very outstanding. Chu Yunyao was happy to receive praise from Deputy Director Xie, and Zhou Zheng was also happy, which shows that he has vision. Uncle Xie, Yunyao is indeed very outstanding, and I feel that it is a bit unworthy of him. You. Deputy Director Xie stretched out his finger and pointed at Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, you are also very outstanding. You are the first in the province with such a young second-level police superintendent. Do your best, and the future is promising. Zhou Zheng nodded. Although I have achieved some results, I am never proud to continue to work hard. Director Xie pondered for a moment and said. By the way, Xiao Zhou, the annual National Elite Police Competition is about to begin. Our provincial department has 2 quotas, and the registration for the provincial selection competition is almost over. I think you can sign up for it. With your ability, you should be able to win a national selection competition in the selection competition, right? Yet. Zhou Zheng was immediately excited when he heard this. If you achieve good results in this kind of competition, it will be of great benefit to your future promotion and will be a good bonus. Just as the first-class merit in the army in peacetime is too difficult to obtain, the army will compete in a large military competition or go abroad to participate in military events, and only if you win a good ranking will you have the chance to obtain first-class merit. Thank you, uncle, I'll communicate with our director to register immediately. Well, I'm responsible for the provincial selection competition. If you have any difficulties, please contact me. That's good. Zhou Zheng smiled and nodded. After chatting for a while, the distance gradually narrowed. Zhou Zheng had another relationship with the leaders of the provincial department, and Chu Yunyao was happy for him. Okay, it's getting late, and it's time for me to go back to the provincial department. Let's leave each other a contact information. He left a phone number with Deputy Director Xie and repeatedly tried to keep him for a meal. Deputy Director Xie naturally declined politely. Chu Yunyao opened the Audi's car door, took 2 bottles of medicinal wine from his own paramela and handed it to the driver Xiao Wang. Master, this is the medicinal wine that Uncle Xie bought for the old man, please take it. Ah? Oh. The driver Xiao Wang was stunned for a moment and nodded quickly. Good guy. Deputy Director Xie talked to you for a while and got the uncle and nephew in the match? What kind of embarrassing soup did he give him? Or did you succeed in recognizing your relatives? Xiao Wang didn't dare to make a guess, so he put the medicinal wine into the trunk first, and then smiled and said hello to Zhou Zheng next to him and got into the driver's seat. Looking back, he saw Deputy Director Xie's serious face, and was smiling at Zhou Zheng outside. Wave goodbye to Chu Yunyao. Xiao Wang was even more shocked. Where did this pair of golden boy and jade girl come from? Why is Deputy Director Xie so polite to them? Drive and go back to the provincial department. Deputy Director Xie's voice came from behind. Yes, thank you Hall. With the sound of the engine starting, the Audi car gradually faded away. Yunyao, go back to the office with me. After seeing off Deputy Director Xie, Zhou Zheng turned his head and said to Chu Yunyao. Chapter 207. It is also eating you when you eat it. Zhou Zheng, I won't go anymore. There are still a lot of things around me that I need to do. Chu Yunyao looked at Zhou Zhendao with affection. She actually wanted to be with Zhou Zheng, but Zhou Zheng was about to go to work. Although she was Zhou Zheng's wife, she could not be with Zhou Zhenni at the police station. Yunyao is now noon, and you'll leave after dinner. You can also try the chef's skills. By the way, you have arranged the chef's ingredients. Haha. Chu Yunyao picked up the corner of her mouth and showed a charming smile. The dishes in Yuejianglu are really good, but they are far inferior to the dishes you cook. Did you know Zhou Zheng, since I ate the dishes you cook, I am picky now, and the dishes others cook are just the same. Chu Yunyao did not lie. Since Mr. Yang ate the dishes made by Zhou Zheng at his birthday party, he suddenly felt that the rice for more than 20 years had been wasted. It turned out that cooking could be so delicious. Her mouth was already picky, but now she is even more picky. These are all problems caused by Master Zhou Zheng's cooking skills. Yunyao, it's not easy if you want to eat the dishes I cook. I'll go to the cafeteria to cook for you personally. Anyway, the ingredients are ready-made. Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao's eyes suddenly became tender and tender. She looked at Zhou Zheng without blinking, her eyes were both hot and shy. Then, what if I always want to eat the dishes you cook? Then I'll cook for you until you don't want to eat. What if I want to eat for the rest of my life? Zhou Zheng's heart moved. Chu Yunyao had something in his words. Could she confess to me? He felt excited and said. Yunyao, then I. Before he could finish his words, a familiar voice came. Xiaozhou, is Director Xie leaving? The two turned around and saw Hao Aguo walking out of the police station. The director came, and Zhou Zheng's brewing relationship suddenly broke his achievements, and he was still a little embarrassed. Let's go. Hey, what are you talking about just now? What delicious food do you eat? You can eat what I eat. Chu Yunyao was also depressed. The atmosphere she had finally created was destroyed by Hao Aguo. She stomped her feet and said angrily. Director Hao, I'm giving Zhou Zheng a riddle. What's delicious and even want to eat for the rest of my life, but she's eating you when you eat her? Hao Aguo was immediately attracted by the attention, rolled his eyes and thought about it and immediately gave up. I don't know, it's too difficult. I can't guess it if I don't have enough IQ. Chu Yunyao seemed to be interested, and asked Zhou Zheng again. Zhou Zheng, have you guessed it? Zhou Zhensen said, where did you say riddles just now? Yunyeo is really strong to divert others' attention. But after saying this, Zhou Zheng had to pretend to think about it, but he couldn't guess it. You eat him and she is eating you? It's so difficult. Can Yunyeo be more specific? I can't guess. Seeing that Zhou Zheng was stumped, Chu Yunyeo was proud. She added, Zhou Zheng, we had it together a few nights ago. My juice was very rich and I gave you a few bites. You kept saying it was delicious and you couldn't stop. There was juice on your chin. After hearing Chu Yunyeo's words, Zhou Zheng looked at him with a dark look. Is this a riddle? Not Yunyeo, is your riddle serious? Why are you not serious? Chu Yunyeo asked back. Hao Aguo was embarrassed to listen. The couple said something you love and I love. He felt that it was too embarrassing to hear it, so it would be better to come out later. The eyes of the two of them were a little strange. The young man really knows how to play and dares to play. After a while, Chu Yunyeo seemed to understand that what she said just now was too easy to misunderstand. Quickly explain. Oh Zhou Zheng, what are you thinking? The answer to the riddle I gave is kiwi. Kiwi. Hao Aguo and Zhou Zheng looked at each other. Yunyeo, why do you feel like you are eating it when you eat it? Because kiwi contains calcium oxalate crystals, it will stimulate the mouth, especially the unripe kiwi fruit. It will feel tingling when eaten, just like it is eating you. After Chu Yunyeo's explanation, Zhou Zheng and Hao Aguo understood. It seems that I have thought it wrong. Zhou Zheng smiled awkwardly, pretending to realize it and exaggeratedly. Oh, it turns out it's kiwi. Chu Yunyeo gave him a blank look and said coquettishly. What do you think? I thought it was peach. Hao Aguo said on the side. You two don't have to stop this and that peach. The canteen will be open soon. The leaders of the Ma Bureau and the Municipal Bureau did not walk to Arkiobe for lunch. Xiaozhou, you will follow me and the Ma Bureau and the others at the same table. Let's come too. Xiaozhou, I have something to tell you after dinner. Chu Yunyeo didn't refuse and had dinner with the leaders of the Municipal Bureau. Then she had to give Zhou Zheng a long face. Okay, Director, I'll have a meal at Kyobe at noon. Why brother and sister, don't be humble. Who doesn't know that you invited the chef in Yuejiang Tower? This meal costs a lot of money, right? Chu Yunyeo waved her hand and said. What's the money for director? It's worth it for Zhou Zheng to celebrate his promotion to a second-level police superintendent. Hao Aguo stretched out his thumb and said. My brother and sister are open-minded, it is his blessing to Xiaozhou to have a wife like you. Okay, let's stop talking at the door, go in. The three of them walked into Kyobe Station again and happened to meet Ma Xiaojun, who had just finished using the toilet. Xiaozhou, Director Xie is gone. Zhou Zhendao. Go away. Ma Xiaojun nodded and looked at Hao Aguo with a smile. Old Hao, it's noon that everyone is hungry. You can't just let us drink water, right? Hao Aguo scratched the back of his head and said embarrassedly. Master Horse, let's start the meal soon. You go to the cafeteria first and I will inform the comrades to come and have a meal. Xiaozhou, you accompany Director Ma to the cafeteria. Okay. Zhou Zheng agreed to ask Ma Xiaojun to go to the canteen. There is a round table in the middle of the canteen. This is temporarily brought to the leader for dining. Usually, police officers use dining tables and chairs for 4 people. After a while, the remaining leaders of the Municipal Bureau came, and the police officers who did not need to be on duty also came. Everyone sat down. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyeo naturally sat at the round table with their leaders. Ma Xiaojun was beside Zhou Zheng, which made the other police officers envious. If they could have a table with the director, anyone who went out would look up to you. Chu Yunyeo replaced Hao Aguo and invited the staff of Yuejianglu to smoke and serve food, because the police were there and they had to work and drink wine. The police officers were smiling with a box of Ruan Huazi, who couldn't help but smile. They couldn't afford such expensive cigarettes. Ma Ziajun joked. Soft China? This is too corrupt. Lao Hao has a lot of funds in your office. Hao Aguo was shocked and sweated in a cold sweat and quickly explained. The funding of our agency in Madagascar is limited, and even if it is too much, it is impossible to buy cigarettes, right? This meal and cigarettes are sponsored by Zhou Zheng's wife, and the bonus for the last collective third-class merit was also contributed to the cafeteria, and the couple wanted to invite everyone to have some meal. Ma Ziajun smiled and said, Old Hao is just a joke to see why you are nervous. After saying that, he picked up the cup and said to Chu Yunyao. Ms. Chu, I will toast you with tea instead of wine. Thank you for your support to Comrade Zhou Zheng and Kyo Bay Institute. Chapter 208 It's time to add a burden to Zhou Zheng. As a soldier from the Municipal Bureau, Ma Ziajun actually took the initiative to toast wine, and the target of wine was Zhou Zheng's wife, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Chu Yunyao was also stunned for a moment, but soon returned to normal. She picked up the teacup and stood up with a smile. Master Ma, you flatter me. I should toast you this glass of wine. Oh! Ma Ziajun waved his hand and said. Ms. Chu, sit down first. You are the police sister-in-law. If you didn't have your support for Zhou Zheng's work, I believe Zhou Zheng would not have achieved such great results. Or why do I say that the military merits is half of Zhou Zheng and half of yours? Chu Yunyao said modestly. As a police sister-in-law, I should support Zhou Zheng's work. Moreover, it is not just me who is working. Take Director Hao for example. I heard that he once worked in the office for half a month and never came home for a day. All the burdens at home fell on his sister-in-law. I admire him very much. Ma Ziajun nodded and stood up with a teacup. Yes, as a policeman, he has no choice but to do anything for the sake of work and the people, and he has given up his family for everyone. In this way, the married comrades raise their glasses together, and this glass of wine will be toasted to her, him, in their hearts. Crazy! Except for single dogs, the married comrades stood up and drank the cup of tea in one gulp. Ma Ziajun pressed down with his left hand a few times. Okay, everyone sit down and start eating. How aguadao? Young men eat more, so that they can work after they are full. Okay. Seeing that Director Ma was so approachable, the police officers shouted with courage. Mr. Ma, Director Hao, we promise to complete the task. If you don't talk about anything else, our Kyo Bay Institute has never fallen behind when it comes to eating. Ha 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 ha. The police officers laughed again after saying that. Hao Aguo looked completely unlucky, shook his head helplessly and said to Ma Ziajun. Mr. Ma, these kids are spoiled by me and they are unrestrained. Ma Ziajun didn't care at all. It is normal for young people to talk and laugh, but it is also good to have a more active atmosphere when eating. Everyone, don't watch it, start. He naturally knew that the leader would not pick up food first if he didn't pick up food, so he stretched out his chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish, but put it on the plate next to him. Xiaozhou, this steamed sea bass is the specialty of Yuejiang Tower. How do you taste it? Several leaders of the Municipal Bureau and Hao Aguo were shocked. Director Ma took the initiative to toast Chu Yunyao, but even picked up food for Zhou Zheng? Good guy. The couple is treated no one else. Zhou Zheng immediately looked flattered. Oh, Ma, I should be picking up food for you. You are really. Ha ha. Ma Ziajun smiled, waved his hand again. Xiaozhou, you are the protagonist today and a meritorious person. I have been promoted to a second-level police superintendent for 4 months after working, which is the first time I have met as a police officer in decades. You have won glory for Kyo Bay Institute and Jiangbei Municipal Bureau, and have made a name for yourself. What is the point of picking up a chopstick dish for you? Ma Ziajun was so proud. Zhou Zheng responded that his achievements were inseparable from the support of Kyo Bay Institute and Jiangbei Municipal Bureau, as well as the support of all the leaders of the municipal bureau, especially Director Ma was particularly concerned about him. Zhou Zheng was actually very unhappy to say this. He was very exaggerated and fake, but he had to say it. It was human nature, so he had to say it. After hearing what Zhou Zheng said, Ma Ziajun was in a good mood and took a sip of tea. Comrade Xiao Zhou is good. He is not arrogant or impatient when he has good grades. Keep working hard. The municipal bureau will also consider adding burdens to you as appropriate. Young people are at the right time to struggle, so those who can do more work. Ma Ziajun's words were not loud, but the police officers at several nearby tables heard it, and they immediately showed envious expressions. Add the burden? Isn't this a hint that Zhou Zheng's position is about to be promoted? And it was Ma Ziajun who said it personally, and this matter is almost the same. Good guy. As soon as he was promoted to a second-level police superintendent, he was going to be promoted, which was a double happiness. Many police officers have been promoted to second-level police superintendent for 4 or 5 years, and their positions are still young police officers. Look at Zhou Zheng, he has only been here for 4 months. It turns out that people should be damned, and goods should be thrown away. Although he was a little envious and jealous, no police officer was dissatisfied. After all, most police officers could not do the achievements Zhou Zheng had in their entire lives. Zhou Zheng was delighted when he heard Ma Ziajun's words, and he could naturally hear what Ma Chu meant. Logically speaking, he is so young, but he has just been promoted to a second-level police superintendent, and there are several older people than him. Moreover, the positions in the institute are 1 carrot and 1 pit, and even if someone is promoted, it is not his turn. It can only be said that Zhou Zheng is so outstanding. What is important is that he has the blessing of Deputy Director Xie, and Ma Ziajun can see it in his eyes. Zhou Zheng Yugong is the youngest second-level police superintendent in the province. Deputy Director Xie personally issued him a letter of appointment, and it is natural to promote him to his position. Hao Aguo was even more excited than Zhou Zheng. He had already designated Zhou Zhenyi as his successor, but what he said didn't count. Zhou Zheng's upcoming promotion was very consistent with his expectations. He picked up the teacup, stood up and pulled Zhou Zheng. Master Ma, Zhou Zhengjing and I are the same as you. Ma Ziajun also picked up the wine glass and smiled. Old House Xiaozhou, you both sit down, both of you, just a little casually. Come on, cheers. The 3 of them fucked the tea in the cup, as if they had increased their feelings for each other. Chu Yunyao was naturally secretly happy. Her man level has been promoted and her position has to be promoted. How could she not be happy for Zhou Zheng? She happily took the drink into the kitchen and said to the 2 chefs from Yuejiang Tower who were cooking, you work harder, and 1 person will give you a red envelope of 2,000 yuan after finishing it. The 2 chefs were also happy and tried their best. After a while, the cooking was as fierce as a tiger. The cooking was fried a little higher than usual. It was past 1 p.m. The meal was over. Ma Ziajun and the leaders of the municipal bureau were very satisfied and it was time to say goodbye. Everyone sent the leaders out the door. Several municipal bureau vehicles were parked at the door and ready to go. When Ma Ziajun got on the car, he suddenly said to Hao Aguo Road, Old Hao, don't forget what I told you. Time doesn't wait for anyone. You can apply to the municipal bureau office as soon as possible. You will report it immediately. It is time to understand the competition and let Zhou Zheng train in a targeted manner. Hao Aguo said seriously. Mr. Ma, I understand. The police officers were confused again after hearing the words of the 2. What name should I sign up? What competition is it? Is there another thing about Zhou Zheng here? After seeing off the leaders of the municipal bureau, the police officers wanted to ask Hao Aguo what the Ma bureau said just now. Hao Aguo didn't give him a chance. Okay, you guys hurry up and go to work. Xiaozhou and I come to the office. Chapter 209 I thought about it if I didn't see you in 3 minutes. Seeing that Zhou Zheng was busy with work, Chu Yunyao knew that she should quit and she had her own things to do. Director Hao, Zhou Zheng, I'll leave first, please. After saying that, he waved his hand and turned around and left, so casually that he did not take away a cloud. Ah Yunyao! Zhou shouted behind her. Zhou Zheng, the 4-star reward above Chu Yunyao's head, has not yet been activated. Just now, he was having a meeting and having dinner with his leader, and he never had the opportunity to start the reward. After all, if the reward is a skill, a huge amount of information suddenly flowed into his brain would cause him to be temporarily discomfort. He doesn't want to make a fool of himself or be seen in front of his leader. Now that the city bureau leader has left, he can turn on the reward and find an excuse to stay alone for a while. If the reward is a skill, it can be digested quickly. But Chu Yunyao was in a hurry to leave. Just now, a colleague who had a good relationship with Zhou Zheng congratulated him on his promotion, but he couldn't put on airs, so he chatted for a few words. When he realized, Chu Yunyao had already walked to Parmela and opened the car door. Hearing Zhou Zheng calling her, his expression seemed to be a little reluctant to leave her. Chu Yunyao felt relieved and moved, but blinked at him, lowered her head and got into the driver's seat. She also wants to be with Zhou Zhenni. It's just that Zhou Zheng has Zhou Zheng's job, Chu Yunyao has Chu Yunyao's career, so how can you get into it when you get tired of getting together? Step. Zhou Zheng's career is in the rising period, so she doesn't want to delay him. As the saying goes, if two loves last for a long time, how can they be together day and night? Chu Yunyao saw Zhou Zheng coming towards him and started the car with a cruel heart. Parmela roared and quickly reversed the car, turning around at the entrance of the alley. Zhou Zheng was a little confused. Why did Yunyao run so fast? Didn't you hear me calling her? My 4-star reward. It seems that I can only wait until I get home in the evening before I turn it on. As for what reward it will be, it is still a suspense now. Zhou Zheng shook his head helplessly as he looked at the place where Parmela disappeared. Xiaozhou, you don't look down on Qiushui when your brother and sister have left. You said that it's not been a day or two for you. Good guy. I just thought about it after not seeing each other for 3 minutes. It's enviable that we have a good relationship with each other. It's not like me and your sister-in-law. Hao Aguo came to Zhou Zheng at some point and said. Zhou Zheng looked dark. He really wanted to be with Chu Yunyao, but just now he mainly wanted to turn on the 4-star reward. If you are misunderstood by the director, you can only make a mistake. You can't tell the truth, right? He immediately asked. Director, my sister-in-law is so virtuous. That time, you worked in the office for half a month because of work. Not only did you not complain, but you also took the time to deliver food to you. Hao Aguo nodded, his face filled with a happy smile. That's the case. If we haven't seen each other for a long time, we'll have to worry about each other, but we'll definitely start arguing after more than 3 minutes of meeting. Oh, it's not that enemies don't get together, I'm convinced. Zhou Zheng smiled and said. Sir, it's normal for couples to quarrel. I can see that you are used to it. It's not accustomed to not quarrel when meeting. Hee. Hao Aguo smiled and said. After that being said, if she didn't argue with me, I would still feel strange and wouldn't be friendly at all. Immediately afterwards, Hao Aguo's face became solemn again. Xiaozhou talks about some serious business, come to the office with me and I have something to say to you. Okay. The two of them entered the director's office one after another. Hao Aguo sat on the office chair behind the table and said. Sit up Xiaozhou. You don't have to be polite to come to me in the future. There is a paper cup under the water dispenser that wants to drink and pour water yourself. Hey! Zhou Zheng responded and sat opposite Hao Aguo. Sir, what's the matter? Hao Aguo sat up straight and cleared his throat and said. Just Ma chatted with me just now. The above wanted to focus on cultivating you. During the meal, the Ma said that you would add a burden to you next. You should understand. Zhou Zheng nodded. I understand the meaning. Just understand. Hao Aguo picked up the thermos and took a sip, then said. If you want to make progress next, you naturally need to make meritorious contributions and strengthen your experience and qualifications. You are a grassroots police officer in the police station. Although you have made first-class merits, you also have luck. To be honest, what major events can the grassroots police officers in the police station encounter? It is even more difficult to make great contributions and make great contributions. The Horse Bureau has really put in effort to cultivate you. I just told me that the 3-year National Elite Police Competition is about to start, and the province has also begun to select talents. There are only 2 places in the province. Zhou Zheng felt a little moved when he heard Hao Aguo's words. Deputy Director Xie also mentioned what the director said in the carriage. It seems that the leaders have thought of going together. First of all, Xiao Zhou, I have to ask for your opinion. If you are willing to participate, I will report to the Municipal Bureau to help you register. This is an opportunity. I hope you don't miss it. Zhou Zheng nodded. I thought to myself that the fool would not participate. With your own skills, it should be no problem to qualify for the national competition. Director Hao, I'm definitely willing to participate. Hao Aguo said with gratitude. Okay. That's all, you give me your ID card and the police officer certificate, and I'll send it to the city bureau leaders to sign up. By the way, our municipal bureau can only report 2 places. I think there will be countless people competing for it. In addition to the care of Bureau Ma, you have also exchanged for this opportunity with your previous contributions. You must cherish it. Zhou Zheng said confidently. Don't worry, Director. Hao Aguo turned on the computer and quickly reported Zhou Zheng's information to the Municipal Bureau. Okay, Xiao Zhou, I'll report your information. Next, I have to study the content of the Elite Police Competition. The provincial selection competition is the same as the national event assessment projects. From tomorrow, you don't have to do your previous work, just focus on training. As soon as Hao Aguo finished speaking, the ringtone of his cell phone rang. He glanced at the screen number that was the Municipal Bureau office and quickly picked it up to answer. Hey, I'm Hao Aguo, Kyo Bay South. Director Hao, I am Wang Bo, Director of the Municipal Bureau office. I immediately reported the quota you submitted just now to the provincial department. However, the staff at the provincial department said that Comrade Zhou Zheng had only been a police officer for 4 months and did not meet the registration requirements and called him back. What? Doesn't meet the registration requirements? Hao Aguo frowned and chatted with Wang Bo for a few more words, and put down his cell phone dejectedly. Zhou Zheng asked. What's wrong with the director? Is it a mistake? Hao Aguo nodded depressedly. The provincial selection competition has set a threshold, and police officers with more than 3 years of experience in police are eligible to register. Xiao Zhou, you only have 4 police officers. Monthly I was stuck in registration qualification. Then he said angrily. There is no threshold for the National Elite Police Competition, and I don't know what the province is doing. Zhou Zhengwen was not panicked at all. How could Deputy Director Xie improper his qualifications in charge of this matter? He was still on his way back to the provincial capital, and he might not have reached his position. Xiao Zhou, why are you so calm and not anxious at all? Hao Aguo said strangely. Zhou Zheng said with a confident look on his face. Director, don't worry, things should turn around. Chapter 210 Worries are redundant. The Baihe Provincial Police Department, an old black Audi car drove over. The guard saw the small 0005 license plate and quickly lifted the pole and let it go. The Audi car drove to the door of the police building. Deputy Director Xie opened the door and walked out, hurried into the police building with a thermos in one hand and carrying a bag in the other. He came out of Kyo Bay Station and rushed to the provincial department all the way, and had a meal in the service area. There are still a lot of things waiting to be handled in the hall, so Zhou Zheng and others were rejected for invitations to stay for dinner, not to give Jiangbei City a face. Taking the elevator to the office, Deputy Director Xie put down his bag and thermos cup and turned on the computer to start working. Looking at the sun that was westward outside, Deputy Director Xie shook his head. He probably had to work overtime again today. Secretary Xiao Lu knew that Deputy Director Xie was back and knocked on the door of Deputy Director Xie's office with a stack of paper materials. Dong 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 dong. Enter. Xiao Lu pushed open the door and walked in and said, "Have you been back? Thank you all the way." Deputy Director Xie lowered his head and was busy with work without raising his head. He said concisely, "Xiao Lu, is there anything wrong?" Xiao Lu knew that Deputy Director Xie liked to go straight, so he didn't talk about anything else. "Thank you, the registration for the qualification competition for the provincial department to select the National Elite Police competition is coming to an end. All the 13 municipal bureaus in the province, except for the Jiangbei Municipal Bureau, have completed registration. This is the information of the police participating in the selection competition. You can check it out. I will send you the electronic information later." Xiao Lu said as he placed a thick stack of information in his hand on Deputy Director Xie's desk. "Yeah, I understand." Deputy Director Xie nodded. This time he went to Jiangbei Municipal Bureau to award Zhou Zheng the appointment letter to the second-level police superintendent and did not bring a secretary because Xiao Lu was busy sorting out the information of the registration personnel. "Thank you, I'll go and do it first, thank you Hall." Xiao Lu said that he was about to leave. Deputy Director Xie suddenly thought of something and looked up and asked, "You just said that the Jiangbei Municipal Bureau has not completed the registration yet? What's going on?" "Oh, that's it," Xiao Lu said. "The Jiangbei Municipal Bureau originally registered 2 places, but there was a policeman who did not meet the registration requirements. He only served as the police for 4 months, and one of our registration requirements was that we would need to serve as the police for more than 3 years. Deputy Director Xie was moved. "Is that policeman named Zhou Zheng?" "Yes, thank you, how do you know?" Deputy Director Xie stopped the work, took off the flat mirror and placed it on the desk, and looked up and said, "I went to Jiangbei Municipal Bureau this time to issue a letter of appointment to Comrade Zhou Zheng for promotion to the second-level police superintendent. Comrade Zhou Zheng has won first-class merit. Although he has only been a police officer for 3 months, most of the police may not be able to achieve the achievements he has made in his life. Xiao Lu, we can't just focus on those dead rules, and we must also subdue talents without any restrictions. I think Comrade Zhou Zheng is so outstanding, so he can completely relax the time limit for police attendance. What do you think, Xiao Lu?" After Deputy Director Xie finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Lu with a stern look. Xiao Lu felt as uncomfortable as a needle, and immediately broke out in cold sweat. "Good guy. The leader speaks with good standards. He speaks his own ideas and discusses with you that it seems particularly democratic and approachable. But do you dare to say no?" "Thank you. Thank you, I think you are right. No matter how old a hero is, he has the advantages and motivation as long as he is capable and has the ability to be young. I was too rigid just now. If it weren't for your reminder, the talents would have been buried. I think Comrade Zhou Zheng would have no problem signing up for the competition." Deputy Director Xie showed a look of praise in his eyes and waved his hand. "Xiao Lu, then you can implement it as soon as possible." "Okay, I'll do it now. I'll call Jiangbei Municipal Bureau to explain the situation." Xiao Lu turned around and left, but his heart was still surging. He knew that Deputy Director Xie was a very selfless person and had never helped anyone walk through the back door. What is the origin of this Zhou Zheng? Even Deputy Director Xie gave him a green light? It seems that Zhou Zheng and Xie Tan are either relatives, or Xie Tan has taken a fancy to Zhou Zheng's ability, and both of them have to be included in them anyway. Secretary Xiao Lu made up his mind and returned to his small office. After thinking about it, he picked up the office phone on the table and called Ma Ziajun, director of Jiangbei Municipal Bureau. Qiubei Police Office, Director's Office. Zhou Zheng sat boldly in Hao Aguo's position. He was using his computer to check the attachments of the provincial notice on the issuance of the selection competition. The attachment contains the content of the provincial selection competition, which is consistent with the content of the National Police Elite Competition. He muttered quietly while watching. The first item of assessment is physical fitness test. This assessment adopts military training methods. For a 5-kilometer off-road, each person hiked 5 kilometers with a weight of 20 kilograms of heavy objects. The top 20 advanced to the next round of the race, and the rest were eliminated. The second item of assessment is shooting technology. Each person has 30 bullets, the top 10 with the highest number of rings advances, and the rest are eliminated. The third item of assessment. Clang! Suddenly, a cell phone was thrown heavily on the desk, and Hao Aguo said angrily, "Zhou Zheng, what's the use of that thing? You can't even get the name, and you don't have the qualifications to participate, so how can you go to the competition?" He just called the municipal bureau several times, and even the Ma bureau knew about it. Bureau Ma said he would call the provincial department to communicate. Hao Aguo felt that his hope was slim, so he naturally felt bad. So Zhou Zheng still had the heart to study the assessment content. Good guy. How big is this heart? Do not be anxious, director, the great man said that complaining too much should prevent heartbreak and you should always look at the scenery. He said, looking at the wall clock on the wall, Deputy Director Xie should have returned to the provincial department at this point. There should be no problem with registration, and I think the provincial and department will have feedback soon. Zhou Zheng was confident. Hao Aguo shook his head helplessly. You really don't look like a young policeman. You can calm down than me, an old policeman who has been a police officer for 30 years. Is there any problem if you say there is no problem? I feel that the decision of the provincial department is not easy to speak. As he was talking, Hao Aguo's cell phone rang, looking at the screen as the phone call from Director Ma Ziajun. Hao Aguo quickly answered. Hey Bureau Ma, Zhou Zheng's registration. Good news from Lao Hao. Secretary Lu of the provincial department just called here. He said that it was a misunderstanding just now. Xiao Zhou's registration has been settled, so we don't have to worry. Hao Aguo immediately smiled happily when he heard this. Master, it's up to you to do it. Ma Ziajun was also confused. Old Hao, I just called but couldn't find Secretary Lu at all, and I didn't use any effort. This was the call that Secretary Lu took the initiative to call me, and his attitude was very sincere. I just said I won't let you worry. Deputy Director Xie is in charge of the provincial selection competition. With Xie's favor for Zhou Zheng, your worries are redundant. Chapter 211, How Easy is Criminal Investigation? Hao Aguo put down the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know that Deputy Director Xie was in charge of the victory selection competition. If he had known it, he wouldn't have been so anxious. After all, Deputy Director Xie seems to be particularly fond of Zhou Zheng, and he imagines that the two have a private relationship. Director Ma didn't say that this selection match was fully responsible, so I was worried, really. Hao Aguo muttered to himself and suddenly looked up at Zhou Zheng. I saw Zhou Zheng looking calm, sitting in front of the computer, still looking through the competition in an orderly manner. He seemed to understand something. Pretending to complain. Oh, Xiao Zhou. No wonder you are not in a hurry at all. Did you know that Deputy Director Xie is the person in charge of the provincial selection competition? Zhou Zheng smiled and said. I do know, Director, that Deputy Director Xie explained to me in advance. When did the thanks hall tell you? It was what Xie Hall called me into the car before leaving. Hao Aguo nodded and thought to himself that Deputy Director Xie was really thinking about Xiao Zhou, and he had already made plans for Xiao Zhou. He didn't ask Zhou Zheng why he didn't tell him earlier. After all, conversations with the leader cannot be disclosed to others. Hao Aguo sat on Zhou Zheng's sofa and said, "The registration problem has been solved. The next step is to study competition events and targeted training. Xiao Zhou, you have been studying it for a long time just now. Are you clear about those competition events?" Zhou Zheng nodded and sat up from the office chair. "This position is the director. He just sat here to use a computer to check the competition. Nowadays, the competition events and rules are familiar with each other, and it is not surprising to be in the position of the leader. Sir, I know everything about the competition. Let's see what's going on." "Okay." Zhou Zheng cleared his throat and said. The competition events are divided into 4 major events, namely physical fitness assessment, shooting technology, free fighting, and criminal investigation ability. The first item is a physical fitness test, carrying a weight of 5 kilometers, and the top 20 advanced. The second item is to evaluate shooting, and the top 10 advanced. The third item is to free fighting to advance. The last item is to evaluate criminal investigation ability, and the best 2 are qualified to participate in the National Police Elite Competition. Hao Aguo nodded, and these assessments were also targeted. As a policeman, he must have excellent physical fitness and master shooting and fighting skillfully. Otherwise, how to protect the safety of the people, how to successfully arrest criminals, and while cracking down on crime, we must also ensure our own safety. As for the assessment of criminal investigation ability. Thinking of this, Hao Aguo sucked his teeth. Zhou Zheng's comprehensive ability is obvious to all. No matter whether it is physical fitness or fighting, otherwise he would not have caught several vicious drug dealers with bare hands. The shooting skills have also been practiced at the police academy, and even if you are not strong enough, you are not inferior. He is not particularly worried about these projects, but he is worried about the assessment of criminal investigation ability. Zhou Zheng, a police officer, is not a criminal policeman, and he has never solved the case at all. Can he not catch the assessment? Zhang Aguo told Zhou Zheng about his worries. Zhou Zheng actually had no idea. After all, there was no case to solve the case or something practice myself. Suddenly I thought of the skill of 1000 times the sensitivity of smell when I gained the master's level cooking skills. Dogs have a sense of smell that is 1200 times that of humans. With this skill enabled, his sense of smell is not much worse than that of a dog. When assessing the criminal investigation ability, Zhou Zheng was equivalent to bringing a police dog. If he was eliminated, it only means that he is a rookie among the rookies and is not suitable for criminal investigation at all. Of course, this secret must not be told to Hao Aguo. In order to ease Hao Aguo's heart, Zhou Zheng said confidently, "Director, don't worry. Although I am not a criminal policeman, I have also read a lot of books on criminal investigation when I went to the police academy. I understand many major cases and memorize them. I also understand the various processes of criminal investigation. I believe I won't be able to pull myself back." Hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Hao Aguo looked black. "Xiao Zhou, you are too young and too presumptuous to say that you are attacking people. How can you do criminal investigation be that simple? You can't solve the case by reading a few books and learning a few cases. Oh, this is really a worry. We are a policeman who wants to cram the Buddha's feet for a while. Otherwise, I'll call Chen Guang from the 1st Criminal Police Team. You can go to his place to work these days and let him take you." Hao Aguo said as he picked up his phone and wanted to dial, but Zhou Zheng said, "Sir, I think it's better not to bother Team Chen." Hao Aguo stared at him. "What's the trouble? Lao Chen and I have a good relationship. We gave the last case to him from the 1st team of the criminal police. Speaking of which, Lao Chen still owes us favors. Besides, he dare not help with the support of the Ma Bureau." Zhou Zheng shook his head and said, Director, I think there are only 2 places in the provincial selection competition this time, and each department is probably in a hurry to compete. I got the quota by relying on first-class merit, and I was somewhat suspicious of going through the back door. If I go to the scene, I will inevitably squeeze out someone. What if I squeeze out the person, I am a comrade of the criminal police team, and then let the criminal police team help? Would I feel like killing people and killing my heart? Hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Hao Aguo happened to call and hesitate. Think about what Zhou Zheng said, don't do anything to attract hatred. Xiao Zhou, you are right in mind. If it really doesn't work, I will go to the criminal police team to borrow some files. I will look at and study more in the past few days. Even if I don't have the opportunity to practice the theory, I will have to pass. Zhou Zheng nodded. The director's method is feasible. Oh! Hao Aguo sighed and said nervously. Isn't this a solution? I hope the assessment of criminal investigation ability will not be so strict at that time. Xiao Zhou also needs to practice the other assessments. You will have to take care of the affairs in the institute starting tomorrow. I will arrange the venue for you to train. Okay, director. The 2 were talking when there was a knock on the door outside. Hao Aguo looked up and said, Enter. The door opened, and a police officer on duty walked in with a record form. Director, I just received a police officer and a domestic violence incident occurred in the garden community. Hao Aguo glared at him and said dissatisfiedly. If you receive the call, then notify the police officer to go to the police. What? Do you still ask me to arrange the police officer personally? The policeman on duty shrank his neck and said. Director, all of our office except the internal staff have gone to the police. There is really no one left. Otherwise, I wouldn't report these to you. Hao Aguo took a breath. All the comrades have all come out to the police. The police officer on duty said stutteringly. It's not all, you and Zhou Zheng are idle. Hao Aguo looked dark. How about the 2 idle people Xiao Zhou, come out together to police. Zhou Zhendao. Sir, you need to take charge of the matter in the institute, so I'll go. Xiao Zhou, you are not unaware that the 2 of you are on the police. You do not meet the regulations alone. The police officer on duty suddenly said. Director, I just saw Xiaji from the household registration department. I remember that she was resting today. It would be better to let Xiaji and Zhou Zheng go together. Chapter 212 Policewoman Xiaji. Xiaji. Zhou Zheng was stunned when he heard the police officer on duty. Xiaji is a police officer in the household registration department, 1 or 2 years older than Zhou Zheng. She went to work at Qiubei police station 2 years earlier than Zhou Zheng. Xiaji looks very beautiful, has fair skin and beautiful appearance, especially her 2 lips are slightly raised, which can always bring out a sunny smile. Because of this, Xiaji was called the policewoman of Qiubei Institute by her comrades as soon as she started working, and she also became the target of single gay men in the institute. It's a pity that all the single gay men returned home in vain. Xiaji was like a beauty in the ice, and she looked at her suitor with a cold face without saying goodbye. With Zhou Zheng's arrival, the iceberg beauty suddenly changed her temperament, but she smiled at Zhou Zheng a while ago and took the initiative to invite Zhou Zheng to dinner. Although Zhou Zheng could understand Xiaji's meaning, he already had Chu Yunyao, so he naturally would not accept Xiaji's invitation, and sometimes even deliberately avoided her. It's not that Zhou Zheng is unkind, but that Zhou Zheng knew that the 2 could not get together, and hoped that she would give up and not waste time on him. Now that Xiaji is asked to go to the police with him, Zhou Zheng's head is swaying like a rattle, looking for reasons to refuse. No, Xiaji is a police officer in the household registration department and an internal staff member, how can she go out for the field? Besides, she is resting. The police officer on duty did not know whether it was intentional or unintentional. Yes, smiled and said, Brother Zhou, Xiaji was a field agent when she first came, but later she was transferred to her in the household registration department. To be honest, she should have more experience in serving as a police officer than you, and she is a beauty. If I were to think about it, as the saying goes, it is not tiring for a man or a woman to work together. If you don't want to serve as a police officer with her, let's change it. What to change? Why do you talk so much? Hurry up and go to your shift. Hao Aguo glared at the police officer on duty and squirted. Sir, why are you doing so seriously? I'm joking. The police officer on duty shrank his neck and pulled out a piece of paper from the alarm record clip and handed it to Zhou Zheng. Brother Zhou is a record of receiving the alarm. You should go quickly. I'll go back to work first. When he left, he said naughtily. I'm leaving, Director. Get out. Hao Aguo said angrily. These stinky brats have been spoiled by him, and they won't be afraid even if he pretends to be angry. Of course, Hao Aguo's words are still important, and they dare not ignore them. Zhou Zheng was a little anxious when he took the alarm record sheet. After all, he had to arrive at the scene within the specified time after receiving the alarm, but he was a little hesitant to go to the police with Xiaoji. Hao Aguo could naturally see what Zhou Zheng was thinking and said. Xiaozhou, I know what you are worried about. Are you afraid that your younger brother and sister will misunderstand? Are you afraid that Xiaoji will still have fantasies about you? You are right, Director. Zhou Zheng nodded, and Director Hao's insight into the hearts of people is indeed not a big deal. Hao Aguo waved his hand and said. Xiaozhou, don't have so many concerns. Work is work, life, and I think Xiaoji should be able to tell the difference. Her younger brother and sister are not petty people, and they won't be jealous when they see you and your female colleagues. Besides, you won't have any contact with other women in the future. Hao Aguo's words made Zhou Zheng suddenly realize his eyes. It seems that I have thought too much and been attached to the appearance. As long as you adhere to the bottom line in your heart, what if the two of you live in the same room? Director, I'm thinking too much, so I'll notify Xiaoji to go to the police together. Okay, you guys go quickly. After solving the problem early, come back early, let's study and evaluate the project. Okay. Zhou Zheng nodded and walked out of the director's office, first went back to the office to equip the 8 major items, and then went to find Xiaoji. When I arrived in the yard, I happened to see Xiaoji sitting on the porch chair in the yard in a daze. Xiaoji! Zhou Zheng shouted her name as he walked. Xiaoji woke up from her thoughts and looked up and saw Zhou Zheng standing in front of her, and she was suddenly at a loss. 4 months ago, Zhou Zheng came to Kyobei Institute to work. Since Xiaoji met him, she didn't know what happened, and she had a good impression of him. Maybe this is love at first sight. It was just out of the girl's shyness that she kept hiding this feeling in her heart and did not dare to confess to Zhou Zheng. If Zhou Zheng said something to her, she would be happy all day long, and when Zhou Zheng contacted other female colleagues, Xiaoji felt very uncomfortable. She has been secretly paying attention to Zhou Zheng, and even she will become cautious in front of Zhou Zheng. She knew that this was a sign of liking a boy, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. She also knew that Zhou Zheng seemed to have been hiding from her. Over time, colleagues at the institute all knew that Xiaoji liked Zhou Zheng, but Zhou Zheng did not call Xiaoji. Later, when he had Chu Yunyao, he would not have any thoughts about her. Until one day when Xiaoji heard that Zhou Zheng was getting married, the news was like a bolt from the blue, making the sky in her heart gloomy. That day, when she saw Zhou Zheng's wife Chu Yunyao, she suddenly felt ashamed. She felt like a clown, but fortunately she didn't confess to Zhou Zheng, otherwise she would be more ashamed. Xiaoji was sad and depressed for a while, and after being enlightened by her best friend, she gradually got out of the haze. Maybe she and Zhou Zheng are not destined to be together. Being a colleague in this life and being an ordinary friend is the best ending. Zhou Zheng suddenly took the initiative to look for her, and Xiaoji's heart beat faster without any effort. Zhou Zheng. Is there anything wrong with me? Zhou Zheng smiled at Xiaoji and said, Xiaoji, I heard you are resting today. Please trouble you. There is a police mission. I am the only one in the office. So can you go to the police with me? Is that true? Xiaoji suddenly felt a little disappointed. How is it? Is there time? Yes, yes. Xiaoji subconsciously agreed. Then come with me. You have also been on the police before. You just need to make records for me. Well, no problem. The two got into a police car. After fastening their seat belts, Zhou Zheng stepped on the accelerator and the police car flashed red and blue and left the Qiubei station. Xiaoji sat in the passenger seat, her heart was very complicated and a little nervous. She had the urge to revive her heart for the first time when she had contacted Zhou Zheng alone. Zhou Zheng is already married, and I am just a colleague of him, so don't have any unreasonable thoughts. Xiaoji advised herself in her heart to calm herself down. On the other hand, Zhou Zheng naturally had more, and he was chatting with her while driving. Xiaoji, why didn't I go home after taking a break today? My home is quite far from the north of the bridge, so I have to take an hour's car. My mother went out for a trip and there was no one else at home, so I was too lazy to run back and forth. What about your dad? Have you gone out? My dad has passed away for several years. She is also a policeman, sacrificed at work. Xiaoji's voice dimmed as she spoke. I'm sorry to mention your sad things. Only then did Zhou Zheng realize that Xiaoji is the daughter of a martyr and that his father is also a policeman. It doesn't matter. Xiaoji waved her hand, feeling a little depressed, turned her head and looked out the car window in a daze. Zhou Zheng was embarrassed to speak, and the atmosphere in the car was a bit heavy and awkward. Fortunately, the garden community arrived soon. Chapter 213 Who is the one who raped whom? Zhou Zheng drove the police car all the way to the garden community. The guard did not stop him when he saw the police car flashing red and blue, and directly opened the lift pole at the entrance of the community. The police car arrived at the door of Unit 2 of Building 3 and stopped. Xiaoji, we get off the bus when we arrive. Zhou Zheng woke up Xiaoji, who had been staring out of the car window, who had been stunned. Oh okay. Xiaoji quickly adjusted her mood, put on a police cap and tidied up her appearance in front of the mirror behind the sun visor, picked up the record book and pen and opened the door and got out of the car. Zhou Zheng had already arrived outside the car and pointed to the household on the first floor and said, the address left by the person who called the police was room 101, Unit 2, Building 3. This should be the one, let's go. After saying that, Zhou Zheng took the lead in walking forward. Xiaoji looked at Zhou Zheng's handsome back in police uniform and was a little obsessed with her. Xiaoji, why are you standing there? Zhou Zheng stood at the door of the unit and turned around and shouted. Oh, I'm here. Xiaoji quickly agreed, shook her head and drove away the thoughts, and quickly stepped forward. Tell yourself in your heart that it is working hours and you must get rid of distracting thoughts. When the two walked into the corridor, they were covered with yellow spots on the mottled wall, and spider webs were growing in the corners. Zhou Zheng, this community has been around for nearly 20 years. It is an old community. The environment is really bad. Xiaoji said with no words. Zhou Zheng nodded without saying a word, and walked to the door of room 101. This store also uses ancient anti-theft doors, which are old-fashioned anti-theft doors with iron plates on them. The grey-blue paint painted on them cannot withstand the vicissitudes of time, like cracked land. There is also a wooden door painted yellow inside the security door. Zhou Zheng reached out and knocked on the old security door. Dong 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 dong. After a while, footsteps and a woman's voice sounded inside the room. Who? Hello, we are police officers from Qiubei Police Station. Zhou Zheng said while turning on the law enforcement recorder that was blocked on his shoulder. Squeak! The yellow wooden door inside opened, revealing the face of a middle-aged woman. The woman's left eye swollen into a line, looking a little miserable. "Comrade Police, you are here. If you don't come, I will be beaten to death by that bastard," the woman said and opened the anti-theft door outside again. "Please come in quickly and comrades in the police." Zhou Zheng nodded and looked at Xiaoji and walked into the house first, and Xiaoji followed her in. As soon as the two came in, the middle-aged woman began to complain about how her husband was not a thing. She was suffocating when she was domestic violence, which made her eyes swollen. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said, "Sister, don't worry, what's your name?" "My name is Zhang Zili." "Zhang Zili." Zhou Zheng frowned and asked, "You didn't call the police just now, right? The alarm record here shows that the person who called the police was Zhao Suimin. The one who killed Zhao Suimin was my husband, and he called the police." Zhou Zheng was a little confused. Zhao Suimin beats his wife Zhang Zili and he actually calls the police. Isn't this asking for trouble with him? After looking around, he found that Zhang Zili was the only one in the room and asked, "Zhang Zili, where is your husband Zhao Suimin? Isn't he domestic violence? Where is he?" Zhang Zili said aggrievedly. "That bastard beat me up and went out to buy cigarettes. He said he would come back and beat me up. Police officer, you have to make the decision for me. It would be better to arrest that bastard and be imprisoned for a few days." After hearing Zhang Zili's words, Zhou Zheng felt that she was too presumptuous. According to relevant regulations, after receiving a call from the domestic violence police, the police should be sent to stop domestic violence in a timely manner. For serious domestic violence, the perpetrator shall be detained for not less than 5 days but not more than 10 days, and a fine of not less than 200 yuan but not more than 500 yuan. Those with relatively minor domestic violence will not be punished for public security management, and will mainly focus on criticism and education. Zhang Zili's left eye was swollen, which was a relatively mild injury. It was not very consistent with the law and regulations that Zhao Suimin was detained, and it was mainly criticized and educated. "Zhang Zili, don't be excited first, sit down and say slowly, our police need to understand the process of domestic violence." Okay, you two police officers, too. Look at the beauty of you two handsome men and women, can't it be the couple? Zhou Zheng has a black line. Zhang Zili is really a big heart. She was beaten to this by domestic violence and is still in the mood to say something else. Ignoring this sentence, I sat on the sofa and signaled Xiaoji to pay attention to the record. Xiaoji nodded with a red face. "Zhang Zili, you can say that why your husband Zhao Suimin committed domestic violence against you. This is how the police officer is. In the afternoon, Zhao Suimin and I went out for dinner early. It turned out that Zhang Zili and Zhao Suimin went out for dinner, but when they came back, they found that the windows were wide open and their home was looted by thieves. The drawers and wardrobe were all searched, including Zhang Zili's gold jewelry and Zhao Suimin's private money hidden in the wardrobe. All were stolen. Zhao Suimin was furious and complained that Zhang Zili didn't close the window and lock it. This led to his loss of 13,000 yuan in private money. Zhang Zili was even more furious and questioned Zhao Suimin, "You dare to hide your private money on your back? Why don't you keep your snacks and close the windows? The gold jewelry that caused me to be stolen was also stolen." The two started fighting as they talked. Zhang Zili was beaten and cried and said she wanted to call the police, so she asked the police to arrest him and went to jail. Zhao Suimin was so angry that he said, "Don't you hit me." He then called the police himself. After calling the police, he went out to buy cigarettes and said that he would come back and continue beating Shen Zili. Zhou Zhensen said that the couple was also weird. If they lost their things, they still had time to fight. Zhang Zili sobbed a few more times after saying that, but Zhou Zheng found that she only thundered and did not rain, and her heart moved. Zhang Zili must have not told the truth just now, and she could not adopt her one-sided statement. She would rather wait for Zhao Suimin to come back before recording him. A thief entered Zhang Zili's family and aroused Zhou Zheng's interest. The provincial selection competition has the criminal investigation ability assessment. Why not try to exercise yourself and see if you can catch the thief based on clues? Zhang Zili, has anyone else been to your family yesterday? No, Zhao Suimin and I are at home. By the way, there is still that thief who is so terrified that he has come in. Zhou Zheng nodded and activated his super sense of smell, 1,000 times more sensitive than humans, and his nose immediately filled with a lot of smell. After judgment, the smell of 5 people was identified. 3 of them are him, Xiaji and Zhang Zili, and the remaining 2 scents are Zhao Suimin and the thief. He borrowed tape from Zhang Zili, and stuck tape on the stolen clothes and drawers and took them off. One of the fingerprints stuck on the tape must be from the thief. After the database comparison, you will likely know the identity of the thief. At this time, the door suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man with a bandage on his head walked in, with dry blood on his face, which was terrible. Zhang Zili cursed. Zhao Suimin, do you still have the face to come back? Zhao Suimin said. Zhang Zili, if you hit my head with a stick, I will kill you. Zhou Zheng and Xiaji looked at each other. Who is the domestic violence against whom? Chapter 214 Nothing is a good efficient light. Zhao Suimin shouted. Zhang Zili, you damn woman! If you dare to beat me with a stick, I will kill you. When Zhang Zili heard Zhao Suimin's words, she was as if she had grabbed his braid and said. Did the police hear that? Zhao Suimin wants to kill me. You should hurry up and arrest him and be better shot immediately. The light in the room was not good and the lights were not turned on. Zhao Suimin drank too much wine while eating and his eyes were dizzy. Hearing Zhang Zili's words, he saw 2 more policemen. His expression changed drastically and his eyes were dodging. Ah! Police! Comrade, police are here? No, why are you here with us, our couple? Zhou Zheng felt a little moved when he saw Zhao Suimin's expression. This expression is like a look of fear when a criminal encounters a policeman. Before he could think more, Zhou Zheng smelled a strong smell of alcohol and bad breath, and he quickly turned off his 1,000 times the sense of smell. Good guy, this tastes so good. I don't know how much wine Zhao Suimin drank. I was so confused that I forgot to call the police. Zhao Suimin, right? We are police officers from Kyo Bay Police Station. Are you here after receiving your call? I called the police? No, right? Hiccup. Zhao Suimin asked while burping with alcohol. Xiaji couldn't help but frowned. Is this guy so confused and called the police? He didn't remember it. Or do you regret seeing the police coming and are afraid that things will make a big deal? But now Zhou Zheng asked, she couldn't interrupt casually. Zhou Zhendao. You are Zhao Suimin, your phone number is, we have all recorded it, but the police you called can't make a mistake. You call the police and say someone commits domestic violence against you. Tell me what's going on. Seeing that he could not escape, Zhao Suimin had to explain. Comrade policeman, I remembered that Zhang Zili and I went out to have a meal and drank some wine in the afternoon. When we came back, we found that there was a thief at home, and stole my money and her gold jewelry. Then we started a fight as we quarreled. Zhou Zheng nodded. What Zhao Suimin said was the same as what Zhang Zili said. Zhang Zili used a baseball bat to beat me, and she made me scream. Look, my head was broken by her, and it was bleeding. Zhao Suimin pointed to his head and said. Zhou Zhendao. But Zhang Zili said you abused her domestically. She just went out to buy cigarettes, and she came back to beat him after buying cigarettes. Zhao Suimin immediately said anxiously. I just went to the small clinic opposite the community to bandage my head. Why do I buy cigarettes if I'm like this? Zhou Zheng's heart moved and his eyes looked at Zhang Zili. Zhang Zili, why is what Zhao Suimin said differently from what you said? Zhang Zili explained. Comrade police officer, I thought he went to buy cigarettes. After saying that, he pointed at Zhao Suimin's nose and cursed. Zhao Suimin, you bastard, who told you to beat me? I didn't discount your legs to give you a face. Zhao Suimin also became angry and shouted. Zhang Xiaoli, are you still so arrogant in front of the police? You try to hit me again? Look at me not to kill you. Do you think I dare not? Just try it and die. Seeing that the two of them were arguing and going to do something again, Zhou Zheng hurriedly shouted. Okay, I'll say less. Why are the couple so serious? Still trying to do it? Are you like this? Zhou Zheng also saw that this was not a strict domestic violence, but simply because the couple quarreled because they were thieves at home and gradually escalated to fighting. His next job is to reconcile the contradictions. Xia Ji has been a police officer for a longer time than Zhou Zheng and has rich experience. She has also been to the police for handling many family disputes before. The household registration police officer felt very bored after working for a while, and he was still very excited when he went out. She has experience in dealing with such family disputes and wants to help Zhou Zheng deal with them, and she can't help but be eager to try it out. So she whispered to Zhou Zheng. Both Zhou Zheng and his wife are not fuel efficient. There is no domestic violence against whom. We should focus on adjusting conflicts. Why would I advise them? Zhou Zheng nodded. He and Xia Ji thought of going together. Since Xia Ji volunteered, he could not suppress her enthusiasm. Okay, Xia Ji, please give it a try. Xia Ji turned around and said to Zhang Zili and Zhao Suimin. Don't both of you quarrel, sit down and listen to me. The couple quarreled at the head of the bed and had sex at the end of the bed. Why did they have to do it? It hurts their relationship if they do it. You both have mistakes in this matter, so why not take a step back? As the saying goes, take a step back and the sky is wide open. Xia Jiao persuaded the couple earnestly. They did not quarrel, but no one was convinced by her expression. Xia Ji's words did not play much role. Just because Xia Ji was wearing a police uniform, the two of them dared not act rashly in front of the police, otherwise they would have fought long ago. Xia Ji was dry and her words were almost done. As soon as she paused, Zhao Suimin and Zhang Zili started arguing again. Police Zhao Suimin won't arrest you. I'll deal with you when they leave. Zhang Zili, you think I'm afraid of you, so you hit me and I'll kill you. Xia Ji looked dark and a little helpless. Has she been working in the household registration department for a while? Why is it so difficult to mediate an ordinary family conflict? Zhou Zhensen said that such a dull persuasion would definitely not work. Even if the fight was not done for the time being, the couple would have to fight once the police left. Although Xia Ji tried her best to persuade her for a long time, she didn't grasp the key point. The core conflict between the couple is that a thief entered the family and lost his property. If the thief can be caught and helped them get the lost property back, the resolution of the conflict will be much better than the hard-working persuasion. Thinking of this, Zhou Zheng cleared his throat and said, Zhao Suimin and Zhang Zili, you two heard from me that if the thief lost his property at home, can the problem be solved by just quarreling and fighting? If the things are stolen, find a way to get them back. Sure enough, Zhou Zheng's words worked, and the two of them asked. Police officer, the thief has already run away, where can we find it? That's right, officer, the cameras in our community are all broken and useless, and it's too difficult to retrieve the lost property. Zhou Zheng said confidently. If you two don't look at what we are doing? We are police officers, specializing in catching thieves. If you lose something, you shouldn't fight. You should call the police immediately for help. Of course, you also called the police but reported the domestic violence police. Okay, I'm 80% sure I can get your stolen property back now. Can you guarantee that you won't fight? Zhang Zili's eyes lit up when she heard this. Comrade police, as long as I can get my gold jewelry back, we will never quarrel and fight. Yes, yes. Zhao Suimin, he said on the side. Just get my private money back, and I'll treat you to dinner and drink, officer. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. There is no need to eat. Sign the alarm record first, and you can wait for my news. Chapter 215. Zhou Zheng's quality is better than appearance. Under Zhou Zheng's mediation, Zhao Suimin and Shen Zili said that they would not quarrel or even fight again, and even if Zhou Zheng could not find the lost property, the two promised to live a harmonious life in the future. Of course, Zhou Zheng did not completely believe their words. If they cannot find their lost property, the two of them will definitely quarrel or even fight over this matter. After all, they are not a good deal. Therefore, it is urgent to catch the thief as soon as possible and retrieve the stolen property of the two. Although this is just a trivial public security case and cannot be considered a criminal case, it can also exercise the ability to solve cases. On the way back, it was the evening rush hour when I got off work. The lights of the whole city were flashing neon lights and traffic was rolling on the road. Zhou Zheng drove the police car and moved slowly in the traffic flow carefully. Xiaoji sat in the passenger seat and seemed to have something to worry about when she looked at the rolling traffic outside. Suddenly he turned around and asked, Zhou Zheng, are you really 80% sure to retrieve the stolen property of Shen Zili's family? Zhou Zheng nodded and shook his head. It's probably a bit too much, but it's mainly to relax their hearts and let them stop quarreling and fighting. Oh! Xiaoji frowned and worriedly said, Zhou Zheng, you shouldn't have made any promises. These couples are not fuel efficient. If the lost property cannot be retrieved, they are likely to come to the police to cause trouble. Aren't you asking for trouble for yourself? Why don't I persuade them more and reconcile the conflicts between them? Xiaoji's worries are not unreasonable. No one can guarantee that the lost things can be retrieved, but in fact everyone knows that hope is slim. Generally, they help the owner register the lost items. Even if they catch the thief in the future, they may not be able to recover the stolen goods in full, unless the thief is caught that day. Zhou Zheng was too honest and actually promised to help Shen Zili and his wife get back their property. This. Haha. Zhou Zheng smiled and said. Didn't you see Xiaoji? The main conflict between them is that they lost property because they were stolen and lost. If they didn't give them a reassurance, they would definitely fight once they left. Besides, arresting thieves to help the people recover the stolen property is also our duty as a police officer. Xiaoji looked at the flashing neon lights in the distance and sighed. Zhou Zheng, what you said is correct, I don't deny it. It's just that you have a problem for yourself. It has been several hours since the thief entered the room and stole it. There is no surveillance in the community. The guy who stole things has long since run away. I see that the chance of catching the thief is too small. After hearing Xiaoji's words, Zhou Zheng was confident. Xiaoji, didn't I use tape to extract fingerprints on the drawers and cabinets? One of these fingerprints should be a thief. I plan to go to the appraisal department of the Municipal Bureau now to compare fingerprints through databases to find out the identity of the thief. Xiaoji was stunned for a moment when she heard this. Just now, she was sitting using tape to extract Shen Zili's fingerprints. Xiaoji thought that Zhou Zheng was deliberately doing it for Shen Zili to see it, but she didn't care. Could it be that Zhou Zheng really plans to play the criminal police team's way of solving the case? No, Zhou Zheng, our police officer. Zhou Zheng curled his lips disapprovingly. Xiaoji, you are one-sided. What's wrong with the police? Can't the police solve the case? All right. Xiaoji was speechless. He was shocked by Zhou Zheng's confidence and responsible attitude. A very common police call, an incident of theft, can be seen from Zhou Zheng's attitude that he is a serious, responsible, and wholehearted policeman who serves the people. He is so young but has such a high awareness. Xiaoji suddenly feels that she is too superficial. At first, she likes Zhou Zheng because of his handsome appearance, but now she knows that Zhou Zheng's quality is better than her appearance. Alas! Nowadays, it is hard to find handsome guys who are both excellent inside and outside. They finally meet them but miss them. Xiaoji couldn't help but feel a little depressed. At this time, Zhou Zheng's cell phone rang. He looked at the screen and called by director Hao Aguo. He answered the phone and clicked on the speakerphone. How is Xiao Zhou's matter dealing with it? I've gotten off work, why haven't I come back yet? Sir, the matter has been handled but not finished. That's it. Zhou Zheng briefly retold the story to Hao Aguo. I am on the way to the municipal bureau now. As long as I can extract the thief's fingerprint and compare it through the database, I believe that the thief's identity can be determined. Hao Aguo was stunned when he heard Zhou Zheng's words, and soon understood Zhou Zheng's good intentions. He entered the training in advance and wanted to train his case handling ability through theft case. How could Hao Aguo not support him? Okay, Xiao Zhou. You and Xiaoji have time to have some food, and you should pay attention to your health when you do your work. If you know the director, then let's do it first. I'm driving. Zhou Zheng hung up the phone and said to Xiaoji. It's getting late in Xiaoji. I don't know when I'm busy with the technical appraisal department after a while. Why don't I put you in a place and take a taxi back first? Xiaoji blinked, but her bright and fond eyes stared at Zhou Zheng tightly. What? Do you want to get rid of me and act alone? This sentence is very aggressive. Zhou Zheng seemed to feel the stinging gaze and said embarrassedly. No. I don't mean that. You were just resting and helping me. It's dark and I don't want to take up your time anymore. Xiaoji was very angry for a moment because Zhou Zheng was polite to her like a stranger. She said seriously. I'm not helping you, I'm also serving the people. I have to go to the municipal bureau with you. I won't get off work, and I won't get off work if you don't get off work. Zhou Zheng didn't expect Xiaoji to have a little stubborn temper. Since she was willing to follow, then follow her. An hour later, the two arrived at the municipal bureau. It was already past the time to get off work. From a distance, the police building was brightly lit, and I think there were still many comrades working overtime. After parking the car, Zhou Zheng and Xiaoji came to the technical appraisal department. As soon as I entered the door, I walked in the opposite direction with a policeman. Hello, are you a comrade from the appraisal department? We are police officers from Qiubei Police Station. If you need your help in something. The policeman opposite looked at Zhou Zheng up and down, and suddenly looked confused. Are you Zhou Zheng from Qiubei Institute? Why do you know me? Haha, Xiao Zhou, you are now in the Jiangbei Police Circle. My name is Ding Chunkai and Baihe Police College. Speaking of which, I am an alumnus and you are 4 years older than you. If you are a freshman, I will miss the opportunity to graduate. Zhou Zheng thought for a while and said. I have to call you senior brother if you say so. Is your nickname Old Monster Ding? I heard from our last buddy mentioned you. Buden Chunkai said in surprise. I didn't expect that I would have a brother in school after I graduated the legend. Senior brother dare not be accused of it. It's okay to call me Old Monster Ding. I want you to scream comfortably and I'll be happy. Buden Chunkai's accent in Beijing is very interesting. Is there anything wrong with Xiao Zhou coming to the appraisal department of the municipal bureau so late? That's right. A family was stolen. Please help me to extract the fingerprints on the tape and compare them. Zhou Zheng took out the tape and explained the purpose briefly. I have a little idea, I have to cover it with me. Buden Chunkai said generously. This identification doesn't matter, but it makes Zhou Zheng even bigger. Chapter 216 Healing Yourself. Oh, who is this policewoman? You are from Qiubei Station. Buden Chunkai glanced at Xiaoji and asked Zhou Zheng. Senior brother, I forgot to introduce it to you. Her name is Xiaoji, the police officer of the Household Registration Department of our Qiubei Institute. Hello Officer Ding, I'm Xiaji. Xiaji said with a expressionless expression. Hello, just call me Lao Ding or Old Monster Ding. Buden Chun Kaiuxin said that Xiaji is still an iceberg beauty. He asked in confusion. What? The internal staff member of the Household Registration Department also came to the police. Zhou Zheng interrupted. We have a shortage of staff in the office. Xiaji took the initiative to help me get on the police. Oh, this enlightenment makes me feel ashamed. I'm going to work evening tonight and I was thinking about taking a leave just now. No, I have to learn from Comrade Xiaji. Buden Chunkai's enthusiasm is passionate but his mouth is too broken, and he is a chatterbox. Especially when I saw policewoman Xiaji, I couldn't finish nagging. Xiaji doesn't like to pay attention to him, and he doesn't care. Zhou Zheng looked dark and thought to himself that senior brother Ding kept nagging endlessly. When will he start doing serious business? If you determine the identity of the thief as soon as possible, you can catch the thief as soon as possible. You two, please sit down first. What do you want to drink? Coffee or drink? I have a small refrigerator here, and there are iced Coke, Sprite, Gian Libeo. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but say. Senior brother Ding, you're very busy, and we don't want to waste too much time on your behalf, so we won't drink it. Can we fight quickly? Oh. Butanol Autumn Road. Sorry, Xiao Zhou, my job here is very boring, and my colleagues are not good at talking, they are all dull. I feel so uncomfortable every day that I can hold it in a mess. I finally can't help but stop you. Let's go, I'll help you extract fingerprints now. Buden Chunkai said as he led Zhou Zheng and Xiaji into the office. You guys sit here for a while, and I'll go to the appraisal room to extract fingerprints. Don't worry soon. As he was talking, Buden Chunkai's cell phone rang, and he took it out and answered. Captain Wang, what instructions do you have? Don't worry, I have to finish the tasks you assigned all night tonight, so you can hold it. After answering the phone, Buden Chunkai put his cell phone on his desk and explained actively. The king of the criminal police team 3 asked me to identify physical evidence or something. I have to finish the death order tonight. Let him stand aside first, I have to put your junior brother, yours first. Zhou Zheng smiled and stretched out a thumb. Senior brother Ding, be righteous. Buden Chunkai smiled on his face and said proudly. That's it. What does it matter if you don't think about me? Okay, I'll go to the appraisal room. You guys will wait for me and I'll go back. Behind the office is the appraisal room, and Buden Chunkai changed into a white coat and went there. Zhou Zheng and Xiaji each found a chair to sit down. Xiaji said. Zhou Zheng, senior brother Ding, is really broken. He nagged endlessly. I almost couldn't control my emotions just now. Zhou Zheng smiled and said. Actually, it was my first time meeting him. But I heard from my last friend that Ding Chunkai was a chattering man, so I had been mentally prepared for a long time, but I didn't expect him to be so nagging. But senior brother Ding Ding is pretty good. Generally speaking, fingerprints will be extracted only in criminal cases. If we fail to file a case, it is not a criminal case. It is logically not a criminal case. He will still help extract fingerprints, which can only be said to be too interesting. Xiaji thought about it and said that if she had met a strange and rigid police officer in the appraisal department, they would have probably been sent away. It seems that Buden Chunkai is pretty good. Xiaji said naughtily. Golden shield, made with passionate blood. At this time, Zhou Zheng's cell phone ringing. When Xiaji heard the ringtone, she was a little familiar with it, and suddenly remembered that when her father was alive, she liked this song very much, called Youth Ambitions Don't Say Sorrow, which is also a song by the police. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zheng used him as a ringtone for his mobile phone, which shows how much he loves the noble profession of police officers. The phone call was from Chu Yunyao, and Zhou Zheng stood up and answered the phone. Hey Yunyao! Zhou Zheng, where are you? Have you gotten off work? No, I have something to do to work overtime. What about Yunyao, are you? Have you been home? Not yet, I'm going to go home just after I'm busy. Zhou Zheng, when will I pick you up after get off work? No, I don't know when I'm busy yet. Maybe it's a little earlier or later. Yunyao, go home first, and go to bed first if you're sleepy. Then, well, Zhou Zheng, you come back early. I'm a little scared by myself. Zhou Zhensin said Chu Eunice Yao Dan that brave? Why didn't you feel it before? Or did she say that on purpose? Yunyao, I'll try to go home early. If you're afraid, why don't you ask Yang Tingting to come to our house to be your company? Chu Yunyao said. Let's talk about it. I feel that Tingting doesn't have time. If I'm hungry, I'll find a place to have some food first. Zhou Zheng, you should remember to eat too. I know Yunyao. Zhou Zheng hung up the phone, tilted his head and collided with Xiaoji's gaze. The other party's gaze quickly dodged. In fact, after answering the phone and saying a few words, Xiaoji guessed that the phone was called by Zhou Zheng's wife. She was inexplicably sad, looking at Zhou Zheng's back, she raised her ears to eavesdrop. She didn't want to eavesdrop, but couldn't help it. After Zhou Zheng called and collided with her eyes, she felt guilty again, so she hurriedly dodged. Zhou Zheng didn't say anything, sat in the chair again, and the office fell into silence. Suddenly, the two of them stopped talking, and the atmosphere was a little dull and awkward. Shaoqing Xiaoji couldn't help but break the atmosphere and spoke actively. Zhou Zheng, was your wife calling you just now, right? Yes. Did she ask you when will you go home? Yes. How do you know? I guess. I won't get off work so late. If you are my husband, I wouldn't help calling and asking. Well. Xiaoji's words made Zhou Zheng speechless, and he always felt that she had something to say. It feels so good that some people care about it, and I really want someone to care about it. Zhou Zheng, I originally hoped that person was you, but it's a pity. Okay, let's say what I think and forget my wish. Xiaoji mustered up the courage to say this and felt much better. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but say. Xiaoji, I know that there are many excellent colleagues pursuing you. Don't you have any of them? Xiaoji said leisurely. No one except you have moved me. It's hard to say about feelings. But I have nothing to regret. From now on, I will break through the haze in my heart and be a sunny and cheerful girl. After hearing Xiaoji's words, Zhou Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had healed herself. Zhou Zheng, can we still be friends? Xiaoji suddenly asked. Zhou Zheng looked confident. Of course. Xiaoji showed a knowing smile on her face, and the smile seemed to be a light that broke through the haze. Xiaozhou. Come on, are you sure there is one of the fingerprints I asked me to extract is a thief? Buden Chunkai said in surprise at the door of the appraisal room. Chapter 217. Another Class A wanted criminal was found. Seeing Xiaoji unbuttoning the tight in her heart, Zhou Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them will have to work together in the future, and they will not see each other. She felt relieved and would not be embarrassed to get along with each other in the future. Buden Chunkai suddenly opened the door of the appraisal room and shouted to Zhou Zheng. Xiaozhou, come quickly. Are you sure that one of the fingerprints I asked me to extract is a thief? Zhou Zheng was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Buden Chunkai meant, so he stepped forward and said. Senior brother Ding, what's wrong? Did you find something wrong? Buden Chunkai waved his hand and said. I can't explain it clearly to you immediately. Come in with me and I will tell you slowly. Zhou Zheng asked. Can I enter the appraisal room? Buden Chunkai doesn't matter. It's okay, come in. Then what, Officer Xiaoji, you can do it if you want to come in. Okay. Zhou Zheng and Xiaoji followed Buden Chunkaiu and walked into the appraisal room and stopped in front of a table at the fingerprint extraction site. Xiaozhou, I'm extracting 3 fingerprints from the tape you gave me, 2 men and 1 woman. Then I compared these 3 fingerprints through the database, and the result was that it scared me. One of them is a Class A wanted criminal who is on the run online. What? A Class A wanted criminal? Before Zhou Zheng could speak, Xiaoji next to him widened her eyes in surprise. Organized by Zhou Zheng, he discovered another password? Butenal Autumn Road. Yes, it's an Alavel wanted criminal. This guy killed his father-in-law and mother-in-law because of the bride price and ran away. He was listed as an Alavel wanted criminal who was on the run online by the department. I specifically checked it. No, Xiaozhou, didn't you say you wanted to find the thief's identity through fingerprint comparison? How could one of these 3 fingerprints be an Alavel wanted criminal? Zhou Zheng was also confused when he heard the words of Buden Chun Kaiudeo. Could it be that the thief named Wu Kai is the burglary who has a burglary, and he has a criminal record of murder? Zhou Zheng's heart moved. Good guy. My luck seems to have worked again. I was originally dealing with a family dispute, but I found an Alavel wanted criminal. It's time for me to make contributions again, and I can't stop the contributions even when the contributions come. Zhou Zheng felt a surge in his heart, but his expression was plain. He still needed to study it for safety. Senior Brother Ding, can I get the information about Wu Kai out of my way? Sure. Buden Chunkaiu said, clicking on the computer with his mouse. Soon, Wu Kai's information appeared on the computer screen. Wu Kai, male, 14 years old, 1.71 meters tall, is from Guizhou. His parents who killed his fiancée due to a dowry 3 years ago and then fled into the mountains. There has been no news yet and have been listed as a Class A wanted criminal. Zhou Zheng looked at Wu Kai's photo on the screen and suddenly felt familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Xiaoji, come look, I think this Wu Kai looks familiar. Xiaoji put her head in front of the computer screen. Zhou Zheng smelled a faint fragrance, and a strand of black hair swept across Zhou Zheng's cheek, making it itchy. He quickly retreated and gave up his position to Xiaoji. Xiaoji also looked at the photos on the screen and felt familiar. I seem to have seen Zhou Zheng, but, she suddenly exclaimed. Zhou Zheng, do you think he looks like Zhao Suimin? Zhao Suimin was the person who called the police just now because of a domestic violence incident. After Xiaoji's reminder, Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up. Oh Xiaoji, you really look like this. Is it the thief that is Zhao Suimin? Is this kid who robs himself and then blames the thief who is so fucked? He is still a murderer. But he quickly denied his ideas. It shouldn't be. Zhang Zili was stolen at home while having dinner with Zhao Suimin. He had no time to commit the crime. Moreover, the person in the photo was named Wu Kai. Although he looked very similar to Zhao Suimin, he still had a different name and his name was different. After Zhou Zheng said that, he turned to look at Buden Chunkaiu. Senior Brother Ding, are those 2 fingerprints comparing their origins? Buden Chunkaiu nodded. He rarely had no conversation and said concisely. The comparison is made, just watch it on the computer. Zhou Zheng clicked the mouse and looked at the identities of the other 2 fingerprints respectively. One of them is Zhang Zili, there is no problem with this. Let's look at the last one. Chen Wei, male, 38 years old, from Jiangbei, lives in room 402, building 1, Huayuan Community, and was sentenced to 3 months in prison for theft. Zhou Zheng was stunned for a moment, why didn't Zhao Suimin's fingerprints be there? Xiaoji was a little confused. There are 3 fingerprints, and 2 are from Zhang Zili and Zhao Suimin, and the other is from a thief. However, the identification result did not have Zhao Suimin's fingerprints, but the fingerprints of 2 strange men appeared. Could it be that 2 thieves came into Zhang Zili's family, one of whom was a Class A wanted criminal? Zhao Suimin did not leave fingerprints in the drawers or cabinets. Xiaoji told Zhou Zheng what she thought. Zhou Zheng stroked his chin with his fingers. Xiaoji, it shouldn't be that Zhao Suimin didn't leave fingerprints on the cabinets and drawers. How can people not leave their mark on their lives at home? But the owners of these two fingerprints, one is Wu Kai and the other is Chen Wei. Is Zhao Suimin's identity fake? He is one of Chen Wei and Wu Kai. Zhou Zheng was also a little dizzy, and when he heard Xiaoji's words, his eyes lit up. Xiaoji, what you said makes sense. I think one of these two fingerprints is definitely Zhao Suimin's. If you don't match your identity, it may be that Zhao Suimin's name was impersonated. By the way, we all thought that Wu Kai and Zhao Suimin looked a bit similar. Is it possible that Zhao Suimin is Wu Kai? Xiaoji said. It's possible, but they don't look exactly the same. Zhou Zheng thought for a while and said. He can have plastic surgery. I guess it's right. You'll know if you get Zhao Suimin's fingerprints by one count. No, I have to go to the garden community again. Xiaozhou, do you know if you should say it or not? Buden Chunkai walked aside. Senior brother Ding, you said. I want to tell me, if you find a Class A wanted criminal, it is not something you police can handle. You must report to the leader, and you must dispatch the criminal police team or even the special police team. Don't put such a lot of effort into it. Besides, the A wanted criminal is so dangerous, and you can't use it even if you want to. You discovered the clue. When the criminal police team arrests the Class A wanted criminal, you too have to give verbal rewards. Buden Chunkai said a lot, but in fact he was kind-hearted and didn't want Zhou Zheng to be in danger. He didn't know that Zhou Zheng was so powerful that he didn't even want to push the credit out. Oral commendation? Sorry, Zhou Zheng doesn't like it. Xiaoji responded unhappy and said. Officer Ding, who said the police could not catch the Alavel wanted criminal? Didn't Zhou Zheng arrest one a while ago? Did he get his first-class merit out of thin air? Buden Chunkai was speechless by Xiaoji. While laughing dryly, he thought to himself that this police flower is a little chili pepper and has a big temper. Zhou Zheng made a quick decision and called Hao Aguo first. Hey director, Xiaoji and I discovered an Alavel wanted criminal. On the other end of the phone, the chopsticks in Hao Aguo's hand fell to the ground. What? Xiaozhou, have you discovered another Alavel wanted criminal? Chapter 218 Zhou Zheng, you just dumped them after using it, right? Zhou Zheng told Hao Aguo all the results of the fingerprint comparison and his own speculation. Hao Aguo was also confused and it took him a long time to sort it out. Xiaozhou, what do you mean is that Zhao Suimin may be a fake Alavel wanted criminal Wu Kai? And that Chen Wei is the thief who entered the house? Zhou Zheng nodded. Yes, director, I think so. I don't have a saying in criminal investigation, bold assumptions and careful verification. I will go back to the garden community to check them now. If the fingerprints of Zhao Suimin and Chen Wei are extracted, you will know after comparison. Hao Aguo stopped him on the phone. Xiaozhou, don't act rashly. If Zhao Suimin is really a murderer Wu Kai, then this person will be too dangerous. Yes, you can't stand it alone. Zhou Zhendao. Sir, what do you mean? Hao Aguo thought about it and said. It's better to notify the criminal police team. They are crowded and professional. If Zhao Suimin is really a murderer, Wu Kai, we can help them fight and cooperate. After hearing Hao Aguo's words, Zhou Zheng said dissatisfied. Doesn't this push the credit out? I finally met an Alavel wanted criminal again, and my big handcuffs were so hungry. Hao Aguo looked dark and thought to himself, who would like to push the credit out? This is not because you are impulsive and have any more things. The provincial selection competition is about to begin, and no trouble can happen now. Xiaozhou, I know you are responsible and eager to make contributions, but the provincial selection competition is about to begin, so you should focus on this. Zhou Zhendao. Director, I don't agree with your opinion. Xiaoji and I have already visited the garden community and have also contacted Zhao Swimin. If he was the murderer Wu Kai, he might be alert. What if he runs away? I must go to the garden community right now. In fact, Zhou Zheng is so eager to be public and selfish. He will definitely make meritorious service if he catches the murderer. If the murderer runs away, he will also harm society. Hey Xiao Zhou, don't be impulsive. Let's do this. When I call someone, let's go to the garden community together. Okay, director, just in case I'll go to the garden community to stare at Zhao Swimin first. Hao Aguo knew that he couldn't stop Zhou Zheng and said on the phone. Xiao Zhou, don't be impulsive. Don't investigate Zhao Swimin in person alone. I know the director, I will wait until you come before taking action. Xiao Zhou. Hao Aguo wanted to give some advice, but he didn't know that Zhou Zheng had hung up the phone. He got up and went to the hangar to pick up the police uniform. Actually, I was quite shocked. Zhou Zheng was also lucky and found another Alavel wanted criminal. Old Hao, why are you doing not finishing your meal yet? Wife Zhaoli asked with her head up. What else can I do? Go to the office to have an overtime work and have a task. Working overtime, you know how to work overtime all day. You should retire in just a few years. After working hard for half your life, you haven't been busy enough? Can't you take a leave? Besides, your cold hasn't been cured yet. Zhaoli looked at Hao Aguo's white hair on his temples and felt a little distressed and dissatisfied. Who called you just now? Director Ma? I came to tell him, just say you need to rest when you are sick. Haha. Hao Aguo smiled and said. It's not called by Xiao Zhou. There is an important thing that I need to go there. Okay, you can have a meal first. If you are sleepy, you don't have to leave a door for me. If it's too late, I'll spend the night in the institute. Did Xiao Zhou fight? After hearing Hao Aguo's words, Zhaoli was stunned for a moment. She naturally knew Zhou Zheng, and Hao Aguo often mentioned this young policeman at home, saying that he was a new star in the police industry and had a promising future. Moreover, Hao Aguo's back injury was cured by Zhou Zheng. Zhaoli's tone eased, and she stood up to help Hao Aguo sort out the police uniform. Okay, since it's Xiao Zhou called you, go. But don't make do with it at the institute. I will keep the door for you whenever you come back. Okay, my wife, I'll leave first. Call me if you have something to do. Hao Aguo nodded with relief, turned around and walked out, calling Deputy Director Wu Tian while walking. Where is Lao Wu on duty in the office? My Lao Hao, have you finished your meal? Old Hao, you just finished eating. What? What's wrong? You call a few old police officers and ask them to come to the office to work overtime. Don't ask any questions in advance. I'll go to the office later and tell you again. It's brisk. I understand Lao Hao. After Hao Aguo went downstairs, he quickly disappeared into the darkness in a domestic sedan. Here, Zhou Zheng and Hao Aguo finished the call and were preparing for action. He planned to go back to the garden community. Before leaving, I said goodbye to Buden Chunkaiu. Senior brother Ding, please trouble you today. I will treat you to a meal another day. Oh, Xiao Zhou, I don't like to hear what I said. What do you mean by me? I'll just say this. I'll invite you when I have time and call our alumni. There are all classmates in the Public Security Department of the Special Police Team of our Traffic Police Brigade. Let's get to know each other together. Zhou Zhendao. That's good. Senior brother Ding will call me to be responsible for the arrangements. I'll make arrangements. I don't have to go to the big hotel if I'm all my own people. There is a big hotel on the other side of Jixiang Road. It's not bad to eat in the Fly restaurant and you will feel it. Buden Chunkaiu started chatting again, and Zhou Zheng looked a little dark, so he didn't talk to him. Goodbye, senior brother Ding. Xiaoji, let's go. After saying that, he called Xiaoji to leave the appraisal department. Buden Chunkai looked at the two of them and was still feeling unfulfilled. Hey Xiaozhou, I haven't finished speaking yet. I don't have your contact information yet. Then go to Kyobei Institute to find you. Zhou Zheng came to the municipal bureau compound. He took big steps very quickly, but Xiaoji's long legs were tight and she still couldn't keep up with him. Oh Zhou Zheng, wait for me. Zhou Zheng opened the door of the police car, turned around and said to Xiaoji, who was jogging all the way to the front of him. Xiaoji, please take a taxi back by yourself, I'll leave first. After saying that, he got into the passenger seat and was about to close the door, but a fair jade hand grabbed the car door. Zhou Zheng, what do you mean? You called me to serve on the police with you. Do you throw it away after using it? The angry and aggrieved look was as if he was abandoned by Zhou Zhenji. No, Xiaoji, I don't mean that. You can go back when the police mission is over. Then where are you going? I went to the garden community to monitor Zhao Suimin and waited for the director and the others to come. Xiaoji said firmly. I want to go too. It's too dangerous if you don't work. Zhao Suimin has a high probability that he will be a murderer. Wu Kai. You'd better not go. Then I'm going even more. Xiaoji opened the co-pilot's door and got into the car. If Zhao Suimin killed Wu Kai, we discovered him together. Why did you dump me? Zhou Zheng was speechless for a moment, so he had to say helplessly. Okay, then let's go together. In the night, a cunning smile appeared on Xiaoji's pretty face inadvertently. Chapter 219. Don't envy others and live up to yourself. In the night, a police car was flying on the road with flashes. It was around 9 o'clock at night, which was the beginning of nightlife. Nightclubs and other entertainment venues are crowded, and cars are coming and going on the streets. Many people who have finished their meals in the hotel are driving to the next game in groups. Zhou Zheng drove through the traffic in the police car and seemed a little out of place. I don't know how it happened, but the road conditions suddenly became congested, so Zhou Zheng had to slack the accelerator and slow down. Xiaoji looked at the neon signs of a nightclub on the roadside. The flashing of the colorful lights made her squint her eyes. The red men and green women were dressed in colorful clothes, and she walked inside with laughter. Zhou Zheng, have you seen it? People are going to relax and have fun. We are still working overtime. Do you feel depressed by the comparison between the two hatchbacks? Zhou Zheng shook his head and said. If it were in the past, you might be depressed or even envious. After all, our age is just a playful age. But it doesn't matter now. Everyone is driving on the track of their own life, and the scenery along the way is not the same. I don't envy other people's scenery. I just want to live up to the scenery on my own life. My profession is a policeman. I should be mentally prepared since I chose this profession. No matter how hard I am, I shouldn't complain. Xiaoji heard Zhou Zheng's heart move, and she had a deeper understanding of Zhou Zheng. This older boy, who was 2 years younger than her, was so mature in mind. Compared with him, those boys of the same age group were as childish as children. Xiaoji, look ahead, you are not working overtime, but the comrades from the traffic police team are also working overtime. Zhou Zheng pointed to the front and said. Xiaoji looked in the direction Zhou Zheng pointed, and Ying Ying saw several traffic policemen wearing reflective vests checking drunk driving. No wonder the traffic slowed down. Woo 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 woo. A white Lamborghini suddenly appeared on the left side of the police car, and the rough sound of the car waves attracted countless people to look at it. The young man driving was wearing a dark blue Balenciaga Coke sweatshirt, dyed with little yellow hair, and looked unruly on his face. A girl with an internet celebrity face was sitting on the passenger seat, dressed up in a colorful manner. No need to ask which rich second generation took the girl to go to the bar for fun. Because the traffic police in front checked drunk driving, the traffic was moving slowly and stopped, and Lamborghini couldn't run and could only go at a speed. The boy driving didn't know if he had a water in his mind. Seeing that Zhou Zheng's row seemed to be moving faster, he actually wanted to add a temp. Buzz buzz! Lamborghini roared, and the front of the car was inserted diagonally, squeezing towards Zhou Zheng little by little. Xiaoji frowned and said, "What's so arrogant when driving a sports car? Don't give it to him. This kid is very brave and even the police car is plugged in. Are you afraid that we will be punished by us to arrest him?" Zhou Zheng also frowned. There are so many strange things every year. If he was usually not spoiled, he would definitely not be able to delay his work because of other things. Moreover, the vehicle cannot even move fast, so it doesn't matter if he lets him go. So I stepped on the brake. The yellow-haired boy who drove a Lamborghini was not polite, and he stepped on the accelerator and inserted it into half of the parking space. He glanced at Zhou Zheng, his eyes full of provocation. The girl with a celebrity face next to her seemed to be saying compliments, and the yellow-haired hair became even more squeaky. Xiaoji said angrily, "Zhou Zheng, why do you want him to make him? Are you even more arrogant when you see him? Zhou Zhendao, why do you affect your mood for such a person? We have more important things, so we don't have to be as knowledgeable as him." Xiaoji seemed very angry and saw Zhou Zheng stomping his feet indifferently. "Zhou Zheng, you have a really good temper. This kid doesn't even take the police car seriously. Shouldn't he teach him a lesson?" Zhou Zheng smiled calmly. "Xiaoji, it's not because I have a good temper and don't have the same knowledge as him. And we can't afford to waste time. I'll do some calculations for you. If I don't give in to him, this kid will definitely not give up. There is a beautiful woman sitting next to him. He will do more excessive things for the so-called face, and even forcefully add to the slap. If we hit a car, we still have to deal with this matter. Even if we are convicted of obstructing public service, we will be detained. I think he will have a plea to call Director Hao before he is taken to the police station. That will delay us and Director Hao for a long time, and may even miss a big deal. Compared with the arrest of the murderer Wu Kai, this kid doesn't count in my eyes." After hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Xiaoji understood Zhou Zheng's thoughts. He was not a good temper or a fear of trouble, but was afraid of delaying the arrest of the murderer Wu Kai. He will never waste time for one goal because of other trivial matters. Thinking of this, Xiaoji also understood why Zhou Zheng made many contributions in just 4 months of working. In addition to being lucky, he was related to his ability to distinguish between the primary and secondary, and to move towards his goal wholeheartedly, and to have a heart that yearns for success. Xiaoji seemed to have realized something and benefited a lot for a while. Lamborghini soon arrived at the traffic police to test the drunk driving. "Pull over." A traffic policeman swung to the side with a red and blue electronic stick. Huang Mao opened the car window and said arrogantly, "Don't you check for drunk driving? I haven't drunk any more. I'm in a hurry. I'll blow it and let me leave. Don't you understand what I said? Let you park on the side." "Why? Why did you say? Did you change the lane and get stuffed just now? Do you know that there is a solid line there? Hurry up." The traffic police look like they are doing business. The yellow-haired man had no choice but to turn the direction and dock Lamborghini on the side of the road. Xiaoji clapped her hands in the co-pilot. "I deserve it. I'll let you add more money now." A 3-point fine of 200 yuan was fined for a solid line change of lanes. Although such a punishment is not painful to Huang Mao, it will make him embarrassed in front of his girlfriend, which is even more uncomfortable than beating him. Zhou Zheng lowered the car window and said to the traffic police, "Which guy is working overtime?" "Yes, are you working overtime?" "Brother, who is from your department? Are you working overtime?" "Well, we are from Kyobei Institute." "Where is the responsibility? Let's have a blow." The traffic police took out the alcohol detector. Zhou Zheng nodded to express his understanding and blew. He didn't even eat dinner, of course he had nothing to do. After saying hello to the traffic police, Zhou Zheng drove away in the police car. Here, Huang Mao heard that he wanted to remember a 3-point fine of 200 yuan and was furious and started arguing with the traffic police. It's not that I feel sorry for 3 points and 200 yuan, but that I can't afford to lose this person in front of my girlfriend. He took out his cell phone and threatened to know the leader of the traffic police team to call and let the blind traffic police officer lay off. His girlfriend wants to fan the flames. Young Master Wei, you are so manly. The traffic police dare to punish us, young Master Wei, you must let him lay off. The yellow-haired man was clamoring, and someone grabbed his ears. Hold the grass. When the yellow-haired man was about to leave, he looked up and saw a beautiful face, and he suddenly became depressed. My yellow-haired girlfriend saw a girl who was countless times better than her and grabbed her boyfriend's ears, and she couldn't help but scold her. Where did you come from, a slut? You dare to grab my boyfriend? Ba. Before he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. The master drafts, she is my cousin. P.S. I wish you all a happy Lantern Festival and all your wishes come true. Chapter 220. Who is the murderer? The yellow-haired slapped his girlfriend in a daze. He didn't hear clearly what he said. Xiaoqing reacted and felt the scorching pain on his face suddenly stopped. Covering his face, he said, "What do you mean by Mr. Wei? Hit me for a fox sperm who came out of nowhere. Are you deaf when you step on the horse? She is my cousin. I'm not respecting my cousin and I'm going to slap you lightly. I'll get out of the way." Huang Mao vented his anger on his girlfriend. If it weren't for the ear being grabbed by my cousin, he would have wanted to rush over and kick her again. Woo 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 woo. My girlfriend ran away crying. Yellow-haired's attitude suddenly became humble. Then what, Sister Yunyao? Can you let go of your hand? My ears hurt. The beauty is Chu Yunyao. After calling Zhou Zheng, she found a place to have supper. As soon as Yang Tingting finished her meal, she called and said she was bored and wanted to ask her to go outside to have fun. Chu Yunyao refused, but it was boring to go home alone to stay in the empty room, so she invited Yang Tingting to Hanlin Yuan community to be her company. Yang Tingting actually wanted to go but refused on purpose, saying that she didn't want to disturb the world of Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao said that Zhou Zheng was working overtime and didn't know when he would go home. Yang Tingting deliberately ridiculed her again. When the man was not at home, he remembered his best friend and threw him aside after using it. You are so heartless. The two of them made a joke and made an appointment for meeting. Chu Yunyao drove to find Yang Tingting. Passing by a drunk driving spot, I saw a boy with yellow hair on the side of the road making a noise with the traffic police. Chu Yunyao recognized that the boy was his cousin Yang Wei. Yang Wei's mother is Chu Yunyao's aunt. In the early years, Yang Wei's parents followed the Chu family to do business, and sometimes they would leave Yang Wei in the Chu family and be taken care of by Chu Yunyao's grandmother. Chu Yunyao bullied him a lot and often beat him up. The Yang family was recruited by the Chu family and the relationship between the two was bad. Later, due to economic disputes, the two families had a broken relationship and gradually broke off contact. However, the grievances of the previous generation cannot affect the next generation. Chu Yunyao and Yang Wei are still the same as before, but they have not had much contact for a while. Seeing Yang Wei making trouble with the police, he parked the car aside. Chu Yunyao knew that Yang Wei was a troublemaker and was not enough to make trouble. Could it be that he was drunk this time? I was suddenly very angry. Go forward and grab his ear. Yang Wei saw that it was Chu Yun coming, just like Huzi saw a cat with blood veins. Suppressed, and the arrogant look just now was wiped out. Chu Yunyao breathed a sigh of relief after learning about the situation. It was not just about driving drunk. You are given to the driver's license and driving license to the police. You are wrong, so you have to listen to what the police say. Chu Yunyao let go of her hand that grabbed Yang Wei's ear and scolded her. Since getting a marriage certificate with Zhou Zheng, Chu Yunyao Wu and Wu have an inexplicable favoritism towards people in the police system, and this time it was Yang Wei who was unreasonable. Yang Wei was suppressed by Chu Yunyao's bloodline. How could he dare to say that he was a word? He cooperated obediently and accepted the punishment. After finishing, Chu Yunyao asked, "Xiao Yi, I heard from the police that you were deliberately stuffing a police car? You are very brave. Whoever gives you the courage to provoke you? I will know that you will have to discount your legs if you dare to do this in the future." Yang Wei was scolded by Chu Yunyao, and he had no temper. He nodded in a timid way to ensure that he would never dare to do it again. He also explained that there was a beautiful policewoman sitting in the co-pilot of the police car, and he added to the policewoman to attract the attention of the policewoman. While talking, he took out his cell phone and called up a photo. "Sister, do you think this police flower looks good? Help me find out which department it belongs to. I want her to be my girlfriend. Get out, the toad wants to eat swan meat." Chu Yunyao subconsciously yelled at Yang Wei, and then she saw that the police flower in the photo was indeed beautiful, especially with the blessing of the police uniform, which was beautiful and had a heroic temperament. "Hey, why do the policemen driving look so familiar? Isn't this Zhou Zheng?" Chu Yunyao recognized Zhou Zheng, who was driving at first sight. Here, Zhou Zheng drove Xiaoji to the garden community in a police car, for fear of alarming the enemy, and did not drive the police car into the community this time. There was a dark alley opposite the community. Zhou Zheng turned off the flashing lights and headlights and drove the police car into the alley. Unlocking the seat belt, Zhou Zhendao. "Xiaoji, you are waiting for the director and the others in the car, I'm getting off." Xiaoji quickly grabbed his arm. "Zhou Zheng, what are you doing? The director said you won't let you act alone." Zhou Zheng pulled out his arm without hesitation. "I'll go to the garden community to investigate and stare at Zhao Suimin by the way. If this kid is Wu Kai, it will be a big fish. Don't let him run away. But if Zhao Suimin is a murderer Wu Kai, it's too dangerous, so it's better to wait for the director and the others to come before taking action together. Xiaoji is fine, I won't be alert to the enemy or take the initiative, unless Zhao Suimin wants to run away." After Zhou Zheng finished speaking, he opened the door and got out of the car without saying anything, and trotted and disappeared into the darkness. The garden community is an old community, and the identities of the people living there are also mixed. However, most of them are poor people, and they don't have the habit of going out for fun at night, so they can take a walk in the community yard at most. The community gatekeeper is useless, and there are no lighting facilities inside, so it is dark. Zhou Zheng walked into the community and looked from a distance. Most of the residents on several buildings were in black lights, either sleeping in their sleep or no one lived there. Zhou Zheng first came to Zhao Suimin's window on the first floor in the dark. "His house has lights on, but I don't know if Zhao Suimin is there?" Zhou Zheng activated his 1000 times sense of smell and sniffed the smell under the windowsill, and all kinds of smells came one after another. "I came here in the afternoon and was very familiar with Zhao Suimin's and Shen Zili's smell." Soon Zhou Zheng distinguished two strong smells, which were the smells of Zhao Suimin and Shen Zili. He breathed a sigh of relief, and Zhao Suimin did not run away. At this time, a strong smell of heather was so hot that he couldn't breathe and quickly turned off his 1000 times the sense of smell. I could hear Shen Zili's screams and Zhao Suimin's voice vaguely heard from it. "Zhao Suimin, you are sick on the horse, and you're touching me again. Hehe, how many times have you said this, beauty? You don't believe it." Zhou Zheng immediately understood something, and he was so disgusting that he wanted to vomit. "Is the couple reconciled? It's quite fun to play. But there was another speculation in my mind. Could it be that I was wrong to infer that Zhao Suimin was not a murderer Wu Kai? Otherwise, why would you feel in the mood to do this when you meet the police in the afternoon? If Zhao Suimin is not Wu Kai, could Chen Wei, who lives in room 402, building 1, be the murderer Wu Kai?" Zhou Zheng walked quickly towards building 1 again. Chapter 221 Buff with Big Breasts. In Hanlin Yuan community, Chu Yunyao took Yang Tingting back home. Ting, sit there casually. If you have any drinks in the refrigerator, I have to take a rest. Chu Yunyao greeted Yang Tingting, then shook off the black high heels on her feet, and stepped on the floor with her beautiful feet in shredded flesh. I'm so tired. Should I go out in the future or wear flat shoes? I'm too tired to wear high heels. Yunyao, why are you so tired today? I feel as if I am not as tired as you have been to work all day. Yang Tingtinghao took a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator without seeing each other, unscrewed the lid and took a sip and asked. Are you worthy of being a job when you go to work? Chu Yunyao gave her a blank look and said. I made a large jar of medicinal wine today, went to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to apply for a company, and rented a house to work as an office building. I even wanted to go to the suburbs to see if there were any idle factories in the factory, but I just didn't have time. Good guy. Yang Tingting opened her mouth wide in an exaggerated way. Yunyao, it would be strange if you don't have to be tired after doing so many things this day. I know you are starting a business, but there is no need to work like this, right? Why not just hire a few employees if you are alone? Tingting Yu said it simply. I am now in the entrepreneurial stage, so I naturally have to do it myself, otherwise I will not feel at ease. I have all the money in my hands, Zhou Zheng, and I have to take responsibility for him, right? Yang Tingting said. Zhou Zheng is so good, he has become the boss. What's the good thing about being a policeman? His salary is not high and he works overtime at all times. It's better to quit your job to help you do business together. Chu Yunyao sat on the sofa, rubbed her calves with her hands and said. Tingting can't say that. Zhou Zheng has Zhou Zheng's ideal. We both agreed to work together to strive for it. His career is in the rising period, and I also need to support his work and not fall behind. Tisk 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 tisk. Yang Tingting squirted and said. I can't tell that my Yao Yao is so conscious. What a great thing to go hand in hand. I'll give you another word called present the case and the eyebrows. Chu Yunyao smiled and said. This word is good, I will just regard you as a blessing to me and Zhou Zheng. Okay, I won't talk to you now. I've been sweating all day long and I feel so uncomfortable. I'll go take a shower first. Yang Tingting also stood up. Yunyao, I want to take a shower, should I go together? Chu Yunyao said coquettishly. Who is taking a bath with you? You are not ashamed of being so adult. Yang Tingting stroked her long hair and said with shamelessness. What's so shameful about this? We are good friends and we haven't taken a shower together. We know each other's privacy. Yunyao, do you think mine is bigger than yours, and you are afraid that you will feel ashamed of it when the time comes? Yang Tingting's words about tigers and wolves suddenly made Chu Yunyao's face flushed. To be honest, Yang Tingting's is indeed bigger than Chu Yunyao's, and it is a rare water droplet shape. This is also the only one it can take in front of Chu Yunyao, and it often uses this to deliberately attack Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao said viciously. Yang Tingting, you are not as proud as you are not much older than me. Besides, no matter what you say, it will not be the same. I feel that I am no worse than you. Ha ha ha, is it? Yang Tingting smiled badly. Can I take it out and let me Kong be big? Will Zhou Zheng be rubbed? Does it bring big breasts and buffs when I have a husband? Chu Yunyao was speechless and ashamed. She knew that she was not Yang Tingting's opponent at all, so she hummed and went to take a shower and stopped quarreling with her. Entering the bathroom, taking off your clothes and just turned on the shower, a naked figure rushed in. Chu Yunyao was startled and subconsciously clamped her long legs and covered them with them. When he looked closely, it was Yang Tingting, and he was so angry that he was so angry. Yang Tingting, are you shameless? You're not ashamed to run around my house with bare ass. Yang Tingting didn't care, and said with a proud figure. Yunyao, what are you afraid of if Zhou Zheng is not naked? Don't be embarrassed to wash together. Let me Kong Kong, are you old? Go to die Yang Tingting. There were a burst of fighting between the two people in the bathroom. Garden Community. Zhou Zheng came outside the door of Chen Wei's house in Unit 1, Building 1, 402. Turn a blind eye and look inside through the cat's eyes on the old security door. It happened that the cat's eyes were broken, it was a small hole. Zhou Zheng saw lights inside through the small hole and heard someone talking, which means someone was there. He turned his head and looked around the corridor. After all, if someone saw this, it was easy to be regarded as a thief or pervert. Fortunately, he found that there were few footprints in the corridor, which meant that the occupancy rate of this unit was very low, which was convenient for action. He put his ears on the cat's eyes, because the system's transformation of the body is better than that of ordinary people, and his hearing is naturally strong. Through the cat's ear hole, you can vaguely hear the sound of talking inside. Wife, you look so beautiful when you wear this gold necklace, it's much better than Zhao Suimin's wife. So what if it looks good? It's not the one you stole Zhang Zili, and I don't dare to wear it. It's okay. I'll take these jewelry to the gold store in 2 days and I'll make another set of jewelry, Zhang Zili can't recognize it at all. Husband, you are so nice to me. That girl Zhang Zili shows me how much gold and silver jewelry she has, now it's gone. I'll reward you later in a while. Hee, that's a must. Wife, I can't stand Zhang Zili's face. Husband, it's said that rabbits don't eat grass by their nests. I heard that a policeman went to Zhang Zili's house in the afternoon. It seems that they called the police. Why do I feel a little confused? It's okay, my wife, no one noticed me when I entered Zhao Suimin's house, and the surveillance of our broken community is all decorations. Don't worry, the police wouldn't find us without anyone knowing it. If you don't talk about this, put on stockings, I can't help but send it. It is said that there is no one in the dark room, but there is no one in the world, but I don't know that gods and Buddhas have eyes to observe. Zhou Zheng heard the conversation clearly, and it was certain that Chen Wei was a thief who entered Zhao Suimin's family. But I am not sure for the time being that Chen Wei is not the murderer Wu Kai. Currently, Zhao Suimin and Chen Wei are both suspicious. Buzz buzz. Zhou Zheng's cell phone suddenly vibrated. The phone was called by Hao Aguo. He tiptoed downstairs to answer. Hey director, have you arrived in the garden community? He asked softly to the phone microphone. Xiaozhou, we are here. Xiaoji joins us after getting married. He said you ran into the garden community alone. How is your situation there? Director, Zhao Suimin and Chen Wei are both at home. I can now be sure that Chen Wei is the thief who entered Zhao Suimin's home to commit theft. As for who they are, the murderer Wu Kai, they can't tell at the moment. Zhou Zheng paused and continued. Director, I request that these two people be arrested at the same time. I would rather arrest the wrong person than let him go. Hao Aguo pondered for a moment and said. Xiaozhou, the thief Chen Wei can be arrested. As for Zhao Suimin, if he cooperates, don't be detained. Take him back to the station to confirm his identity. If you make a mistake, he will complain to us enough to have a drink. Chapter 222, Action Separately. As an old policeman and the director of the police station, Hao Aguo naturally considers more and is much more conservative than young people. When doing anything, you always want to retreat first. Chen Wei arrested him and then arrested him after all, he was a thief who burgled. Zhao Suimin is just a suspect in the speculative sense, and he should treat him gently before he is confirmed. His identity must be confirmed, and people must be brought back to the police station, but the method of summoning is to inquire rather than arrest. Otherwise, there would be a mistake. Zhao Suimin called a complaint phone number, Hao Aguo was scolded by his leader, and Kyobei Institute would be deducted points for the assessment this quarter. Speaking of which, the assessment of Kyobei Institute has always been at the downstream level. Since Zhou Zheng made many contributions as if he had cheated a while ago, he has arrested a large number of criminals. Kyobei Institute's assessment has risen rapidly and has become the first in the city. Such excellent results are hard-won, and Hao Aguo certainly does not want to be deducted points for no reason, so he is even more conservative. Zhou Zheng did not have as many twists and turns as Hao Aguo, and so many considerations. He only knew that since there was suspicion, he would arrest him first. Besides, Zhao Suimin is a murderer Wu Kai, who is more suspicious than Chen Wei. After all, he and Wu Kai have 5 images of their appearance. However, Hao Aguo is the director after all, and he cannot blatantly disobey orders, so he said, "Sir, let's do it this way. Why don't you bring people to room 402, Unit 2, Building 1, to arrest Chen Wei? I'll go to Zhao Suimin's house to act according to the opportunity." But I thought to myself that as long as Zhao Suimin didn't cooperate, he immediately arrested him. "Okay, Xiao Zhou, I'll ask Lao Wu to take 2 colleagues to cooperate with you. I'll take someone to arrest Chen Wei. Let's act separately." After finalizing the action plan with Hao Aguo, Zhou Zheng quickly walked towards Zhao Suimin's home. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, and no one was walking in the yard in the dark. After a while, Deputy Director Wu Tian arrived with Xia Ji and Police Officer Xiao Li. "Xiao Zhou Director said we will cooperate with you. What do you think we will listen to you?" Wu Tian had no heirs as a Deputy Director, so he actually asked Zhou Zheng to lead the team to take action. Zhou Zheng refused and said, "The Wu Institute, the task is actually quite simple. It is just to find someone to summon Zhao Suimin to the police station to verify his identity. But in the dark, I always feel that something is wrong with this kid. It is very likely that he is the murderer Wu Kai, so we must not be on guard. Let's do this, Xiao Li and I go in and summon Zhao Suimin. Wu Su and Xia Ji are squatting outside the window. If this kid is really a murderer, he may run away in panic." Wu Tian nodded, and he was still a little happy when he was carrying out the mission with Zhou Zheng. Because based on past experience, Zhou Zheng has never returned empty-handed in his mission, and this time he might have been able to catch a big fish with him. "Xiao Zhou, just do what you said. If Xia Ji changes in the situation later, Zhao Suimin will run out and I will get on first, and I will take the guys." Wu Tian patted the calfskin holster on his waist. However, Xia Ji had a different opinion. "So Wu, I think it's better to let Xiao Li follow you outside. Zhou Zheng and I go in. After all, it was the policeman who came to Zhao Suimin's house with me and Zhou Zheng." This. Wu Tian looked at Zhou Zheng, as if he was seeking his advice. Time is tight, and Zhou Zheng doesn't have the mother-in-law and nods in agreement. "Then Xia Ji and I go in. Wu Suo, you and Xiao Li are outside, let's act now." After Zhou Zheng finished speaking, he walked into the corridor first, and Xia Ji followed closely behind. When he came to Zhao Suimin's house, Zhou Zheng found that Xia Ji didn't know whether she was excited, and her arms trembled slightly. "Xia Ji, don't be nervous. If something really happens, protect yourself as soon as possible. Don't you care about anything else?" Xia Ji couldn't help but nodded, and then she felt sweet in her heart. Is he caring about me? He will protect me when he encounters danger, right? Woo 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 woo. Hate. I don't know where the sound came, it seemed like someone was vomiting. Xia Ji's thoughts were pulled back to reality. She couldn't help but blame herself secretly, wasn't she healing herself? I agreed not to be moved by Zhou Zheng, why does his care make me so happy and touched? Xia Ji, don't be stubborn during the mission. I can't let Zhou Zheng underestimate me. I am also a policeman. How can I patronize my own safety when I encounter danger? She tried hard to get rid of the distracting thoughts in her heart, and she also had a thought in her heart, which was to make Zhou Zheng look at him with admiration. "Zhou Zheng, what's the sound? Is someone vomiting after drinking too much?" Xiaoji asked naively. "Shhh, don't talk." Zhou Zheng made a gesture of silence, then raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Dong dong 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 dong. Who?" After a while, Zhang Zili's vague voice sounded from the room. "I, from the Qiubei police station, open the door quickly." "Wait a minute." After a long time, Zhou Zheng almost couldn't wait to break into the door. Squeak! The wooden door inside the old-fashioned security door was opened, and Zhang Zili appeared in front of her in a translucent pajama. Her hair seemed to be stuck in strands by something, and there were traces left by drinking milk at the corner of her mouth. Thinking of the voice just now, Zhou Zheng couldn't help but look dark, thinking that the couple is still having fun. Zhang Zili was surprised when she saw Zhou Zheng and Xiaoji. "Two police officers, why are you here so late? Is there anything wrong?" "Zhou Zhendao. It's something to do, open the door and let us enter the house first." Zhang Zili met them in the afternoon, so she naturally had no intention of being on guard and opened the anti-theft door. "Please come in, two police officers." Zhou Zheng and Xiaoji successfully entered the house. Zhou Zheng glanced at the living room and asked, "Where is your husband Zhao Suimin, Zhang Zili?" "I'm sleeping in the house." After all, Zhang Zili had just bitten Zhao Suimin for a round. Zhou Zheng and Xiao Shiji's sudden visit made her feel embarrassed, and she didn't know if they heard anything outside the door. "Old Zhao, come out quickly. The police comrade who came here in the afternoon is here again." She called Zhao Suimin and suddenly asked, "Comrade police, have we found our lost property by your police?" Zhou Zheng paused for a second and then went downstairs to the donkey. The thief was indeed caught in the institute and the stolen goods were found. "I don't want Zhao Suimin to go to the police station to claim it." "Really, I thank you comrades police." Zhao Suimin came to the living room barefoot. "You're welcome, this is what we should do, but we don't guarantee that we will catch the thief and steal your property. Take your ID card and follow us." "I understand, wait for me to put on my shoes." Seeing Zhao Suimin cooperated so much, Xiaoji's face inadvertently showed a light expression on her face. Suddenly, Zhao Suimin, who put on his shoes, ran to the windowsill suddenly. Chapter 223 Hostages. Zhao Suimin suddenly wanted to run towards the windowsill, but Zhang Zili and Xiaoji didn't react and were a little confused. Zhou Zheng saw that Zhao Suimin was going to run away. It seemed that his feelings were still a bit reliable. Zhao Suimin was undoubtedly a murderer Wu Kai, otherwise why would he run away? Zhou Zheng didn't know why Zhao Suimin reacted so quickly. I don't know where he saw the clues that they came to target him this time. Although Zhao Suimin was surprised, Zhou Zheng would never let him escape under his nose. Of course, even if Zhao Suimin jumped out of the window, he might not be able to escape smoothly. After all, Zhou Zheng was in advance and asked Wu Tian to ambush outside the window. Before I could think too much, Zhou Zheng shouted, "Wu Kai!" Zhao Suimin was shocked, paused for a moment and then rushed to open the window. Zhou Zheng even more affirmed that Zhao Suimin was Wu Kai. Taking advantage of Zhao Suimin's pause, he rushed to his back in 2 steps. At this time, before Zhao Suimin had time to open the window, he heard the footsteps behind him, and his heart moved, coming so quickly. He quickly turned around and swung his punch towards Zhou Zheng. Zhao Suimin studied in a martial arts school for 2 years when he was young, but he has not let it go for so many years. This punch is full of vigor. How powerful a small policeman could be! He firmly believed that Zhou Zheng would faint immediately after hitting the other party in the face. Zhou Zheng is not an ordinary policeman. He was not panicked when he saw Zhao Suimin's sudden attack. Then he raised his fists and planned to fight Zhao Suimin head-on. With the skills of the King of Melee, and with the blessing of the hidden dragon art, the 8 Zhao Suimin's are not enough for him to fight. Zhou Zheng's fist first collided with Zhao Suimin's fist. Bang! With a slight muffled sound, Zhou Zheng's face looked normal and his fists were safe and sound. Zhao Suimin's metacarpal bones and toe bones were completely broken, and a heart-wrenching pain spread throughout his body. Ayo! Zhao Suimin let out a wailing sound similar to the wailing of a wild beast before his death. The sound was sharp and harsh, making the eardrum uncomfortable. You can imagine what kind of pain he suffered. Police officer, what are you doing? Why are you hitting my husband? Is there any other way to the king? Zhang Zili immediately stopped seeing Zhao Suimin being beaten by Zhou Zheng. While accusing Zhou Zheng, she walked to Zhao Suimin to check her husband's injuries. How are you, husband? Xiaji also understood at this time. Zhao Suimin was the murderer Wu Kai, and hurriedly said to Zhang Zili, "Your husband is a murderer, stay away from him." However, it was too late. Zhao Suimin picked up an inconspicuous fruit knife on the windowsill with his left hand, and the blade rested on Zhang Zili's throat. He deliberately placed this fruit knife on the windowsill, although it looked inconspicuous but very sharp. This is a powerful weapon for him to protect himself when he runs away. Living on the window on the first floor without installing an anti-theft railing is also one of his backings. Zhang Zili was stunned and started cursing for a while. Zhao Suimin, you are a goddamn. I feel very comfortable with me when I served you just now. You just have it. What do you mean? Why are you pointing at me with a knife? Xiaji said anxiously. Zhang Zili, haven't you heard me? Your husband doesn't call him Zhao Suimin at all. His name is Wu Kai and he is a murderer. Zhang Zili was even more confused. What are you talking nonsense? My husband is very timid outside. How could he be a murderer? At this time, Zhao Suimin spoke. I didn't say anything just now because my hands hurt so much that I couldn't even speak. Now I've just recovered. How did the 2 police officers know that I am Wu Kai? Zhou Zheng didn't hide it and said. I extracted fingerprints from your drawers and cabinets. I originally wanted to find the identity of the thief, but I didn't expect to find a murderer named Wu Kai. I wasn't sure the murderer was you, after all, there was a strange man's fingerprint. But you just ran away and asked me to make sure you are a murderer. Zhao Suimin, no, you should call you Wu Kai. How did you know that we came here to be unfavorable to you? Ha ha ha. Wu Kai laughed and admitted. Police officer, you're right. I'm really calling Zhao Suimin or not, my name is Wu Kai. As for how you know that you want to be unfavorable to me, I can tell you. Because I know that if your police notify the owner to claim the stolen property, they usually call. You are very busy, how could you personally go for this little thing? Besides, it's too late, and if you really want to notify me to claim the stolen property, you will also notify me tomorrow morning, so. After hearing Wu Kai's words, Zhou Zheng nodded. This is a lesson. If you don't pay attention to a small detail when handling a case, it will arouse the alertness of the criminals and increase the difficulty of handling the case. You should pay attention to it in the future. Zhang Zili was a little unbelievable. Why did her husband become a murderer? And even his name changed. Zhao Suimin. Isn't you called Zhao Suimin? Why is it called Wu Kai? How could it be a murderer? You said you were cheated and you were shameless to go home. I took you in for you to eat and drink. No wonder you have been unwilling to register with me and would rather be a coward at home if you are unwilling to work. You dare to cheat me if you are on the horse. Wu Kai said proudly. Zhang Zili, I'm using you. My ID card is fake after I had plastic surgery. How could I show up in public for safety reasons? You lied to me so hard, you bastard. Zhang Zili said as she reached out to scratch Wu Kai. Wu Kai's hand pressed on her neck, and the oily skin was cut and blood was flowing out. Zhang Zili, don't move around. I really dare to kill you. Anyway, I have killed 2 people, and you will be one of you. Zhang Zili was so scared that she was silent. At this moment, she realized that the person in front of her was not the cowardly husband he used to be but a murderous demon. At this time, Wu Tian ran in and saw Wu Kai force Zhang Zili with a knife and seemed to understand something. He immediately drew his pistol and pointed it at Wu Kai. "Put down the knife, or I'll shoot," Wu Kai said contemptly. "Do you think it's possible, officer? Next, I will talk about the conditions and prepare a car for me. When I escape from Jiangbei, I will naturally let her go." "Impossible!" Wu Tian refused loudly. "Yet, did Zhang Zili see that? The police don't want to save you. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Wu Kai showed a cruel look in his eyes, and suddenly stabbed Zhang Zili with a fruit knife, and blood immediately dyed a large piece of pajamas red. "Ah!" Zhang Zili screamed in pain, and a hot relationship between her legs, and a yellow and white liquid flowed down her legs. "Stop!" Wu Tian was furious but did not dare to shoot, for he was afraid of hurting Zhang Zili by chance. Zhou Zheng angrily scolded. "Wu Kai, are you still a man? If it is a man, let Zhang Zili be your hostage." "No." Xiaji didn't know where the courage came from to step forward. "Let her go and let me be your hostage." Wu Kai saw that Zhang Zili was unsteady due to blood loss, and knew that using her as a hostage was a burden in the process of escape. He looked at Zhou Zheng and turned his gaze to Xiaji. "Okay, let's listen to you this time. That policewoman, you will be my hostage." Chapter 224 Confrontation. "That policewoman, you are my hostage. You are so beautiful. If I were a teenager younger, I might have pursued you. Don't worry, I will definitely not hurt you." Wu Kai killed 2 people and experienced several years of escape, with amazing psychological quality. Faced with the dilemma of the police blocking him in the room, he actually had the heart to tease Xiaji. "You dream." Zhou Zheng pulled Xiaji to the side and said, "Wu Kai, I advise you not to surrender early with a lucky mentality. We can act like you surrender." "Ha ha ha!" Wu Kai burst into laughter again. "Police officer, do you think I am a 3-year-old child? I will die sooner or later if I kill 2 people. What? Can you still acquit me if I surrender? Zhang Zili was stabbed by me and kept bleeding, and she couldn't last long. If she dies, your police are also responsible." Wu Kai's knife seemed to stab Zhang Zili's blood vessels, and the blood flowed out of money. It soon soaked half of the pajamas with a gauze texture and fell to the floor, looking shocking. Wu Kai said, "That's right. If Zhang Zili had been in such a stalemate, she would not receive timely assistance and she would most likely die due to excessive blood loss." Wu Tian was also a little overwhelmed. This was the first time he encountered this situation as the deputy director. His hand holding the pistol was trembling slightly. "I also thought about threatening a few more words. Wu Kai, I have called for reinforcements. You can't run away. I warn you to surrender if you let the hostage go." He had already notified Hao Aguo before entering the house, believing that Hao Aguo would bring people to reinforce soon. Wu Kai looked at him with contempt, and still threatened Zhang Zili. "It is impossible to surrender. Even if I die, I will take a cushion. If you don't want to be defeated, then let that policewoman be my hostage. Whether Zhang Zili dies or lives is all in your thoughts." At this time, Zhang Zili's face turned pale and her body was shaking. Zhou Zheng scratched his head a little. He wanted to replace Zhang Zili as Wu Kai's hostage, and then suddenly used a cold arrow to subdue Wu Kai. But Wu Kai knew that Zhou Zheng was powerful, so how could he let him get close? He called Xiaji to be a hostage. Zhou Zheng and Wu Tian naturally would not agree. They stayed in awkwardly, which was very uncomfortable. Xiaji took away Zhou Zheng's hand holding her wrist with one hand, and a slightly red face suddenly showed a decisive smile. "Zhou Zheng, thank you for protecting me. I am also a policeman. I will not embarrass Qiubei, nor will I embarrass my father." After saying that, he quickly walked to Wu Kai. "Wu Kai, you let Zhang Zili go, I will be your hostage." "Xiaji, come back!" Zhou Zheng didn't expect Xiaji to be so strong and shouted behind her. Wu Kai was happy on his face and immediately threw away Zhang Zili and pulled Xiaji and pointed the knife at her throat. "Turn around." "Yes, your back is facing me." Wu Kai hid behind Xiaji very much, only half of his head was exposed, and a sharp blade was placed on Xiaji's white neck. "Xiaji, you're making a fool of yourself. Is there any organizational discipline?" Wu Tian couldn't help but get furious when he saw Xiaji not listening to the advice and acted alone. Originally, the moment Wu Kai pushed Zhang Zili away, he could shoot at Wu Kai, but he had no confidence in his shooting skills. After a little hesitation, Wu Kai was already hiding behind Xiaji. Opportunities were fleeting, and Wu Tian was also furious. He hated that he was not decisive enough, and was angry that Xiaji was acting alone and put herself in danger. But seeing that Xiaji was not afraid on her face, she put her own safety aside. Zhou Zheng felt a surge of waves in his heart. Xiaji was so brave that he had never expected. Although the situation was not optimistic, his face was still very plain, his chest was filled with thunder and his face was like a flat lake. This is a manifestation of confidence. "Xiaji, I will definitely not let you be hurt, and I will definitely rescue you from Wu Kai." He made up his mind secretly and said to Zhang Zili, "Come here quickly, Zhang Zili." Zhang Zili staggered and fell to the ground after she lost too much blood and was frightened. Zhou Zheng stepped forward and pulled her to the sofa. "I lifted the sleeves of my pajamas, but saw a 3-centimeter hole, and blood was still flowing out." Zhou Zheng quickly bandages his wound. "Stop the blood first, and then she will die if she bleeds." Wu Tian said anxiously. "If Zhang Zili dies, even if she catches Wu Kai, the action will not be perfect, and someone may even be punished for it." Zhou Zheng naturally knew to stop the bleeding first. Seeing that the knife wounded the blood vessels, bandaging was no longer a problem. He took out the needle bag he carried with him, pulled out the 6-inch golden needle, and stabbed a few needles into the A-cup ointment on Zhang Zili's arm. A magical thing happened and the wound immediately stopped bleeding. "Wu Su, the blood has stopped, Zhang Zili will not be in danger of her life for the time being." "That's good." Wu Tian breathed a sigh of relief and asked Police Officer Xiaoli to call an ambulance. "Next, we should do our best to deal with Wu Kai." Wu Kai did not stop Zhou Zheng from treating Zhang Zili. Perhaps Zhang Zili's life or death was no longer important to him. Perhaps it was a sudden outbreak of conscience among couples for 100 days. I was also surprised to see Zhou Zheng using acupuncture to stop the bleeding wound. He also thought about whether to let Zhou Zheng be a hostage. If he was injured while running away, he could force him to treat him. But the severe pain in his right hand reminded him that Zhou Zheng was in danger and must not let him get close to him. Now the female policewoman Xiaji is in her hands, and he has the upper hand in both psychologically and development. "2 police officers, I'll give me a car full of gas. I'll let your colleagues go after I escaped from Jiangbei." "Impossible!" Wu Tian shouted with confidence. Although the situation is not optimistic, Wu Tian does not want to regress, otherwise it will be difficult to guarantee that Wu Kai will gain a better position and make more excessive demands. "Okay. You guys forced me." Wu Kai gradually lost his patience. He knew that the longer he confronted the police, the more dangerous he was. Wu Tian also said just now that he had called for reinforcements. But he didn't know that Wu Tian just reported to Hao Aguo that there was a situation in Zhang Zili's family, and he thought he had notified the municipal bureau. "I was thinking about it, and soon the brigade of the criminal police team's special police team will come over, and it will be difficult to fly if it has wings at that time. It seems that if you don't take any ruthless actions, you cannot shake the two policemen in front of you. Wu Kai suddenly cut Xiaoji's face, and a 10-centimeter hole suddenly appeared on Xiaoji's fair face, with flesh rolling and blood pouring, looking so shocking. His. Everyone present took a breath. He was stunned by Wu Kai's crazy actions. Chapter 225 The first time I killed someone. Xiaoji felt a chill on her face, and then a sensation of pain spread throughout her body. She couldn't help but touch her face with her hands, lowered her head and looked at her bloody hands, and then she realized that her face was injured. She suddenly lost her appearance, not because of pain but because of scare. A cut of more than 10 centimeters on his face is equivalent to disfigurement. Even if such a long cut is cured, it will inevitably leave scars. For a beauty with such a beautiful appearance as her, disfigurement is more painful than death. This life is ruined. Wu Kai, you are stepping on the horse. Wu Tian's hand holding the pistol burst out with blue veins, and his mouth swears, wishing he could be shot to death. Police officer, why do you want to shoot? At worst, I will die with her. Wu Kai said cruelly without fear. Zhou Zheng didn't say anything, but his eyes narrowed. Anyone who knew him knew that this was his extremely angry expression. However, the more crisis the moment, the more calm he needs. Zhou Zheng stared at Wu Kai intently, looking for his flaws. Director Wu, shoot. In an instant, Xiaoji's face turned ashes and she had the urge to not want to live anymore. She had only one thought in her heart, which was to die with Wu Kai. Xiao Xia. Wu Tian felt uncomfortable. He also wanted to rescue Xiaoji with one shot, but Wu Kai hid behind Xiaoji and could not shoot at all. Police officer. My patience is limited. I just gave you a warning just now. Hurry up and do what I said, otherwise I will cut the beautiful female police officer in the face every minute. You don't want the policewoman to become an ugly guy. Wu Kai said with a fierce look on his face. I've fought for you. Xiaoji finally couldn't hold back and opened her mouth and bit Wu Kai's wrist. This bite made Wu Kai Pai suddenly become a fragile person. Ayo! Wu Kai screamed, but he still held the knife in his left hand. His face was distorted and said fiercely, I'll kill you, Stinky. He waved his hand and broke free from Xiaoji's mouth and stabbed her in the chest with a knife. Ah! Xiaoji screamed. When Wu Kai drew his sword, blood seemed to burst out on her chest, and the blade was stained with blood. Xiaoji grabbed Wu Kai's hand with both hands, as if she wanted to steal the knife. Although Wu Kai's right hand was destroyed by Zhou Zheng's left hand, Xiaoji was still not as powerful as him. Seeing that Wu Kai broke free from Xiaoji's hand, he raised the knife and wanted to hurt Xiaoji again. This knife aimed at the heart, and Xiaoji would undoubtedly die if she slashed her. However, the blade was grabbed by a big hand in the middle. Wu Kai looked up and saw Zhou Zheng's handsome face. Zhou Zheng acted when Xiaoji was fighting with Wu Kai, but Wu Kai's first strike was too fast and he had no time to stop it. When Wu Kai's second knife stabbed Xiaoji, Zhou Zheng finally rushed to the two of them, and without thinking, he grabbed the blade. Blood stimulated Wu Kai's fierceness hidden in his heart. His eyes were blood red, and he remembered the scene of killing his girlfriend's parents 5 years ago. Looking for death. He roared and pulled the knife hard, trying to cut Zhou Zheng's fingers. However, the blade was as if it was welded in Zhou Zheng's hand. Wu Kai used his strength to suck his breasts, but the blade did not move at all. Although Zhou Zheng has a system, he is not invulnerable to swords and guns. He will be injured even if he is given a sharp blade. Fortunately, he involuntarily used his spiritual energy when he exerted force. Although his hand was cut by a sharp blade, it was also a skin and flesh injury, and it did not hurt his muscles or bones, otherwise his fingers would be cut. Even so, his palm felt sticky and drops of blood oozing out of the cracks of his fingers. Zhou Zheng was injured for the first time, and Xiaoji's life and death were uncertain. Zhou Zheng no longer showed mercy and punched out with a spiritual power, hit Wu Kai's face. Dong! With a muffled sound, Wu Kai vomited blood like a cannonball that was shot out of the barrel. It was knocked 3 meters away by Zhou Zheng, hit the wall and then slipped to the ground. His face seemed to be hit by a big hammer, and all his teeth fell off. His originally angular face turned into a flat pie face. From Zhou Zheng coming forward to snatch Wu Kai's knife to Wu Kai being knocked away, all this happened in the flash. When Wu Tian reacted, Wu Kai was already lying on the ground and still not knowing his life or death. Zhou Zheng's punch was so terrifying that Wu Tian was shocked. To be safe, he rushed forward and took out the handcuffs and handcuffed Wu Kai. Here, Xiaoji saw that the danger had been relieved and that Zhou Zheng had saved her, and her body fell into Zhou Zheng's arms. Xiaoji, how are you? Zhou Zheng asked with concern. At this time, he regretted asking Xiaoji to go to the police with him. If he didn't call Xiaoji to go to the police, this might not have happened. I hurt so much. Xiaoji trembled. Zhou Zheng, I didn't embarrass my father, and I didn't embarrass us. Zhou Zheng, will I die? Zhou Zheng said anxiously. No. You won't die, I can trust me if I know medical skills. Xiaoji smiled hard at her and her eyes slowly closed. Xiaoji, don't have any trouble. If something happens, how can I explain to your mother? She still hates me for the rest of her life. Wu Tian paused his feet and beat his chest aside and thought Xiaoji was not good enough. Xiaoji's mother and Wu Tian are classmates. Wu Tian agreed to take care of Xiaoji, but this happened, Wu Tian really has no face to see Xiaoji's mother. Zhou Zheng explained. Wu Su, Xiaoji just fainted. Don't worry, I will definitely save Xiaoji's life. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside, and Hao Aguo and several police officers arrived late. Originally, when Wu Tian informed Hao Aguo, they had already arrested Chen Wei, but the community was dark and they were not familiar with the community. They found the wrong building and missed the time. As soon as Hao Aguo entered the room, he smelled a bloody smell and his heart skipped a beat. Seeing that there was a lot of blood on the ground, a man and a woman fell to the ground, and Xiaoji fell in Zhou Zheng's arms with her eyes closed, he had an ominous premonition. No, this. Old Wu, what's going on? What's wrong with Xiaoji? Director, the guy lying on the ground is Wu Kai, a murderer. Xiaoji was seriously injured in order to arrest him, and her face was also disfigured. It's all my fault, you punish me. What? Hao Aguo heard the darkness in front of him and shook his hands. What are you still standing there? Take Xiaoji to the hospital. I saw Zhou Zheng's hand again at first glance. Xiaozhou, why are your hand injured? I'm fine, I'm a little hurt. Zhou Zheng took the time to take a look at the wound on his hand. All 4 fingers were cut by a sharp blade but the blood was stopped. What was magically there were traces of healing in the wound. Maybe this is the effect of the master-level mental method Hidden Dragon Art. The spiritual power contained in the Danshan will repair the wound. Before I could think too much, I lowered my head and saw a hole in Xiaoji's police uniform on her chest, and blood was still oozing out. Director, please avoid it. I will help Xiaoji stop the bleeding first, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. Okay. Xiaozhou's safety depends entirely on you. Hao Aguo still believed in Zhou Zheng's medical skills and quickly directed 2 police officers to take Wu Kai who was lying on the ground to the police car. 2 policemen helped Wu Kai up, and saw that the boy's face was deformed. After trying his breathing, he was shocked. Sir, this kid is dead. Zhou Zheng's heart moved when he heard this. This is his first time killing someone.